Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, good day.
Hello there.
Hello, world. Hello, YouTube.
Good evening.
Yo, Dr. Jordan B. Yo, good evening, yeah. Jordan B. Peterson is here.
Yes, the one and only.
Wow. An honor.
Go clean your room. Go and clean your room.
Oh, I literally need to clean the room.
Okay. Start by cleaning your room.
Oh my god. I'm gonna have a piano right in front of me right now, but no one can see my room, so. Oh, could you hear that?
I know.
Is that the sound of you cleaning your room?
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Clean your room.
My room could actually use some cleaning, so. Frick. I had like one viewer in my stream last night. It was so bearish. This is called the Flat Earth song. Actually, I really want to hear that Jordan B. Peterson's voice again. I haven't watched him forever. I actually went to 2 of his talks at the YouTube Theatre. Has it been a quiet morning or evening or this channel or?
Yeah, it's been reasonably quiet.
Huh. So you guys just sit here.
Yeah, the sharks normally just swim around and wait for an unsuspecting globetard to sneak on in, and then they attack.
I am the Globe-Tard. No, but like someone was right. I forgot who it was, but they called me a globe skeptic. So I do have my questions. Yeah, or arguments or whatever. So my lips are chapped.
As long as you're willing to take a step back and question stuff, that's all I ask people to do. I'm not interested in what your beliefs are.
Sure, and I think that's the least people could do. Honestly, as a human with curiosity, Jesus, it's all we can ask for. Is there a way? I've seen people do video and screen sharing. Is there? How do you earn that privilege, permission?
Different servers have different rules. Some of them are based on your rank. Other servers don't allow it at all. So I'm not sure about in here, but there's a little camera thing down the bottom. If you click on that, it pretty much lets you do it.
Oh, but like I couldn't do that. So like I'm asking. I guess how do you earn it?
Well, it must be based on your rank then.
So, okay, there's a ranking. Oh, okay, that's all I was asking. I guess. Yeah, there's a ranking. Okay, so like based on more minutes or something. I assume.
Yeah, it's time based. So the more time you spend in the server, the higher your rank.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna be stuck in the freaking politics server now. Just kidding. I'm going to the English server. Have a great night. Just kidding. I don't know. Yeah, I'm chilling. Whatever. Okay, bye. Have a lovely day.
Lovely day. It's 10 o'clock at night.
Have a lovely Nacht. Gute Nacht. Bye.
You're not hanging around.
I mean, like, it's just like I'd rather have my video on. You know what I mean? It's like,
Who cares? Get out, Jesus.
okay. Sorry, Nick. Sorry. Bye. Fuck.
Long goodbye.
I couldn't find a channel to leave. Okay. Bye. Wong.
You will not be missed.
I know. No legacy.
It is a long goodbye.
Oh, sorry. It's taking me a while. Sorry. Bye.
What was I doing again? That's right. Patiently waiting.
Why would an English server be more exciting than a flat Earth discussion channel? Seriously.
I got nothing. Nothing
Pretty much
polite to say.
everything is more exciting than flat Earth at this point.
Where do you stand on this situation, Nick?
On what situation? The boringness of flat Earth or the mere nature that some people acknowledge that it's a possibility?
Whether it's a ball tard or flat.
Wait, what? Repeat?
What are you doing here if flat Earth is boring for you?
I actually forgot I was in this channel because it was so silent.
And why do you keep coming back then?
I jump a lot of channels. You can check the logs.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
hang
we
around
take pride
most of
in
the day.
managing this channel. All the other channels on the server sounds like a food fight in a high school cafeteria.
That's also true.
Yeah, we manage a decorum here as best we can.
That is also not true.
Oh, really?
You might, but when you say we as a collective of moderators in this chat, I highly doubt this is the best job they can do.
I can explain why it's difficult.
Go ahead.
We have limited moderation powers in here. We're not server admins. So
I'm
we
glad.
have very few tools available to us to control conversation flow. So we have a reputation for banning quickly and banning fast, and people here are not used to that. It's because we have years and years of experience in another server with tens of thousands of people, in which we do have proper moderation. We have breakout rooms. We're able to confine trolls into certain rooms and deal with them separately away from the rest of the inquiring public. There's no way to deal with that here. We get brigaded a lot, and it's not us that are causing problems. Yeah, our only recourse is to like issue disconnects, which basically boots people back out to the public channel, and then they can come right back. Or we have to do a 2-day ban or a perma ban. That's it.
Yeah, no, it's not really the banning or like removal that I care about. It's just the mutes that are like a bit unhinged.
Yeah, that's a that the potential for abuse there, I admit, is quite present, but we do self-moderate in back chats as best we can too.
Yeah, I mean, I'll grant you, like, the banning is pretty good. Like, you don't just ban unjust. I haven't seen that at all, and I've been here a lot, but the muting is, like, terrible.
Yeah, that's one of the mechanisms we employ to prevent food fights. In other channels, people are just used to talking to another discussion partner while everybody else is talking, and then they just mute other people so that they can hear the person that they're talking to.
Yeah,
And that's
sucks
very
as well.
disorganized.
Yeah. Now, I'm more so referencing when people start muting people mid-sentence and they just overtalk. I've seen that. Not always, but more here than elsewhere. That's like the one fault group.
The other side of it you got to remember is these are broadcast to YouTube and Rumble, and we don't want audio chaos. So when 5 people are talking over each other, somebody's going to get muted. So the probability will say that if you've been here longer, the other guy will get muted.
Yeah, think of what we are doing here as like a talk show, like on the radio or on TV, where you have a panel and they invite guests to discuss certain topics.
It's about to get lit.
Getting wasted?
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. Just about to message you, Nathan, to say got a job next week, taking somebody's 14,900K out to fix or send back up.
Oh no. Is it Nathan today? I forgot. Jesus.
Someone else with the same chip.
Exactly same chip.
Okay, they're all going to start piling on.
Hey, just called me this morning and said, look, I need to send this chip back. I don't want to take it out. I asked him what chip it was, and he said, yeah, it's this one, and it's keeps having to change it and keeps dropping out. So there you go. So, but I've arranging for yours to get sent back as well.
I see. I'm in no rush. I mean, fortunately, as I told you over the last curry, I know how to turn the voltage up and turn the speed down a little bit, and then it'll be fine for a week or a month. Then eventually it'll start to get twitchy, and then eventually it'll crash, and then I'll turn the speed down again and turn the voltage up a little bit, and then after a bit of fiddling and testing, I can get it stable again, and it'll stay like that for another month.
I had chicken parmesan last night.
It's lovely, Neil. Thanks.
I heard somebody's voice say, "Oh, Nathan again." Sounded like Nick.
Ah, finally.
Yeah, it was me.
computers and people can't moan. They can all get lost. You brought it up, right? Moan at Craig, and I'll stop you.
It was my fault.
Well, I just want to know what the discouraged sigh was that Nathan is here. Should be honored to have the Honorable Nathan Oakley do his show.
I mean, I will express my utmost apologies for outing my emotional state at the time.
Just be honest, Nick. You've got no proof of curvature, so you're crying about it.
That's the real deal.
Yeah, it's not the case, no. But
Also, you have got some. Beauty. Save it for the show.
I want to hear it.
well, I mean, you sound very entitled. What makes you think that I want to talk to you?
Considering you're on a server where you're supposed to speak, if not, you could just listen to the show on YouTube. But yeah.
Wait. You're
Stop this
obliged to
ball-proof.
converse
Let's hear it.
because you're in a server? Where does it say that?
We're
Let's hear
guests
it,
here.
IQ guy.
Hold on. Neil, no, we're a guest here.
Yeah.
It's important. Thank you very much for having us as a guest.
Hold on, Nick is not the one that has you.
Oh, I didn't claim
Our
that.
server. Okay, he might equally be a guest. It doesn't matter.
We would love to hear his proof of the globe, though.
Thank you.
He hasn't got any. Oh, well.
There you have it.
This is like the lowest tier of debating that I've ever seen, I think. Gotta do better. Like, rile me up a bit.
I'll rile you up.
Yeah, like, this is like debate foreplay, no? Like, you gotta get me in the mood. You gotta, like, say something that really, like, puts me on tilt, so I'll engage with you. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be all dried up, right?
Yeah, we
I mean,
don't care. I don't personally care.
Yeah, we really
the
don't
other
care.
guy kept saying my name. I think he cares. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
Just out of curiosity, maybe a couple of years ago, are you the IQ guy, Nick, that used to come in with the high said he had this high IQ in chat? Or do I got you confused with someone else?
Nah, I think you got me confused, man.
It's a fairly common name, Nick, so.
Yeah, no, you're all good. There's like, there's no hate. I don't boast about my IQ. I don't need to. I would never go in a fucking chat.
Oh, humble brag. Huh?
Please, that's prompted me beautifully. Yes, I am a guest here. However, I do run a show in about, about 40 minutes. I will go out to a live audience. Please don't swear. That's all I ask.
Did I swear? The F word? Is that it?
Yeah, but just as a preemptive warning, like I say, I will remind you at the start of the live show that we are going out live, and please don't swear.
Right, that's fair.
What else,
My best.
Nathan?
Like a bad habit of mine.
Yeah, just do your best.
That's all we can do.
If you're not talking, go on mute.
Wait, who are you to tell me to go on mute? Like, A, the show is not started. B, I don't even know what the show entails. Can people stay on mute when they don't talk, or like, are you not invited to
I didn't
converse?
tell you to stay on mute.
Okay.
If you're not talking, go on mute because it causes
Neil,
feedback.
Okay,
That's all.
Yes, I can tell him that. But there's a way to do that. Ideally, if you're not talking in Discord, you can put yourself on local mute, because one bit of audio feedback and inevitably the server mods will put you on mute anyway, because people want to hear what's said. So if you're not talking, like now, Nick, ideally you'd be on local mute, because typically like I say, server mods will just look down the list of who's not on mute when they're trying to figure out who's causing audio chaos of any description. so you know.
Yeah, that's logically sound and courteous. I'll go on mute.
Yeah, if you'd have said the same thing, Nick, about, I don't know, 7 or 8 months ago, that is to say, well, lay your standards down, you'd probably got a load of takers. But since 2024, it's like, we just tell people Earth's measured flat and show them how it's measured flat. Or if we are, by chance, dealing with somebody who's giving us a claim of their own, and we have to be reactive to that, we point out how the Earth's measured flat in their claim. That's generally something that we, don't have to necessarily labour to somebody who wants to retain a religious belief. If they want to, everyone's entitled to their beliefs. I don't want to get you riled up, is what I'm driving at here, to summarise.
Oh, well, I'll mute then, since I was addressed. I mean, the riled up part is not so much an emotional state of inconsistence or, derived from all logic. It's more so like, wanting to engage with something or someone. And I think the position that you hold is false. And it would be a great conversation. I think we've had it before, but it went south. So, yeah.
Okay, well,
Denying measurements.
went south
I know,
last time.
that
I
doesn't
don't remember
follow.
having a conversation with you, although I've already adjusted your level to get you roughly the same as everyone else, which tends to suggest we've had a conversation prior.
I think I spoke like a few months ago.
Okay, I can't remember who I spoke to yesterday, if I'm honest, Nick. But no offence to you, that's
No,
just
no,
me.
none taken. I changed my Discord name a whole lot, so.
Hello, Nathan.
What was the discussion last time?
Let me
Measurements.
select. I think
You're not
if
helping
I remember
much, I'll be
correctly.
honest. Hold on, I've just got to get my own panel in line pretty much immediately. Shocking. Can you hear the two-way conversation that I'm having with Nick currently without any interjection from him, without any rumpusing from him? Just a normal two-way conversation with you jumping in the middle of it for no reason.
You asked a question. I reminded you what it was about. Fine. Ask him what it was about.
I didn't ask you, did I? Nick?
I'm not just listening. I'm waiting.
What is going on here?
Can you remember what we were discussing last time, Nick?
Barely, and I might be saying something wrong, but if I do recall correctly, we started off talking about NASA and space imagery and what a reliable source is, and we looked at metadata, and I invoked EXIF tool for image forensics, and then it kind of derailed into discarding all that, and then if you can perceive curvature. And I think kind of died out before we even, got to end it right.
That doesn't sound like something that I'd argue.
He's not telling the truth. It ended up in measurements, damn it.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Nathan?
Hey?
Can I ask you a question?
You could,
Nathan?
after the conversation's concluded with myself and Nick. I mean, if that's okay by you.
Huh?
Oh, no, it's fair. It's fair. Go ahead.
I don't know what's going on. I just hear some guy screaming.
I haven't actually given you permission to have a chat with me yet. I was just in the middle of a conversation with Nick.
All right.
Nick, I don't. My memory's not that well jogged from that. If we've already had a discussion, and the suggestion from you is that the discussion was about metadata for images from space, that's what I gleaned.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like an argument. There we go. Try that again. It doesn't sound like an argument that I'd have, because the idea that we can have images come from a place that isn't real would be the position that I'd take regardless of what was put to me. Perhaps that was the position that you put to me. I mean, it'd be nice if you recalled some of the positions I responded to that with, which I'd have definitely done. Do you recall any of the rebuttals you had in regards to metadata from sky vacuums?
Correct. So again, going off memory here, probably there is a log somewhere, but I think it was discarded due to the second law of thermodynamics, and then I tried getting out where the container is, but it kind of like got all sidetracked, and then somehow the conversation led into maps, and because I used Mercator map, or any map really, it kind of like derailed in this weird direction about how using a map, or the word map, automatically, if you use distance and you have mileage and you have kilometers, and those distances were derived from a flat Earth model historically, therefore merely invoking them is a concession to the point that the Earth is flat, which I disagree with, and then it, I got cracked. I think there was other guy in the panel too. I don't know.
Okay, so if we just stick to one thing at a time, so you sort of danced past rather than steelmanned the position you had in rebuttal. So I had second law of thermodynamics, so you definitely had the rebuttal put to you, and it was you took it way off the rails and then started talking about maps. Okay, well, it seems like you're projecting there, because I don't know if you've heard the term yada yada yada. It sounded like second law of thermodynamics, yada yada yada, and then there was the maps. Okay, do you feel capable to steelman what was put back to you in regards to second law of thermodynamics, specifically with regards to images coming from a sky vacuum? Can you remember where that discussion would have ended? I'd be to say that there'd been a conclusion made by me, a victory dance made by me, possibly with a few interruptions. I can't remember, but there's a good chance. Can you steelman that
more than a
position
good chance.
rather than just interrupting the ending of any sentence that I make before I've actually concluded with the question mark and the pause for you to respond in? Let's just try and keep it civil. So I'll just make it clear what I'm asking for. Just steelman that second law of thermodynamics rather than saying it went off the rails and then talk about maps. Could you give me a rendition of why second law of thermodynamics would have come up in a discussion about pictures from a sky vacuum? Go ahead.
See, this is way better foreplay. Now I'm like almost engaging. We were like leaning into it. So, if I recall correctly, and I'm trying to steelman the rebuttal, right? It is, or it was rather, that because there exists a pressure, there must exist a container. You cannot go through this container. Therefore, it annihilates any possibility of any transition of a rocket or an astronaut or any other object. Therefore, any data claimed from the existence outside the container would be nulled. I think that's my best attempt at steelmanning that position. Oh no, we lost him.
I'm dealing with my daughter. Just give me 2 minutes.
The other guy on the panel was Adam the last time, Nick.
Adam, yeah, sounds about right. British guy, no?
Yeah, very smart. Very, very, very good at math. Excellent in math.
Smart. Maths. Okay. Well, I'm a hop in the shower then. I need a shower, so perfect time, I guess.
Oh,
Tell
sorry,
you a
I'm
trick.
back.
Just
Sorry about
stand
that.
still under the water. Don't hop.
Sorry about that. Did he steelman sufficiently my rebuttal to him or not?
You went to go take a shower.
I got that. Did he understand the rebuttal he had in regards to gas filling space, sky vacuum, second law of thermodynamics violation, why it was validating pictures of Earth from space? Did he steelman that or not?
I think he basically did, yeah. He may not have covered everything, but I think he understood.
You think he did understand?
Yeah, he just disagreed with it. But I think he was able to, what did he state? That anything outside of that containment would be a violation, yeah.
Right, so he stated the facts. I mean,
Yeah.
stating
Yeah.
I don't agree. That wasn't how he said it to me. He said, like, I took it off the rails. I mean, at the conclusion that used the second law of thermodynamics, law of nature, to debunk his claim, that's me taking things off the rails. And he disagreed because he disagrees, he can state that's me taking things. It's an outrage. You know what I mean? He means he understands the position. He doesn't have a rebuttal for it. He's off for a shower because I need to deal with something. Okay.
He considers it off the rails
That's
because
right.
we got into measurements and how Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, that was after. But in this regard, sounds like we had claims of images from a sky vacuum. No, we haven't got a sky vacuum, gas-filled space. It's a law of nature. The end of that discussion. Those pictures are automatically debunked. Disagree, you say? Like I care. Disagree, yeah. Okay, based on faith. Because you haven't got a rebuttal to a law of nature. Unless you've got a rebuttal, me taking it off the rails is not what happened. You disagreeing with the law of nature is what happened. Like anybody cares if you disagree with the law of nature. Gas-filled space, it's entropic law. You disagreeing means nothing. I still win. Gas-filled space, your pictures are rubbish. That wasn't off the rails. Concise, direct, to the point. Bunking outer space. That's clear. What was the other thing? Think about measuring linear distances in miles or kilometres being flat. That's right. Yep, correct.
You got it. Now you're on track.
What about the law of your Earth? You disagree with that law of nature?
Again, P?
The law of the sphere Earth? You said he disagrees with laws of nature, but you're disagreeing with the law of the sphere Earth.
What law would that be called? What's its full name? You know it in Latin? What's the name of the law?
Are you religious, Nathan?
Well, like, some of the laws show the Earth is a sphere. Some of the laws of nature.
What's the name of it?
Like the law of gravity would prove the Earth is a sphere.
It's not a law of spheres. It's not a law of spheres. That's a pseudo-Riemannian geometry. It's not a law of spheres. Next.
Nathan, are you religious?
You're ignoring laws of nature, so I don't know how you're criticizing.
Yeah, she said law of gravity. Number one, it hasn't been a law for 109 years. That's the first point. Let's try the second point. Second point is that currently gravity is the fourth dimensional bending of space-time in a pseudo-Riemannian mathematical geometry. Not a law of nature and hasn't been for 109 years. So you replying to my concise... Now you're going to chant through me, P? Scummy?
Yeah, you're just lying.
Feeling like you need to chant through the end of my conclusion because you lose. Would that be your win? Is this your win, P? Is you chanting through me taking apart your claim a win when you talk through the conclusion? It's not a win, Pete. You see how you've got server modded? Not me. I'm done released a video saying I treat my guests badly, just while I get rumpus for about the fourth time. I'm a guest here. I've got no control over the moderation of this server. So when P got modded then, as he started yammering through my victory dance, that would be to say there is no law of spheres. Law of gravity hasn't been so for 109 years, and what we're left with is a geometry invented by Einstein. So P, while I was concluding that, decided that rather than take the loss, he'd chant through the end of the conclusion. Right, now Simon Dan suggests that I treat my guests badly. Now, he's saying that in a clip that's come from this server that is not mine, that I am a guest in. Just want to make that clear. I'm a guest here. I've got no control over the mods. They decide when you're being scummy by chanting through the conclusions I make when I win. And thinks that's me treating guests badly because you guys just decide to make up invented stories about how things actually occur. I'm a guest here. I've got no control of this server. The clip that Dan's using to say I treat guests badly, no, I don't. I just win and get chanted through.
Yeah, you're a gentleman and a scholar.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it means a lot. Thank you, P.
Hey, Nathan, are you religious by any chance?
Does this have anything to do with the discussion above the door?
No, I'm just asking.
Just then. Shut up.
Huh? Oh,
Shut up.
I thought we could get know each other in person.
I like being ordered what to do by a flat earther, telling you what to do. It's nothing to do with the subject above the door. If you continue, someone around you will go, what an arsehole, shut you up. Like forcibly, not me. I'm the one just giving orders, telling you to shut up. Yeah, you don't like that. As a guest, I'm doing that. As a guest, I'm telling you. Not asking anybody to do anything. They'll do it anyway. Or their guest, me. You'll be told to shut up, and if you don't, you'll be shut up. Hope that's clear. Sorry, P, what was that?
The atheists I talk to, when they think all flat
Don't care.
earthers are
Don't care.
are
I'm not here to
religious
talk about that. I don't
zombies.
care. Don't care.
I try to tell them that not all flat earthers believe in God, but they don't.
Go to the
believe in it.
atheist server then.
Okay.
Nathan, you said it hasn't been a law for 109 years. Gravity wasn't even a law before that.
Claimed to
What
be
is
law.
gravity?
Labelled as a law. Tending to be a law, superseded 109 years ago. No longer a law. Never was a law because it couldn't be bunked as a law. It was never a law to begin with. Yes, absolutely correct, Neil. Good addition.
Now, can you explain what is a law of nature?
Description of that which occurs always without exception.
Yeah, so gravity don't fit that.
That was fun.
I think Nick is struggling with the fact that we can't produce a container.
Not here.
Yeah, but I was listening to what he said before he went in the shower.
Okay. Out with Nick already. Now, if you're going to say you took it off the rails, is that globe speak for you took a giant steaming dump on the claim I made? That's translated in globe language to took it off the rails. And what we actually had was a rendition of his position with not a single rendition of any rebuttal he had. So he rinsed and repeated what happened between he and I as only what he said. And then when we got to the take it off the rails, actually, you mean a concise demolition based on natural law? Oh, well, no, that was taking off the rails. Because, I didn't agree with that law of nature. So therefore, I summarise what you said as being you taking it off the rails. Well, really? Oh, that got corrected, didn't it? That's a good one. We're all square now. Well, space is fake. Numpties who think it's real. In defiance of that natural law, or it was called taking it off the rails or something. Yeah, it's a natural law. Gas fills space. If the sky was just a giant space for gas to fill, it would be filling it. We'd never have gas pressure to breathe. Yeah, got fundamentalist religious belief in an area that men in little suits float around, haven't you? Wow. Easily duped much. That's why you will hate me, because I make you feel stupid when I point out how unbelievably ignorant it is to believe that you can have men floating around in a sky vacuum in violation of natural law. That makes you feel dumb before you brace against me.
Actually, that's not
I
the
hate
case,
to correct you.
Nathan.
Sorry, is this Neil trying to get in? Not Neil that's on Nathan's Discord, but Neil that's on the top of the Discord server. Is that you? Notice your light flashing. Did you try and say something there, Neil?
No, I was just going to say the vacuum of space is fake.
Not you.
Vacuum.
Yeah, not you. Somebody in the Discord server who's also got the name Neil.
Oh.
He's just top micing.
Yeah, no worries, dude. No worries.
A Jedi?
What's up, my friend? How you doing? Hope you're doing well.
How are you? How are you? Good.
Yeah, good, man. It's just this Neil character in the side chat. Let's just put it in quotation marks. I found it quite interesting. If you ever feel like an idiot, just remember there are grown men who believe the earth is flat. It's interesting, Neil. I noticed you put it in quotation marks. Is that a quote from somebody else? Is that a quote from you? It's interesting. It's just fucked off. Guess we'll never know.
Nice spot, Jedi. I missed that one.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
It was actually, yeah.
It's interesting what people chat skank with when things are going on in a live stream. Happens all the time, but especially when Nathan's around. Some interesting characters that come in and say shit.
So used to it, we missed it.
No, I was reading the one underneath where he said, "Are you flat too?" To Daz Studio. So I thought, oh, he must be flat earther, but I missed the one above.
Hmm?
Well, like I said, he put it in quotation marks. I'm not sure if he was quoted himself or somebody else, which would probably be more correct. But it's just an interesting statement. Still get trolled with this type of stuff. You know, God, bloody hell, if you ever think you're having a bad day or, you know, you're stupid or whatever, just remember there's people who think the earth is flat. Yeah, okay. It's because it's measured that way, right? We all know this. It's just measured horizontal flat. Okay. Yeah, we're the idiots.
Jedi, you going to Antarctica?
Hell no, it's too cold, man. Why would I ever want to go to Antarctica?
Assume you're antipodal.
Let's see if I was upside down from where I was in the beginning.
Oh, you assume you are. That's the only point to go down there.
Yeah, I've heard about this final experiment stuff. Going to Antarctica to see if you can see a 24-hour sun. Okay, and? So what? Doesn't change the fact that the Earth is still measured flat. Whatever you can see up in the sky is whatever the sky is. But the Earth is still measured flat. You need a measurement of curvature to remove that idea.
You're going to find out who's who now. The fools that go there, you could just write them off. I've written them off a long time ago anyway.
Yeah, interesting characters that are going.
In all honesty, if they offered me a free holiday, I'm going down there just for something different. But I feel sorry for the Globers on the plane on the way.
Maybe they'll take you to the hot pockets that Admiral Byrd found.
Be nice if the pilot was on our side. Ladies and gentlemen, if you care to look out the left-hand side of the plane, you'll notice no curvature.
It's been a big swing lately. Like, I was talking to my family from Connecticut yesterday about it, and it went better than usual. It went better, and they were more susceptible to it. They understood, you know, and they didn't look at me like I was fucking insane. Even though they, you know, they're northern, so they definitely talked like they thought I was crazy, but they know. It's really easy to explain that level is flat, especially when, you know, the people that you're talking to are carpenters and you know, laymen of any sort, electricians. It's not hard. It's just reminding the world that, you know, there are facts, and then we're taught for years to ignore those facts, but it's changing.
I agree.
Like, we didn't make the world flat. We didn't, you know, tell people how to measure. We haven't, made words. We didn't make the words that they used all mean flat. It's starting to get very obvious again.
Well, you have a lot of prominent figures looking into it, like Candace Owens, right? Now, the paradigm has already shifted. Now comes the acceptance part.
It's hard. It takes a long time for a lot of people. I think about that, and I think about the, why now. And I have been telling people for a long time that, election time was going to be big for Flat Earth. And now seeing it come into fruition, it's like, is this just being used as a distraction? Is that why we're a card in the Illuminati card game at all? Because there's nothing more distracting than finding out that the whole world is a lie, and you've been lied to and brainwashed and robbed your entire life. That's a heck of a shock to a lot of people.
Illuminati card game.
Yeah, have you not seen that card? There's a flat Earth card, that's pretty much used at any point that you want a big distraction for people. But they do say, what does it say? Flat Earthers. Like people make fun of flat Earthers, but they know something. Something like that.
You're talking about the Illuminati cards. Sorry, I stepped away to get coffee.
Yeah.
The flat earthers know something, is what it says.
Yeah, I was thinking about, this year is election year, and things are getting heated, and not just in the politics area. Now we're there too, We're in the discussion whether we, even want to be or not. And that I was thinking about the fact that we're the card in the game, and that politics is what distraction. It's just using the tools that you have. And I was just thinking about it, man. It's a fine line between saying level is flat and being, let's go to the other lands that we don't even know that are there yet.
What?
It's a fine line between the truth and the fantasy that they want to replace. But if I replace their fantasy with more fantasy, then it's just lies. Then I'm just being a liar.
Exactly. So trying to replace things like gravity with ether, you become a liar.
And it's just something that we have to pay attention to lately, especially now. The whole thing, it fits together like a puzzle. Election year, and then all of a sudden, all these political places want to talk about it. Why? To get us on their side, probably something like that. But there's reasons, and you think about them, and then you get conspiratorial, and you can get you get lost in the weeds, or you can stick to the facts. And so far, we've been sticking to the facts. I like that, and I think that's why everything's coming around. It's definitely a shift.
What facts are you sticking to?
Levels flat, gas fills space. We're measuring flat everywhere, anywhere, every time.
Singing my song.
Yeah, the globe is flat. It was measured like that. Globe is flat, and the Greeks all knew that.
Greeks all knew that.
That's the end of it. I mean, that's what they've got to start saying now. Got to admit, well, yeah, the globe is flat, and that's how it's measured. Got no choice.
Globe is measured flat.
Yeah, Neil, and the Greeks all knew that.
Bro. Silly hell.
Again?
I didn't get that. Come back.
Alrighty then.
He might have fell over the edge.
Speaking of edges, we've always been accused of falling off the flat Earth edge, when in reality, they have the edge.
We debunked Earth Curve in 2020. That was the edge that they were falling over.
Yeah, but they still claim boats disappear over the horizon.
Over the edge. Yeah, we debunked that in 2020.
Yep.
Okay, so first and foremost, those of you who've just joined us in the politics server, thank you for having me. Thank you for the moderation team, doing a wonderful job as always. However, in about 10 minutes, I'll be going out to a live audience. Please do not swear. If you do, there's a good chance you'll just get removed immediately. Other than that, hopefully, fun will be had by all.
In order for them to not swear, Nathan, means we can't start talking about latitude measurements and how the Earth's measured flat, because they tend to get a little bit angry and frustrated at that point.
Yeah, that's when they start swearing at Nathan.
Start mentioning latitude and how they may have used maps themselves over the years and grid systems to navigate around the world and finding the way around, you know, on a hiking expedition when you're plotting where you are using the maps and the looking at the grid system. Actually, not realizing that you're using a flat Earth grid of a latitude system, thinking that you live on a globe where you're plotting where you are using a flat Earth grid.
What do you mean? You're not using a globe as a map? Why not a globe? This is exciting.
We got Xantham in the chat. Why don't you jump in and speak? Have any questions?
You can read my chat. Basically, what I said was the Earth is not flat; it's actually bumpy. If you look outside, I'm not gonna walk in a straight line in a straight flat surface. I'm gonna be walking up and down. So the Earth is not flat; it's actually bumpy. And you, if you disagree, you're going against my objective reality.
Okay, how do you measure how bumpy it is? You hear my question?
With a
You flat earthers are very delusional. It's actually bumpy.
Yes, I heard you.
You can't say flat is also considered bumpy.
I asked you a question. Do you want me to repeat it?
Yeah.
How do you measure bumpiness, as you put it? Do you know how that's measured?
I don't know why you guys are not agreeing with me here.
I've asked him the question twice, moderators. I don't know what else I can do. Perhaps one of the moderators would like to reiterate the response he's had. Earth not flat because bumpy. My response. This will be the fourth. Okay, bumpy.
Okay,
yeah.
Xantham, let's make it really simple. There's hills, there's valleys, there's rivers, yeah? So how do we measure the height of, let's say, a hill or a mountain? How do we establish that height of this bumpy terrain that you're talking about?
It's simple. You walk up a hill, right? That's what you do. You walk up a hill and then you go down a hill.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you for getting him back on track.
What is flat to you? First, let's define what flat is. What is flat?
I heard your rebuttal. Yes, I heard you. So when asking how we describe how bumpy Earth is, you say the way we measure it is to walk up a hill. That would be incorrect. The measurements of hills, valleys, mountains are all described with respect to sea level, elevation profiles on maps, heights above sea level. Okay, no rebuttal to that. I'll conclude. In summary, how bumpy Earth is described with respect to Earth as a horizontal plane of reference. That would be to say you're describing how high or low the valleys and mountains are with respect to a single plane of reference. Earth is flat to describe how high or low these mountains and valleys are, because they're described with respect to sea level. It's a level plane of reference, a flat Earth. Describe how high or low those mountains you're appealing to are. Earth is still measured flat, give you the heights with respect to how flat it isn't, because it's a height above a flat plane.
Yeah, elevation changes.
Neil,
that's all.
nobody asked you anything. Dude, you were telling me Earth not flat? Well, it's measured with respect to how flat it is, or isn't, in elevation profiles on flat maps. With respect to sea level, that's a level plane of reference. Earth being flat to describe the mountains and valleys. Could I get a response? That's my conclusion. Victory dance. It'd be nice to just get thanked, telling you how Earth's measured, your mountains and valleys you appeal to. You could just thank me. We can move on.
It looked like he went AFK.
Who's the guy that was just talking? Was that you, Crit?
Yeah, I'm not going to respond because I'm going to get muted.
Oh, okay.
No. I'm inviting a response after telling you what you.
You guys seem to just mute people for fun.
No, my friend. I'm inviting a response based on your appeal to how bumpy Earth was, and then me responding to elevation profiles with respect to sea level. That was the response in rebuttal to your claim. I described how Earth is measured flat in response to your claim. That's what's happened. Now you're being invited to respond to that.
Xanthi, your mic's open, dude. If you're not talking, you're self-muting, and you can't later complain that you were muted. Here's your opportunity to get your say. The floor is yours. You got
I was literally not talking, and you muted me. And you're deleting my pictures here.
Do you need me to repeat what I've put to him? Because it's
you are literally deleting my picture.
It by talking. Now you're talking through me. Now you're talking through me.
Yeah, but you talk over him too. So
I don't think that's happening. Hold tight.
I've invited your response 4 times. What else can I do? There's discussions about whether or not he's muted. He's being invited to give a response, and when he's got the mic, he's saying, I'm getting muted. You're off mute, moaning about being muted while I ask you to respond to the flat earth that is referenced as a plane to give you the heights of the mountains and valleys. It's time. No? Okay, fine. Earth's measured flat. Seems the response was to just moan about being muted, apparently. Not that I'd know, I'm not doing it, it's not my server, I'm a guest here. Just in case Simon Dan's listening. He's under the misapprehension that I treat my guests badly when I'm a guest in someone else's server. Because he's an idiot.
He's a Bev Earther. He's got a whinge about how it's bumpy. Well, guess what, mate? Your ball is bumpy, so therefore it's not a sphere. Game over.
Xanthem, no one's going to mute you unless you're speaking over people.
Right, so I've asked him in the side chat. He says he couldn't hear Nathan, which is what I was thinking. Something, can you hear me? Someone's snoring, AJ.
Trying to see who it is.
It's haunted. Yeah, there you go.
That's funny as fuck.
Please don't
swear. So let's try. Sorry, I do apologise, Nathan. Something, can you hear my voice? Can you open your mic and say, yes, I can hear you? Just we're checking audio because I don't think you could hear Nathan. Fair enough.
Yeah. Is Nathan still here?
Yep.
He may be
Can
stuck.
I'm curious. Can we see air?
Can you see air?
Can I see air? No, I can't. But do we know it's there?
Yeah, it's pressing on us and we're breathing it. We can interact with it. We can, for example, set certain types of gases on fire.
No, but
we can also change their state when we change their temperature or pressure.
True that, but it's also the same as the curve. Even though you can't see it, you can interact with it when you go around the curve.
So the curvature of the Earth is there. It's like gas. You see, we can't see it. Is that what you're saying?
And I mean, well, the arguments I see, since we can't observe it, we don't know it. It's not real.
Welcome.
But we can't observe air.
Earth Debate live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now we are joined by on deck, OK Computer, Neil, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics 24/7 Flat Earth Debate Discord server, so welcome one and all.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's get it on.
Greetings, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Well,
Hopefully one of my mods in the
I
YouTube
love
chat will
air.
stick a link to Politics server so you can join if you do want to join this server. We are guests here today and typically are like running guests on a Friday. So if you did want to join this server, you'll have to pick it up from the link that one of the mods posts in the YouTube Lives chat. So I've saved my preamble that I normally give before the show. Can you pop yourself on mute, whoever it is, immediately into the live show? Off mute, causing audio chaos. Thank you. Lost my track and train of thought immediately as soon as we start live. So I normally give this preamble before we start the show, which is to say the reason we come regularly as guests to the Politics server on a Friday is to point out that in 2024, as flat earthers, we don't have to go through the usual rigmarole of having to explain why a globe doesn't work on the back foot when we know Earth's measured flat. Number one, if you're a long-standing flat earther and have had a belief up till now, you don't need to retain that belief where you feel like your indefensible position needs to be ranted and raved at your opponent whilst telling them how their globe don't work. Meanwhile, Earth is actually functionally flat. That's how it's dealt with. And that's a position that can put a lot of you at ease. And if you happen to be the ilk that wants to go out and debate, obviously learn all the arguments and learn how the globe doesn't work, because you will eventually end up on the back foot. Knowing that means you can move on with your life, potentially. Or, if you're a long-standing debating flat earther, know how to win. Their claim of a globe also comes with flat earth measurements in tow. That is to say, the genesis of their globe is flat earth measurements. With that, like I say, there might be some prolonged silences as there were in the pre-show. We'll see while we're live. But that being said, I'm more than happy to let the Discord server that we are guests in flow through their motions with us here as guests, as we do.
Hello, Nathan.
Hello.
I would like to ask you, and it's my only question. I don't really plan on sticking around here for too long. So we can, we can't observe air is there, right? But we can breathe it in, right? We can interact with air, right? But we can't observe air. So how do we know air is real if we can't observe it?
Do we what?
How do we know air is real but we can't observe it?
Still didn't catch it.
My question is that air, you can't observe air, but we know it's real.
It's a statement of fact.
Statement of fact. So, but obviously to observe air, you would need a special tool to do so, right? Like a special scope or whatever it is. Same as if you were to observe.
Is there a question anywhere in our
Well,
future?
yes, there's a question. A lot of times I hear arguments about observational reality when it comes to, the curve of the Earth. Saying that we can't, exactly do it with our naked eyes. We need certain tools, but then people don't trust that. We know that air is real, so we kind of exactly see the curve of the Earth with our naked eye, but we need tools, same as we do if we want to see air. And like you said, air is a statement of fact. So then, how is let's say the curve of the Earth fake? My whole argument is more about debunking observational reality.
Because
you can measure air pressure and you can measure the Earth, mate.
We physically interact with gases. I answered this before Nathan started this show. It's because you can see some gases, butane, for example. There's a couple of others that you can see, but oxygen and nitrogen, no. But you can physically interact with them. You breathe them. You can impart temperature to them. You can put them under pressure in a container.
Well, that's the same with the curvature of the Earth. We can interact with it. We can see it.
We can interact with it. We can see it.
Really?
How do you mean we can interact and see?
Because if we're on a boat, we're going over the horizon. It means we're technically interacting with it.
What's the horizon? What's the horizon?
We're going to bog down the conversation. I'm just saying that we can interact with the curve when we go over the curve. So we can also interact with gases, and we can also observe it. If we look, let's say, through a telescope, we can see that there's curve, especially when it comes to like a horizon with the boats.
Okay, so you're saying the horizon.
Can I just
Yes, you can.
Sorry, Jedi. Can I just get a
No,
grip
go
of
on,
what this
please.
guy's suggesting? So you're saying you fall over an edge. That's your claim, is it? Debunk that in 2020.
What?
Claim is that you fall over an edge. That's
I never
just
claimed
stupid.
before. I never claimed fall over an edge.
That's the. You said you were going over it in a boat. We go over it in a boat. You say.
Yeah, we can interact with it when we're on a boat. If we're going over it.
So to summarise, your stupid claim is that you go over an edge. Okay, that's your claim, and I'm suggesting that you are unaware that we debunked that in 2020.
Okay, then how did you debunk it?
I was in the middle of stating how I debunked it when you started asking. Black Swan.
You're gonna tell me how you debunked it?
Yeah, Black Swan. You're unaware of the Black Swan?
No, but I want you to tell me the calculations and the way you debunked Black Swan.
No, Black Swan is a fallacy to suggest that all swans are white. Modus tollens that we debunk Earth curve with is as follows.
Okay, but how does that have anything to do with
Seems like he's chanting through me. I'm not going to continue. I'm not going to continue this.
It's in the.
It's literally just
it's in the
within
side
20
chat.
seconds of asking me, telling me, to the top of me, what I'm not going to be doing. How do you debunk it? Well, with the Black Swan. What's the Black Swan? Okay, well, it's the argument as follows. I get 2 words into the actual modus tollens argument. He's talking through me. He doesn't want to listen to me, does he?
No, I do. I'm actually want to see what you got to say, but you keep stopping halfway through what you're saying. So I got to try and juggle you.
All right,
You asked me.
In the side chat, I've posted the Black Swan image with the modus tollens at 11 minutes past the hour. If you can just remain silent for a minute while Nathan runs through it, and you can have your rebuttal time after.
All right, sounds good.
I don't want to talk to this guy. He's not interested in listening to me. Next.
I'm not even talking.
All right,
Morning,
we
guys.
can move on to the next caller.
Bye-bye. Black Swan.
No, I know. I want him to explain Black Swan. I want him to explain.
Shut him up. Just shut him up. You were disrespectful and talked through me as I tried to go through modus tollens with you. You talked through me, then the moderators had to politely say, "Oh, please shut up while he's talking." Now I'm saying I don't want to talk to you. Go and study the Black Swan. It's been posted by one of the mods. Now sod off. I haven't got time for your stupid games. If you don't want to listen to me, I don't want to talk to you. You think you're going to talk through me? That you can end the rebuttal midpoint? No, just don't want to talk to you anymore. Not interested in listening to what I got to say. You're interested in chanting your garbage through the top of it to frustrate me. I'm not interested in talking to you anymore. Go and learn what the Black Swan is. It's been 4 years. Next.
Four long years since the claim of a geometric horizon went bye-bye. Oh.
People think they want us to fight with them, that they want me to be asked about something and start rattling off an answer, and then literally, not even before I've started giving the answer in the rendition of modus tollens, which I can do in about 25 seconds. No, he doesn't want to hear it. Why bother communicating with these people? Eric Debay's right. I'm not going to enter into a debate with you. I'm telling you this stuff. It's been around for 4 years. Not a question anymore. It's a statement. If you want to hear it, I'll tell it you. If you want to just challenge it in the middle of hearing it, you're not here to listen. You're not interested. You want to be a zealot chanting your faith about a globe at me. I don't want to communicate with you. I don't want you to convert me. Yeah? I know it's flat. You still have your faith in a globe and feel that chanting through me telling you how your faith in a globe's undone with your own geometry. Well, then, if you don't want to hear it, then go away. You're asking because you want to hear it, I assume. No, you definitely aren't. You want to frustrate me because I'm the one undoing your religion by chanting through it before you've even heard it. Thinking you're totally unreasonable as a person to have a discussion with. I know I'm not going to debate you with you. Debating isn't you chanting through someone putting something to you. Yeah, you guys have got a distorted view of what a debate is. You think that when you ask someone something and they start replying, the bit that you don't like if you talk through it, or maybe open your mic in the middle, like this guy who's doing it in Discord now, just opened his mic. You can obviously hear me, but in the middle of me talking, I'll open my mic. Yeah, that's not debate. It's unreasonable dickhead behaviour. I don't want to tolerate it anymore. If you behave like that, I'm just going to go, no, I don't talk to this person. Take it as your victory. Sure, that'll give you a lot of pain relief. I rumpus the black swan, therefore I win. At last.
He had a little more than a face. He said we interact with air, and we also interact with Earth curve.
But his point, Neil, is air's there, but we can't see it. And we live on a globe, but we just can't see the curve.
Pretty much it. It's pretty much exactly what he's trying to say.
If the conversation is concluded, do you mind if I go?
No, please. Who are we talking to? What's your name?
I'm Nick. I went to take a shower before. Yeah.
Yeah. Good to have you back, Nick.
Thank you, man. I'll keep it short since I do have to go in like 15 minutes. So I hope we can have a conversation in that time, but I will have to leave by then. So just letting it be known. Cool. So I guess I'll just start off with asking, should you present a position or should I present mine? What do you prefer? And am I talking to Nathan only or is it like the whole room?
Don't mind either way. You got the mic.
All right. So I guess I'll just present a modus tollens and then we can go from there. Cool. No rebuttal. So the premise is that if Earth was not spherical, then space imagery from multiple independent sources would consistently show this, and it would show that it is not a sphere. The second premise is that space imagery from both NASA, ESA, and SpaceX and Blue Origin, so both private and public companies, that they consistently show Earth as a sphere. Therefore, the conclusion must be that Earth is not flat, so a sphere. And to support this modus tollens that I created, I have 3 links for the chat. I have one from SpaceX on their Instagram. I have an ESA short, and then I have a NASA long-term video from the EPIC satellite. They're all in the side chat now.
What's the logical form of modus tollens?
It's just in the inverse, you could say, of the ponens, where it's if something's not, then well, it's kind of like proving the opposite, I would say.
Is that the logical form that you just gave me? Whoever's interrupting from G+, please, can you not do that? Was that the logical form?
Yes.
No, it wasn't. No, that was definitely, absolutely not the logical form of modus tollens.
It was.
Want to try again?
Not really. I gave you the 2 premises and the conclusion. That is the precise form.
That would be a false dichotomy then.
How is it false?
Right, it's not modus tollens. I'll ask you a 3rd time. Let's just not ask. Let's just tell you. You don't know what modus tollens is.
I do.
You don't know the logical... He's chanting through me, ladies and gentlemen. It's not long before I'm pointing out that he doesn't know something that he's chanting through me. Is this what you now call a debate because I'm telling you you're wrong and you feel that that's painful enough for you to start talking straight through the middle of me, Nick? You don't know the logical
You can attack
form.
the argument.
No,
but
it's
not
okay,
the
Nick.
form.
I'm making a conclusion. It's not your invitation to immediately make me correct when I say that this chanting zealot Fundy is going to chant through me pointing out how wrong he is. No, you see, there's plenty of people around watching right now that know logical form of modus tollens because they've had it stated to them for 4 years with the logical consistency and the form attached to the argument with the P and Q statements formulated in a logical consistency that is in line with the definition of what modus tollens is. You, sir, gave a rambling, nonsensical, garbageable statement that didn't make any sense when I asked you if you have the logical form for modus tollens. So let's just get that out of the way before we move on. That was not, I repeat, not modus tollens. You don't know what modus tollens is. That's not up for debate. Not, oh, well, I think I... No, you don't. Or you'd have given us the logical form. Then, if you had, which you didn't, I'd ask you to formulate your false dichotomy into the logical consistent form that you gave when you gave us the logical consistent form that you failed to give. So,
Now I've unpacked your garbage that this is a logical consistency. It's not. It's fallacious. It's a false dichotomy, as pointed out by me. And as the failure to state the logical form has come from you, we can basically disregard your claim to be logical consistency. Globe versus flat is a false dichotomy.
Oh, I'm unmuted now. Great. I'm glad you got that off your chest. So I'll try not to interrupt this time. Please don't interrupt me. So it's incorrect to say that I used it wrong. I gave two premises. I said if the Earth was not spherical, right, then space imagery from these sources would not show it as a sphere, right? So if it's not a sphere, it wouldn't be shown as a sphere. So that's the first premise. If P, then Q, right? Second premise was that space imagery from these independent sources and government sources that I listed and linked, that they assert the result Q not to be true. And they do that. I provided it, right? And so therefore the necessary conclusion, and I hope you follow still, is that it cannot be flat. So you're incorrect in your assertion that I didn't know what modus ponens is. I corrected you, and now we can hopefully engage with the actual argument. Thank you.
Give us the logical consistency without the argument inserted. That is to say, what's the P statement? What's the Q statement? What's the conditionals around those? I'm still talking. Did you just demand that I don't interrupt you, only for you to interrupt immediately? And there's him interrupting as I'm asking him whether or not he's going to interrupt me immediately. That's why you're getting muted, you total scumbag. Number one, before we started this live show, I spoke to this guy and pointed out we've already had a discussion about the second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum that imagery would have to come from. Take his false dichotomy claim to be a modus tollens argument. He's got to completely ignore that which was discussed both on a previous occasion 2 months ago, according to him, and 2 hours ago, or whatever, how long we've been alive now, an hour ago. He's completely ignored that. In order to formulate a false dichotomy, call it modus tollens. No. You've got to completely ignore a law of nature to put this into false dichotomy. Law of nature that was gone through with you that you said was me taking the argument off the rails. When I asked you to actually steelman my position in response last time we spoke, you said second law of thermodynamics, and then you took it off the rails, end quote, you, about me, when discussing how this argument, false dichotomy, not modus tollens, would be a violation of natural law. You're going to completely ignore everything I put to you in the pre-show then, and previously when we discussed this last time. No, ignore all that in favour of putting up a false dichotomy, claiming it's modus tollens. Just going to ignore everything I've put to you in regards to second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuums. Because I heard your rebuttal. You don't agree. That was your rebuttal. It was also, a justification for calling it me taking the argument off the rails when you repositioned all of your photos from space arguments without in any way steelmanning the rebuttal or even mentioning it. Just said that I'd taken the argument off the rails. Now you've had it reiterated that I didn't take anything off the rails. I defeated your argument with the second law of thermodynamics. Now you're repositioning a new argument in false dichotomy with the same exact fallacy and violation of natural law in tow. What's going on? Are you deaf? Last time I put it to you, did you just hear yada 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 when I said second law of thermodynamics debunks this claim that we've got pictures from an area gas would be filling in line with entropic law? Just going to ignore that in favour of a false dichotomy, eh?
To the question, am I deaf? No. But am I mute? No, but I am muted most of the time, so I'd appreciate not to be. And to answer your question, no, I didn't ignore anything. I asked if I should present something, and you said yes, I have the mic, so I did. It shocks me that you would invoke a prior conversation that is out of context for this specific argument. It shows that you're deceptive in your argumentation. You're not engaging with what I put forward. I empathize with you, but please stay on topic. Now, I gave you a very consistent modus ponens. I outlined to you, since you didn't really seem to know what it was, which of the variables were P, Q, and the natural conclusion that followed, and I backed it up with evidence. You haven't even looked at the evidence yet, or at least you haven't engaged with me with the evidence. So how about you do that, and then maybe we can get the historical context and beef out of the way after.
Is your evidence from a sky vacuum?
Is my evidence from a sky vacuum? Well, it's almost a perfect vacuum. Sky vacuum? I don't know what that means.
It's a violation of natural law. You have completely ignored the rebuttal that came previously, reformulated it, rinsed and repeated it, put it into a false dichotomy, claimed it's a modus solens. You haven't defined what that is with the logical consistency statements a modus solens needs, but you're still claiming it is, in defiance of me asking you to define it. You haven't. Meanwhile, yeah, you are ignoring everything we've discussed previously then, to rinse and repeat claims that come from sky vacuums, that you've now called perfect vacuums, presumably because, what? You want me to debate about what type of vacuum the sky isn't? No, it's a violation of natural law. We wouldn't have any gas to breathe if there was images or information of any sort coming from that area. There is no area above our head in violation of natural law that could be described in any way as being a vacuum. Because gas fills vacuums. Space is just area that gas would expand into as it expands at high velocity into whatever area it has available. If that is an area available to the gas at high pressure we're breathing, then it would be dispersing into it. We'd have never developed gas pressure. We'd all be dead and suffocating. Nay, we'd have never survived or been here to breathe gas because none of it had developed pressure. I've already dealt with this. You just said it was me taking it off the rails. This time it's you completely ignoring it, even though it was discussed less than an hour ago with you.
All right, maybe give me a cue when you're done, and just so I know. I think this is when I can talk, just so I don't overtalk and get muted again.
You're a smart ass, Golden.
Cool. So I'm going to respond now. So I will engage with the second law of thermodynamics and the natural laws, although I will say if that is your counter to the argument that is being put forward, then you have the position where you have to defend that as it stands. Now, you haven't done that. You've referenced speculation that life can only evolve the way that it did, and we can only have breathable air and pressure because of this, but you haven't demonstrated that. So until you do so, that is not really a logical argument. I'm sorry.
I see. Well, actually, no, I haven't made any claims about this. It's not my claim that the sky does anything. It's a heliocentrist's claim that we have a sky vacuum called outer space. That's not my claim. My rebuttal, my defeat of your claim as a heliocentrist that the sky is a vacuum is to say no, it would violate natural law. And my demonstration for that isn't required when it's an antecedent consequent. Gas requires something to press on to be pressure. That's what pressure is. If you're saying there's just an area above our heads that isn't capable of being pressed on, in fact it's an area the gas can disperse into, that still stands as a second law of thermodynamics violation. What you're saying, I've got to prove that law of nature? No, it's a law of nature, gas-filled space, entropic dispersion.
So, I mean, if you're going to say and posit the claim that it's an antecedent consequence, that we can only have this phenomenon exist because of natural law, then you still have to demonstrate it. You haven't done that. You just claimed it to be. I could give you a citation. NASA, I'm not going to grant that.
I could give you a citation if you like. NASA,
well,
pressure is the force exerted on the
I
walls
wasn't
of
done,
the container.
So I don't know why you're talking, but okay, you can go on. If you can't hold your temper,
because you
then
said
go
I
ahead.
need to prove a law of nature because I said it was antecedent consequent. So I said I'll give you a citation from NASA. Pressure, like we're breathing, gas pressure, is the force exerted on the walls of the container. End citation, NASA. So that's a citation from NASA about how gas pressure is. Force exerted on the walls of the container. So we're going to need the walls of a container to press on to be gas pressure. That is ipso facto the third rendition of the same thing. You seem to object to me reiterating something you've hand-waved, like I've got to prove something. I'm not claiming the sky is a vacuum. I need to prove Jack. You could respond to my second law of thermodynamics violation, pointing out that your area of volume is just an area gas would fill, and in order to have containment, we'd have to be pressing on something. You've demanded that I prove laws of nature, and I've cited NASA. Okay?
Not okay. So here's the thing. You cannot cite the source that you're refuting. So, and you cannot cite the source as if it defeats anything or it holds any credence at all.
I just did.
Wait, I wasn't done. Why are you over talking? Are you tempered?
You tell me I can't cite something. Yeah, I can, and I did.
Yeah, I mean, you can be rude as well. But can is not your ability or even your agency to be able to do it. It's rude as fuck. So, yeah, I mean, you can absolutely be rude.
Swear at me. Number one, don't swear at me. That's not a rebuttal. It's non-responsive. Meanwhile, I'm now talking. Maybe I should tell him about his projection. It's non-responsive. Gas fills space. It's a law of nature.
You demanded that I prove it, and I've given you a citation from NASA, and you've told me that I can't. So, in response to my citation from NASA about precisely what I stated gas must be in order to be at pressure, it's got to press. And then I cited NASA at the behest of this guy. No, I'm not having to prove anything when I'm not claiming the sky does something. You are claiming it's a sky vacuum. Telling me I can't cite NASA because they're part of your claim? That's garbage. My response, I did cite NASA. I am going to use NASA. You don't have to like it, but gas still fills space. It's a law of nature. Your claim is therefore debunked. There is no necessity to explain anything from Narnia. There is no area above our head that gas could be, but isn't filling, because not filling it is a violation of a law of nature. Did say he'd only got 15 minutes, and that 15 minutes.
No, I got
is
muted.
Maybe
Yeah,
you were talking while I was talking.
I don't think that was the case. I think you interrupted me. I kept
Gas
talking,
fills
and then I
space.
was muted, just like now,
Gas fills
like you
space.
just did right now, and
Gas
you're
fills
still
space.
doing.
Gas fills
And
space.
everybody
Gas
can
fills
see
space.
how you're over talking me like a kindergartner. That's fine, but that's probably
fills
why I was
space.
muted, and you're still doing it.
Gas fills
Cool.
space, and we're waiting for a
So,
response to that. Gas fills space. Entropic law of cited NASA. Respond.
all right, get it all out. So, where's the link of the citation again? It must have been lost on me. Did you link it?
No.
Oh, you didn't.
Gas fills space. It is a law of nature. Second law of thermodynamics has been discussed with you on, this is the third separate occasion. Now, you're telling me I've got to cite it. Now, can I acquire a citation from NASA? I'm sure my mods are all over it, to be perfectly honest with you, and it's not a rebuttal to a law of nature. Saying I've got to prove it, I go and get a citation from NASA. Well, have I actually had it posted? Yeah, you're going to actually deal with it. Yeah, gas does fill space. The implication of NASA saying that, yeah, pressure, is it pressing? That's not really that profound. I don't need to go and get a damn thing. Your insistence is merely a stalling tactic. Meanwhile, it's a law of nature. I don't have to address anything in your claim because I've debunked it. Can't be real. It's in an area that isn't real. We'd all be dead.
Okay, so you cited something that you didn't link, so that's not really going to hold any value in this conversation, and I'm very sad that this is the level we're operating on, but let's go ahead and continue. So you said you don't have to back up any claims that you made as a refutation to my argument, but you also want to just hand wave them and say, well, it's a law of nature, therefore I don't even have to engage with this. Well, the problem is that quote-unquote law of nature that you say is outlined on NASA's website that you didn't link or couldn't link. I don't know if you're not able or what's going on there, but you're saying because of this, you don't even have to engage with the photos. But here's the problem, right? We have video. There exists, yeah, I linked something. I don't know if you're here for it. There exists.
You mean pictures?
No, I mean, they're essentially quite similar.
Let him get his sentence out. Shut up. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, so I appreciate that. So I linked multiple sources that are different agencies and even different companies, private ones, right? And there seems to be a lack of a container in all of them. And the problem with you saying, well, there must be one because it's a law of nature, and you failing to demonstrate that just proves to me that you don't have a counter. And so until you can demonstrate either how far out the container is, what it's made of, where it is, why you can transcend it, or that you could say that all these photos are fake, that you have some form of like system to demonstrate that to the audience, then I think you lost.
Okay, so you're saying because I'm not showing you the second law of thermodynamics description of entropic gas dispersion, I lose, correct?
I've
I'm saying
posted
if
it in
you
the
can't
side
demonstrate
chat.
it, if you can't demonstrate it, then I can't take it
Sorry,
for anything of
moderators,
value.
that's
And
me.
then wait,
Sorry
why are
to-
you
sorry
over
to
talking
interrupt.
again? Is it just
Sorry, the
you?
moderator's
moderator's
just trying to
trying to
get your
get in there.
attention because one of the mods is trying to get your attention.
I posted it in the side chat for you to back up what Nathan's saying. I'll very quickly read it out. I don't want to take up too much time. but this is from BBC Bite-Sized GCSE Education. So this is how we are educated with regards to what gas pressure is. Gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the wall of that container. Pressure is force exerted over an area. Gas pressure is the force exerted by a gas on a specific area. End quotes.
I appreciate that, Jedi. I will say this. If this is a form of assistance to Nathan's claim, then this is not from NASA. So this is a different link, a different site, and a different citation.
Cares?
I can engage with this, but I will ask first, what does this site have of any value to the discussion? Why would this have more credence than me?
Your hand wave because you don't like the citation that I'm not prepared to give you. I don't care if you trust in the second law of thermodynamics or not. Gas ipso facto fills space. It's a law of nature. Now you're saying I've got to prove that law of nature for you to accept my argument. No, for the audience's benefit, ladies and gentlemen, that's not a win. Describing entropic gas dispersion, a law of nature, something that is described and demonstrated because it occurs always, that is to say it's a law of nature, this numpty must deny second law of thermodynamics and gas dispersing into volumes. He's denying the second law of thermodynamics based on the quality of the citation. I've said I don't care if you've got a citation from me or not. I'm telling you, NASA say that. Someone else has got something different. I don't care if you take that as a standard either. Gas still fills space. It is a law of nature. And if sky was a space for gas to fill, it would fill it. And you not accepting that as one man in defiance of the natural law that I've quoted, cited, who cares? Still a law of nature. Okay, take it as a win, son. No worries, I'll appeal to my audience. Gas fills space. If the sky was a vacuum, the gas would fill the space. What's my proof and evidentiary standard for that? Well, the law of nature, known as entropy. That would be gas dispersing into space by the description of entropic gas dispersion. Law of nature, this guy thinks isn't up to my snuff because I haven't given him anything. Yeah, I've given you a defeat. You don't have to like it. You can tell me you don't like my standards, but gas does fill space. Your pictures are bunk.
So
36 minutes past the hour. NASA link citation. Nick, please read it for the audience.
Could you read that NASA citation out for us there, Nick? That was the standard that you wanted to deny what I've just already taken a victory dance with, just so we completely annihilate your objection. Do you want to read out NASA citation that was got by one of my mods as expected? Go ahead, read it out.
Looking for it. Is it the Viking?
36 minutes past the hour.
Ego slave, right? Hello?
Please read.
Begin reading. Yes, Ego
okay.
Slave at 36 past the hour, and I've also dropped one below that as well. Same NASA. Go with Ego Slave there.
The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other in the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand and fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confirmed. And then you link
a container
something?
in your pictures? No, there is not. Therefore, they are a violation of natural law. If we have no containment for gas to press on, we don't develop gas pressure. In the heliocentric world of sky vacuum images in areas that gas can fill but isn't filling is a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Having a numpty with a zealot globe belief tell me that he won't accept it because I haven't personally provided him with a citation from NASA that explicitly details there must be containment doesn't change the fact that gas fills space. Undermining and debunking this man who's just about to start chanting through me. Maybe he'll quiz why he's been put on mute as he starts chanting through my victory dance. All of you, not just this man who didn't accept my standards based on the citations I didn't even care to give him. Meanwhile, outer space is fake. Me addressing literally anything, regardless of if it's stacked up in false dichotomy, regardless of its claim to be a modus tollens, without the claimant even being able to define what that is, with the logical consistency form being given before the argument, regardless of if you get a hand wave dismissal to this law of nature. It's a law of nature. Gas fills space, and if there was an area of space to take pictures from, we'd all be dead.
No, not in accordance to the link.
A sky vacuum, a zealot Is this painful? Maybe I'm being rude. Maybe you can appeal to why you're getting muted by the server operators, as I am a guest here. Listening, Dan, you complete clown. I'm the guest here on a Friday. Trimmed out clip that you didn't give me credit or put a link to was me in this server as a guest. You're telling your audience how I treat my guests. Au contraire, you clown. Can't even get the fundamentals of your claim right, can you, Simon Dan? Meanwhile, I got an audience. Not just Nick. Not just numpty idiot Nick, who defies the second law of thermodynamics to retain his false dichotomy claim of pictures from sky vacuums. It's a complete hand wave of that being put to him now 3 separate times. You as the audience can understand this. Yeah?
I don't understand why you're running away from a conversation.
Up, regardless
Why
of
are
how
you
much
running
the
away?
chanting zealot wants to neutralise this by chanting through me. By undermining my victory dance and telling my audience, not him, one man, one idiot man who doesn't understand laws of nature, like gas dispersion and entropy, one idiot man who's trying to relieve you of this information by chanting through it. He doesn't matter. You, the audience, matter. You in this Discord server, the rest of you. Not this one man trying to preclude you from hearing me. As fill space, it's a law of nature. That makes space and all claims that come from it fake. There is no sky vacuum, there is no images, there are no trips to the moon, there are no trips to Mars, there are no men floating around telescopes, there are no men in spaceships, there are no men in space suits outside the spaceships. It's all fake. We'd have no gas to breathe. That's the end, that's the conclusion, there is no rebuttal to this. You telling me you don't agree, or that my citation ain't good enough, ain't gonna cut it. That's clear.
No, the citation goes against what you just said. So your own evidence that sort of supports the argument that the second law of thermodynamics is not violated here, well, that's poorly framed because in the same citation that was linked to you by your moderators, right, go on to say, well, the actual container, quote unquote, is gravity. And it goes on also to highlight how different altitudes present different pressure gradients. And so it's very emotional of you to just go on this long rant and tangent about how you defeated anybody. I mean, you're not victory dancing. You're victory crying, I think, in your own head. Because, like,
I see.
Yeah, and I hope you hear as well.
When you're done ad homing me, I'll respond. Seems you don't know the difference between a reference and a citation.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely do.
When I heard it read out, it included the words gravity that you've just now added by getting them from a different part of the reference. Correct?
It's the same article.
So, article, that's the same as citation, is it, you stupid idiot? You don't know the difference. Excuse me, it seems like me telling him how stupid he is going to get interrupted. Maybe he'll appeal to a mod for why he's getting muted as I berate his ignorance. This stupid clown, this ignorant fool, this dumb globe believer, someone who you might align with in belief, doesn't know the difference between a reference / article and a citation. He's so stupid as he's going to try and chastise me after he goes outside of the citation to make his argument. Wow. Let me just be the first to correct your stupidity and ignorance. No, son, what you seem to have done is gone outside of the citation I didn't give you and requested you personally read. You feel you can chastise me for that, do you? Oh, maybe you'd like to get a new citation? Something that's maybe from the same article or reference that we can debate about as a new claim that works outside of the citation. Maybe you'd like to look up the definition of citation, you stupid, ignorant clown with the nerve and gall to berate me after he goes outside of the citation. You don't even know what the word means, son. I
Quotation
you've got
from
some high
or
and mighty
reference.
reason
Oh, you're
to
not
start
done. Go on.
chanting through your operation. You're being told off and demeaned by a flat earther. You don't even know what the word citation means. You're in no position to berate me, and furthermore, that's not a rebuttal to a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, where your claim originated with a false dichotomy claim to be a modus tollens, something you couldn't define either. Yeah? You don't even know what a citation is. Why are you even here? You're too dumb to be communicating with us on this level. You hand wave natural law, base your hand wave on the quality of citation. You then tell me that my citation undermines me when it's not mine. And you work outside of a word you don't understand, citation demonstrably making you foolish. Not worthy
Are
to
you
talk
done?
to us, you
Oh, not
stupid,
yet.
ignorant clown. You still feel that even though you've appealed to why you'd have to be muted, as I still haven't ended this statement, that's me berating you and your stupidity. Yeah, for your lack of English acumen, you don't even know what citation means, you stupid boy. That's not an invitation to start responding. You just attempted to tell me off. Now you're getting berated. No, you're in no position to tell me off when you work outside of the citation I didn't give you and you personally read out. No, son. No, what's happening is I'm righteous in telling you off. That's right. You were wrong, ignorant, and foolish when you attempted to tell me off. Now you've got someone with righteous indignation telling you off, demonstrating to a massive audience of how many people's watching? Probably less than 100. How stupid you are. Yeah, clear? Comprende?
This is like some ASMR fall asleep like Nathan ran.
It's not a
So
rebuttal.
here's
Not a rebuttal. I
no,
don't want to
no.
hear
Here
I
it
don't want to hear
comes.
it. Mute him.
Oh, you don't want to hear
Telling
it.
me about
Just
AMSR, whatever you've just said, is not a response to gas filling space.
ASMR. I'm sorry you
Not
don't know what
gas
that
filling
is.
space. Gas fills space. Your argument's been defeated.
But the problem is you haven't defeated anything because you said, well, in order for me to take what you say as anything of value, you provided a citation, right? That's what you did.
We heard
That's
all
how
this.
you
Yeah,
proved
we heard
it
all
to be
this.
true.
Yeah, I just summarized
Then
all this.
you
Just
asked your
summarized all
wait,
this.
why
I
are you
don't
over
need to hear
talking
it
me?
again. I gotcha. You're telling
Wait,
me the quality of my citation's not good enough.
you're over talking me all the time, but you cry when I do it.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah, I'm talking over you in victory. Guy just
No, in
attempted to
defeat,
tell me
Nathan.
off.
Everybody saw you get like
Excuse me,
wrecked
mister,
here.
I don't know what a
It's
citation is. Yeah, you're going to be talked over and talked down to with justification. You don't even know what a citation is. You feel you've got the right to hog the mic. No, Dumbo. The ignorant fool's going to get shut down by me. Yeah, I am going to talk over you. Not because you've suddenly got a winning rebuttal to gas filling space, because you're telling me about ASMR as opposed to a rebuttal to gas filling space. That's not a victory. This is a victory. Yeah?
Oh, saying that you got a
Gas
victory is a victory?
fills
Nice.
space.
I
No,
won.
you
I have
chanting
a
through the
victory. Yeah, I'm gonna
you
chant over you and
chanting
do the
through the
Nathan,
victory
okay? I
isn't
got a
victory.
victory. I'm doing
It's
my
just
victory.
causing audio chaos, ladies and gentlemen. That's all he's going to give me in rebuttal to gas filling space when I try and conclude the conversation. It's never ending. He said he got 15
Well, you're
minutes. It's
run
been half
away
an
from the
hour.
conversation
Because
is
he's
what's
not
going
going to
on.
take a conclusion.
Because you lost.
Rumpusing. I didn't take a breath, and here he is chanting. Maybe appeal to why I'd be muted by you. This is you muting me, by the way. I'm taking a victory dance after your stupid, ignorant display of lack of acumen with English. Yeah? Citation. Look it up, you stupid bonehead. While you're looking up that stupid idiot nonsense you thought you had a right to tell me off with, I'll be summarising the second law of thermodynamics, your hand wave, and they're attempting to rinse and repeat the same hand wave by saying my citation wasn't good enough. We heard it. Summarised it. Now I'm doing a little victory dance while you go and look up what citation means. That means I've given you a demand, an order, something to go and fulfill. In the meantime, bugger off and keep yourself occupied looking that up, son. You stupid idiot. While you're looking that up, not chanting straight through the middle of me telling you that I've won. Not you ignoring it because it's me derailing. That's you projecting. What you mean is when I won last time, you attempted this little trick. You chant through the victory dance. No, son. Gas fill space. You sky vacuum with your little men in. You NASA men are lying to you. The men who say they're in space, it's Narnia. Gas would fill it in line with entropic law. Didn't have anything in response to that. ASMR telling me my citation ain't good enough, putting it in false dichotomy and calling it a modus tollens. Are all defeated now. That's the end. Said you've got 15 minutes. That was a lie. This is half an hour in. More than half an hour in. 40 minutes in.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to work out, so I just have to do supersets. But that's better because I'm getting some workout done here defeating you. So, I mean, I don't mind. But
Not a
here's the
rebuttal.
thing, right?
Non-responsive. Not
So
a
here's the
rebuttal.
thing.
Not a
Wait, you just
rebuttal.
asked, you said I only have 15 minutes, and I reply, yeah, well, I did, but I gave you an explanation as to why I stayed longer, right? Because burning
Not a
calories
rebuttal.
defeating
This is
you is more fun
non-responsive.
than in the
None of this is a rebuttal. It's non-responsive. Get
So
rid of
here's
him. I
the thing,
don't
Nathan,
care.
right?
I
Here's
don't
the
want
thing.
his
A
summary.
citation,
I don't
right?
want
A
him. Get rid of
citation
him. He
is
said
a
he got 15
reference.
minutes. He's a
By
liar. Now
definition.
he's just chanting through me.
So,
I've taken
no,
my
you're
victory dance. I don't want to talk to him anymore. He's projecting his chanting straight through the middle of me. I've got a right to. I won. You think telling me how the conversation's gone is going to undermine that? No. No, telling me how the conversation went when you lied about how long you got, presumably so you got an out, 40 minutes in, no, bugger off to work, son. Or look up what citation means. Unless you start defining citation, or give me a response to the second law of thermodynamics overcome to your claim the sky is a bleeding vacuum, to have pictures and images and claims to come from, to put in false dichotomy, to claim a modus tollens, unless I get a response to any of that, I don't want to hear how the conversation has ran. Those are the arguments. The ones you lost with, incessant waffle about how the bleeding conversation's taken place isn't a response. It's non-responsive.
Oh, I'm unmuted. I'm glad. So I'm just going to finish off by saying this, right? You did a poor job at defeating the argument. You said nothing of value.
Stop him.
You
Stop him.
cited,
Stop him.
you
Stop
cited
him. Stop him.
something.
Stop him. He's telling me I'm doing a poor job. Like he's going to get to have a fucking victory dance after this. What an outrage. I've done a poor job. I've done a poor job isn't a response to, not a modus tollens, false dichotomy. Gas fills space, it's a law of nature. Citations is ad forum, being hand-waved, non-responsive, constant attempts to undermine the actual victory that's taken place. Therefore, when he does it again for the fourth time, no, not going to allow this. You will not undermine me by discussing with the audience in conclusion how the conversation went. Like, that's the thing to focus on. No. Gas filling your sky vacuum you believe in is the conclusion. Unless you've got a response to that seventh rendition of the victory, who cares about anything else? Not going to be tolerated. Unless you're going to tell me what citation means by definition, I'm not interested.
Cool. So citation by definition is a quotation from or reference to a book, paper, author, especially in scholarly work, right? And so by extension of that, when you cite something, it is a reference, right? You're referencing something or to someone, right? And so when you have a citation,
sorry, is this what you're adding on after the definition?
Wait.
Sorry, it seems. Stop
you
him.
asked something, and
Steve,
now you're
stop.
over talking again.
Stop, Dumbo. Yeah, I'm righteous. You've proved how stupid you are. Now you're doing it within the definition. So outside of the definition, you're going to add what you interpret that to mean. No, it said quotes. You know, it's how I asked you to quote what it said. So therefore, it's absolutely categoric what sits inside the citation by definition now by you. Now, you adding your numpty dipshit interpretation to what that means after you read out what citation means, yet within the confines of that quote only. That'll be what got read out. Now you have decided to keep reading and go and get something else after the fact. Now for my audience's benefit, I'm going to explain why that's not reasonable. Let's pretend we're in court and the prosecution presents the claimed murderer's diary, where he explicitly details on page 5 exactly how the crime was committed in such detail that it could only have been the murderer's words and knowledge that could get those words on that page, proving beyond all doubt that man is guilty. However, on the very next page, he says in bold letters, I am not a murderer. When you read out the previous citation in quotes, the bit that gets cited, then say, oh, but I'm going to work outside of that citation because he says he didn't do it in the next sentence. Yeah. unreasonable. It's working outside of the citation. That's why the citation sits alone, and everything else I couldn't give a crap about. But that's what you did because you didn't understand what citation meant. Stupid. Yeah. Now, given that you've been here for, 15 minutes or almost triple that, yeah, I'm pretty sure that you just gave that excuse as a justification to hand wave indefinitely every demolition of your sky vacuum claim to be pictures and claims that I have to argue about in false dichotomy with you, even though you've ignored 3 times the fact that gas fills space.
Oh, I'm unmuted. So where is the container, Nathan?
Oh, did I make a claim about the sky? Oh no, it's your claim that it's a vacuum that's been overcome with this law of nature.
So this law of nature, well, it requires a container, no?
According to NASA, force gas presses on that container is pressure. According to NASA, oh my god, triggered zealot globe believer much. Perhaps you'd like to ask why you're being muted as I'm in the middle of this sentence. Perhaps you'd like to appeal for I think it's the 6th time he's appealed to it. Yeah, I'm a guest here. We're having a reasonable discourse till you start chanting through me like you're doing now. Then the server moderators have to step in because you're being unreasonable and chanting through your opponent. Another guest here. As a guest, unreasonable. Like behaviour that won't be tolerated. Meanwhile, we're on to this non sequitur again, aren't we? Meanwhile, gas fills space. What? You say there's got to be a container? Nah. And NASA say it. It's a necessary antecedent consequent is what I said. Obviously, you hand-waved that and said that the standard of citation, not that you knew what that was, you don't know what that word means. Yeah? And even after reading it out for yourself, started to work outside the confines of the citation when you defined citation. Unbelievable. You guys are clowns. Gas fills space. The sky vacuum, the place they get these images you wanted to argue about from, and the stuff that they say they're doing up there, it's all fake. All violating a law of nature. That was fun. I'll do some shout outs then if that's the end of that. Shout out to Jardo. It says, if P, I hand wave dismiss all flat earth proofs, then Q. The earth is a spinning globe ball in space. P, I hand wave dismissed all flat earth proofs, therefore Q, earth is a spinning ball in space. Very good, Jardo. Thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Flat Out Truth. It says, space is as real as Narnia. He is in pain. Indeed, you do. Thank you for the super chat. Another shout out to Jardo. It says, Nathan, I really want to hear how gas doesn't fill space. But you keep blocking him. Thank you for the super chats.
Is this what y'all really got in 2024? Pictures from space?
No, I'm unmuted
Is that
again.
all you got?
Is it all I got? Well, it's something that I got, and it's something
Cavendish.
that we haven't even touched on yet because it was hand-waved dismissed without any actual evidence to suggest that the second law of thermodynamics even hold. And when pushed on it, well, you just proclaim victory and do a victory dance. I guess that's the way you do it. It's cool.
As soon as you brought up a place that cannot exist, that goes against the law of nature, you destroy yourself.
So here's the problem, right?
All the listening to you destroy yourself the entire time.
Problem is, you're a moron.
So the problem is, I show you something, just like you are probably familiar with the black swan. Wait, why are you over talking? Don't be like Nathan, right? So when I show you a picture of a black swan, and you've never seen a black swan before, and I know you guys, I don't know.
Shut up. That's off.
Can you get rid of whoever's got
Nate.
crying baby on an open mic?
Yeah, we're sorting it out.
Thanks.
You hit him with the murderers.
So I don't know why I was muted with that baby crying, but So here's the thing, right? You guys love to bring up black swans, right? Or
He's
a
still
black
talking.
swan.
No,
And the
why
fun
is it?
thing,
It's
why
like,
are you over
sorry,
talking again?
just
This
moving
is crazy.
on.
Can you not contain
Stop.
yourself?
No,
Are
no,
you not an
stop.
adult?
Stop.
What is
Stop. What's going on is you're ignoring us. It's like if you just carry on, in your mind, you'll create the impression that because you've summarized with, well, you just hand waved. Okay, so hand wave means completely ignored it with a wave of the hand. Then you say hand waved with a law of nature. Now, that's a contradiction in terms. Now, it'd be nice if I actually got to refute what you've done, which is attempted for the 8th time to completely undermine the victory. Now, once you've managed to let it get into the airwaves that, no, hand wave, law of nature. Okay, yeah. Therefore, let's move on to something else. No, you lost. I debunked space. That was the end of your argument. All you've done in the meantime, in lieu of a rebuttal to those things, is attempt to discuss the argument. Appeal to how many times you've been muted on a server I'm also a guest on. Yeah, maybe you can do like Simon Dan and make a video about how badly I treat guests in a server I've got no control over. Maybe you can appeal to that stupid non sequitur nonsense that isn't a response to gas filling space in line with entropic law. You haven't overcome that. I know that that's why you're still here 50 minutes after you said you'd only got 15, because you need subtly undermine that win I have had. I mean, no doubt that the moment I reiterate for the 9th time my victory when debunking your claim of a sky vacuum to have images to argue about in false dichotomy claimed to be modus tollens, you'll try and subtly undermine it again by saying, now you just hand waved. Your second law of nature is just a hand wave. No, it isn't. It's a win. But you don't want it to be a win. You need it to be undermined immediately, don't you? You may respond.
That's very courteous. So here's the thing, right? I would like a rebuttal, but there was given none. You stated there exists second law of thermodynamics, therefore GG, essentially, right? But you didn't do anything. And when you even wanted to show that the second law of thermodynamics hold and pressured on a citation that you just pulled out of seemingly nowhere, the moderator, which I suppose is on your team, linked a source, a reference, right? With the citation. Wait.
What the hell
And I'm
up?
just saying, if that's your way of persuading me, on the same source, longer down, it explains that there is a gravity component to that second law of thermodynamics that you are not engaging with
There's no gravity
on your
component, there's a
source,
moron
which
component.
goes against your whole rebuttal, essentially. And you haven't even looked at the pictures I provided. You just said, well, there exists something else that other people have thought out that I believe to be true, with no circumstance variables at all. Gravity doesn't exist in this, or at all, perhaps, right? I don't want to straw man you, but it doesn't exist in this, and it cannot explain this, essentially, right? But the problem is it can, and the source that you linked says it does.
Idiot.
And so here's like
You know what the citation is.
what we call a problem with the gear.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Was that it? Are you done? No, the second law of thermodynamics isn't a belief I have. That was the first thing you said. No, I don't need to look at your pictures because they have come from a place that I can debunk. The area they claim to come from is debunked by the belief I hold. Was it a belief I hold that debunked that area? Oh no, it's been recategorized in an attempt to undermine my victory for the 9th time by calling it a belief. No, let me just get this absolutely clear while the chanting from the same funder who's failed to undermine me. Oh, maybe this is why you'd need to be muted, stupid boy. Because I wasn't finished. It was me retaking the victory that I've already had 9 times. Because you subtly tried to make a law of nature my belief. Yeah, in an attempt to undermine my victory, making a law of nature a belief I hold won't regain the victory for you. It won't prove that gas isn't going to be pressing on walls of containment to be pressure. It isn't going to be undermining the fact that gas disperses into a area of volume. But you have also subtly said that because I haven't done anything. Yeah, I can demonstrate this law of nature with a fart. It will disperse into the volume. Yeah? I can easily demonstrate gas filling space, even when there's already gas impeding the gas I produce, because apparently I've got to do something. yeah, okay, I'll pass gas, and as it disperses throughout the already existing gas pressure, that is to say, even with lots of gas in the way, it'll still expand in all directions, because that's what gas does. All gases do it. But you're suggesting that not only is there nothing to impede it, not like other gases at 14.7 psi, that my gas would have to disperse through if I'm to give you a demonstration, which I'm now doing. It's retaking my victory with a, verbalization of an actual physical demonstration I could do. Demonstrate by example how entropic law, that's laws of nature, claim to be by you a belief I hold. Definitely not. A pathetic loser's attempt to undermine a law of nature by calling it his opponent's belief isn't going to change that gas fills space. Therefore, there's no need to discuss any of your pictures or even look at them. First question I asked was, are these claimed to be argument points from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum? And lo and behold, they are. But that's just my belief. No, I've swiftly and efficiently dealt with the last attempt to undermine a law of nature, gas filling space, the second law of thermodynamics.
Why do you ignore?
The problem is not really that I say you believe the second law of thermodynamics on its own.
You will see
Wait.
spontaneously
Oh my God.
the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. So without the entropy
Why do you ignore other forces that play a role?
Is this a white knight talking? Is this a white knight needing? Sorry, is there a sharing pain of a white knight? Has a white knight stepped in to share his pain over the top of this annihilation? That was a demonstration. That was a demonstration. Excuse me. Can you mute the white knight? Can you mute the white knight, please? That was a demonstration of entropic gas dispersion. Of course, a white knight from a globe side of this argument wants what? To undermine the demonstration of gas filling space? Entropic law being demonstrated by a university professor to a group of lecturees. I mean, I don't see why that would need an interruption from a white knight, other than it demonstrates the gas fill space. It's something they lecture about in universities. I mean, a minute ago, it was my belief. But there we are, gas fill space. It's a law of nature. It's perhaps the simplest description of entropic forces. It's amazing he'd use the same words as me, isn't it? Entropy. Yeah, that's entropy, gas filling space. He's just demonstrated it for my live audience. You heard the description of it. It's a law of nature. It's not my belief, and Nick's attempt to undermine my debunking of his area of volume gas isn't defying this law demonstrated just now. Yeah, that's still undermining his sky vacuum belief with little men in it floating around. Yeah, getting pictures for us to argue about. No, we won't be arguing about those. No,
it's better than flat pancake, right?
Liars in a sky vacuum with a chanting zealot trying to undermine it at every attempt. Now, just making that summary you've attempted to undermine 9 times there, Nick. Your shitty pictures.
I think it's 400 times this point,
Excuse me,
right?
Nick.
Or 500. It seems to be increasing quite a lot.
Is you chanting through me going to change this victory? Maybe as you chant through me, you'll puzzle over why you're getting muted by the server operator. Now, that was me retaking the victory you keep trying to steal back from me with nothing to do it with.
If you retook it, then it means that you lost it, right?
Maybe the
so
third
either you're wait, if you retook it, then you lost it.
We'll just get a
damn, that's a poor word of choice of words,
from
Nathan.
a chanting
you lost your victory.
Who cannot
in order
accept
to
the
retake it, you lost
laws
it.
of nature as anything beyond my belief. It's just my belief in this law of nature demonstrated in this university with gas filling space described as entropic dispersion. Something you said was my belief a minute ago. But me making that conclusion would be best served with a large dose of interruption, a large dose of my opponent muting me. And then asking, why would it be that I'd have to get muted when this guy takes his victory for the 10th time? I want to be able to chant straight through that victory and tell him that it's just his belief. It definitely isn't a belief. It's lectured about in universities. And you seem to reposition it like my belief. No, gas does fill space. It is entropic law. It is the second law of thermodynamics. And we definitely would require containment for us to be breathing gas pressure, as we definitely do, as say NASA. Meanwhile, you say it's my belief. Definitely not. Gas fills space. Your sky vacuum's bunk. There are no images to argue about from that area. It doesn't exist. That's the same victory I've taken 9 times. sure we'll have an attempt to undermine it again. Now it's come through nice and concise without the chanting zealot muting me.
Yeah, so I linked something in chat. You could read it in your head or not at all. I mean, you have agency, but it's from NASA. And since you said, well, NASA says, I'm going to say, well, they say something else too. They built on this law, right? And they include gravity. Now, the problem is you don't. That's why I called it a belief, because you have an incomplete understanding of the second law of thermodynamics. I'm not saying that there isn't a second law of thermodynamics. I'm not saying that there isn't pressure on and it cannot be contained by a container. I am saying, though, that sometimes on a macro level, gravity plays a role. This is well understood, and it's also in literature. Now, you citing a different weird black and white college professor that looks ancient, I don't see how that gives you any credence. You lost again and again, and I'm glad you say you're trying to retake your victory, because you lost it multiple times, and you're not retaking anything. And so here's the fact of the matter, Nathan. You have a lackluster understanding of the second law of thermodynamics. You haven't looked at my argument, and you've been defeated over and over and over. So at this point, I'm done. I mean, you're interrupting.
Him, he's just ad homing me, telling me I don't understand. You have a lackluster understanding is a glorified, trumped-up way of saying you just don't understand. Why the hell do I have to tolerate this? Yeah? Saying I've got a jumped-up understanding of something you fundamentally denied 10 minutes ago, and then 5 minutes ago told me was just my belief. Now, oh yeah, well, I do understand and accept now, after 9 attempts to undermine this law of nature. This started out with him telling me that yada, 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 you derailed this argument about pictures, and then he just reiterated his own bloody argument that he lost with last time. Now we're into the same exact thing, over and over again. So long as I can undermine Nathan as not understanding as an individual, my lackluster understanding of the second law, I just had it on screen, the guy demonstrating it. He demonstrated gas filling space, and then quite categorically said it's a law of nature, entropy. But we're still into Nathan's got a lackluster understanding. It's just an ad hom in lieu of an argument response. He's not undermining gas filling space. It does. It's a law of nature. He's just telling me I don't understand. Pathetic.
Can I ask a question? Can you build on a law of nature?
He's finally gone to work, if you're asking that question, Neil, to Nick or whatever his name was. He's left the call.
Yeah, of course. About, what, an hour after he said he had 15 minutes, at the point of complete loss and 9 attempts to undermine the victory from me, he then says, oh, no, this is the point I've got to step out with justification. Obviously, oh, yeah, I was an extra 3/4 of an hour.
Die. Oh, bro. How you doing, my friend?
Yeah, good chocolate. Yeah, always good, man. Hope you're keeping well, brother. That was an interesting conversation with that guy. I had to keep muting him. He wasn't responsive.
I thought he had a fantastic point. Why would you trust anybody giving an accurate demonstration of the second law of thermodynamics when they give it you in black and white? It's got to be wrong.
Second of law. I caught that too.
Okay, let me do a couple of quick shout outs. Jardo, QE joins. Live viewers dropped by 15. Mr. Personality. Jardo, how dare you?
hey, I got a response. Did you read my response?
Was it by Super Chat?
Well, then here's my response to Jardo.
Well, if you're not paying for it.
Can I get my response, please?
Hold on. Super Potato, Super Chat, Super Computer. Excuse me. Uncle Ben. Shout out to Uncle Ben. Please jog this loser on. My ears are bleeding. Thank you for the super chat. Also, another shout out to Jardo. Is this going to be going for QE as well? We'll see. I'd rather listen to Brenda talking about shoes than this. And you got 3 likes. Thank you for the super chats. Go ahead, QE.
Yeah. Can you read his previous super chat out before so we can have some
QE
continuity?
joins. Live viewers dropped by 15. Mr. Personality.
Jardo, your sister never seems to mind.
That was awful. That's not even a good... That's terrible. They said you weren't funny as well.
With the setup and everything.
I think he's one of us, right, Jardo? So I think he's starting to push his luck a little. Test where how close to the gap between the ribs he can poke. he's I like him. He's one of us already, Chocolate. So this is in the best of humour.
Point out, I've joined and we're back up to 92.
What was the peak?
Those are the drunkards from the bar you came from.
Are we still live, aren't we? God, Annie, how easily we forget.
One of a pair.
John Doe wants peace and harmony.
And good on him. More power to him. And I do respect his opinion when he gave it. It did resonate with me. Yes, you can't keep everyone happy all of the time, but knowing that some people are distinctly unhappy about something is always worth knowing.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. If Brian came up with some nonsense, you'd be going after him too. Not personal.
Right, Adam. Adam had something to say. He had a comeback. You over-talked him.
I was just saying. I'm a pair popular. Bring your own viewers, don't you?
Yeah, fair enough. Do you hit that crayon muncher with the Murderer's Diary?
I did. Can I just play the Entropy video again? I think I've still got it up.
One of these bulbs, some bromine, and in the other, I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy.
Thank you for sharing that, Chocolate. Good timing.
I don't accept that. It's in black and white.
I figured I'd share it, being that we're being told laws of nature are our belief or something. It's very weird. So, I don't know. Apparently, he's never experienced a can of Coke. Seriously? It's a belief? Come on, man. You guys got to go better than that.
No, then he agreed. He agreed on it, though. But you have to understand that it's built upon.
And a Coke. He never did a research paper in high school either. So back to the Murderer's Diary for the third time.
Yes, all shout out to QE. That was a direct use of one of QE's examples, perfectly timed by me. Therefore, I take all credit.
I was going to say you went old school on. That was a long time ago, boy.
It's not often. You're normally here when someone gets that wrong. Whereas I look down, you're not here. Well, someone's got to do it. Especially after you just told me off. You're like, oh wow, that wasn't a smart move. He's got an MO. Guy wants to undermine what I've said just before his exit, for his departure. At the point that wasn't going to happen, I'll just count him off every time he attempts to do it. Eventually, after an hour, he was like, all right, I'm never going to get this undermining in, and then move on, so that the perceived conclusion is that didn't really matter that much, though. But no, I'll over dramatize my victory every time, and I'll escalate that over dramatized performance each time you try and undermine it, and get more and more concise in reiterating your loss. And it'll just get more and more concise every time you try and undermine it. I don't mind.
Hey, Brian. Finally get in here after 20 minutes.
Were you trying to get in?
It's like I wasn't allowed in, QE.
Oh, here we go. Martyr time.
I'm just stating the facts.
Yes, that is true. I was a bit distracted.
When I heard him say, and some other guy in here saying, that they built on the laws of they built on the second law of thermodynamics by adding in gravity. That just shows. It's either anyone who says that, just so you know, I hope you're still listening, you're either totally lying or you're so unbelievably thick that there's no scale that we can place that on.
Wait, was that before or after you said it was just our belief? Did they build on our? Is that what happened?
Exactly, chocolate.
No.
That's a good point, chocolate.
Just for his sake, next time you want to present an argument, maybe you want to be sure of what argument you want to present, because you started it off with "I got a modus tollens," and somehow or another that got changed into a modus ponens. So I don't know. Never stated the form. I don't know. That all sounds problematic. Maybe be sure of what you're trying to present, Clovis.
Yeah, it's the second of law. His proof was pictures from space.
I like the way he tried to shove his fourth dichotomy into a modus tollens. That was pretty cool. If P,
Did
the
you-
Earth is a ball, then Q, then space is the thing that you can take pictures of a ball from.
But he started with if not P.
Yes.
Like, what are you doing? You know what modus tollens is if you're going to start with if Earth not a ball. You're like, so if not P. Oh my god.
Oh, it's if not P.
What's funny is that someone like this guy Nick comes along, and when he's shown to be wrong, there's no acceptance that you're wrong. He doesn't understand the difference between a reference and a citation. He doesn't understand the very thing he's claiming is just Nathan's belief, as Chocolate just pointed out. Right, suddenly became something that was built upon by adding in gravity. And no matter what he's told, he still has this belief in his belief. This is the problem. He believes that he's smart and that we don't know what we're talking about. Because obviously, someone tells these people when they're growing up, "You're really clever," and gives them a pat on the head. Someone is telling them that when they're kids. Now that when they become, 24 or whatever, 30 years of age, they still think that they are when they never were. The people telling them that were just making them feel good when they're younger. You were never smart. You never knew what was going on. They were lying to you.
Well, he thinks he's clever.
Because he wants to start dictating to people about the second law of thermodynamics and how they added in gravity. How did they add general relativity to the second law of thermodynamics? Because that's the current gravity within his paradigm, and soon that's gone to be replaced by quantum gravity. So what's he talking about? He does. None of these people even know the origins of the birthplace of the second law of thermodynamics. What he just said there, what he's basically saying there is that he added gravity to temperature, the study of temperature. What has gravity got? Could you give me one claim concerning temperature where gravity is added in by anyone? Anyone? Ever? No. That was the birth of the second law of thermodynamics, the study of temperature. It has nothing to do with gravity. Gravity has nothing to do with temperature. The fact that one of these people will claim that they built on the study of temperature by adding gravity. How does gravity control temperature? What has gravity got to do with temperature? What's gravity?
That's what I was just going to ask. What is gravity?
Before he said that, though, he seemed a little upset that after reading the NASA citation that was provided to him, that I don't know, it contained the word container, maybe like 5-6 times. I don't even know. Then after that, he said, "Well, NASA says that gravity is the container." I'm sorry, how is gravity a container?
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen the actual document and see if it actually said that. Now, I know if it's from NASA, gravity is going to be in there somewhere, but I'd like to see that it actually said exactly what he said. So NASA are claiming gravity is a container. I don't know if NASA would state that. They make a lot of claims, but I don't know if they'd state that. That would be a bit of a stretch for NASA now, I'd say.
It's posted somewhere. I think Jado posted it.
Yeah,
thought he had a win.
What's the percentage chance that he actually verbatim quoted what he was reading out of that reference?
I think he did because he thought he had a win when he read further on.
I mean,
he didn't realize that wasn't part of the citation.
Yeah, does it matter either way?
No,
I
it
don't care.
doesn't. It's just it's not you. It's not Nathan. It's not your fault that NASA contradict themselves in their own reference. You know what I mean?
Sure, but I'm just saying, in terms of what's in that citation that I didn't post, one of the mods dug it out. I'm like, fine, if someone else is going to get it and someone's going to take ownership of this, it's not going to be me. I'll get him to read it out. We did. Well, that becomes the citation that we're using in this instance. How would you phrase this, Kiwi? I couldn't give a crap outside. If you read on long enough, NASA say there is a container. On 3 pages on, they say, oh yeah, there's a giant container made of unicorn pixie dust. Okay. So?
Maybe he was trying to be helpful in pointing out the contradiction from this place called NASA that says that you require a container for gas pressure, but also shows you that there is no container for the gas pressure that we have. Maybe he was just trying to be a kind fellow and pointing that out for us. Thanks, buddy. You already know. Appreciate it, though.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Most of what I was hearing was him trying to reverse the burden of proof. You were supposed to prove, Nathan. I was listening to the live show. You were supposed to prove that gas requires a container for there to be pressure, right? And he was directly claiming that it didn't. I mean, why would you need to prove that? He's making the claim it doesn't. It's on him to claim to demonstrate this. I mean, this is it's like, why does Nathan need to prove that? You're claiming it doesn't. You're claiming that gas pressure is possible without a container. Right. That means it has nothing to press on. So it's up to you, bald person, to demonstrate this, which will never happen because his claim is untenable. They have some neck. You were supposed to prove what the existence of an inflated balloon. What?
Hold on. There's a claim against Brian. Brian, why are you making speculative videos on your YouTube channel? We should start calling you Brianism. What's he talking about? Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, I'd like to hear.
Well, the speculative videos are to do with what Hervé, the sailor, said, and to do with the ratio between nautical and statute miles. Something I think I've gotten to the bottom of last night. I'm going to make another video on.
Okay.
It's actually so obvious what I think they've been doing. It's so obvious what they did. It's just out in plain sight, and it works out exactly as they needed to. But why am I making a video and calling it speculation while I'm making it and stating it's speculation? Because I want to. I can do what I want. If I want to make a video about doors, I can make a video about doors. Which channel I can make that I want. Yeah.
So Jason Dean says, deny the container, realise the container, then gravity is the container. Thank you for the super chat.
In that citation, it says nothing about gravity being a container. It says, in the atmosphere, air molecules near the surface of the Earth are held together more tightly than the molecules in the higher atmosphere because of the gravitational pull of the Earth on all molecules above the surface molecules. Yeah, that's it.
That's completely debunking itself. Yeah, it's debunking itself. So that the molecules get up above the other molecules that are down. You know what I mean? Yeah, people. Come on, sorry.
I was going to say, has NASA ever heard of the water cycle? Does it rain where NASA is?
Yeah.
No, rain is gas. Rain is gas coming down from the clouds, which are basically the gas factories. Rain is gas.
Well, The implication of what they claim when they're trying to claim gravity as a force of attraction between masses, whatever masses are, is the implication is up weight. That's what they're trying to claim. When they're trying to claim gas has weight, they're claiming up weight. When they're claiming gas has mass, they're accumulating all of the gas as one thing. When gas molecules, gas atoms are unbonded, so they're independent entities, they're calculating them all as being one mass, kind of like water, and stating that they have a downward only vector. But gas goes up sideways in all directions, so what they're actually claiming is up weight. I just go straight to it. So you're claiming up weight. Gas goes up, yeah, so that's up weight. If you're claiming gas as weight, then you're claiming weight as an upward thing. QE, how much up weight do you generally weigh on your weighing scales?
200 kilograms.
Up? You weigh 200 kilograms of up?
Yes.
Why not?
Because he's not floating up against a scale stuck to the ceiling?
Why not?
That is the basis of their claim. When they claim that a force of gravity is giving weight to air and gases, they're claiming up weight. They're claiming weight is an upward vector force, as well as a downward vector force and a sideways vector force and a diagonal vector force. If we just use just up and down, they're claiming weight is a downward and upward vector force. That's the implication of their claims.
It's just stupid.
Yeah.
But Brian, gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. Aww.
Yeah, but this is the thing, you see. They want to equivocate between gravity being a force and not being a force. But no, there is no gravity that they can prove.
It's the
Outside of specific gravity, that's the only one that can be proven, and that's just relative density. The point being is that when they're claiming a force of gravity is giving weight to air and gases, they're claiming weight is an upward vector as well as a downward vector force.
Anybody in Discord believes that we live on the outside of a wall, spinning around in a vacuum? Want to tell us all about it?
Yeah, all that
hit him
weight.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, why don't you hit him with the vacuum chamber, Brian?
Yeah. Vacuum chambers require containment. You can't have a vacuum without containment. You can't have temperature without containment. You can't have gas pressure without containment. They're literally violating those three things when they claim they're on a rotating globe in a vacuum. It has gas pressure and temperature.
I was talking about the weight in vacuum chamber.
Oh, the weight, yeah. Well, see, there you go. It's like if I weigh something, right, and then I put it in a vacuum chamber and weigh it again, according to their claim, then the thing should weigh lighter. It doesn't. It weighs heavier. At high altitudes, things they weigh heavier, not lighter. So if you're removing the air that they're claiming has weight, then the object has to weigh lighter within that claim. But in reality, the object weighs more, not less, because you're removing the buoyancy.
To test that claim, we'd need a container to test it in, though.
Yep.
It doesn't in any way affirm that the sky is a vacuum without any containment for the vacuum that is absolutely required to even infer that there's a demonstratable premise to demonstrate, which undermines their base premise that if you remove the air from a vacuum, then in their imaginary world of a ball in a sky vacuum, it would weigh less. And in reality, it doesn't, it weighs more. Meanwhile, there's no containment for either the gas pressure that we're all breathing or their claim to be vacuum of the sky. Neither has got containment. Both are absolutely in requirement of that containment to achieve anything in the first place, to start even thinking about making demonstrations. Any more from Discord? Any more?
Unless anyone wants to claim up weight again, like the last guy, Nick, and everyone else.
What happened to the White Knight that jumped in and said we don't acknowledge any other forces?
He
Where'd
only
that
wanted
guy
to,
go?
He only wanted to talk while I was concluding my victory.
He's sellotaping the weighing scales to seal it.
I muted that guy and then he left very quickly.
So you unmuted him and then he ran away?
Yeah, the White Knight guy came in. I stopped him from White Knight and he left.
Yeah. He only wanted the White Knight at the point that I got that video that Chocolate shared up on screen with him talking through it. It being the conclusion.
You got the mathematics professor in here, I see. I don't know. How many times does he want to say, yeah, you got a 90 degree, there's 90 degrees, there's a 90-degree angle. Yeah, there's no right angle triangles in celestial navigation.
Right. There's
90
any.
degrees.
Well, I would say you don't need any. That's the way I put it.
You said, yes, there is 90 degree. That's 6 times.
So if you do celestial...
Just everyone else, just Matthew and QE, please. Thank you.
Go ahead. Well, maybe I can explain what I meant by that. If you do celestial navigation, you just need the zenith distance multiplied by 60 nautical miles. So those are the two things you need: zenith distance and 60. Technically, you don't need right triangles or the horizon or right angles to do that.
Just wish him good luck with that. Really, it's not worthy of a response, is it? It's not got anything in it. It's just designed to goad, and at best, it just shows his lack of understanding.
Well, it shows that a mathematics professor is denying the vertical that he's going to use for his zenith angle that will require a horizontal. That means the vertical meeting the horizontal at 90 degrees to determine the zenith angle. The zenith angle is exactly the same as an elevation angle. He just denied the need of an elevation angle. The zenith angle is an elevation angle, just read in the opposite way. Why would a mathematics professor be claiming that?
Yeah, so that's a good question. In order to get the direction of the zenith or vertical, you could just hang a plumb bob without reference to the horizon.
No, you can't determine the angle. You claimed an angle. So you're going to need the angle to multiply by 60. So how do you have the angle without referencing horizontal?
Because you're referencing your plumb bob, the vertical instead.
Hey, but what is the angle between? It's between the vertical of the plumb bob and the horizontal.
No, it's between the vertical of the plumb bob and the line of sight to the star.
It's not. It's
on that
vertical and horizontal.
Fine.
Yeah.
On that star, to your zenith, down back to you. What angle's that?
That's called the zenith angle.
That'd be a right angle.
No, that you're measuring it and using that to multiply by 60.
Me, up to my zenith and across the star isn't a 90 degree.
No, I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm talking about something slightly different. I'm talking about if you are taking a line from you to the star, that's one line, and then another line from you straight up, that's the second line, and then you're getting the angle between those two lines. That's called the zenith distance.
From you to your zenith to the star, that angle. Is that a right angle triangle?
I guess say that again. From your zenith to the star.
Yes. It's just a yes.
Just
from you up to your zenith across to the star. Is that a right angle triangle?
Just for the audience's benefit, it's this right angle triangle that we're asking him if he's denying, given he said we don't need right angles. We're talking about this zenith distance, this right angle triangle that the audience can see. Do you still deny that right angle
Matthew.
Yes, you don't need a right angle. What I'm saying is you just need just one angle.
You're literally using one, and Matthew.
No,
Just made one.
But
By
besides
virtue of
that,
hanging a plumb bob and taking the angle, you have just generated a 90-degree angle, haven't you? And you are measuring the co-angle now of your 90-degree triangle, which is the other half of the rectangle that you form when you do your elevation angle. It's the opposite 90 degrees that you're now working with.
But you can make 90 degrees off of anything. I'm saying you don't need it at all.
You can do lots of things, but you claim that this wasn't a 90 degree. You've now admitted it is.
I'm saying you can do it, but you don't need it.
Well, you can do all sorts of things, but what we were talking about was whether or not that was a 90-degree triangle, and you've just admitted it is.
I didn't admit it was. I'm saying that you don't
You
need
still haven't
90
admitted it
degrees
yet.
in order to do celestial navigation. That's all.
It's not a 90-degree triangle, then? The thing that you say, yeah? You're saying it's not a 90-degree triangle.
There's no triangle. You don't need a triangle. You just need an angle.
Cross to the star and back to you doesn't give you a 90-degree triangle.
Okay, so Daz posted something. Yeah, so I'm not talking about that angle.
It does.
Right. So an angle is the angle.
Does it? Can we just get a definitive answer? Then we can move on from basic geometry, can't we?
You don't need a triangle at all. Is
If
what I'm
I
saying.
hang a plumb bob, get my co-angle, I am forming a 90-degree right-angled triangle. Correct?
Correct.
There we go. Let's move on then.
You don't need that co-angle to do celestial navigation.
Information that's just corrected you, or do you want to not recognise I've just illuminated your ignorance?
Oh, I recognize that you illuminated my ignorance about what you were talking about. But I'm saying you don't need that to do celestial navigation.
can I come back in there, Adam?
Well, by all means, because that's all I was there for,
Yeah.
just to correct the lad on what a triangle is.
Yeah, thank you. Matthew, let's just say you have a 60-degree zenith angle, right?
Okay.
60 degrees. What's that in relation to?
What that is in relation to is if you take a plumb bob angle to figure out what vertical is, that's your zenith, that's straight up. And then you take another angle.
You're measuring between what and what then?
Hold on.
1 second.
He's answering you.
No, it's okay. Did answer? No, I'm asking him. Leave him, Nathan, please, if you don't mind. Matthew, you're measuring between what? Vertical is what?
Vertical is the opposite of down.
90. Is vertical 0 or is vertical 90? In your measure?
Vertical is straight up 0.
Right. So when you measure 60, what's that in relation to?
It's in relation to that straight up. That straight up is how far down you're going. If you're going 60 degrees down from
But
vertical.
not in relation to that horizontal then. That vertical won't,
It doesn't have to be,
won't have
no.
a horizontal to it.
Yeah, because you
won't be measuring 90.
Right. You need the
You won't be measuring in relation to 90 degrees, is what you're claiming.
Right.
Mathematics. A PhD in mathematics is claiming.
Oh, I don't have a
Teaches in
PhD.
university is claiming. So you're claiming that you won't be measuring in relation to 90 degrees. That's your claim.
No. If you listen to me to exactly what I'm
So you
saying
will
and
be
say
then. So you will be. So you will be measuring in relation to 90 degrees.
no.
Wait, hold
So
on.
you won't be
Hold
and
on,
you
hold
will
on,
be.
stop a second. It can't both not be and be. You're in a violation of the law of non-contradiction currently,
Right.
Matthew.
There's never any 90 degrees anywhere in my claim.
Why is it in this diagram on screen for my audience then?
Because that's somebody
One
else's
moment,
diagram.
I'm going to get something.
It's from a navigation handbook.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. My claim is that you don't need
One way
90
to do
degrees.
it. Sorry, stop. You said it wasn't needed. One way to
Right,
do it
right.
and not needed are very different things.
Yeah,
The navigation book. Sorry, stop. The navigation book specifically describes the acquisition of the ground distance parallel with this zenith distance in the co-altitude angle. It's got to translate to something, and it's a distance on the ground. That was what Brian was getting to, right? That means you absolutely unequivocally require 90. On this diagram, along the ground, 90 meeting the zenith point of the star or sun you're measuring.
90 is unequivocally required. It's on all the diagrams. I've had about 15 diagrams go up so far while you've been denying it, just so you know.
You're right. That's the standard way of doing it. And most.
Sorry, stop. Everyone stop. It is a standard way of. So you, Matthew, you're annoying me. Telling me it's not needed, it's not done like that, you don't need 90s. Now, contradicting that is you saying it's a standard way of doing it with 90. Yes, Matthew. Earth's measured flat because we're talking about 90 degrees to the zenith position of the stars, 90 degrees to your position, with that line with a 90 along it being the distance measurement that you're going to convert to the ground. It's unequivocally a flat Earth measurement. That co-altitude's going to convert to ground distance, isn't it, Matthew? 90 below the star. Correct?
Yes, the standard way of doing it requires...
Stop! I don't need you to summarise this, thank you. You were denying it needed 90 2 minutes ago.
Right.
I don't need your belligerence. I'll make the summary of you disingenuous lying scumbag.
You don't need
who told
90,
us
that's
you
the
didn't
summary.
need 90, and it's now chanting through me. Yeah, you're not going to get to be belligerent. You're the student telling us that you don't need 90. How dare you deceive
you don't.
my audience, Matthew?
I'm not deceiving them. Tell them the truth.
Shut up. That means stop talking. You have just told an audience that it does not need 90.
Right.
Now you've just told them it's the standard way of doing it.
Right. The non-standard way doesn't need 90.
Excuse me, can the moderators stop Matthew's belligerence? Because he seems to think, like the other chanting zealot, that feels that as I summarise and conclude, the standard way of doing it, end quote. Contrary to his lying zealot scumbag ways of telling us we don't need 90, because they prove Earth's measured flat. That ground distance has 90 on the end of it, like in this diagram. Right? He's denying it because it's a flat Earth measurement. His zealotry leads him to believe that he can belligerently interrupt the conclusion that he had to fundamentally deny and then admit it's the standard way of doing it. You're here to deceive people, Matthew. Utter scum. You can't simultaneously tell us we don't need them, and then when we ask you about the actual method that's got 90 involved and a diagram with 90, with multiple diagrams of the process going past for a live audience, you have to admit at the end of that lie, it's the standard way of doing it. That's not your cue to summarise. How dare you? You're just here to lie to people. You know it's the standard way of doing it. You know it uses 90. You're here to deny that, are you? How dare you? Should be disgusted with yourself.
Before you unmute him, Nathan, I'd just like to explain
I haven't got
how
control. I'm not. It's not my server. I'm a guest here.
Okay, I appreciate that, but I'd just like to point out how he's trying to deceive people. What he's trying to do here is pretend that if you don't write the 90 down, you can just move forward with the angle that you've measured. You could, couldn't you? But of course, you wouldn't be able to work anything out, because to work it out, it's a y angle. So we need to know one of the other angles, don't we? Because that's what we're doing here in celestial navigation. We're obtaining a side length from two angles, something you can't do in trigonometry. So whilst you may not have to write it down, you will assume it, and it will be fundamental to you building that triangle to apply the angle that you've measured to have any relevance. Because if the top angle is at 90, how do you know what the others are going to be? You don't. I would concede, Matthew, in your smart arse, low intellect trolling, that you maybe don't have to write it down. You do have to know it's there and use that 90 degrees to make the rest of your calculation, don't you?
I posted a diagram at 46 past the hour. I don't know if you can see that, but I'm saying if you...
answering the question, yes. That'll be a yes, wasn't it?
Non-responsive from Matthew.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. In order to do the standard way of celestial navigation, you do need 90. What I was saying is there is a non-standard way of doing it which doesn't require right angles, horizons, or 90 degrees.
So it's going to deny how you calculate the angles in a triangle.
No, I'm saying there's a different way.
Excuse me, you were rumpusing him when you had to close your line, so we heard his concise. The standard way of doing celestial navigation is to measure a flat Earth.
Is to measure off the horizon 90 degrees.
I hadn't finished. It didn't. You seem to think that while I'm in the middle of a sentence, it's your interruption point, Matthew. You seem to do it instinctually. You're doing it now. I'm finished. Didn't take breath. Yeah. The standard way of doing it is all we're interested in. What's that? You say you've got a different way of lying to an audience about how it's not needed in the non-standard way that you do it, you as an individual, one lying man. Well, we deal with the standard, a standard that you aren't adhering to when you lie about needing 90, Matthew. What I'd invite you to do, rather than the non-responsive direction to a post that you've put in the Discord server, I'm going to ask Adam to re-ask his question and you can just respond to it.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
When we're doing these calculations and we're applying them, and if I wanted to calculate my elevation angle, there are certain premises that we are going to work with. Because we're only measuring one angle, you actually need to assume the other angle, knowing that the baseline is flat, or in this case, the sky is a flat plane between your zenith and the star. And it's that knowledge, that generation, the 90 degrees, that allows us to solve the triangle. We wouldn't be able to solve the triangle if we were only measuring one angle and didn't know the others, would we? It's the fact that we know that it be an elevation angle or a co-angle, that the baseline is flat and it forms a 90 degree. Now, I don't have to write that down, but it's fundamental to the premise, isn't it, of working with triangles.
Yes, working with triangles, you would need to know the 90 degrees, subtract from 90 to get the other angle, the co-angle, that type of thing. But you only need one angle. You don't need the whole triangle, is my claim.
Because you already know the 90 that it relates to.
Oh my God.
Otherwise, you would need to know the other angle. You'd have to measure it, which you don't do because you assume it to be 90 because it is.
No, you only need the zenith.
That's how you're able to resolve. Your diagram, what you'll have noticed is that you're not resolving triangles, mate. You're doing this on the outside of the ball, and you can go to infinity.
Bingo.
And your GP position will be the same distance away. By the time your two lines reach your star at infinity, they'll be the same distance apart. You are not drawing triangles in yours. Have a good look. You are not doing celestial navigation. You're trying some bastardized version strapped onto the outside of a ball. But I don't know what this is. This is Matthew Learn's version of navigation. It's got nothing to do with celestial navigation, what you're putting up there.
Yes, you're right. My diagram doesn't have any triangles in it, and the star is assumed to be an infinite distance. So that's correct.
It's not celestial navigation.
Okay, what is it?
Not celestial navigation.
What's the main equation in celestial navigation?
Sorry, you're asking me to define what your claim is. It's not celestial navigation. Celestial navigation involves minusing from 90 what you described as the standard version. That's celestial navigation. This isn't that. You said it's non-standard. No. When you recategorize not celestial navigation as not standard, it's not celestial navigation. A response isn't to ask me to define what it is. It isn't the thing that you are fundamentally denying when you tell us that you don't need 90. What you actually mean is, I don't want to do celestial navigation. I want to do something non-standard, not celestial navigation, that won't involve the processes that celestial navigation involve, but tell the audience that 90 isn't involved. What you really mean is your bastardized version that isn't celestial navigation doesn't use 90.
Right.
So you're disingenuous. Excuse me, was that you chanting through the middle of me there, Matthew, before I finish my sentence?
It was.
Is this what you do when you're teaching children when they highlight an error? Do you just chant through them?
I do.
When you're in charge, is this how you keep your authority when you're disciplining your children when they've highlighted an error? You just chant through the conclusion. What you're doing with your bastardized, deceitful version that isn't celestial navigation is deceiving my audience by telling them 90 isn't used. Well, what about this 90 in this reference that is from a celestial navigation handbook? Oh, well, that would be the standard way of doing it. Yeah, so you're deceiving people. You're a scumbag. You're a liar, a deceiver, someone who wants to tell an audience you don't need 90. What, in celestial navigation that you're not doing in your version that isn't that? No, you don't need 90 because you need to believe you're on a ball. Meanwhile, celestial navigation absolutely unequivocally requires 90 along the ground, the flat plane that we're going to be doing ground distances on. That's how it is done. Your version isn't that. Before you ask me to, for the second time, tell you what it is, I'd like you to acknowledge that your bastardized, deceitful version isn't celestial navigation. So we can just highlight how deceitful that is once you concede that fact. It isn't celestial navigation. Is it, Matthew?
It is. I do not concede to that.
Matthew, where
Can
in
I
your
ask him a
diagram
question
is
that will
your
end this?
equatorial plane?
You don't need a plane to do celestial
You
navigation.
don't need an equatorial plane for celestial navigation. You just confirm that statement for me, Matthew.
Right. Celestial navigation, you're just getting distance to the GP.
Non sequitur. That was non-responsive. I'll repeat Adam's question. You confirm, as you have just stated, that you do not need an equatorial plane for celestial navigation. Can you confirm that Matthew, say you don't need that? Can you just confirm that for us, rather than being a complete weasel, a liar, a scumbag?
Yeah, I confirm that you do not need equatorial plane to do celestial navigation.
Oh, that's very strange, Matthew, because that's the purpose of taking your elevation angle to hell, to apply it to the equatorial plane that you place at the center of your presupposed sphere. Even when you're doing this on a ball as celestial navigation, not this retarded jumble you've put up, yeah, where the lines don't even meet to form triangles, they carry on parallel to infinity. You're supposed to be a mathematician. You should be embarrassed what you've put there. But let's just remind you, even if you're going to pretend you're doing it on a ball, you take your angle to hell and apply it to the equatorial plane, where, guess what? Forms a 90 all the way to the GP.
Can we just get
Matthew,
a concession
one
that this
second,
is
Nathan,
a lie?
please.
It's not celestial navigation. It has no equatorial plane. So it's not celestial navigation. Third time's a charm.
It is celestial navigation. You're getting the distance to the GP. That's all you need.
1 second,
That is
Nathan.
not celestial
Matthew.
navigation.
Hold on, Brian, just let Adam go.
No, this will end it. This will end it. I guarantee you. Matthew, if you measure more than 90 degrees from your plumb bob, is that a vertical or zenith angle?
If you're I'm not sure what you're saying. More than
If you
90 from
measure
straight
more
up.
than 90 degrees from your zenith, if you measure more than 90 degrees, is that a zenith angle?
Yeah, but it would be below the horizon, so I don't think you could ever do that.
Oh,
How do you get more than
wrong,
90?
Matthew. You said, yeah, it's wrong. That's called a depression angle. Would you go past 90?
Yeah.
You just disproved yourself.
Okay, so
You just ended
depression angle.
You just
That's
ended
fine.
your own claim.
No, I'll buy that.
Understand
Sure,
what you just said?
If it's called a depression angle, that's fine.
Yeah, but it's not a zenith angle once you go past 90.
Right. So you better in general you try to
zenith angle.
in general you
You
try
need
to
the 90
start.
for a zenith angle then. You need 90 for a zenith angle then. Because
No.
once it goes past 90, you're not measuring a zenith angle anymore. A zenith angle is only from 0 to 90. You concede?
You should generally stick with angles that are less than 90.
Do you concede that a zenith angle is from 0 to 90? Yes or no?
Yes, a zenith angle goes from 0 all the way up to 90.
So you said earlier you don't need 90.
Right.
So no need for 90 with a zenith angle. That was your claim.
Right.
90 would be the horizontal meeting the vertical.
Right.
The horizontal, very thing you denied.
In fact, you should probably
So
stick with something less than 70.
You've just agreed to the horizontal that you denied earlier.
So your zenith angle should be less than 70 degrees, actually, because you don't want to get too close to the horizon.
No, a zenith angle is from 0 to 90. That's incorrect. I have, Nathan, I have a citation from surveying. If you go to vertical angle there in that citation in Master B, it describes it.
I think Matty is finished, really. You know,
He just agreed to a zenith angle needing a 90. Then he tried to change it to 70. He tried to say then first that zenith angle, I think if I remember right, could be more than 90. Like, nah. This guy is supposed to be a mathematician.
Yeah, I'm a pretty good
Who's
mathematician.
paying you to teach their children, Matthew?
Right.
Yeah, right, exactly. Who's paying you to teach their children? Because if you're teaching my child and I heard this, I'd tell you something for nothing. I'd have you in court.
Ooh, yeah, we should take this to court and see who wins.
You wouldn't if you were
I
purporting
will.
the crap that you're showing as celestial navigation. You'd lose instantly.
Yeah, I would win instantly. If you want to go there, Matthew, you're claiming a zenith angle is what? Less 90? You don't need a horizontal?
Yeah,
Claiming
zenith distance
celestial
times
navigation,
60
don't use a
equals
horizontal?
distance.
You lose immediately in court. If you want to go there, we'll go there.
Zenith
You're rocking on
distance
that, buddy.
times 60 nautical miles equals the distance to the GP of the star. That's
No,
all
you
need.
just
Hold on a second.
Crap,
Just one sec.
What?
Just one sec, guys.
Ever-
Sorry.
You want to add some more
Question
stuff to
about-
that?
A question
No,
about your diagram
no,
that you
I
posted.
want you to
Hold on a second.
specify
Just one
why,
sec.
when you keep parroting that, you think that is the summation of celestial navigation.
Because it is.
Just ask
Okay,
the
there you go. There's another one, audience. So the summation, only bit of celestial navigation is 60 nautical miles times your co-angle. That's it. That's all celestial navigation is, guys. That's from Matthew Learns.
That gives you
Guy
the
that's
distance to
showing
the
you
GP.
celestial navigation. It's not celestial navigation. It's his version of it tried to be strapped onto the outside of a ball. Not how celestial navigation is done. As we mentioned earlier, even if you're going to pretend you do it on a ball, you still take it to the center of the ball to a flat equatorial plane and then reproject it back out onto this nonsense. Not what Matthew's drawn here, which is just deception. Look at his lines. Look at his angle to his star from where his viewing position is, and look at the GP position to the star. Look at those two lines. They're parallel.
Yep.
What does that form? A triangle in Matthew's
doesn't.
world.
They're parallel. It doesn't make a triangle. You're
Matthew.
absolutely correct.
When do the two lines meet at the same point so you to get your fix? Where
The
are
two
they
red lines
meeting?
never meet.
You reckon? Never meet. Brilliant.
Aren't we supposed to be
Going well.
establishing positions and distances on the ground? Yeah, we are.
Distances, you're right. Just distances.
Okay.
Matthew doesn't even. Sorry,
I just want to ask him a quick question. Are nautical miles curved?
Yes. The distance to the GP is a curved arc of a circle.
You got a citation for that?
What a dog.
Yeah, celestial navigation is on a ball, and so the distance is
Is this a
curved
citation? Sorry, is this a citation?
It's just an assumption, I would say.
Did you hear me ask for a citation or an assumption?
Oh, yeah,
Is
I
this
don't
another
have
one of those. Excuse me, I haven't finished talking. It was rhetorical. For the audience's benefit, that was Matthew being deceitful. He heard citation and then gave an assumption. Well, that's not what I asked for, is it? So do you want to just try that again?
Right, I don't have a citation for that. It's an assumption.
You've got no shame. You've certainly got no standards, have you? Absolutely none.
Yeah, but you guys are
That
drawing
was an
triangles,
option
and it
for
just
all
doesn't
the-
work with triangles.
It doesn't lie again. Sorry, does it not work with triangles, or are triangles the standard way of doing it, you deceitful shit?
So you're multiplying an angle by 60 nautical
Sorry,
miles.
it's not.
That's-
We're going to get a non-responsive answer.
It's
Sorry,
it's a two-sentence answer.
sorry, let's just
so-
try that again for the guy non-responsive to my question. Is it the standard way, or do we not need them?
You do not need triangles to do celestial
So
navigation.
it's not. So therefore, by conclusion, it's not the standard way of doing it. Then don't need 'em,
Right, you're not
the
using
standard way.
triangles. You're not doing any trigonometry.
Didn't say trigonometry.
Triangles are
What a-
trigonometry.
Now he's got a
deceiver.
straw man us. Right. Sorry. Is this trigonometry we're debating about? Guys, I'm a bit confused. I thought we were debating celestial navigation. Am I confused or something? Or has Matthew just
no.
decided to shift the goalposts?
Somebody trying to confuse us because he thinks we're as stupid as him. But no, Matthew.
Well, let me ask Matthew a
just
question.
highlight
Well done, Brian.
that you are deceitful. Yeah, when you tried that switcheroo there. Listen, audience, to what he's doing. This is a deceitful man. He hasn't got an argument, otherwise he'd make it. What he's doing is trying to be deceitful and trick. Be able to make statements that appear true and have some relation, which is why he's tried to switcheroo to trigonometry. Doing celestial navigation. You're a deceiver and a disgracer.
Exactly, Adam. He's trying to switch to a straw man that we never claim and is not claimed in celestial navigation. But I'm going to end his claim that they don't use triangles in celestial navigation now. Matthew, is an elevation angle a right angle triangle?
An elevation angle is an angle. It's one angle.
Is it
Like it
an
could be 30,
elevation
it could be
angle a
70.
right angle triangle? It's a yes or no. I don't need your opinion. I need a yes or a no. Is an elevation
No.
angle a right angle triangle?
An elevation angle is not a triangle. No.
Right. So okay, 1 second. Okay, so you're not measuring a vertical angular height. So the
No.
opposite of a triangle is not being measured. That vertical is not being measured.
Right, you're not measuring any distance.
You're not measuring a vertical then. It's not a vertical angle. So an elevation angle is not a measurement of a vertical angle. Sorry, a vertical angle or height.
Yeah, an elevation angle is the difference between the horizon and how high
So it
up
is
you
a
go.
measure of a vertical angle or height then. So it is a measure of a vertical angle or height. So that would be the opposite then, wouldn't it? In a right angle triangle. Because it's measured off a horizontal. That would be the
Are you
adjacent.
talking about
And
the whole triangle
the
or
line
just
connecting
the
those two
angle?
would be a hypotenuse. That would be a hypotenuse, an adjacent, and an opposite. The opposite is the very thing that you're denying the existence of, yet that's the very thing that's being measured.
No, you're measuring an angle, not a distance.
You're measuring the opposite. The
The
length of
opposite
the
is a
opposite
distance.
with an elevation angle. You're measuring, it's elevation, Matthew. Above a horizontal plane. Elevation, that's up. Vertical. So you're measuring elevation. That would be a vertical angular measurement. You're literally measuring the opposite of a right angle triangle. The opposite, the very thing you're denying. That's what's literally being measured.
So if the star is 40 degrees above the horizon, that means its elevation angle is 40
You've
degrees.
measured a 40 degrees. It's a vertical angular measurement of 40 degrees.
What do you mean vertical? It's just
Are you claiming there's a curved line being measured? Or are we measuring straight up?
no, we're
That
measuring just
measurement is
angles.
straight up. Are we measuring straight up from the horizon?
No, it's only 40
From
degrees.
anything? Are we measuring straight up from the horizontal? Are we measuring straight up?
If the star is 40 degrees, then it's not straight up. It's
Are
only
we
40 degrees
measuring
up.
straight up from the horizontal?
No.
We're not measuring straight up. So elevation is not a vertical measurement then.
I don't know what you mean by vertical measurement. We're just measuring triangles.
Elevation. You just
need to
claimed that
explain better.
elevation is not a vertical measurement. That's what you just said. When I said, are we measuring straight up? You said no.
Yeah, straight above you is straight up.
I said, are we measuring straight up from the horizontal? And you said no. That means you're denying that you're measuring an elevation. The opposite.
He's turned it into your zenith. He said straight up is above you. So it's not.
No,
it's not.
we're doing the measure. We're not. You can't measure straight up above you, Matthew. You can't measure directly above your head. You can't do that. That's not possible with an angle. There is no angle directly above your head.
I guess I'm confused.
Yeah, I'll explain
I'd say
it for
you are.
Let me just explain it for
He's
Matthew.
not confused, Nathan.
Hold
He's
on.
just look. He's
Well,
at the
I've
being
got an
caught.
audience.
Go on,
I've got an
sorry.
audience, Brian. Okay.
Okay,
so
well, that's
we've got an object that we're measuring the angle to, and Brian's asking, as on screen for my audience, the line labelled Y is the elevation with respect to the vertical. Now that's what he's trying to get from Matthew in concession. He's saying, no, straight up's just above you. I mean, it's not even in this diagram that's of elevation angle formula. That's what he's saying, an unmarked line in the definition. But Brian's asking about this line, from object to the horizontal line, Y, with respect to the angle. That's a elevation. Height above the surface. Elevation, that's what elevation is, height.
Somebody grab. Sorry to interrupt you, Brian and Nathan. And Nathan, I know you just took that from Master B. He denied an elevation was a right angle triangle. If you guys in
I'll grab it for you,
the server
Kiwi.
can go to Master B. Yeah. Can you post them to Matthew? And Nathan, can you run through some of those screenshots that I just posted?
Yeah,
because he denied.
Yes. Just for the audience, while while Matthew's having those sent to him, just remind ourselves of the base premise that Matthew's fighting for here, that 90 is not required when we deal with elevation angles with respect to an Earth that's flat that's being used as part of this measurement. The flat bit is the elevation bit. It's with respect to the flat ground because it's a 90 degree that he's denying. So his main purpose, for the summary of the audience's benefit, is that 90 is not needed. Now, also for the audience, my audience's benefit, lots of 90 degree triangles describing elevation angle measurement, because that's what it is. Obviously, that doesn't work if you're on a globe, so Matthew's got to deceit and swindle and turn, I don't know, celestial navigation into trig. Things like that. You know, being a deceitful man. That's what he's got to do. Deny the 90. Because his version that he says is celestial navigation, it's not the standard celestial navigation. It is still celestial navigation, it's just not standard. The ones that use 90 are standard, but you don't need 90 because you can do it in a non-standard way. Therefore, you don't need 90 in celestial navigation when you do it in a non-standard way that doesn't use 90, because his shyster replacement that does use 90 doesn't use 90 if his shyster replacement is accepted as being celestial navigation when he lies and deceives my audience. Meanwhile, this elevation angle on screen for my audience, and this one, 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 they've all got 90. He's saying they don't need that 90. Okay, we're all clear what deceivery is. Let's
Okay,
carry
see
on, I
the
guess.
diagram now. Brian, could you re-ask your question reference? I see the one that says angle of elevation formulas that has kind of like the orange angle in the bottom left and the object in the top right. Could you re-ask your question based on, referring to that diagram?
Can I, referring to what I'm not looking at it, I'll re-ask my question. Are you claiming that an elevation angle is not a vertical angular measurement above a horizontal plane?
I'm saying an elevation angle is the difference between horizontal straight out and then like 40 degrees up to the star. So it's how high above horizontal you are.
I ask you it again. It's a very straightforward yes or no. Are you claiming that an elevation angle is not a vertical angular measurement above a horizontal plane?
I don't know what you mean by vertical angle.
Vertical angular measurement. You're claiming it's not a vertical angular measurement. Are you
No,
claiming
I'm saying I don't know what you mean by vertical angle.
height above a horizontal plane? Are you claiming we're not measuring a vertical height above a horizontal plane with the elevation angle?
A vertical height or a vertical angle? So what do you mean by those?
Are you claiming we're measuring a vertical angle? Are you claiming we're measuring a vertical height above a horizontal? Are you claiming we're not measuring a vertical height above a horizontal plane with the elevation angle?
Right, elevation angle is an angle, not a height.
Elevation.
I didn't ask you whether the angle was. Hang on, Nathan. It's okay. Hang on, Nathan.
It's just said elevation isn't height.
I didn't. Hang on.
I just need to confirm what he said, please. Elevation isn't height.
Elevation is height. Elevation angle is not.
Now I know you have to go off. You have to point onto his red herring, Nathan. 1 second. I didn't ask you whether the angle. I didn't ask you whether the angle was anything. I asked you with the angle when we're using the elevation angle. I'm asking you: are you claiming that we're not measuring a vertical height vertical angular height above a horizontal plane? Are you claiming we're not measuring a vertical angular height above a horizontal plane with an elevation angle?
You keep mixing up angle, or you keep mixing up angle and elevation, and I'm confused about what you're asking.
I'm not mixing anything up. It's a straight question. Are you claiming that we're not measuring a vertical angular height with an elevation angle above a horizontal plane?
No, we are measuring. That's what an elevation angle is the vertical angular height, the angular height, not the actual elevation, the angular elevation to the star, like 40 degrees above the horizon.
With respect to a horizontal plane.
With respect to the horizontal plane of where you are.
They are measuring the opposite.
Brian, so we're measuring this angle with respect to a horizontal plane of reference?
Yes.
Earth is flat?
No.
No, Nathan. Don't. Hang on, Nathan. Don't leave him off with that. He's after just conceding to the very thing he was denying earlier on. He claimed the elevation angles are not right angle triangles. Now he's after just conceding that we are measuring a vertical angular height with the elevation angle above a horizontal plane. He's after just conceding to that. The very
Yeah,
thing
but I
he
thought that-
denied was happening. That is the opposite, Matthew. That's the opposite of a right angle triangle that has been measured there.
I'm saying there's two ways to do it. You don't need to do it this way. You
I
can do
don't
it the other
care
way.
what your way is. Nobody cares about what you have to say. You've just agreed to the very thing you denied earlier. I've just shown that you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, these are opposite
Or you're
ways of
just
doing
being
it.
dishonest. So you've agreed to that vertical angular measurement above a horizontal plane. That means you agree that that is the opposite of a right angle triangle.
Yeah, that's the standard way of doing it. That's right.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, so no, the way of doing it. There isn't a standard. There is just the way, and any other thing. Any other way is just rubbish.
Yeah.
So anyway, you come up with a rubbish.
Let me just rephrase that. That's right, Matthew. It is the standard. The standard is to use 90s along a flat Earth, the baseline, the ground position and the ground distance along the ground with 90 at the base of the star, with 90 to the 90 that you'll need for the co-angle, co-altitude, the zenith distance. It's all in a box with 90s on a flat Earth. Of course, your version that's not standard, we'll just call that deceit and lies
Well,
when you say,
it's not
oh, it is
standard.
celestial navigation, and chant through me summarizing what you've done here. Because it isn't the standard, is it? What you're doing is not the standard, is it, Matthew?
No, it's
Rhetorical.
not.
We know it isn't.
Well, no, it
we
can't
know
be the
it's not
standard
the standard.
because
We know.
It can't work, Nathan. Yeah, I've yet to see anybody out on a ship on the ocean rocking back and forth hang a plumb bob from their ship to obtain an angle for celestial navigation. It's what he's claiming is impossible to occur anyway on the ocean.
Meanwhile, we're measuring the angle with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, as you conceded. So we're measuring Earth flat with this angle. I'll just define what an altitude angle is, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Sustainable by design. Go on.
When he pulls out a sextant, does a plumb bob drop out of the case with it? Or is it dangling below it?
No.
Is it a lie about 90s not being used? This deceitful version that's definitely not the standard. Standard needs 90s along a flat Earth. I mean, let's just define elevation angle from education.psu.edu. Solar altitude measures the angle between the central ray from the sun and a horizontal plane contacting the observer. So we're going to need a horizontal plane contacting the observer to measure this angle. That's what it is. Like on screen now, this diagram. Just for clarity, for the audience's benefit, now we've had a few definitions and we're all clear what we're doing in the standard. That would be celestial navigation, not what these numpty liars who come here and tell you you're on a globe lie, and they tell you that you're not doing trig. Trig? Where did that straw man come from? Oh, a deceiver. Yeah, Matthew's a scumbag. He's a liar. He'll change the goalposts whenever it's needed when we're discussing celestial navigation. Not the standard. His version that doesn't need 90s and doesn't need triangles and isn't along the ground. Okay, yeah. Meanwhile, the standard is to use 90s. He'll concede that and then segue away. Talking about trig when we're not doing trig. Yeah, that kind of deceit. Meanwhile, 90s along a flat Earth. 90 along a flat Earth. So it's done. The standard for elevation angles. The standard for celestial navigation that he tells you don't need a 90. Yeah, here's all these definitions of what elevation angles are. Yeah, they've all got 90, just so we're clear about how much a liar he is when he describes his non-standard version. We just put his non-standard version back up so we can all see what the deceitful lying scumbag had to present for you, the audience. This crap. Yeah, where's the GP? Is it along this curvy line that's got a, non-distance being measured with dip below surface level? How are we getting a dip to below surface level? That seems really crazy. Why have we got a parallel light converging at the centre of a presupposed sphere? Where do we get the R value for this sphere? How are you establishing a celestial horizon in the middle of space? What is this garbage? Why have we not got a triangle, like in the standard? Why haven't we got that in this? Oh, it's because it's garbage. It's just deceit. It doesn't work. It's not the standard. It doesn't function. Furthermore, you'll need a radial value to imply that we've got parallel light rays by assumption. End quote. Matthew learns. There's quite a few assumptions in here. Don't know what this is. Where are we getting this radial value? I mean, who knows? Who cares? It's not how it's done. It's not the standard. It's just deceit and lies.
Yeah, but Nathan, him claiming that something is the standard version is him implying that there is to the audience that there is a non-standard. No, there isn't a standard or non-standard version. There's just the way, and anything else is wrong. It's that simple. He's calling the standard version is just the way. That's just the version. There isn't a different version. There isn't a non-standard version. Right? There isn't a standard. Just the way, and anything that is not that way is wrong. It's that simple. So if he's claiming anything that's outside of what he's trying to claim to be the standard, so he can then invoke his non-standard, that means he's just wrong. End of story. There's no standard or non-standard. There's the right way or the wrong way. The right way is the one he's trying to refer to as standard.
Can he give us the standard for dip correction? Matthew, how do you acquire dip correction? You just arrived on the boat. Got out from the parking lot, got on the boat. You're cruising from Portugal to Texas. You're going to invade Texas. You just got on. You're a poor dumb bastard. So you just got on the boat. What do? Dip correction, please. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know much about how dip correction works. I think there's some charts for it or something. I don't know.
Well, there's Brian could probably explain it to you.
But to answer the question about standard versus non-standard, I'm saying there are two different ways to get to the zenith distance. So the zenith distance is the number you need for the equation. There's a standard way of getting to that distance, and then there's a non-standard way.
There isn't two different ways, Matthew. You're at it again. You're lying to the audience. There isn't two different ways. There's only one way. You're denying the 90 degrees. You're denying the horizontal again. There isn't two different ways. There's only one way, and that's the standard way.
I feel sorry for you guys because this ship is made by Jews to sort of like conspiracy theories are whack jobs.
Meet the White Knight. So
and you literally
rambling about whatever he's rambling about.
So what's the non-standard way? Let's go back to the boat. You pull out your sextant. Go ahead, walk us through the non-standard way.
You hang a plumb bob and then use a protractor to figure out what the angle is between the plumb bob line and the star.
You hang a plumb bob off the sextant?
No, you don't use the sextant. You just use a plumb bob and a protractor.
What you've just described, Matthew, what you're trying to do is hijack the actual way, the way you're claiming is the standard way. You're trying to hijack as if it's your own. That plumb bob is a vertical making a 90 degrees with a horizontal. And between that plumb bob and that horizontal, which is why you're using the protractor, you're using 90 degrees. That's the whole point of it.
I'm saying you can ignore the 90 degrees and go straight to the number.
Every vertical creates a horizontal. Every horizontal creates a vertical. It's always 90 degrees. There is no non-standard way or second way. There is only the way, which uses 90 degrees. So if you're talking about a vertical angle, it's from 0, which is above in your zenith, 0 down to horizontal, which is 90, or an elevation angle, which is 0 at your feet and up to 90 above your head. Vice versa, whichever. The point is that they both use 90 because they're both the same thing, just read in the opposite direction. You're completely deceitful.
Didn't I say you get on the boat and you pull out your sextant, go from step 1 now with your non-standard way. You have a sextant. Oh.
You hang a plumb bob and then you figure out how much off from straight vertical is the star. So you could use a protractor and say, oh, it's 35. Like straight up is straight above me. Then this star is 35 degrees down from that without reference to the horizon.
Never been on a boat.
You're on a boat.
Yeah, it'd be hard to do on a boat.
No shit. What do you think you actually? So sorry. So let me just get it straight. Conclusion time. According to Matthew Learns, right, this is the non-standard way of doing things. We've not even left port yet, and his methods failed. But just to be clear, to summarise, his shit that he tried to deceive the audience with is utterly useless. How does it work, Matthew? You dungle a plumb bob. All right, we're on a bleeding boat rocking all over the place, you stupid muppet. Oh, yeah, that'd be a bit of a problem. Yeah, sorry, do you want to lecture us on your non-standard? The one that's not the standard that uses 90s? The one you've been babbling on about for about an hour? Because it fails miserably immediately, according to you, you stupid clown. Why are you wasting everybody's time deceiving them? Now, meanwhile, we understand how you acquire dip correction so you can use a bleeding sextant. Not a plumb bob, like this clown maths teacher thinks you use. Stupid man doesn't know what he's talking about. He's here to defy what isn't used and give it a categorization as standard or non-standard. You don't even know how the standard version works. You don't know how dip correction's done. So you would get everyone lost and drowned at sea then, wouldn't you, Matthew? You'd be responsible for everyone's death as you sold them your non-standard version. Oh, well, maybe we've got a bit of a problem here. I'm dangling my plumb bob. Yeah, everybody would just be throttling you. You'd be the first to die as you condemned everybody on board. Okay, you pathetic man.
Can you imagine it? Matthew, as a navigator, he opens up the box with the sextant in it, says, no, we don't need that, tosses that overboard and pulls out his plumb bob and his plastic protractor.
Now imagine as the audience, now imagine you're on that boat with Matthew Learns the navigator. What would you do to him? Yeah, you're condemned to death because this man told you, the audience, that it was non-standard. So I'm going to associate Matthew Learns lies to a life and death situation because we're talking about navigation now, Matthew. That would be you're out at sea and you need to find out where the hell you are or you'll die. And what are you doing? What are you doing? You're telling everyone that you're a good mathematician, end quote you. Oh, really? You've just condemned everybody to death, Matthew. What have you got to say for yourself, Mr. I'm a good mathematician? I've just condemned everybody to death, but I'm really good. What do you think the people on the boat are going to do to you next, Matthew? Matthew, you've just condemned everybody to death with your non-standard crap. So, Matthew, what say you, good mathematician, condemning everybody on board this hypothetical boat to death? What have you got to say for yourself?
You better do it the standard way instead.
Really? So we'll need 90s then?
If you do
Let's
it the
just
standard
put a
way,
couple
yes.
of them on screen, just in case this lying zealot denies them. So we'll need the standard version, the one that uses 90s. Your whole premise of not using them would condemn us to death. So now let's have some humiliation from this math teacher, the one lying to our children, the one who's do this when he's in control, which he's not here. He would lie to your kids in a heartbeat and then laugh about it afterwards. He's also laughed in this session here. Laughed about the non-standard version that condemned everybody to death, didn't you, Matthew? So we'll use the standard version with 90s on a flat earth then, Matthew, won't we?
Yes, it's much more practical. The point is it's not necessary.
Point is we'll measure Earth flat. How dare you make a conclusion, you unbelievable scumbag. No, you've just spent a significant period of time deceiving us like you would be deceiving the children you have control over when you have the mic indefinitely. You don't have that here. Here you are exposed as a scumbag liar who has spent a significant amount of time telling people how they can be condemned to death with your non-standard celestial navigation method. It wasn't celestial navigation. You also lied about that. You said it was. You're a liar, Matthew. No, your version that isn't standard that you said was celestial navigation condemned everybody to death. As you lied about it being the real method, the celestial navigation, everyone would rely on to not die at your hands. So given that your mathematical example condemned everybody to death, how dare you teach children anything? How dare you? What school do you work at, Matthew?
Biola University in Los Angeles County, California.
Say again?
Biola University in Los Angeles County, California.
Given how deceitful you've been exposed to be here, when will you be handing in your resignation?
I will not be.
I will be requesting your resignation or your disciplinary action given how deceitful you've been exposed to be here. Given that you are in charge of these children you're educating, when you're not in charge, you're exposed as a fraud. Someone who will punt something non-standard. Something that hypothetically would kill people. Yeah, you haven't had an ounce of humility. You should be fired. I said this last time. I implore you as an audience to appeal to this man's employment status, based on the fact that he is a deceiver. That's been demonstrably proven. No, we won't be using your non-standard version that you claimed was celestial navigation, you liar. How dare you educate anybody? Just a fraud, a scumbag, a liar, someone claiming something that is standard. isn't standard because it won't comport to your zealot religious belief. It would be a lot more practical and not kill people to not use your zealot sphere version. Can I just point out for the audience's benefit what that is? Let's put the zealot liar who would have killed everybody's version on screen. This version, this globe version, was just this religious man's hunting of his faith. It doesn't matter to him that it would kill everybody on board. Oh, it would be far more practical to use the 90s I've spent all day trying to deny the need for. Yeah, it would be a lot more practical and wouldn't kill people, that's right. You think you've got the right to call yourself a good educator? No, man, if push came to shove, you'd leave people dying at sea. You've got no right educating anybody.
Nathan, can I just say something to Matthew very quickly?
Yes, go
Matthew,
ahead.
when you... Thank you, Nathan. Matthew, when you try to tell people afterwards to try and save embarrassment that you were only trolling us, that means that you are directly admitting that everything we're saying is true. Before you go try to pull that one out of the bag, remember that.
Well,
No,
the
I'm not
funny
trolling.
thing is, Brian, isn't it? Right, I wouldn't go after a man's job because there's no need. But he just announced your school.
I'm not afraid
if
of
I
that.
was your principal, right? If I was this guy's principal and I somehow heard this, I wouldn't be needing somebody to call for his job. You'd be looking at your employee and thinking, God, this is the guy I'm letting loose on young minds, young people. This is the guy that the parents trust me to educate their children. I'd be really worried, mate. Going out, if I did that in my professional role and behaved like this and spoke in such contradiction to what my profession says, just for my own ego, I would have a professional body looking at me, and I would equal the same to you, sir. That anybody of any cognizance that would be employing you to teach minors would seriously bring into question your character, the way you behave today in the most deceitful and lying way. Is that somebody you want teaching your children?
Yeah, I haven't been deceitful or lied. I've been completely honest about how.
Yes, you
I'm
have, sir. Yes, you have. Hence why I've called it out. I'm not raging at you, but you know you have. You've humiliated yourself. You really have. You need to go back and listen to this, dude. Yeah? Either that or you've got real cognition issues. You don't know what went off this afternoon. Should be embarrassed.
I'll admit that it's hard to explain
if I
myself
was
in
you,
1.5 sentences here and there, but I haven't lied about anything.
Genuinely, right? As an educator, you should be embarrassed at your performance today.
I'm not embarrassed. I stand by everything I said.
I know, and that's probably a bigger indictment than I can give, that you would then stand there and say, I'm not embarrassed by that. Yeah? That's a bigger indictment than I could ever give. And all the audience can hear it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, can I just lay out what Matthew claimed and what he was proven to be wrong, and eventually had to admit to? He claimed first that a zenith angle doesn't require a 90. He was proven to be wrong, and I had to admit it. He then claimed that the elevation angle was not a right angle triangle. It was proven when he was asked, is the elevation angle a vertical angular measurement, which would make that the measurement of the opposite of a right angle triangle. He eventually agreed to that. He tried to say he wasn't using right angle triangles with his zenith angle. Adam showed that he had to admit that he was. So every single claim that Matthew has made today has been shown to be wrong, and he's had to concede it. And there's been more than that. I'm forgetting. I'm actually after forgetting all the things that he's claimed and that he was wrong about.
He claimed you don't use an equatorial plane by taking it to hell if you're going to do celestial navigation. He's just demonstrated his whole ignorance. Yeah? And then that was comical at the end when John took him to the boat and all he said, yeah, I'd use my plumb bob. Oh, but you're on a boat. Oh, yeah. Oh, that'll be a problem then. That just showed the level of Do you want this guy teaching your kids?
With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive, huge, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a member, and all that good stuff. And of course, a huge thank you to today's Discord server, which is Politics, and we're in the 24/7 Flat Earth section of that server. So, hopefully, one of the mods will post a link so you can join that server, which has been very hospitable, keeping us here as a regular guest on a Friday. So, big thanks to them and my G Plus panel for making today's live show possible. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on an after show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in next video. Shout out to Jason Dean for a couple of extra super chats before the live stream ends. He says, deny the container, realise the container, gravity is the container. He also says, the American education is doomed. Thank you very much for hitting the super chat. Stay tuned if you're watching on an after show.
Do you all want to pile back on Matthew again then?
It's your time to get his band-aids and bandages. He's leaking bad.
Do you want Matthew's clip, Nathan? You can play it. Or
Yeah,
no?
go ahead.
Hold on, I gotta go. I'll get it for you. I was gonna do it, but there was too much going on. So
It just makes me angry. You know what I'm like with teachers.
yeah, righteous indignation.
Yes, indeed. Been watching a videographer that says that quite a lot. That's why I end up saying it myself more frequently than perhaps is necessary.
I like it. It's appropriate. So
yeah, I get it in the right place contextually, but when I hear myself saying it, all I can hear is the YouTuber that I've got into the habit of saying it because.
Okay. I hear Samuel L. Jackson from Pulp Fiction.
I was going to say the same thing.
Where you were?
The videographer I'm dealing with is a guy who deals with scammers. He doesn't just deal with that; he deals with all sorts on his channel. But one of the things he does is with scammers that are emailing him. And one of his responses when they get angry with him is to respond with righteous indignation. He verbalizes that he's going to be responding with righteous indignation. He says it like that. In other words, he kind of repeats it. So by repetition, you end up sort of absorbing it. And then when you get to that point where, well, I'm going to take a stance of righteous indignation because I'm right. And I'm indignant.
I posted it in Masterby.
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
What the hell did you just say?
The idea of celestial navigation on a globe, which I understand you disagree with, doesn't use right triangles.
Second grade doofus. Well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
Hey, so you also mentioned celestial navigation. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah, it's how high above 90 degrees a star appears, like the angular elevation.
So 90 degrees would be the zenith, 90 along a baseline to your position, correct?
Yeah.
Second grade doofus. Well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
90 degree from that position on the Earth to the star is straight up. That's 90 degrees, yes. The idea of celestial navigation on a globe doesn't use right triangles. The position directly under the star is 90 degrees.
Second grade doofus, well, duh. A right-angled triangle is a triangle with one of the angles as 90 degrees.
Cheers, Jeff. 90 degrees. That's 90 degrees, yes. 90 degrees doesn't use right triangles. 90 degrees, that's 90 degrees.
Thank you.
Oh, Nathan, are you all right, mate?
The baseline we will be travelling along and are navigating is functionally and mathematically flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So
Yeah,
Earth, that would be the Earth.
perfectly flat.
That would be the Earth that we will be navigating is flat, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, we're navigating on the Earth and functionally it's flat, and we navigate along a flat map, of course.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Matthew. That's correct. From a university-grade mathematician, for all of you ladies and gentlemen, that will be trimmed out and posted everywhere. That's a university-grade mathematician telling you, the audience, that Earth is functionally measured and navigated flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Of course, that's why all maps are flat.
What?
There you go.
That was.
I've been in this Discord server for 3.5 hours, so I don't want to outstay our welcome. But if we say maybe
I do.
we'll stay for maybe 20 more minutes, but just to announce, and in case it gets awry, thank you very much for having us as always. It's been a great visit.
Kiri, you already have outstayed your welcome in the server. That's the rest of us.
By the way, your server's been made famous by Simon Dan. Not that he put a link to the video he used today. So today, Simon Dan's released a video of, I think it's last week or the week before. And obviously, as always, you were fantastic hosts. But Simon Dan's misrepresented it as though I'm somehow bad to my guests when I'm in your server and you're doing a fantastic job and I'm thanking you profusely for having us. That's me mistreating my guests, according to Dan. And he doesn't credit me, he doesn't credit the server where I'm being hosted. He doesn't do any of that. He just says Nathan's bad to his guests. So apparently you're all my guests, according to Simon Dan. Just so you know, you're my guests, according to him. I know it's not the case, how dare I? But just want you to know how Dan misrepresented everybody in this server. Because he has. When he said that I'm mistreating you and you're my guest. You're not.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he said he wants to. He's got into such a habit of listening to people saying that Nathan doesn't go out of his echo chamber and he treats his guests really badly. That when I'm in someone else's server where I've got no control over anybody's mute button, Dan's saying it's an example of me treating my guests badly. Someone else's server where I'm very thankful for them having me as a guest. Yes, that's right. And he didn't put a link to my video, which I was far more furious about. It's like the amount of time I spend shouting out my opponents and giving out their links. And he couldn't even be bothered to put a link to my video. He used a good chunk of it. Cover it on Monday, Neil.
Now everybody should go to his channel and leave a comment telling him how stupid he is.
Saying, why haven't you put a link to Nathan's video? Given that a good chunk of your video is his video, why haven't you put a link to it? Miserable sod. Anyway, he's using seismology to claim Earth's been measured spherical. Couldn't make it up. Seismology, yeah, right. Oh, you'll need a horizontal. Let's not spoil it. We'll cover it Monday. Almost spoiled the ending there.
Nathan, just a quick, the standard way of people getting around nowadays when they're traveling the cars and is using the sat nav and all that. But obviously, sometimes you lose signal, that doesn't work. So maybe if that happens and you're lost, maybe we could, if you've got a bit of string in your car and a bit of duct tape and a protractor, you could dangle the string from your sun visor, sellotape it to the protractor, and find your way around like that. Maybe.
I mean, all that's going to give you, if you extrapolated that out, yes, you could do that, because you can establish on a road with a plumb bob a zenith or a vertical. With respect to horizontal, obviously the two are intrinsically linked. But then you can measure, with just a protractor if you happen to have one, the co-altitude angle.
Well, once you've got that, you can then calculate what would be the effective zenith distance, because it's identical. The two are parallel. But what's that going to give you? That's going to give you the ability to draw a circle with respect to the point below the zenith of the star you've just measured the angle of with your plumb bob. I see it. Okay, you've got a circle now. Yeah, you've got a good start. You'll need to do that at least once more, though, won't you? At least once.
I think it's the beginnings of a good business, that one there. What could we call it? Twatnav.
I don't like that. It's might have a Matthew Learns survival kit.
The rock on a string.
Now, Twatnav was perfect.
When
if he had
AJ was saying earlier,
Hey, AJ.
I was going to say, if he's got a rock on a string, he can tell the weather as well. If the rock was wet, it's raining. If the rock's sideways, it's windy. He's got all the information he needs.
if
not,
it's warm, it's sunny.
He's got the world. He's got the world on a string.
You guys are brave for coming in after Twatnav because it doesn't get any better than that.
He's got He's got sweaty hands and the string slips out of them. It's really hot.
Twatnav.
You still in politics?
Yeah, we're going to hang around for 10 more minutes.
10, maybe 50, 90 minutes.
I've got 7 minutes before I've got to go to work, just to make sure you're all acutely aware that I could just vanish with no justification at any minute.
Yes.
And AJ was saying earlier, if Matthew pulls out a sextant, right, that he's just going to throw it overboard because it's not what he's looking for. No, when he pulls it out and he doesn't find the plumb bob, he contacts the company and asks to know how come they didn't include the plumb bob with his sextant.
I like the concession we got out of Matthew. We can just use the triangles. We can just measure it flat. Well, that would be a lot more practical, wouldn't it? Yeah, we wouldn't die if we did it that way. That's right.
Or you could use a sat nav. What does sat mean in sat nav?
No, not sat nav, Twatnav.
Out in the ocean.
So you'd be one of those guys that crashes his $1 million yacht into a big rock wall somewhere following your sat nav, Matthew.
They use this as a backup. Now, obviously, boats have got sat nav. It's not like we're in the Stone Age. Yes, we've got technology. The point of having a sextant on board is, what if that fails? So you sleep under the boat. You're nicely positioned, and you're happy where you are. Wake up, and oh my god, I've drifted while asleep. Well, let's just turn the sat nav on. Uh-oh, it's dead. Well, what are you going to do now? Oh, there is this non-standard method. It might not practically keep us alive.
And sat nav. Are those from where's the satellites at?
You mean twatalites?
Yeah, where's the twatalites at?
A vacuum.
Well, what he also doesn't realise is how inaccurate it is out on the ocean, yeah? And you do lose it quite a bit. Spend a lot of time on the ocean. And it's definitely not accurate. And most of these rich guys who buy these big yachts and rely on their satellite navigation have crashed them into reefs or into rock walls because they don't know how to use navigation lights or charts or anything else.
I was wanting to know where the satellites are in Twatnav.
They're orbiting space.
Then I'll hand you over to Brian, and we'll get into GPS, and it'll turn out way better than your elevation angles are not right angle triangles, doofus. So, where are these satellites at?
I mean, I'm surprised he didn't mention a mirror with his string and his protractor.
Are you trying to red herring fallacy away from this discussion, sir?
No, not at all.
And put a cork in it. Where are these satellites at?
In space, in orbit around Earth.
So they're in the vacuum of space.
Yes.
How are you still breathing?
Atmospheric pressure.
Atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Number one. Number two, I asked you how you're still breathing because you have a void, like the one between your ears. It's probably bigger than the one we're talking about in outer space. But the vacuum of space, that's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
The pressure is due to the weight of the air, not any container.
Really? Brian, are you here?
Yeah. Oh, Matthew, are you claiming that, first of all, fine weight for everyone, please?
It's just the thing that makes, well, I don't know how to define it in a clear way. It's just sort of a common sense idea, something that makes things go down.
It's not common sense. It's basically mass combined with gravity.
Yeah, that would.
Matthew, we're speaking to Matthew.
No, it's
Sorry.
okay. Is he?
We'll get to you next.
Hold on. Is he happy with that? Are you happy with that, Matthew?
That sounds good enough. Sure.
I want to ask Matthew something.
But if we can have a discussion and two or three of us can pile in occasionally, if someone else offers him a bit of assistance because he's like, I haven't got it at my fingertips, and someone offers it on the spot, I'm going to say, are you happy with that, Matthew?
Yes, I'm happy with that. We don't have to have one-on-one. Let's have a discussion. It's fine.
Well, what was it again? I only heard part of it.
Can you restate that, dumpster baby?
It's mass combined with gravity.
Yeah, W equal mg. Mg love you long time. All right, can we move on?
Yeah. So Matthew, no, I don't. Obviously, I don't. That is not a I don't know where I'm going to go with that nonsense, but anyway. So Matthew, do you agree that weight is a linear downward vector force?
Yes.
So it's not upward in any way. No
weight makes things go down, not up. Right.
Right. So you're claiming the air we live in has weight.
Right.
So if I weigh something, right, and then I weigh it in a vacuum chamber when I've evacuated the chamber, and within your claim that the object should weigh less than.
No, in the vacuum chamber, it weighs slightly more because it's not floating in the air.
So you just claimed the air had weight.
Right.
Which is a linear downward vector force, yeah?
Yes.
So that would mean that within your claim, if I remove the air with a vacuum chamber, then the object must weigh less. It can't weigh more.
No,
your claim there was buoyancy. That's not weight.
Yeah, so the object weighs less because it's slightly buoyant.
Buoyancy is not limited to a downward vector force. Buoyancy is not limited to a linear downward vector force. Buoyancy has two directions of vector, down and up. So are you claiming buoyancy or weight? Are you claiming the air has buoyancy or are you claiming the air has weight?
The air itself has weight, but it causes buoyancy in the things that it surrounds.
So if it has weight, then when I remove it, then the object must weigh less.
No, it weighs more. Just like a steel ball weighs more in air than underwater.
Not weight then. So not weight. Yeah. So buoyancy then, not weight.
Buoyancy affects the weight, but
not weight. That's buoyancy you're describing.
Buoyancy and weight are mutually exclusive.
You can't take away additional weight and have it weigh more.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can. You have a steel cannonball at the bottom of the ocean, and you weigh it at the ocean, and then you take away the water, and it weighs more because it's not slightly floating
in the ocean.
We're not talking about water. Water does have a linear downward vector.
Right, just like air.
Yeah, it's a false equivalence.
No, it's just like air.
If I want to weigh a gas, will I need a lid on the container?
If you're trying to weigh the gas, then yeah, just like if you're trying to weigh water, you need to put it in a container.
So if I'm weighing water, do we need a lid?
You need a container to keep it from falling off.
We need a lid. I need a container. I know you're agreeing that we need a container for both gases and liquids. That's fine. I totally agree with that. But do we need a lid on the water?
For the water,
I'm
no.
weighing.
For the gas, yes.
Do we need a lid? Do we need a lid on the air or
Yes.
gas that I have in a container? Right. So
Not
that
for
would
every
mean
gas.
you asserted earlier on. You agreed earlier on. Weight is not an upward vector force. It is a linear downward vector force. Why do I need a lid when I have gas in a container and I put it onto weighing
Not
scales?
every gas.
Why would I need a lid?
Some
Gas
gases
has
are
weight.
heavier than
Air
air.
has weight. Wait 1 second. If air has weight, why do we need a lid?
Because it's bouncing all over the place, and it will bounce out of the.
So it's
not have a lid.
not a linear downward vector force then.
No, it's linear. It's just not.
Keep
It's just
reminding us that, don't you?
I just need to get clarity from Matthew.
I love
Again,
it.
you're into a law of non-contradiction violation. If it's got linear downward, it can't be then. Well, it's upward. Okay, so not weight then. It's not a linear downward. It's going up, so it's not a linear downward.
That's not the law of non-contradiction.
That's why I'm again,
Right.
Rumpus. I'm concluding. I'm summarising based on what he said.
We'll get
with
to your dumbass next.
It's with a contradiction. Yeah, we'll get to you saying you don't need a lid for all some gases. Yeah, we'll get to that. Meanwhile, you're in a contradiction. If it's a linear downward and you say, well, it goes not down, then it isn't weight, right?
It's not a contradiction because things moving up can still have a weight. So if you throw something up as it's moving up, it still has weight even though it's moving up. The same thing is happening with the air.
So what's the weight? So what's the weight of helium gas? It's dispersing away from the ground. What's the weight of it?
It's pretty light. I don't know the specific.
Give it me in grams. Give it me in grams.
Well, you have to specify a volume of
It's not
gas,
weight,
no?
It's going up. It's just
You have
not
to
weight.
specify
Weight
what
is-
volume, and we can give you a weight.
Hey, dumbass! I told you we'd get to you later. Be quiet. We're
So
dealing
it's
with Matthew.
going up, so it's not down. Not weight. That's the conclusion. That's a fact.
So wait, so you're saying that helium doesn't have weight?
Sorry, White Knight. White Knight. No, you'd like to steal the victory. Matthew's just
He
wrong.
wants
Matthew's
to
just
bring
wrong
it
when he
into a
says it's
vacuum
weight.
chamber.
It's not weight. He's defined what weight is. Linear down. It's not doing that. It's therefore not weight by his own standards. It's self-defeating, contradictory argument's been undone by Brian. Well done, Brian. That doesn't mean White Knight gets to start the ball rolling again as Matthew takes a couple of moments off. Oh, it's a contradiction. If it's going up, it's not linear down. It's just that simple.
The two things are exclusive. You can have something
We
have
on to the
weight.
dumbass now.
You
Okay,
you
yeah,
can
I
have
think so.
something have weight and also be affected by buoyancy.
Yeah, things that have weight. But
Like
you're talking about
He's thrown something out there. We've got to deal with it first. So
Like a thing
not all
can a
gases
thing
need
can
a
be
lid.
affected by multiple
Hold on.
forces at once.
Hi, Guy, we need order. We just need to deal with one claim at a time. So
Okay.
blurted through the middle of Matthew, you said, not all gases need a lid. Oh, really? Right
Okay,
out.
well, we can get to that later. Right now, I want you to
Oh,
engage
you got
with
to
the
it
thing that I just
first.
said.
You got to it first. We'll deal with that first. You brought
Okay,
it
so
up.
you want to
You're at
move
the top
away
of the
from the
discussion.
thing I just said because you're
Hey,
scared
listen,
of it?
mate,
Or,
stop
like-
yammering through him. Can you just mute him so I can lay down the ground rules, not rather than him just yammering through me as his entry to this discussion? His former entry was through the middle of Matthew, and he said, "Not all gases need a lid." Now it was so pertinent that he literally interrupted the flow of the discussion for it. Now he's saying I can discuss that later. So it wasn't pertinent when you interjected with it. Oh right, what a wanker! Oh no, given that you did anyway. It won't just be ignored. It was the first thing you interjected with, so we're going to address it. Pray tell, which gas doesn't need a lid? Tell us, which gases are transported in wheelbarrows? Off you go.
There are gases that are heavier than air, therefore they won't do what helium does. Helium rises, right? But I'm just like off the top of my head, I think butane is heavier than air. Might be wrong, but I know there are gases that are heavier than
Right,
air.
okay,
And
no
if you
worries.
put them in a container,
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, everyone else who's now rumpusing and making it inaudible. Okay, so they transport butane in open-top containers. Do they? They're just like
probably
wheelbarrows?
not. But like, if you
Why not?
transport,
Sorry, stop.
If you
stop.
wait.
Are you in? Stop.
Mhm.
Don't need you to answer halfway through the question.
Well,
It's
you
bleeding
asked the
obvious.
question.
It's rhetorical. I don't need. It's just here to piss me off, isn't he? That's all his purpose is doing. Right? Stop it. Oh, mate. Oh, it's bleeding obviously rhetorical because only a fool would think you carry butane around in open top
containers like wheelbarrows. Yeah, me asking rhetorically if there are examples of that. Obviously not. They carry butane around from here to there in sealed containers. Why, I wonder? Oh, so it doesn't disperse into the air around it in all directions at a rate of speed. That's what all gases do. So, let's just conclude, hopefully without a fundamentalist zealot who's been proven to be demonstrably stupid chanting through my victory, as I prove how stupid that comment was that interrupted Matthew. Oh, right, you thought it was worthy to interrupt to say that not all gases need lid because you think butane gets carried around in wheelbarrows, stupid man. That's right, me, I'm a flat earther calling you stupid. Why? Because you are! No, butane, they carry it around in sealed containers because it would disperse. Like all gases. Next time you interrupt with your stupid, ignorant, globe-believing remarks that are nonsensical, you will get chastised and berated by a flat earther for your demonstrable stupidity. Yeah? And it's not that I'm running the show or anything when someone around you who's not going to tolerate you yammering through every word of me telling you off mutes you. That's not like Simon Dan thinks that that's me being unreasonable to my guests. It's just me winning with fundy zealots who want to chant and mute me, being shut down by a very reasonable server moderator who won't tolerate it. No, Dumbo. This is a fact. You are stupid. You don't understand how gas behaves. To the point where you'll say that you don't need containment. Oh no, not all gases need lids. Oh really? Because butane? No, you cretin. That's you being told off. That would be your cue to sit down and shut up. Not hand wave it and tell me I don't understand or some other unreasonable response. We're done here. We're going to outstay our welcome if we're not careful.
Oh, we're good.
No, I never said it. Like you, I never said the thing that you're saying. I never
Stutter
said
for
that
me.
you're.
Shut up, that meant. Didn't mean stutter around your defeat, you stupid man. Sit down and shut up. I'm going to thank the moderators for keeping your ass in line, while I win. We don't need some stammery, stuttery response after you've lost. Telling you what you thought you meant.
Sure. If you want me to.
Not all gases need a lid. End quote, you stupid man. Right? What you're doing now is interrupting the man telling you off because you think you're justified. Why? Because you're a wanker. That's why.
No, I got unmuted,
No,
so
mate,
I thought
wanker, shut up.
I thought you were
No,
done.
you were stupid and wrong, wanker. No, butane's not carried around in wheelbarrows.
I
This is
never
not
said
your
it was.
cue to talk. This is what
I never
wankers
said
do
it
in
was.
defeat. Doesn't matter how demonstrably stupid it's been shown. He's now going to rage through the top of me. Right? Oh no! How dare you show how wrong I am? I'm going to talk through you.
Literally not doing
Eventually, the mods will get sick of it and shut you up. Yeah, not because I'm an unreasonable host. You're not my guest. Yeah,
Never
I'm
said I was.
demonstrably correct when I say you don't carry butane in wheelbarrows.
Yeah,
you'd
and I
need a
never
lid.
claimed that you did.
You said you don't need a lid. You lying shit.
Yeah, but.
Yeah, but shut up. What part of you've been shown to be wrong? Don't
Bro,
you understand?
I'm not screaming at you.
You
You
think
don't
you
need to
keep
scream at
stuttering
me.
through me. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you zealots think you can keep talking when you're proven wrong. Yeah, you can't. Shut up. I will continue to tell you off with ever more fury. Justified. Your stuttery response about how you thought you were right when you said it didn't need a lid. End quote. Yeah, that's wrong. That means you don't get to carry on taking part, yammering and stuttering through me. Idiot. It means you get to be called an idiot. With, hey, perk up, QE, with righteous indignation.
I was waiting for
it. I'll have it up every time he does it. I can do that. But let's thank the server. We'll have a prayer. Lord Jesus, thank you for Politics Discord server. Amen.
Now you explain where the guy is misunderstanding things.
Yo, hold on. Yes, Brian, you may.
Yeah, okay. Where this man is misunderstanding things, but you don't understand, sorry, I don't know your name, is that butane per inch cube, per cubic inch, is more dense than air, right? That means its diffusion rate into air is slow. More dense a gas is, slower its diffusion rate. less dense a gas is in comparison to air is the medium, the faster its diffusion rate. So carbon dioxide has a slow diffusion rate into air, whereas carbon monoxide has a fast diffusion rate into air. Do you understand what diffusion is?
Mr. Baby.
Wait, are you talking to me? I thought you were talking to the other guy.
Yes.
Can you repeat?
No, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, can you
Do
repeat?
understand?
Sorry, I
Did you
didn't
what
hear
I
you.
said?
No, I didn't. Can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Where you're going wrong is you're mistaking the cubic that butane, for example, is per cubic inch more dense than air, right?
Yes.
Where something like carbon dioxide per cubic inch is more dense than air, right? As calculation, where molar mass calculation. Whereas carbon monoxide is less dense than air. The more dense a gas is, right? Using air as the medium, the more dense the gas is, the slower its diffusion rate into air. The less dense a gas is, the faster its diffusion rate into air. Do you understand what diffusion is?
Yes.
So let's just say there is carbon dioxide after seeping in on my floor in my kitchen, right? And it's after displacing the air, right? That was on the floor. Now there is carbon dioxide after displacing it because it's more dense. Right? Once I stop that seeping of carbon dioxide, or even if I don't, it doesn't matter. The point is that carbon dioxide is diffusing into the air, which means it is going up.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that's stopping that carbon dioxide from filling the room instantly is the fact that the air is in its way. So its diffusion rate from the floor into the air, which means it's going up, is slow because it's more dense per cubic inch.
Sure.
So how can it have weight and be going up?
Can't.
If you have density, you have weight. You can make the same argument for water. Water also evaporates. Water evaporates slowly into air.
Water is hydrogen bonds. It's different. That water is not a gas. Water vapor is a gas. Water is not.
But water vaporizes, right?
It does.
So if you had water in an open container,
hold on, Brian, hold on.
But it becomes
Brian,
that's the red
Brian, hold on. Go ahead.
No, like if you have water in an open container, it would eventually evaporate into the air also.
When it evaporates, where does it go?
Into the air.
Down, right? Down with weight, right?
No,
it's weight,
you're allowing Nathan. You're after allowing him to. You're after allowing this. Why, Nathan, did you allow this? No, water is liquid, right? Liquid water is not carbon dioxide gas.
You're right.
Liquid water must become a gas, diffuse into the air. Must become a gas, right? So until it becomes a gas, it's not going to go up.
Right. So
carbon dioxide is going up constantly. Carbon dioxide that seeps into my kitchen floor is going up constantly. It's just the air is in its way, so because it's of its cubic inch density in comparison to the air, its rate of diffusion is slower than carbon monoxide, which is less dense per cubic inch than air. So the water must first become a gas before it can go up. It's not going to just go up as water.
Am I understanding you correctly then? That you're saying that gases don't have weight because they diffuse into the air, but water as a liquid has weight, yes?
Water does have weight.
Okay, but water vapor doesn't.
To weigh water. I'll go back to that 1 second. I'll ask you the same question I asked Matthew.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need a lid on a container of water to weigh it?
Probably not, no.
Do you need a lid on a container of gas to weigh it?
Depends on the gas.
You do, otherwise you won't. You can't.
Oh my God!
You can't.
Well, I mean, if you hold on.
Stop. Everyone, stop. Hello. Now, we've got a crossroads, Brian. Do we go through? It's inducing a rinse and repeat scenario. So we're back to butaning wheelbarrows.
No. Hang on,
Brian.
One second.
Just one question for you. Is it worthy of carrying on with the gentleman that is unsure about whether or not you need a lid on the container for water and or for gas. If a 5-year-old child knows the answers, do I need to put a lid on this to keep the water in the cup? No. Do I need to put a lid on it to keep the gas in there? Yes. Yeah. This if we're at this level,
can I explain how I'm thinking?
Struggling this much, I would suggest your energies are better spent. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question there. If I have,
Brian, it's my third attempt. I've got to stop you. I've tried 3 times to thank the server for having us so we can come back next week, but I really do want to do that because we've been here a good solid almost 4 hours.
Right. I just want to say.
I will. You can have the last word with this guy. I want you to understand that we must round out and thank him at some point. Okay, just go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The butane that you in the container that you don't have a lid on is diffusing upward into the air constantly. How are you going to weigh it when it's constantly going up?
Well, okay, so when you say diffusing into the air, I understand what you mean by that, but like as you say, some gases diffuse slower into the air than others. Certain gases diffuse very slowly, and therefore you could probably get a pretty accurate weight before it diffuses. It doesn't take ages to get a weight.
That's not how it works.
No, it's not how it works.
It's a joke.
Sorry, nobody's pouring gas. And sorry,
I have a question.
Just for this guy, I just need to level it for him. Yeah, there's no commercial entity will ever be detailed to be, portioning out their gas supply on a scale that's open. That's never going to be demonstrated. It's not how it's done. No.
No, I'm just saying it's possible. I'm not saying that's the most efficient way to do it.
No, it's not.
It's not the way. It's not the way. It's just not the way it's done. It's just not the way it's done.
Is that not the standard way?
Not the standard. No, it's not.
It's a non-standard. Oh yeah, sorry.
I never said it was.
Before we go.
Okay,
right,
whatever.
You're backing up Matthew, so we're just going to humiliate Matthew again with your words, which is to say it's the non-standard way. What, the wheelbarrow way? Yeah, the non-standard.
I never mentioned the wheelbarrow. You brought up the wheelbarrow.
Maybe you're chanting. Maybe you're chanting. Yeah, this is us just humiliating you, ball believers. As much as that's painful, I prefer you just didn't chant through the top of it. And it's unfortunate for you. You've demonstrably shown your stupidity with your open containers being weighed and that. No, definitely not. But that is undermining your sky vacuum belief, because forget about how gas disperses into air already at pressure. Your claim is that the sky is a vacuum. I mean, it's not like that's resisting it because of the already pressurized gas that it'd have to disperse through. Any gas, literally any, would disperse instantaneously into that sky vacuum if it was real. It isn't. It's just your fundy belief that you're prepared to argue from ignorance, making you and Matthew look silly when you tell us about the non-standard way of things. To try and keep your sphere belief alive. That's why you're doing it. Now, because you're doing that, we're laughing at you and calling you stupid. Now, those are demonstrable facts that need painful chanting through the top of as we summarise those painful facts. The deceit of Matthew, the non-standard way of defining how gas might be dealt with. Yeah, when we deal with things in the standard way, your global belief is shattered into a million pieces. Because we wouldn't be breathing, we wouldn't be measuring anything. Like elevation angles off flat baselines, gas pressure, the gradients, how high they are from sea level. None of this works on a globe. It's all debunking a globe. So you, with your fundy zealot belief in that globe, have to argue about how gas has weight. When your compadre, your wingman's just told us linear downward force. All right, so the gas going up you still think's got a weight, described as a linear downward force by your compadre. You don't see that as cognitively painful or stupid, contradictory. No, it's still got downward linear weight when going up. No, stupid moron. Cognitive break in your worldview is just that. Your worldview breaking. Not on a globe. There is no sky vacuum. No amount of rumpusing through me telling you this, stating facts that leave you looking stupid when you try and defy them. Natural laws that are claimed to be only my beliefs when cited to other men like yourself. Right? These are just laws of nature. You haven't got a sky vacuum. There's no men in space. It's all stupid nonsense you've been duped with. And we've realised that. You haven't. But in so telling, you think that just by chanting through it or denying it or hand-waving it or questioning it will somehow result in you not having defiance of your sky vacuum laid out. It will always be laid out. We aren't living in a sky vacuum based world. We're not on a globe. It's all nonsense. You've just been duped. Now you're being laughed at by flat earthers for how stupid you are.
Can I ask this man one last question?
Definitely the last question. I thought that was my summary to round out and thank him, but go on.
One last question. If I take his container of butane and I put it into a vacuum chamber and evacuate the chamber and then remove the lid, will the butane fill the chamber instantly?
I mean, yeah, it would disperse out into the vacuum, yeah?
Like all our gas that we're breathing would all be dead.
Which
Space
would
is
happen.
fake.
Yes, which is Nathan's exact point, because there's nothing to impede it. There's no air to impede it, so it'll diffuse straight into the area of zero resistance.
You think the
And you
sky
agree with
is?
that?
That's what all the gas we're breathing would do if the sky was a vacuum. It'd just instantaneously vanish. Furthermore, we'd never develop gas pressure. It's like Brian described with CO2. Comes out the ground and goes up. The first particle of gas comes out the ground, goes up, and never comes back. It just vanishes into a sky vacuum, 10 to the minus 17 torr. That's what gas does, disperses. So at what point do we develop gas pressure on a sphere Earth?
I mean, I would try to explain to you how gravity works, but I think you're not really reciprocal to it.
Oh shit!
No,
please. Go ahead.
Like, I don't think it'll do you any good, actually.
It's an ad hominem.
Well, can
Wait,
I
you've been ad hominem me this entire time. What do you mean?
May I explain? So the gas, whether you like it or not, if that was
Like,
the
you've been
case,
attacking my person this entire time, just
okay, dude, like
ranting
you
away,
had
bro.
your chance. You
Like,
don't
what?
want to explain. Can I explain? Thank you.
Anyway, I thought that was the last question. I thought you were running out.
Apparently, let's just find out what, for the audience's benefit, what's going on, right? Is that apparently there's an overcome to this argument in the form of gravity, but it wouldn't benefit me to be told. An ad hominem is inferring that I'm stupid and wouldn't understand it, or it wouldn't help me.
You literally called me stupid, bro. Like, you
Sorry.
literally said it out loud.
Excuse me. I will just reiterate why you're stupid then, because you seem to think that's unjustified. Well, I'll just reiterate it. Let's see if you can tolerate it. Or if, like you're doing, you're going to chant straight through it. Oh, right.
You've ad-homed me and you're about to do it again.
I was not justified. Constant chanting. He's just put something to me, moderator, so I'd prefer if I just squared this away. I will call you stupid. You are stupid. This is the justification. Let's see if you can tolerate it, you stupid man. You suggested that we don't need containment for gas. I pointed out that there aren't wheelbarrows full of gas, making you demonstrably stupid for that inference that was wrong. Stating it as though it was applicable that some gases don't need lids. That was where you were proven to be stupid. You don't get to call me stupid because I've not done anything stupid, unlike you. I, the flat earther, have pointed out how fucking stupid you are. And you feel justified in telling me that I'm not allowed to do that? No, I will. I'll call you really stupid. Because you are. You don't have to lie.
I just find it funny that you complain that I ad hominem attack
through the
you.
conclusion like all stupid men. Feel
wait, bro,
humility. Is this your humility? I'm still talking, haven't taken breath. Is this you having a bit of humility, you stupid man? Telling me off for how I shouldn't be calling you stupid. No, it was stupid.
Meta, okay? Let's go to the topic. So what is the claim so I can have a clear view, like of either sides, basically?
Gas pressure needs a container.
Yes, that is correct. What else?
Welcome to flat Earth.
Bye sky vacuum. The end of gas pressure on a sphere Earth. Gas needs containment. There's no sky vacuum. You're not traveling via a container to a sky vacuum. It's claimed that you can just traverse the high pressure gas, wave goodbye at the Kármán line without containment, and traverse a sky vacuum in a rocket. No, that's all bunk. They're not traversing any containment which is required for us to be breathing.
I'm starting to feel more stupid after this afternoon.
Me too. Let's wave goodbye. Brian's my cue. He said it was definitely.
I'm just want to say something to you. No, I'm just saying.
We'll do it in the after show. I'll keep recording. We can do it. We'll go back to our server, but I do want to thank them because we're going to overstress their moderation team.
For right now. This is for right now. Nathan, remember the butane that man agreed would fill the chamber, or the vacuum chamber instantly if he removed the lid.
Yes.
Where's the gravity holding that into the container?
There isn't any.
just disperses.
So you are claiming that there isn't any, but you're not justifying there isn't any. Okay, that's the big difference. You're making propositions that you accept everyone to be true, but they're not true because the majority of the scientific community disagrees with you.
Scientific community, where they at?
Appeal to consensus fallacy. So we weren't making any claims about what the sky is. There's an outstanding claim that it's a violation of natural law, empty space that gas isn't filling.
Natural law?
My bad. It's not like this is the end of the conclusion that a zealot needs to interrupt. We heard your claim. Yeah, your appeal to consensus about what the scientific community thinks was heard. Nobody chanted through you. It'd be preferable that we just point out that you asserting that I've got what claims and standards that people must accept. No, the positive claim is that the sky is an empty available volume that gas isn't filling in violation of natural law. That's us overcoming the positive claim that the sky is a vacuum. Now, you're now telling us about how gravity should be taken into account. Brian swiftly dealt with that. So we've got an acceptance. Yeah, you just put gas into a chamber, it disperses in all directions equally to fill the availability of volume, exactly like you say the sky vacuum is? No, because the gas would be filling it, dispersing, in line with entropic law. Debunking the claim the sky is a vacuum.
You are making...
And he also appealed to authority fallacy. Sorry. You also appealed to authority fallacy by the scientific community that doesn't exist, by the way. When this isn't a scientific topic, it's a natural law topic.
Of course it's not scientific. Everything this is like fairy tales, but that's not the point we are trying. We're trying to logically argue about something, okay? So he said that it doesn't basically follow... Can I finish the point?
This logical gravity.
Can I finish the point, please?
Well, the reason you're being hold on, guys. The
there
reason
you
you're
go.
being
So
objected
how
to. Well, can I just answer your question? Can I answer your
No,
question?
I didn't finish the statement.
Well, you asked a question and I'm going to answer it.
No. You don't decide when I finish the statement.
Can one of the moderators
you
take charge?
interrupted
Asked
me,
me
and
why
you
he wasn't
cried
getting a chance
about
to
when I
talk, and I'm now
interrupted you.
answering him, and he was not allowing me to answer his question. Why am I not getting an opportunity to talk? Oh, right. Well, that's because you've just denied a fundamental premise that's been put to you in regards to gravity in terms of what it does and how it behaves. You're ignoring how gas behaves when it disperses into a vacuum chamber, how it would disperse into the sky vacuum that you believe in. Meanwhile, sky vacuum claim overcome. Second law of thermodynamics violation. Yeah, there is no sky vacuum. There's no men in space. Gravity doesn't affect how gas behaves. Law of nature, it just disperses into volumes. The claimed volume it would disperse into would leave us all dead. That's the conclusion.
Well, he claimed the scientific community, didn't he?
Yeah, then he said it was logic. Then he said it was logic, making him seem very stupid. He claimed it was a scientific endeavour for the community in appeal that he had. Then he changed it to a logical question. Really?
Can I just point out, Nathan, that the container of butane that instantly fills the vacuum chamber when you remove the lid, that is closer to the surface of Earth than the air that's supposedly way up in the sky.
Wait, stop throwing gravity nuts to the monkeys. Stop it.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to thank the server. Right. All of you mods, you are fantastic hosts and very tolerant of us staying over typically a lot of time is as guests here.
I got one more question.
No. Thank you very much for having us. You've been an absolute sensation as always as a server. I hope the YouTube moderators for my channels put out lots of links to your server and people come along and join. So thank you for having us.
Yeah, more than welcome, Nathan. It's a pleasure having you here, guys. Everybody else on the G Plus server as well. So pleasure to have you over.
Indeed.
Especially me.
We will toddle along to our own server, but we will see you next Friday, and thank you very much again for having us.
Take care, guys.
Well, that was fun.
What a treat.
Are we waiting for Nathan?
Nope, it's wide open.
Oh, okay. Is he coming back?
No.
Oh, I missed him. It's too bad. You know when he's going to be on again?
Next Friday, same time, 10 or 9 a.m. Eastern.
Okay. All right. Well, let him know I came by then. It's Mr. Anderson. And it's okay that I do that, right? That I just kind of drop in and talk to you guys because I don't want to.
Yeah, absolutely. No, feel free.
Yeah. I always.
But
you know,
Nathan's
worry
got a
about,
show every weeknight. I was
What's
just going
that?
to say Nathan's got a show every weeknight on YouTube, so you
Oh,
can
yeah.
catch him there as well. Yeah, and you can jump on the panel if you like, and yeah.
Yeah. Is this sort of like a? I mean, the concern always, the thing I've been warned about with Nathan is that there's a lot of muting going on. But I'm assuming, with this being a neutral platform, that I don't have to worry about that so much. Is that right?
So long as you're not being unruly, dude.
Well, I mean, whenever you're talking about something, it's like that you firmly disagree with. People get unruly. I try and be respectful, right? But I guess that kind of depends on what you mean by unruly, right?
So most of the time, the mutes are to keep control of the conversation because people, like you say, get heated, right?
Yeah, yeah. You know what?
And they will be
We'll just
temporary.
have like a we'll just have like a we'll have like a meta discussion maybe at the start and just sort of like lay some ground rules and stuff about like what is allowed and what isn't, because I agree with you that there is going to be certain things that aren't, and I like it's your room and I want to be respectful and stuff like that. That's always been my priority. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, that's great.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Fair enough. Can I ask you something, dude?
You can ask me anything. I mean, I won't promise an answer, but of course you can ask.
Just say something, right? Yeah, you know what a debate is, right? So you've got, if you can imagine a stage with two desks with a bunch of people on each desk and a moderator in the middle. Okay?
Yeah.
So one side gets to talk, and then the other side gets to talk. And if one side is talking and someone on the other side jumps up and starts yammering, then the moderator will mute them. So there is a lot of that. So yes, there's a lot of muting of people who don't behave appropriately in a debate. That's it.
What was your question?
No, I just want to point out that like that's what a debate is. There's like one at a time, and it's moderated.
Oh, okay.
And usually, if it's one side's turn to present evidence, they usually don't stand up and look over to the other table and start asking them questions. They usually just present their evidence, and the other side presents their evidence. That's usually how it goes, anyway. So.
Oh, so you guys don't do like that?
Did you have some globe evidence you want to share with us?
I mean, we can talk about it if you want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, what direction do you want to go? I mean, I had planned on I had something specific I wanted to talk about with Nathan, and I'd kind of like to keep my powder dry on that front. But like, I don't know. Why don't we start with this? Like, what do you think is the most convincing evidence against the idea of a globe. No, we're guided by you. Like, what's
For,
what
for me, it's
what's
water, dude.
But just like I said before, when it's one-sided debate's turn to talk, they don't ask the other side a question. They usually just present. So if you can do that, that'd be cool.
Oh, that's. I mean, that's a little bit different from what I typically do, because I mean, usually I'm more interested in having a dialogue where there's lots of questions, and maybe we could do that. Maybe we could take turns. You know, you could ask me a bunch of questions, and I can ask you a bunch of questions, and we can get to the truth that way. That's the way I like to do it. If you don't want to do that, that's okay too. Like I say, it's your room. I want to be respectful.
That's cool, dude. You can ask whatever you like.
Yeah. Well, what I was saying is, let's start with. I mean, what's your biggest hang-up with respect to the idea that the Earth might be a globe? We'll start there.
I don't know if it's my biggest hang up, but water is definitely on the top of my list.
Okay. Well, let's pick one person. So, who was that who was just talking?
I was subdued. And I don't know if I'm the best one to take you on. You sound like you're well.
No, go ahead, subdued.
Well,
you're talking about water's level. Yeah, go ahead. Tell them how water's level and that.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind whoever wants to do it. But once we do, especially if we're going to be doing back and forth and questions.
Yeah, well, I'm going to reserve the right for somebody else to tap in.
Just so you're aware, this is Mr. Anderson. He's usually filming because he wants to put on clips for his little YouTube channel. He's also an attorney, at Flaw. So he's a genuine piece of shit anyway. So just be advised that you will probably be clipped and he's going to make a YouTube video. And he's just a slimy piece of shit. And he can clip that.
So he won't
if
be
he wants
asking
to.
us questions then. He's just going to be answering them for his own show.
Yeah. So, anyway.
Thanks for that.
Yep.
Recording, but if you don't want me to record, subdued, I won't.
Yeah, no, we're good, brother.
Do you want me to not record? I won't if you don't want me to.
No, I'm good, dude. Like I said, I'm probably not the best person anyway.
It's okay. I mean, either way, like I said, I mean, despite, certain people have an opinion of me that I'm a piece of shit, but I try and, despite that, act as if I'm not, to the extent that I'm capable of doing it.
Well, you know that you're a piece of shit, but you act as if you're not. Weird statement.
I try to.
It's kind of weird. Kind of weird that you got here late, but it seems like you're more in the caliber with Nathan and the boys. So maybe take it up with them.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. No, I appreciate you. And like I said, I don't want to make you do anything you're uncomfortable with. So. Yeah.
Just show me on the doll where it hurts, right?
What's that?
Just show me on the doll where it hurts, right?
Well, I mean, my goal is not to hurt anybody. I want to have interesting conversations with willing, capable opponents. And that didn't sound quite right. I didn't mean it that way. Sorry, that came out wrong. I didn't mean it that came out wrong. What I meant is that, I don't want to attack people who aren't interested in having challenging conversations. And I don't want to make people feel bad, right? Like, I just want to have, a good scrap for fun. And I'm not saying this I keep inadvertently saying things that I think are insulting. I'm sorry for that. What I mean is that it's cool. You and I are cool. You and I can be friends now if you want.
Spoken like a true lawyer.
Yeah, I'll just defer to somebody that has more knowledge than me, man.
No
Okay,
problem.
lawyer. Okay, lawyer. Prove your claim that you live on a ball in a vacuum. Go.
All right, who am I talking to now? Who am I talking to now? Who wants to do that with me?
Oh, you're going to do that for
For
the
everyone.
room. You're going to do that for the room. And I
For the
told you
whole
what to do.
for the whole room?
Yeah.
Yeah, empirical evidence that you live on a spinning water ball.
And the 2 YouTube bots that are streaming you live right now and recording you.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I mean, I consent to being recorded. I think that we all
Oh,
consent to
we
that
don't
when
need
we.
your consent. You came in our room.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, maybe you don't need it. You have it. You have it regardless. But okay, so you and I are going to have a chat then. So
You're going to talk to the whole room. So you're not going to ask me any questions. I told you you made a claim. You live on a spinning ball in a vacuum. Now prove it.
Okay, let me see. How do I want to do that?
Yeah, what's your best evidence that you live on a spinning water ball?
Well, like I said, I want to kind of save the really good one for Nathan. But let me think about like a second or third best.
Don't worry. There's no really good ones. We've heard them all.
Well, that may be. That may be.
If you want to speak to Nathan, he's in his server currently. You can go over there and get your clips and talk to him.
Oh, okay. I mean, you want me to leave? I'll leave. That's totally fine.
I didn't say that now, did I? Piece of shit lawyer.
Well, I mean, you implied it, and I feel like there's a little bit of hostility.
Piece of shit lawyer. Did I say you should leave, or did I say if you want to talk to Nathan, he's in his server currently? Piece of shit lawyer.
Players don't understand questioning.
Well, I mean, lawyers do.
Yeah, they like to do all the questioning. That's what they do.
That's why he's not.
They don't like to make
questioning
claims.
today. That's why he's not questioning today.
You guys want to ask me questions then? Is that what you want to do?
I already did. I asked you a question.
What was the
You're
question?
supposed to
Remind me.
already be on your way to prove that you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Let's talk about spinning then. Why don't we do that? So, yeah, let's talk about spinning. You guys know that if the world is spinning, that would mean that the middle, which would be the closest to the equator part, is moving faster than like the parts closest to the poles, right?
Holy crap, you're already begging the question. He asked not if, prove that you're spinning.
Well, what I'm saying is that there's a test that we can do to prove that we're spinning.
Do it.
And that
Do it. Is it an affirming consequent test?
That's part of the proof.
Every time you come in here, you kind of like really slowly dialogue through the bullshit, and you can just get to it. So what's this
No.
test, and is it going to affirm the consequent?
It's not, and the reason I go slowly for you is that you guys.
Okay, so then let's get to it. So let's not just bullshit and hang out in the minutia. Let's get to the test.
Well, that's the thing, is that the test concerns the minutia. So
That's the thing, is that you should just go ahead and tell us about the test.
Yeah, what's the instrument you're using? What are all these tests? Get to it.
Well, that's kind of what I was. So, in order to get to the test, before we do the test, we have to talk about the theory. Do you guys want to talk about the theory?
What theories? Oh, so this is a rotation theory. There's no rotation for you to prove. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. That question didn't even make sense.
Oh, okay, so then we're proving rotation, the rotation that exists according to you. How can we test it?
Well, that's what I was going to try and explain to you. So first, we need to talk.
So you're going to get to it. I'm just going to keep you on mute because you're intolerable. We don't need the filibustering. We don't need the bullshit.
Yeah,
all right.
Your Honor,
You want me to
treat
go?
him as
I'll
a
go.
hostile witness at this point for refusing to answer questions.
You don't know what if. But if you want to treat me as a hostile witness and ask me leading questions, go ahead. That's what.
Right now, I'm asking you to prove the rotation that you say exists, and you're not getting to it. You're being very lawyery. You're kind of skirting around the problem. Tell us how you can prove that the Earth is spinning.
All right, I can. I was trying to do that, but then you started asking me to speed up.
All right, that's it. You lost your chance.
Yeah, we didn't need
But I was trying to get to it, but I'm still not going to get to it. I'm going to talk about how you interrupted me.
Did he leave?
Yeah, that's his show got ruined.
No. Yeah, and he's probably doing some kind of, oh, see, they muted me and they don't want to have this honest conversation, despite the fact that I didn't get to the evidence right away.
Funny how he came in and, oh, damn, I missed him.
Yeah, so then I'm like, oh, well, he's over in his little hideout if you want to talk to him. Oh, do you want me to leave? Is that what I said? Slimy piece of shit lawyers.
I was interested to hear his theory about the spin.
Oh, he would have never got to it, or he would have definitely either begged the question or affirmed the consequent. I've already talked to that guy a couple of times. Slimy piece of shit. And and then you find out he's got clips of everybody on YouTube, and he goes over them, and they got reviewed on Nathan's show the other day. So anyway, yeah. He also pals around with Platypus. Like a lot of times, Mr. Anderson will be in here and Platypus will be in here. So they kind of run as groups.
never ever lied to us since at least. I don't know why it's so hard for people to accept that they're giving us faith.
Yo, why is there a bunch of people in here but no one talking?
It's silence for the globe. The globe's dead.
Yo, what happened to remember Quantum Eraser used to come in here? What happened?
Nothing happened. He's busy doing his own things. He does ball busters and all that.
He's just on 30 minutes ago for a different server.
Yeah, but he used to specifically come in here and cause ruckus. He doesn't
There
do
you
that
go. Yeah.
anymore.
No. I miss him telling me to shut the fuck up once in a while. I know. He's awesome.
That's got to get him back.
Or
Go to
maybe
Flat
not.
Earth Debate if you want to find him. Go on his show and you can talk to him.
Maybe not me.
The arena got to get him in the arena.
Maybe not me specifically, but hearing him tell anyone to shut the fuck up, I miss.
Okay, you Globers in YouTube land. It's Freak Out Friday, so you may as well make your appearance and get it over with.
That's how you know it's not a globe.
Alright, so you're telling me in this voice chat right now, there's people who believe the Earth is flat.
I wouldn't say that there's. I wouldn't say that there's like a whole bunch of people who know things in the chat. What do you know?
Well, I do know that much that the Earth is indeed a sphere, or not a 2D shape. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, it's not a 2D shape. Flat's not a shape either, though. But a sphere is a shape. How do you know that?
How do I know
How
what
do you
your
know that?
voice was in the middle?
How
No, thanks.
do you know?
No, thanks.
I was
Can I
asking
say?
Friction.
Can I say
Friction, do you
something?
want to give up your conversation to the other guy so he can ask me something?
No. I'm just a listener. I just want to
All right,
ask
he's
the
just
same.
listening. Friction, how do you know the Earth's a sphere?
Let me tell you how I know it's a sphere. So if you buy a not a microscope, telescope, and you look up at other planets, how do you think they're gonna appear, or how do they appear? Should I say?
I'd say they would appear in the telescope.
Yeah, how would they appear in a telescope?
Well, I mean, you look at them.
Yeah, if you look at another planet with a
I mean,
telescope,
how?
how's
I
it
think
gonna
it's
look?
like you take a. I think it's because of the reflective lenses, like increases the size of the telescope. I think that's how you would look. I think that's how.
Do you have any physics proofs that backs up that the reflection can make how should I say it? 2D flat object appear as a sphere, like 2D circle appear
Well,
as
that's
a
what we're
sphere.
seeing. We're seeing a 2D, like if I took the telescope and looked at Mars or something, right? And I took a picture of Mars, would it be the same image? Would it be
Yes,
this?
it would
Okay,
be the
so
same.
is a picture like that flat picture that I printed out and put it on the wall of my house? Is that showing a 2D representation of something, or is that also a sphere?
No, it's showing a 2D representation,
Okay.
but on that picture, you can very much understand if the thing had, how should I say, if the thing was three-dimensional.
So we see the other side. We see other sides of the things, the Mars, or just the one side, or
I don't get your point. Can you
okay.
make it a
Or
bit
do we
clearer?
see all the sides of Mars? Like, what does the back of Mars look like? Does it look like the same exact picture I always see of Mars, looking exactly the same?
No, it doesn't look the same.
So have you seen the back of it?
I'm pretty sure that there's enough satellite images of the back of it.
I don't know. So what else can we do? So we looked at a 2D, like we looked through a telescope and we saw a circle in the sky. They took a picture of it. The picture was flat. What does that tell us?
All right, let me make it very simple. Yeah.
Okay.
When you look through a telescope, you know how planets rotate around, right?
Yeah. Well, they don't. The reason that they're the planets is because they don't really rotate like around perfectly, right? So you got the stars; they rotate around like in a circle. And then we use Polaris, like the pole star, as a stationary star, right? And then the things that like the planets, right? There, people looked up like these ones are moving a little funny. They're not moving exactly around. So they're kind of like doing little swirls and going around at the same time, while the stars are just going around. So I mean, I guess I know that much about it.
How would a flat Earth work? Because like we have bunch of evidence, such as like gravity, humans throughout the history, they have all known that like every planet is a sphere rather than a flat
Why do you keep
circle.
assuming the Earth is a planet?
I'm pretty sure I'm living in a planet. I'm pretty sure I'm not living in a space void. So
I know
that's
you
why.
are. I'm asking you why.
Oh, I believe in that because that's what's been believed through thousands of years of history.
Oh, it's just a common belief. All right. You don't really have any evidence for it. You just believe it. All right.
Yeah, I do have evidence for it. So what do you
I
exactly
didn't get it.
what evidence are you looking for?
Evidence that the Earth is a planet.
All right. So how should I say it? Any landmass in the space which has the sphere shape and is large enough is considered a planet.
Okay, how do you know it's a landmass in the space that has a sphere shape?
Because of satellite images.
Show me one that you used to arrive at this conclusion with.
All right. So there's millions. I don't know which one to show you, but let's actually. So I'm assuming you don't trust the NASA, do you?
I'm assuming maybe you don't even know how to define planet. Maybe just start there.
All right. Do you want me to define a planet?
Yeah.
All right. I'll do it. So a planet is a celestial body distinguished from the fixed star by having an apparent motion of its own, including the moon and the sun, especially with reference to its supposed influence on people and events. Makes sense
Okay.
now?
So it's a celestial body. So where do you see the Earth in the sky? It doesn't look like a celestial body to me. Also, you said it's in motion. A planet would be in motion. What motion of the Earth do you detect? 2 questions. Go ahead.
All right. The reason you don't detect the motion is because how small
Okay,
we
so
are.
none. All right, you don't detect any. Okay, we'll move on from that point then. No motion detected. Can't be a planet. Thanks.
You can't detect the motion, but doesn't mean that the motion isn't there. All right, listen.
Well,
If
how do you know
somebody
it's there
kills
if you can't detect it?
what?
How do you know it's there if you can't detect it?
All right, so that's like saying somebody killed someone behind you, but you didn't see it. That's why the person didn't die yet, because you didn't see it.
No, you didn't see any motion. Nobody did. There's no dead body.
Not how it works, my friend.
Yeah, it is how it works. Nobody
I
detected
think.
it.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's happening?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty. I mean, I think it is how it works. When people measure motion, they measure the vector of acceleration and relative to something else that it's pushing against, moving against. Yeah, I think that is how we measure motion.
All right, listen. The reason we don't
That's
feel
got to
the
be
Earth
how it works.
is because like it moves at a constant speed and doesn't speed up or slow down. That's why we don't feel the motion, because it's always a constant speed throughout.
Circular, like if it was a straight line. So that
Oh, what?
it was a straight line or a circle or which one?
He's mentioning linear motion. That's why you don't feel it, which is not what circular motion is. So let's try that all over again.
Yeah, circular motion is a change in acceleration, which is a change in vector, which is measurable.
Yeah, I was talking about linear motion. Like it doesn't change the speed. It doesn't speed up or slow down. That's why you don't feel it as human, as like everything adapts to it. If it makes sense.
No, it doesn't. So you said things are spinning, so that would be a circular motion. And then you said, no, it's linear motion. Linear is in a straight line. Linear is not spinning. So, the end.
Oh yeah, good point. Also, don't get muddied up. You didn't say feel. Originally, it wasn't feel. It was measured. Measured.
All right, so you guys definitely okay. Can I just first of all clarify which sources you guys do not trust?
Well, Frickson, let me ask you a question. Have
Yeah.
you've always believed the Earth is a globe?
Yes, I have, because I'm pretty sure they teach you that in kindergarten.
Okay. So if I grew up in a city and I went to a building and they taught me a book where a man walked on water and healed people's blindness with spit and dirt, does that make that true also? Because I was taught it in a building.
All right. Do you know how things are proved in history?
I'm asking you. I'm trying to get an understanding of where you're coming from. So does that make that true also?
If listen, the way we know something in history is true, if multiple people, what?
Who's we? I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about any other experiences. I'm
All
talking
right,
about
me. Okay. Let me finish then. The way that I or any other sensible human in this world can verify a historic fact to be a fact is if multiple people simultaneously agree at the same thing. That's how we know.
Logical fallacy, you clown.
What? Would you like to say
A
again?
logical fallacy, appeal to majority, you clown.
Yeah, that's just like a Christian believing that a man walked on water because it's in a book. But can you walk on water?
Does that
Frickson,
also
can you-
appeal to consensus?
Wait. The guy with the A profile picture, you're an atheist, isn't it?
Me?
Yeah.
I walk on water, but it's usually frozen when I do.
Right.
Alright, first of all, you guys don't make enough sense by
bro.
being atheist. That's
I'm being
one thing gone.
objective. What my faith or belief is my business. I'm trying to be objective with you.
Alright,
So I'm
let's
asking,
be objective. So there is not a single proof that the earth is flat. Not a single proof which is, how should I say it, trustable. If you're gonna take your sources from, I don't know, totally legit flat
Now you're
earth
denying.
facts.
Now you're denying water.
Are you? Yeah.
I'm
well,
denying
are you saying there's no like? I heard this. It seems like a bold claim. You're saying it's impossible to have a flat surface on Earth. That's the claim that you just made. It's impossible for Earth to be flat. That. You sound crazy, dude.
You ever heard of water before?
No, I'm African. What do you think?
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, you know how it takes yeah, you wouldn't know because you've never heard of it. Well, it's this stuff. It covers the majority of the Earth's surface, and it takes a level, flat, horizontal surface when it comes to rest.
So what's your point by talking about water? Are you trying to say that water would have fell off if it was a sphere?
Wait, that's just
Oh yeah, that's totally what I was trying to say. You got it. Smart guy.
All right, all right. Let me make it clear. Ever heard of gravity? It's a very simple thing taught in year
I think
six. You
simple is above your pay grade, kid.
know. Yeah. I definitely sound like a kid trying to like talk about the fact. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we had to dumb it down for water for you, and you were still confused. So, I mean, maybe just pace yourself. Maybe simple is a
All
little bit out of your league still.
right. Do you know what gravity is? Do you?
Nope, and neither do you. Define it.
Oh, okay. Now we're
Yeah, tell me,
now
what is
we're
it?
defining gravity. Come on.
Yeah,
So
what is it?
gravity is the force which pulls object down to Earth. That's
So
the
Einstein's wrong then? So you're against
what?
Einstein. Can I see your
What?
paper debunking Einstein?
I actually graduated from the University of Edinburgh
Oh, and you've
on.
never heard of Einstein. You still think that Newton's correct.
Yes, I do think Newton's correct. That's
Right,
what
so
I
you
was
graduated
taught.
from university and never heard of Einstein. I don't know how
Yeah,
you did
that's
that.
if you don't like it, that's what they teach you in University of Edinburgh. Go
No, they
study that.
teach
Maybe
you
you know.
Einsteinian gravity, which is the bending and warping of space-time, no force, no pulling. So maybe you failed, actually.
No, I didn't fail actually.
Okay, so who's right and who's wrong? Is Einstein right, or is Einstein wrong and you're right?
I would believe that Einstein is right.
Okay, so you're wrong, Einstein's right. Now prove that the bending and warping of space-time makes things go to the ground. Sorry, I said that backwards. Einstein's right, you're wrong.
All right, so can you show me the thing with where Einstein said like what you're saying?
Oh yeah, it's called general relativity. Maybe you just want to hit the books again. Go back to school.
No, it's all right. I graduated already, so
Doesn't
it's all
sound
right.
like it.
You're from a university and you don't know Einstein. Wow.
Who said I don't know Einstein? Like, where are you guys getting this from? Who said I don't know
You,
Albert Einstein? No, I
you.
didn't.
I'm just
I did
quizzing
not.
you right now, and it doesn't sound like you know jack shit about him.
So,
Yeah,
so you
you
graduated.
said the thing that stuck out, right, is that you said that, well, gravity is the force that's pulling, which is contrary to the popular beliefs now in regards to gravity.
But he admitted he's wrong and Einstein's right, so prove it. Prove that the curvature of space-time does anything.
All right. So when we jump down, why do we come?
Well,
Why do we
I guess
come on?
according to what you're trying to claim, that would be because of the curvature of space-time. Now, can you prove that? Do you have an experiment for it?
Experiment. All right. Wait. Um.
I
Yeah,
can hear
that
the
sounds like
Google.
the one.
I can hear Google going.
That's the
No.
experiment I'm familiar with for it. Yeah, that sounds right. Checks out.
Something you use for research papers.
How about just a hypothesis? We don't need a whole paper yet.
Wait. The research paper I'm reading is quite long. So.
Oh, well, a hypothesis isn't, so good thing you can just quickly tell us what that is if you have one.
So have you done anything that you've read about, like walked on the moon or sent an RC car that you can control with an Xbox controller on your house on Mars or anything? Or are you just a reader and you're not a doer?
No, I do not work on that field.
Okay. So you go by faith that nobody would lie to you about your experiences here in reality and just trust people you've never met before. Got it.
All right. So you guys are assuming that it's a lie being told universally. You need to know that the world is not that simple. Nobody agrees on something universally, let alone such a big fact on Earth's shape. Unless it was fact, they wouldn't have agreed on it.
Or it could be a conspiracy against the masses to keep you from being at the same intellectual level as they are, to keep you dumbed down. So they teach you lies in school, and then they show you truth in movies.
Oh, are you
Kind of
the government?
really quick, just sort of wondering why we even went to the topic of why things are on the ground, because all I told him is that water takes a flat level surface when it comes to rest. And then he's like, yeah, but do you know why things go down? Well, what's your point? Even if it is the curvature of space-time, which there is no empirical evidence for, but even if it were, what's the point? How does it pertain to what I said about water?
Alright, so you genuinely believe if you, let's say, gain enough wealth, which you probably wouldn't, but still, if you gain enough wealth and have the finance to set up a satellite and send it up in the orbit and collect data on Earth, you genuinely believe that it's gonna be a flat circle instead of a sphere.
Okay, I have no idea how that answers my question. Thanks for trying.
Wow. You said a bunch of shit a whole big if statement.
I don't know why you started talking about things falling to the ground when I was just pointing out the observable reality of water.
Alright, you guys are saying my whole thing is an if statement. Your whole flat earth belief is an if statement. You guys are basing it off your mind that, oh yeah, maybe we're being told lies, and that's why
No, that's not correct.
I don't think that's the building blocks of it.
Let me ask you a question, and this is pretty simple, I think, for everybody. Do you drink water or coffee or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. I think I wouldn't survive without that.
Yeah,
Sure.
got you there.
All right. So you got me. So when you put water in your cup, on the surface of that cup, is the water level and flat when it's at rest and contained?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have lakes where you're at? Do you have a lake? You know what a lake is, or a pond?
Yeah, I know what they are.
Okay. So when that lake is contained by the shoreline, is the surface of that water flat and level when at rest?
Yeah.
Okay. So the oceans, which you claim cover your ball Earth, are contained by shorelines from California to Africa, right?
Yeah.
So
True.
how is it that from your cup, your pool, and your lake, water when contained lays level and flat when at rest, that now when the water is contained by the ocean shoreline, it turns into a ball?
Because the earth is a sphere and the water just covers the surface.
But you can't jump from water when contained lays level and flat when at rest in a lake, but then when it's the ocean, it turns into a ball. That logic doesn't make any sense. And you're being intellectually dishonest with yourself, and you're appeasing to authority and everybody else who thinks the same way as you. You have to be reasonable with yourself. You have to reason with yourself. And when you see water contained and at rest, it looks like a mirror, right? I've seen a lake in the early morning when there's no wind. It looks like a mirror, and it reflects the sky and the surrounding environment, correct?
Yeah.
So how is it that the oceans don't do the same thing from A to B to C and all the way around?
You're comparing lakes and stuff to the much bigger body of water. So
It's all water, bro. It's all water, though. You see how they got you with the idea of gravity? You see how
Let's not brush past the. Sorry, man. I don't want to brush past this. We're not insinuating that the oceans are flat and level. The oceans are measured to be flat and level. There is no curvature to be found.
What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
The ocean's measured to be flat and level. We're not insinuating it. I mean, I know he's asking you a line of questioning, but it's not. We're not inferring this. The oceans are measured flat and level.
Yeah. All right.
I
Listen.
don't like it either, man. But that's just the way it is. When I came across this back in 2015, it took me a while for me to grasp the concept that I was taught something that made sense to me at the time, because I didn't think to look any further into the concepts of reality. But when I sit here and I drink my coffee, the surface of my coffee is level and flat.
All right. Authentic intent. Yeah. Let me ask you a question. You know, if there's a large mass in space, it's always gonna pull itself into a sphere. Are you aware?
I think that you're appeasing to the books and the stories that you read in school, and that makes you feel comfortable because this conversation makes you uncomfortable.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. I'm trying to enlighten myself, but the
Dude, you're
facts.
imagining stuff in the sky, man. And you're
Yeah,
telling us that because they're really heavy, everything else pulls to them. You got no evidence for that whatsoever.
Bro,
Other than you've been told a story, right?
I'm keep saying this. I'm sounding like a broken record, but there's satellite images available.
Satellite images available of mass attracting mass?
Do you believe those images?
Yes, I do actually. I don't think a big corporation like NASA, SpaceX, and every other how should I say it?
Well, that's your prerogative, brother. You can believe whatever you want, man.
They're connected to the government.
Bro, are you all anarchists or something? Like, why do you guys think the government?
You bring up SpaceX. So your hero Elon Musk, he founded SpaceX in 2002. He still hasn't gone to space. What's up with that?
Here, let me ask you a question, brother. Brother,
believe in flat Earth? Can you answer me the question?
does the government lie?
Sometimes,
Yeah,
but
they can.
So
but
only
my
sometimes.
question,
very rarely.
Very rarely.
Yeah.
So who's fucking living in a fucking dream world now, man?
Hey,
Oh,
Frickson,
no, I'm not living in a dream world because I respect my government. Nice one, mate.
You respect your government?
Yes, I do because
That
I'm not
sounds like a dream world, all right.
Actually, if I do say so myself, I'm a conservative. So like, yeah, I do have respect for the government and traditions. Yes.
So rather than governing yourself and being self-accountable, you'd rather be governed by others and judged constantly? Interesting.
If that's what you think being conservative means, yes, I think so. Yeah.
Hey, Friction, let me ask you a question. You seem to be a little obsessed with looking up instead of looking on the ground. Are you familiar with like construction and building a house or a building and things of that nature?
Yes, I am actually. Yeah.
Okay. So do you think that a construction worker and his team, when they're going to attempt to build a house or a building, would measure the ceiling and build the ceiling first and then build the floor second?
I think the first thing they'll do is lay the foundation.
Right. So if you're gonna lay the foundation, wouldn't you want to know if that foundation is flat and level so that you can place objects on it that aren't going to slide or make you feel uncomfortable?
All right. Listen, the thing you guys are thinking, Earth is not small. It's a very big land mass. That's
Do you know
why
how big
even
it
though
is,
it's a
dude?
sphere, you can't
How
feel it.
big
You
is
can't feel it being a
Do you
sphere.
know how big it is? Just
Yes,
for how big is it?
wait. Let me actually tell you the exact
So you don't know.
volume.
So you just know that it's really, really big, right?
No, it's 260 billion cubic miles.
Okay, how is that measured?
Did he just say 260 billion cubic miles? That's craziness. Crazy talk, Chief Mohawk.
No, that's great. I want to know how he measured that, and I want to know if it's so big and we can't see the curve, then how did anybody measure curve?
I took a measuring ruler and measured it.
You measured the Earth with a ruler. Here, we finally hit it, boys. This is how long it took before he spiraled.
So now he's turning
No.
to sarcasm, right? Like we get it.
What do you expect? You got the dog pile interrogating him, like asking bizarre questions.
Callie will pile interrogate you as soon as I take you off of mute.
Alright, do you know how volume is measured?
Friend, how did you measure it?
Told you, bro. I took a measuring ruler and
What is that?
Okay, listen. You do the height times the width times the length, and you measure the volume. That's how they did it, I would assume.
Who's they?
NASA. What else?
No, wait, back the truck up. You said you measured Earth's curvature. We were waiting to hear how you did that.
Yeah, I can do it right now. You know why? Because I know the height of the Earth, I know the width of the Earth, and I know the length. So if I times them three together,
Dude, you don't know shit about fuck, man.
What do I not know about again?
You don't know shit about fuck.
Hey, Frickson. Frickson, if I made a website and if I made a website and it described Santa Claus's factory and where it's located and everything, does that make that true?
Doesn't.
Okay, so how do you know that what you read about how the Earth looks and appears to be when you've never gone up high enough to see it from that perspective before?
Have you ever gone high enough to see that it's round? I mean, how should I say, flat?
I don't have to, because water, when contained, lays level and flat when at rest. And if the Earth is over 70% water, thus the Earth has to be flat.
No, it doesn't, bro. What do you not get? If the water is there, like, why do you think it has to be a flat? Why can it not be a sphere? What's the problem if it was a sphere instead?
No,
well, we have to imagine
because
it
it
to be a sphere,
measures
right?
flat.
It's
The reason it can't be is because it measures flat.
It's topographically flat. It has land masses, mountains, valleys, plateaus, but in between that land mass, there's water. And water cannot bend to make a
If
ball.
the Earth is flat, if you go far enough, you're gonna fall off. Is that what you think? You're gonna fall off into the void
No,
of
that's
space.
what you think, dude.
There's an
Well,
ice wall.
That's what you think.
You were taught that.
Oh my days! Of course, the ice wall theory. Oh yeah, how can I forget? You guys also believe in that way.
Yeah, that was a
Bro.
Glober who said that, by the way.
I've been trying to talk for a minute. Can I say something here? Sorry for interrupting. Can I say something here?
Yeah, say it.
Yeah. So basically, have you guys ever heard of a stick test? So can you, if you have heard about it, I'm not gonna elaborate on it. Can you
Hear about what?
stick?
He's talking about Eratosthenes.
So basically,
Oh no, yeah.
you stick a stick in the ground, right?
We
Then
beat that. Wait, we beat that guy to death already. He's been
I
beat
really
to
want you to
death in
debunk
here.
it. Can you debunk it? Can you debunk it? I really want to know.
So you're gonna get on your camel and you're gonna go measure shadows with sticks?
Oh wait. What do you mean by that?
Well, that's what he did, right?
Yeah. So, actually, in YouTube, many people actually did it like practically. You'd have video in YouTube.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth measurement.
It's a flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, because you need an angle measurement, which means the baseline of the angle must be flat.
For his shit to work, and for his shit, dude, and for his shit to work, you need parallel sun rays, which you don't have.
Oh, I can hear you, Red One. Can anyone explain
maybe
what
you
he
should
said?
turn me up.
Your voice is cutting. Can anyone explain what he said?
No, it's yours, and because I can hear Red One just fine.
I can't hear him. Sorry.
You're making an assumption that what you were taught, how far the sun is, that bright light that we see during the day, is a certain distance and fixed distance away.
Oh
how have you verified how far the sun is away
Wait.
from
I asked a question
small
about
Earth?
the stick theory. You didn't answer the stick theory.
Ruler and measure it.
How have you measured the sun's distance from this ball Earth you claim to live on?
Measuring tape, bro.
So you haven't. So more faith. You're a pretty good faithful person and trustworthy.
Thank you very much. I'm flattered.
So
But that's
wait,
faithful.
authentic. I asked
It's
a question about the stick theory. You said you guys, wrap up this thing or debunk this thing for a long time. Can you debunk? You didn't.
He
debunk
just
it.
asked you, what's the distance to the sun?
I
man?
just did. Yeah.
Parallel lines
What
and the
this has to
distance
do with the
from
distance of
the
the sun? Because I
parallel.
asked if you have a stick in the ground, and it will produce a shadow, right? And the shadow the moves as the
Yeah.
light passes. So debunk this thing. Why are you bringing the distance
I
of the?
just did. Linear length of shadow on the ground, flat plane, flat Earth, triangle.
Mansur, Mansur, you have to know the distance from the Earth to the Sun, and then you have to get rid of then you have to add in parallel sun rays that come to the Earth, and that's not how it works, bro.
So
So
you're
there's
saying
two things.
I
whole thing
posted,
you're
yeah, I
basing it
posted the
of
debunk for you at
light.
46 minutes after the hour. You can see you need parallel sun rays for a globe, and in flat, you just have a sun the same way we see a sun making shadows. Earth is flat. You've been debunked. Who's next?
All right, so you guys can't accept the simple fact that, like, if you see other planets as a sphere, Earth
Dude,
is
stop
also a
looking in the
sphere.
sky. Stop looking in the sky.
You start looking at the ground, mate. You think the Earth is flat. You need to start looking up at the sky and everywhere.
We did. We measured the ground. You're now affirming the consequent by saying, oh, well, actually begging the question first, that the other planets, right, and Earth is a planet, that's begging the question, that they're also spheres in the vacuum of space. You're begging the question about 1,000 times. What you're presenting is illogical and silly. All you need to do is measure the surface of the Earth, which earlier you said you used a ruler, and then also it required it to be flat. So, do you have anything to prove that you're living on all other than the consequent and begging the question all at once?
I said the ruler part as a joke, but then I said the surface area of Earth can be measured because if you can have the
How is it
surface
done?
area of
How is it
countries,
done? How is it done? Don't tell me how it can. I want to know how.
you measure. Bro, that's such an odd question, but I don't know if anybody has these answers stand by though.
These are the things that are the tenets of your religious system, and you don't know if anybody's actually done these things?
Yeah, you've said a lot of nothing. You said you yourself measured the Earth's curvature, and then you went to Aristotle.
With the ruler, bro. Trust me. All right. So there's a simple formula to find the area of a sphere. Yeah.
What sphere? Excuse me, friend. Before you go into the sphere part, how did you determine it was a sphere? In the first place, I want you to show me how the Earth curve was measured. Don't just beg the question and move on.
All right. When you dig up the ground, yeah. When you dig up the ground, where do you go? Do you just fall into the space, or do you find ores, minerals, and other things?
Asking questions about a model that you've created in your mind to make jokes because you are bankrupt in your argumentation. You don't have any Earth curve measurements, so now you're, bailing of the escape hatch of, well, when you dig, do you dig through the Earth, and now what's happened on the other side or the bottom? Do you fall off the edge? You guys are being dicks. So you can take this conversation seriously, or we'll just sit here and ridicule you because you don't know where you live.
All right, bro. All right. So you think I'm being childish? Yeah.
Yeah, you're being absolutely childish. So when I dig in the Earth, is that going to help me figure out the curvature that I asked you about a second ago? How do you know that you live on a curved surface?
It would actually help you.
Okay, so how far have we dug? Have we dug to the center of the Earth to find that molten iron core that you presuppose? Have we done that?
No, we haven't. But if the Earth was flat,
No, not about if the Earth was flat. I want you to tell me, how deep have we dug?
The largest hole was 23 kilometers.
8 miles.
Of course, you want to convert it into miles, you Americans. All right.
Is 23 kilometers 8 miles? I bet you're incorrect.
Yeah,
no,
you are.
it's about 15 miles.
Okay, so even you're incorrect. So 15 kilometers, give or take. Is that to the center of a presupposed jawbreaker that you think you live on with a molten iron core?
No, they did not find that place. No.
No, so you can't even dig to find the radius. You can't create a straight line to the center of this ball that you think you live
Oh yeah,
on.
maybe because
So if we dig 8
when the
miles,
Soviet Union was digging that hole, it was so hot that they couldn't go. Maybe that's the reason we can't find it.
maybe that is the reason, but you're not going to determine that now, are you? So at the end of the day, you've gone 8 miles, and that doesn't help you with your ball, does it?
Yeah, keep talking in miles.
Yeah, like that matters. Well, I'm embarrassed you using miles and you not knowing that you don't know how to prove that you live on a ball. We're all laughing at you, not with you, friend.
Yeah, it sounds like he has a hard time converting miles into kilometers. That's his problem.
No, I'm actually European, bro. I'm actually good at converting stuff. You know?
Yeah, he made a point to tell us he graduated from Edinburgh, and they use Newton's gravity there to prove everything. So he does know how to do the conversion.
That's funny, because if you want to talk about Newton, then what goes up must come back down, not what goes up floats the fuck away.
You guys are actually hilarious when it comes to like trying to get something inside your head, because you guys would just stick to your belief.
Okay, yeah,
Isn't that
talking
great?
about
You have yet to
but
prove.
off topic.
Yeah. Isn't it great how you have yet to prove, and I'm sure the Edinburgh alumni would be so proud of you today, right? That you haven't figured out one way to prove that you live on a ball. Instead, you talk about flat earthers and just kind of ad hom them. So, how do you live on a ball? Where's the curvature that you measured? How do you measure curvature on the ball that you think you live on? Friend, how do you measure the curvature on the ball that you think you live on?
You measure it through satellite imagery, and
Oh, so they had satellites. I don't know, 1,000 years ago. That's how it was done. That's how we figured out we were on a ball 1,000 years ago with satellites.
No,
Also, one thing.
They looked up at the sky. They found other things to be a sphere, and they just.
Son, you're going to get lost in a second. You need to know the shape of your ball Earth and the size of it in order to launch a satellite. That's orbital mechanics. I thought you graduated.
What do you know? What I graduated from, though? Like you're just assuming that I did engineering or something.
Art. I think you took art class. That's what I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, maybe
art.
No, I actually did social.
Gender studies.
Yeah, gender studies. There you go.
No,
Yeah,
no,
guys,
social
if he
care.
took art class, he would
I'm
understand perspective.
thinking he was a custodial engineer there.
If he
I think he studied football hooliganism.
Did
Got
half
anything
of you
left?
even go to a university ever? Like that's a genuine question I have.
Yeah, you don't have satellites left, so now what are you gonna do?
Well, then radio waves reflecting. That also proves other things.
That doesn't make any sense, man.
Bro, when radio waves reflect other
waves
planets.
going in a straight line and coming back means that the Earth is a ball. Radio waves in a straight line means it's a ball.
So because you watch these Marvel movies in Hollywood and you watch Hollywood movies that have to do with space, that makes space real is because Hollywood made a movie about it?
No, I would rather die than watch American entertainment.
I'm just asking, when you watch a movie about outer space, do you believe that because you were taught it?
No, I don't take movies seriously like that. No.
Okay, so then movies, when they talk about space and the movie is made in space, like Star Trek and Star Wars, you like Star Wars, I'm sure?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I told you I don't like American entertainment.
Okay, so in Africa, or I know you watch entertainment.
Nah, he
So
doesn't. I know him personally.
you can't tell us that you don't watch any TV or movies or television.
Gym is enough for me, but gym is enough of entertainment, bro.
The gym.
Word, bro,
Ooh,
word.
that's kind of gross, dude. You go to the gym to look at other guys or what?
No, I actually go there to build my physique.
Or other
Okay, well,
guys?
maybe take a day off from the gym, go out and see if you can find any Earth curve where you live.
Well, maybe you should start walking and try find the edge of the earth, you know.
What edge of the Earth did I claim, or is that your model? Do you think that you now live on a big pizza pie in the vacuum of space?
I think that's what you guys think, that we live in a pizza.
Do you think that's what we believe? Would anybody in here say that? Are you making that up? Are you now being so disingenuous and dishonest in this conversation that you've resorted to creating a straw man and insulting people with it? Is that what you're doing now?
All right, so
he thinks he's intellectually superior, even though, much like a lot of people like him, come into this chat and have to feel like they have to like save us or re-educate us back into the fold, so that we can go back to where he's at. Like, we didn't already grow up the way that he did, and then separate ourselves from the masses and look into things on our own. Like, that's what you think, right? Because you come in here thinking that you have to come in here and save us, or like this is some psychological experiment that you're in here to do, and you're taking notes to understand why people think the Earth is flat and not a ball like everybody else. Like, are you
found out when you came in here that when he
arguments are
came in
going
here,
into my research paper, man.
listen,
Your argument
dude,
is going into my
you
research
came in
paper. This
here,
is going to be such a good source,
dude.
like what people believe in.
Dude, you came in here superior to us and found out that you pretty much graduated an idiot.
Said I graduated already.
You're just a cookie cutter copy of everybody else that's ever graduated from a university, just like any other Christian that graduates from a seminary and believes everything that they were taught in the Bible. You're no different than a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew that reads books and has no evidence of their own and is a reader and
Blah
not a
blah 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 blah.
Yo, not gonna lie, though.
Oh, you're now going to tell.
Hate now.
So
I mean, I don't know why we're gonna sit here and listen to people just talk shit about the people in here and not actually like a
Jenna, that guy was on your side, by the way, that you blah blah. That's a flat earther. In case you were paying attention to the conversation.
miscommunication error.
Oh yeah, very smart.
That was a fellow ally.
Flat Earth is smart moves, bro. What can I say?
Meanwhile, you don't have any Earth curve measurements, and you won't be able to find any. And so, in conclusion, is there anything else you want to talk about here today?
Yeah, I do actually, because why do all the religion then agree on the Earth being a sphere? Including my own religion.
Highly bankrupt. That doesn't even make sense, nor do you have any evidence for that either. Unless you'd like to show me where in the Bible it describes the Earth as a sphere, please go ahead.
Okay, you really want to know, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm not even a Christian, so I have to actually look it up. But still, let's see.
Please look it up. I want to see the word sphere in relation to the Earth. This is going to go really bad for you, friend. Like, you guys have already embarrassed yourselves. You're a couple of cult members, and you're hoping to bring people back into the cult. Meanwhile, we're proving to you that the cult religion that you follow is bankrupt, and you're bankrupt, and it's really hilarious.
One of you earlier were saying that I didn't find anyone who was in my side. The guy Mansur, he's in my side. Do you tell you?
I'm on his
All
side.
right.
He already lost his argument. Remember, I shut him up. That's why I've been sitting here quietly.
Let me tell
All right. All of you, stay quiet for a bit. Yeah. Isaiah 40. What was it? Verse 40, chapter 22.
Right. And what does it say? Does it say sphere or circle? You tell me.
He sits enthroned above the circle of the earth as a
2D. So the Earth
Boo!
is a circle. So this is a flat surface that you're describing.
A
No.
circle.
A circle is a flat 2D description.
Okay.
Like a pizza.
Okay.
Yeah, he
If you
could be
guys are
looking
gonna go
down
there,
at a
all right,
pizza
listen.
on
The
his
term
table for
circle.
all we know. Dude, you said circle, like me looking at a pizza on my table. The end.
All right, listen. The
Guys,
term.
I just want to say that Earth is not a flat. Thank you.
All right. Both, all of you, just stop for a second. The term circle in Hebrew is shug, and which can imply a sphere as well as a circle.
Oh,
No,
can
that's dur.
imply.
Nope, that's dur. There's chug and then there's dur. Okay, dur is sphere, chug is circle. I work with an
Yep.
Israeli family, dude. Don't try.
Plus, the word for sphere is in Isaiah, actually. It's in chapter 22, and there is a distinction. There's circle, and then there's sphere in the same book. So, in what you described, we have a flat plane, even in the Bible. So, do you have anything else that describes a sphere in the Bible you'd like to point to?
Well, I mean, Bible is inaccurate anyways, but still.
So now you're going to backtrack on the claim that you made that all religions say that the earth is a sphere, and you couldn't come up with one in Christianity or Judaism for that matter, because that's a lot of Jewish text in there as well. So, is there anything else you want to be wrong about today?
Let's not bring Judaism, bro. That's a religion. That's like people who follow that religion kill children. So like, I really
Is there any? Okay, that's it. Now he's got to go. I mean, you guys, as soon as you get embarrassed, then all of a sudden you spiral and you start to break terms of service. What the hell?
These people are such garbage.
The guy went down the list, and we just said, nope, nope, nope. This is why, this is why, this is why you lose. And he didn't like any of that. And then he found out he went to school for no reason.
I mean, it's got to be rough to be proven wrong in, quick succession while you thought you were going to go in and razz some flat earthers. It's got to be pretty rough.
Retards.
Got one trying right now.
Yep, another one.
I know. It's funny that, yeah, you're funny there, Mohammed.
Well,
Like,
when
did
you've been
somebody say act like a retard?
when you've been taught the opposite of how reality works, and then you're presented with the truth, it sounds like hate speech.
He's a little slow. He's still answering from about 30 seconds ago.
You know what? What you guys are bringing is kind of retarded. It is retarded. That's what I wanted to say.
The globe, yeah, I totally agree. I think
Boom,
the globe retarded.
Yeah, the globe's retarded. I agree. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I think anybody that, actively, looking into it.
Wait, are you guys
Anybody who's a globe believer is probably pretty retarded as well, because people who believe in a globe when they experience a flat Earth every day are pretty retarded. That's what I think.
What's up, faggot? What's up, faggot? What's up, faggot?
See, then there's another one. He got triggered. Look at that. That guy, he wants to get banned.
And I got him.
Just the idea of,
left the room.
I saw that. You did catch him right there at the end.
Hey, by the way, are you guys slow?
So, do you have any evidence that you live on a spinning water ball? This retarded thing that you believe in? Do you have any evidence for the retarded thing that you live in?
Do you guys have any evidence that?
Is he roboting hardcore? This guy that believes in the retarded globe?
Roboting
Yeah, that's you guys can say that out
or
loud.
hasn't learned how to use his microphone yet.
You cannot like disprove it though.
So, Salafi, do you have any evidence for the retarded globe?
He's
No, he left.
Who's next? Globers realize you guys are the ones who come in and then rage quit and call people names because you can't deal with reality. It's actually all on you.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anybody rage quit in this chat who's a flat earther. It's always the globe heads that always rage quit because they're mad they can't psychologically warfare against me and try to, convert me back to their cult.
I don't call it Freak Out Friday for nothing.
That's what cult members do, is they try to reprogram you back in.
So what does leveling a foundation in a house have to do with the Earth?
What's level in relation to? What is the definition of level?
Well, try building a house without leveling your foundation, and then you'll figure out why it's important.
What does that have to do with what does that have to do with the Earth?
Define the definition of level. Go ahead and get it.
What does the leveling the house have to do with the Earth?
So I guess you're just not going to engage in a conversation. I'm asking you to define it, and then we'll get to the answer that you're asking. You didn't even have to come to a flat Earth server for that.
Anybody?
I went to a construction site server.
How about one more, too? Let me ask you, what tools are used to make sure a surface is level and flat? Could you name the 2 tools that someone may use, or 3 tools that someone may use in construction to make sure something is level and flat?
Let's name one tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just heard someone was talking earlier, and they were like trying to.
I guess he's not going to engage in conversation.
No.
He's just saying whatever he wants.
Mr. Potato Head.
These guys try to run a show on their side, and it just gets shut down within the first, 10 seconds.
Yeah. It never goes the way they want him to. Here, I'll unmute him. I'll see if he can engage in conversation. Or maybe it's just a bot. Is it a bot? Forte, are you a bot?
No.
Okay, so what's the definition of level?
Well, I just had a question, and then I had.
Yeah, so I just asked you a question to help along with the conversation, and you can do some learning on your own, right? Where you don't have to come into a Flat Earth server and ask questions about level. You can just look up the definition, and that will help you. Understand?
He's asking you so because you want to know how foundations are built. So he wants to make sure you understand like what we're talking about. So he has some words for you. So we know that you know what it means, then we can continue.
Well, we know he doesn't know what it means because if he did know what it means, he wouldn't ask such a retarded question.
Good point.
He can type in chat and his mic's open and he still can't define it.
Yeah, I'm not here to answer your questions.
Yeah, you're here.
Okay. Well, no problem.
Lobbing insults to people who may work on a construction site. It's pretty pathetic, Potato. You're just going to continue your spiral from last time?
Who lobbed insults?
You attempted to lob an insult? How's the construction site?
Yeah, you're talking about building houses.
No, it wasn't me. You're the one that's confused
whoever
about.
was talking about
You're the
building
one that's confused about what level has to do with building houses. I posted a definition for you, Potato.
And why would that be an insult?
Are you literate? Or are you just mashed?
You came here to ask a question about foundations, but you don't want it. You don't want the answer.
No, I do want the answer. I don't want 12 questions.
So, are you going to engage then, or no?
Oh, yeah, I'm listening for the answer.
Oh, we don't know if you understand what level means.
No, I don't. I don't.
Are you literate? I posted a definition for you from a dictionary.
This is going really bad for you, Forte. Like really bad.
Use your eyes, Potato.
Guys are
That's
just
funny.
so desperate to say anything, and then they really, when they're put on the spot, they got nothing.
Yeah, Potato here didn't think we'd remember his spiral from his last appearance there.
Why is Callie muted? Anybody know? Besides the obvious reasons.
I muted him because he was just kind of interjecting with the last couple of Jew haters that were in here a minute ago.
All right, I'll just.
You can unmute him if you want.
I unmuted him. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't somebody's permanent block on him for some reason. Because what he has to be unmuted, which I didn't unmute. I didn't mute him, and then he must have something to
I
say.
thought it wasn't. I didn't think it was you, Revlin. All I said was you guys were dogpiling and interrogating with bizarre questions. I got muted real fast.
Yeah. So you got to stop them in their tracks before they just keep talking through you. You got to dogpile and make them fucking stop.
You complain a lot, Voodoo Ball.
Yeah, it's concern trolling. Don't worry about how it's modded in here.
So one tool that you would use to make sure the foundation of a house is level and flat is a spirit level. And a spirit level uses water. So water is your totem to use in relation to how you find out that the Earth is a fixed, non-rotating, level, topographical, flat plane.
Hey, you know, topographical flat plane is an oxymoron.
So that makes the Earth a ball because he said that?
No, it's just
Does that prove your ball in outer space is real and that you can travel light years because of Star Trek said so?
I don't know. I know why I think Earth is a ball. Maybe there's some special reason you might think Earth could be a ball.
I believed that the Earth was a ball because I was taught it and told it. That's
Well, there's
why.
way more reasons than that to think Earth is a ball.
Okay,
Rather
so
than
what
just
are
having
you?
someone assert that Earth is a ball and tell you, and you take it at face value, there's reasons people came to that conclusion already.
Yeah, addiction to TV.
Okay, share with me so I can come back to hugging my ball Earth before I go to bed.
You don't got to do all that.
Well, you came in to listen and have discourse, so please explain to me how you've come to the conclusion that the Earth is a ball, separate from being taught it in 8th grade science class.
Because it is the only working predictive model for thousands of years. That's why I think
Yeah.
it's more likely that matter becomes a sphere within reality rather than it becomes flat, because everything we observe in reality is not flat. Leaves aren't flat. Technically, nothing is flat on a micro level.
That's your logic that they teach you in philosophy in school nowadays?
No, that's based off of my experience in life. It's based
So
off of that.
horizons aren't flat? Horizons aren't flat.
Do you think the horizon is the actual physical place?
You can't answer the
I asked
question.
you. Yeah, I know. I asked you a very pointed question. Are horizons flat? Yes or no?
They apparently appear flat to a terrestrial observer.
Okay, thank you. So there is flat in nature, and it turns out that until recently, the thing that you guys appealed to as the curve of the Earth, now all of a sudden isn't the curve of the Earth, being the horizon, which is always flat, is flat, debunking your claim earlier.
Well, what is the horizon? Is the horizon an actual physical place, or is it the result of perspective creating a vanishing point due to
It's
the
something
shape of the
that's
lens
flat.
of your eye? I was in the middle of a sentence.
I don't know.
Yeah,
The shape of
something
the
Is it in
lens.
it's
nature?
something that's flat, and you said nothing is flat. Einstein.
Is it in nature?
I'm talking about physical matter. Okay, the horizon is, it's a plate. It's not particularly
Water is physical
a
matter.
physical. Is it? Is water flat? How do you know that? Did you measure it? You want me to get into that? How you never measured flatness of water?
Yeah, I did.
Flatness of water?
The water
In
level
like a tub?
was level all the way around. Yep, flat.
Yeah, show me the data. You got a flat bathtub measurement?
Yeah, fill up do your own research, Voodoo Ball. Fill up a
Wait,
fish
hold on.
tank.
If
Yeah,
the
hey,
water in your
Einstein.
bathtub measures flat,
Hey, Hotshot.
why don't you have a measurement of that? Why
Well, you
didn't
can
you
do
get a
it
measurement?
yourself.
Oh, so you never did it. So you don't know
No,
if
I'm
it's
telling you
actually
how I
flat in
did
your
it,
bathtub.
and you're flying. Go fill up
No
a
worries.
fish tank,
Don't mute me.
and then and measure the calcium lines along the walls to the ground of this fish tank. Maybe you'll be able to pull
You
your
don't
head
have
out
an
of your ass
actual
after that.
measurement to represent what you're claiming. You don't have.
No, I
I
do.
wonder why.
I do.
You don't have
Show me.
to.
It's zero.
You don't
No, I
have
do.
to.
It's zero.
Everybody
What
knows
is
that
zero?
water is flat, hydrostatic equilibrium. Everybody knows it. You can find it in any physics textbook. If you just want to deny reality, we'll just mute you. Waste of time.
What is meniscus? What is surface tension? What is
I mean,
Boeing?
it's a concave. It goes the wrong way. It's surface tension. It's got nothing to do with gravity, which would be causing the opposite kind of curve that you're talking about in your ball. Cool, red herring. Nice try.
Surface tension got nothing to do with gravity, dude. We're talking about the horizontality of the surface of water, and there being such thing as hydrostatics.
Yeah, you don't
So-
measure like you measure from.
So I
Like,
don't
you
know
don't
why
measure
you're.
something flat. You measure like you'll measure something like vertical change from a
I don't
reference.
know why you would presume horizontality of the surface of water when you didn't actually measure. I don't know why
Don't
you're
presume
presuming.
I measured it.
Observe.
It turns out I used the water level to measure the curvature of the water. I found 0. That's the value of curvature that I found.
You measured. Well, you found a level reference at a point. That's not.
No, I measured using a long horizontal level, and I measured the surface of the water, and it was 0. Not a point, a distance. So 0. 0 deviation, having no part higher or lower than the other. Level,
How long?
as it's defined.
Yeah, how long was this measuring stick?
Does it matter if it's an inch or a mile? It's level.
Why can't you just tell me?
Oh, I'll tell you. It's 2 feet.
A 2-foot measuring stick, and you think you've measured surface of water to be flat on?
Yes, I did. I actually did. I physically measured the water, and I found 0 deviation. Would you like to give me somewhere where you've measured curvature on the water?
Yeah. How did you see a nanometer difference? From
How about you go ahead and show me how much curvature you found on the water that you measured?
Hey, take your mic out your mouth. Okay, I can hear you just fine.
Hey, how about maybe you go ahead and answer the question I just asked? Show me how much curvature you found on the water that you measured.
I'm telling you something. Just check me out, dude.
Yeah, so check this out, dude. Are you going to tell me about the curvature of the water that you measured on the surface of the water?
Why are you doing this? Just have a decent conversation. Stop interrupting. So
Let's have a decent conversation. Let's not talk about ancillary things. So I measured the surface of the water with a horizontal stick. It's nice and straight and plumb and true. It's a level. You know, it's a precision tool. They sell them for building things. And now you're getting embarrassed, so now you're going to talk about me being a bozo. So anyways, can you tell me where you measured any curvature?
Yeah.
With what tool, by the way?
Alberuni.
Alberuni. Okay, so Alberuni did what?
Alberuni measured the drop over distance.
Did he? What was he using? Was he using the horizon as a physical tangent point that you all of a sudden earlier were saying it was an apparent position and there's a vanishing point and it's just perspective? Or is it all of a sudden a physical tangent point now?
Model, it's not a physical location. What the fuck, dude?
Oh, okay. So in your model, it is. So can you, number one, post your model, and then two, show me now all of a sudden in the Black Swan where that tangent point is?
You need to show.
Dude, you're cutting out. Anybody else cutting?
The flat Earth is the one that says that the horizon is not a physical location. That it's an apparent mirage.
Why did you say that earlier? Because I wasn't asking you about it. No, I don't need you to put words in my mouth. That was your claim. So is it a physical tangent point now?
Maybe you would understand what my claim was if you would shut the fuck up.
Kelly, is it a physical tangent point? Kelly.
You're having a poor conversation because you don't listen.
Kelly, is it a physical tangent point now, the horizon? Is that what Alberuni was measuring to, physical geometry? No refraction?
You're really not following at all.
Yeah, so you're not following at all. I'm asking you a very simple question. Is the horizon a physical tangent point that we can... Yeah, now I'm nonsense. It's your nonsense. Yeah, so is the horizon a physical tangent point?
What the fuck are you talking?
I'm asking you because you brought up Alberuni and he measured to the horizon. He took a dip angle. So is it a physical tangent point, yes or no?
On the globe model, yes.
Oh, on a globe model. So the horizon is a physical tangent point. So in the Black Swan image, it turns out that we live on a sphere, apparently, with a radius of 250,000 miles. Yeah, no, I don't have to let you do anything because I'm asking you questions, and now I'm concluding that apparently in the Black Swan, according to you, the physical tangent pointing horizon, in your model, by the way, makes the Earth 250,000 miles, actually excess of that, in radius.
You're co-branding.
Not really. I'm just pointing out that you're inconsistent in your logic, and you kind of,
Another
double
dialogue,
speak and go back and
more
forth.
nonsense dialogue.
Yeah, I'm going to keep pointing out to everybody who's listening, because this is being, live streamed on YouTube, that now all of a sudden the thing that was apparent, and then you tried to make that our straw man, now is apparently physical and geometric, and we can
Are you
measure to
saying
it.
that
And in the Black Swan, now
you're
all
saying
of a
that the
sudden
horizon
it's
is
going to
as it
be an
physically
Earth
appears
with
on
a
the flat
radius
Earth?
of. Okay.
You're an idiot.
I will conclude my point. You double spoke, and now all of a sudden the horizon is geometric. So in the Black Swan, according to you and your logic and your model, the Earth is 250,000 miles in radius. And he left because he's a bitch.
School scripture textbooks got him hard.
Disappeared?
Yeah, he got
Couldn't
caught in the
take it.
contradiction and he ran away. And these people are garbage.
Well, it's 2024, and they typically use, one of many examples, obviously, but their top three is sticks and shadows. It's 2024, and you're still using stories from school scripture textbooks like it's a religion based and government is their god. Like, imagine using the same examples over and over again as if to say, like, I've never heard these same examples since 2015. It's been 9 years. 8.5 years. I've heard the same stories over and over again. Come up with some of your own evidence and stop reciting people that you've never met before, and be a doer and not a reader or a hearer. Otherwise, all you have is faith.
So guaranteed on the live stream, it's going to have some kind of tramp stamp that says flat Earth is an archaic model or conceptualization that's already been debunked. But what do we have? We have Globers coming in here appealing to sticks and shadows from the Greeks 2,000 plus years ago, or Al Biruni, measuring a dip angle from a mountaintop to the horizon. And the flat Earth is an archaic conception.
And they forget to mention that those same Greeks believed that the sun moved across the sky and the Earth was not moving.
Bingo.
So they pick and choose what they want to believe.
Forte, why you got such a problem with level, sea level? You got a big problem with what liquids do on the surface, bro. What's the hang up?
Forte is deafened.
Ah, fingers in his ears. Typical Glober.
By the way, if anybody breaks out that definition of level that talks about conforming to the curvature of the Earth's surface, well, or the water on the Earth's surface, well, then since there's no curvature of the water, I guess that level still holds true.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing wrong with that definition. It's saying that there is no curved surface to the Earth. It's very simple. It says water. The example given is water seeks its own level, having no parts higher. So they're cherry picking something because they're confused. They're morons.
Well, they're
It
just
displays
they're just heavily brainwashed and hypnotized by what they were taught as a young child, and they haven't grown up because they trust authority wouldn't lie to them. I was in that same spot as them, so
I'll tell you what, that brainwash is powerful, because if they put something, like it's the power of suggestion, right? So if you put something in a definition that says conforming to the curvature of the water on Earth's surface, it's like being hypnotized, where somebody uses a trigger word and you go into that mode and you envision the ball, right? But in reality, nobody sees any curvature of water on Earth's surface. So it's conforming to that amount, which is 0.
well, it's the idea of defending your captors and then attacking those who are trying to get you out and escape from your captors. And that's what I try to do. So it's ironic that they would come in here and attack me because of my perspective on reality that I've grown over time. Most people that continue to believe in outer space and this ball Earth haven't grown because they're so preoccupied with sports, gambling, video games, the opposite sex, and consumerism. Because they think that what they were taught, they don't need to reinvestigate anything because that's true, because everybody around me believes it to be true. So we're just in a giant psych ward of people who all believe in something, and then you're the one that's trying to come in and be like, hey, bro, check this out, and then they attack me.
Yeah, that's called Stockholm Syndrome, when you're believing in your captors now.
Yeah, there's a whole gamut of, like you mentioned, it's like a psych ward. There's a gamut of, and a laundry list of tactics and, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Tendencies that people who are psychopaths or abusers or whatever will employ in here to, number one, defend their captor. That's Stockholm syndrome, or the abuser, right? Then they'll employ these things. I don't even sometimes think they know that they're doing, but they'll gaslight. They'll the shaming tactics. Obviously, you guys are retarded. A whole laundry list. And like I said, I don't think that they know that they're doing, but it's like being in a psych ward, and they refuse to see. You could show them, and they're just like, nope, I won't look. I won't look. You're wrong. You're the enemy. It's crazy.
Well, what's that example where the shadows on the wall and they only see the shadows, and then you break out and you see that that you go out and you say, okay, the shadows are people. Then you come back in the cave.
Plato's cave.
Yeah, then you come back in the cave and you're like, hey, those shadows on the wall are like you and me. And then they get angry because you're coming in and telling them the truth about reality, and then those imprisoned in their mind, try to either, convert you back, or they get rid of you and they censor you.
Yeah, these people don't realize that governments have spent hundreds of millions of dollars learning all the best propaganda and brainwashing techniques.
Yeah, like this guy Forte in chat, like he was fully made to look a fool with his whole level question, and now he wants to move on from it and talk about psychological testing. Like these people are garbage.
For me, where I was coming from, 9 or 8 years ago or so, is I was quiet when I came into chats like this or discussions like this. I sat back and listened, and I didn't interrupt, I didn't ridicule, and I didn't mock because I didn't know if there was a 1% chance that I was wrong about my beliefs about the globe. And so the ones that come in here and are all hot-headed and prideful about the education that they got are typically the ones that will remain in their ignorance. And the ones
Yeah.
that don't talk and are in the background or listening, they're the ones that become the activists because they get so tired of everybody just being so hard-headed that you have to go out and be like, okay, hey, mom and dad, have you ever looked into this? And try to get a good barometer of close friends and family members why they believe what they believe. Yeah, I never came in here and started putting people on blast and never listening. I was humble about it. And, for better or for worse, look at where I'm at now. I mean, there's a small percentage that I wish I could plug myself back into the matrix, but obviously I wouldn't want to do that. But it does get frustrating to constantly hear the same regurgitated programming as if these people come in here and they're telling me something that I've never heard before. Sticks and shadows, satellites, somebody walked on the moon. And now I've been watching a lot of dark web videos on YouTube, and some of them are about conspiracies and whatnot. Divulging conspiracies about government and hidden aliens and things like that. Well, what a perfect example to put aliens and things about outer space on the dark web as if it proves that those stories are even more true because they're on the dark web. Like, oh, this website, it divulges all these articles about, UFOs and yada yada yada, and people make hour-long videos about it as if to say, like, oh, because it's on the dark web, it makes it more true because they can't put this on the regular vanilla web because it'll get censored because the government's hiding information about aliens on Mars and on the dark side of the moon. And
So it's interesting that you mentioned that because Witsit was on the Alex Jones, InfoWars, and they were interviewing him about flat Earth, and it's so protected. The globe is so protected that basically the guy was telling Witsit, flat Earth is bad for the conspiratorial movement. Like, you guys are bad for those of us who believe in lizard people. That's literally what the guy was telling him. So, like, I almost couldn't believe it, but I'm like, they must hate this flat Earth thing so much that they're willing to, like, say that it's bad for the Tartarian folk, bad for people who think about, the politicians being lizard people. Unbelievable.
yeah, in addition to that, that guy from, 30 minutes ago or whatever, he was saying, so if you drill into the ground far enough, you're going to go out the other side into outer space, or you're going to fall off the edge. And that's the the psychological operation that was done about looking up in the sky, and that's places that you can go to. So outer space has to be real regardless of whether the Earth is a globe or a flat topographical plane. Outer space has to be real.
You got to give the devil his due. Just through the power of suggestion, they've gotten everybody to basically automatically assume and believe and hold that space is a real place that we have been to, and there's other worlds and dirt and stuff up there that you could live on potentially, right? Like it's just an automatic.
You guys dead in here again? Gotta stop kicking all the globe earthers.
Why don't we just ban Forte? I mean, he's got his fingers in his ears and he's chat skanking. Just ban him. He's fucking useless.
Well, you keep posting the silly memes.
Yeah, water level is a silly meme.
Yeah, it works on a globe too.
Scott, how's my house doing?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work on globe because then it wouldn't be fucking level.
How's it going at my house?
I can play that. I can play back that conversation if you want to go over it again.
Yeah, let's play it back, and so we can hear you say that you will bet everything that you own that the people who measure the distance to the Earth were using the scientific method in a category error.
But I don't say that. We can play it back and show you.
Yeah, please do.
Show you that I don't say that.
Play it back. Play it back.
All right, hold on.
Hey, Scott, tell us all about the curvature of the water level.
No, he's got to play back the audio where he bet his house, and now he's living in my house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to send it to you, but it's too big.
Yeah.
Just post it in the chat, Scott.
Well, you want one deck's running interference for you, says who?
It's okay. You post it, then you owe him money. In the meantime, explain to me about the curved sea level.
I can't do both at the same time.
Well, do one first, and then the second one the second time later.
Let's see if I can get this to work in my playback. See if you guys can hear it. Let me see.
Just go get the link. YouTube makes a link cutter.
I didn't do a YouTube link cutter.
And we'll talk about latitude. Got your bollocks.
Well, maybe he cut it up and edited it for himself, so he just has to figure out how to play his edited version.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, you guys are pathetic. I wouldn't need to do that.
It's all right, Scott. Just talk about the curvature of the Earth and how it's measured and everything like that. Let us all know about that.
Yeah, I'll get the clip. You go ahead and show the Earth curve.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
So I'm sharing my so I'm sharing my screen. Can you guys hear it when I play it?
No. What do we need to look at your screen for?
It's playing right now.
For what?
Can you guys hear it?
No.
You can't hear that.
No. You say it.
Are you on my live stream?
Yeah.
Can you see anything on my live stream?
No. Only your face.
Well, your clip is Larry. Larry's not even here to defend what you're trying to present. So, like, what are you doing? Just say what you want to say, Scott.
Scott, do you want me to show it?
So you can hear it.
Scott,
So you can hear it. Okay, cool.
Scotty bollocks. Do you want me to? Shall I do a live stream of Horizon?
Well, you know, which one? I'll do either one. You guys pick amongst yourself.
No. We're not asked about your little video. I can post a picture of a horizon, which is a horizontal level. So anyway, tell us all about this Earth curvature, sea level.
What do you want to know about it?
How sea level's curved? Please explain.
It curves. What's to explain? You can measure it by taking verticals at any 2 points, and you can see that those verticals are not parallel. And the only way verticals cannot be parallel is if the surface is curving.
So not level.
Right.
So sea level is not level, is your claim.
So sea level is not level.
It's not flat. It is level. It's not flat.
Okay,
no, it's not level. Level is horizontal.
Let's go through it slowly. Go through it slowly. How did you measure the curvature over a distance again? Sorry?
Well, I can do it by looking at a star, right? And I can take 2 points.
No, not the stars.
Well, that's how I did it. You say no, but that's how I did it. You asked how I did it.
No, you didn't do it like that.
How did we do it?
Because I didn't do it. You said you did it.
Well, I didn't do it. You know I didn't do it. I've said that 1,000 times now. I haven't done it. People have. People have.
So you can't explain curved sea level then.
It's the only way celestial navigation works, and I can show you a demonstration of celestial navigation right now.
Scott. That's very easy for you to say.
I can show you a demonstration on it. You want to see it?
No. I want you to explain it.
This is what do you think a demo does, you moron? A demo explains it. Would you like to see it or not?
Is it a demonstration by you?
It's a demonstration of what celestial navigation is.
Easy for you to say if you got a list. Anyway, celestial navigation is elevation angles, yeah?
Would you like me to show you how it works? Yes or no?
No, I know how it works, mate. So
no, you don't. Okay, show me how it works.
My first question. Hang on a minute. We'll get to that. Don't worry, Steve.
Okay.
Listen, we'll get to that. What I was talking about was your curved sea level. And how are you going to explain that?
Yes, celestial navigation. That's how it works.
No. That's just a word you're using. I'm on about sea level. You think sea level's curved? Can you please explain how that is, please?
Yes. It's the only way celestial navigation works. I can show it to you right now if you'd like me to.
No. It's got nothing to do with
celestial navigation. Very minute.
Steve,
right now.
It's got nothing to do. Hang on, Steve. It's got nothing to do with celestial navigation. I'm asking you to show us all how sea level is curved.
Okay, show you, but don't show you at the same time. Okay, I don't know how to do that, man.
No, show us. No, definitely show us.
I can show you right now. Would you like to see it?
I'd like to see a curved sea level, yeah.
Would you like to see how we determine that the sea is curved?
No, I'd like to see how you measure it curved.
That's exactly what I want to show you. Will you look at my live stream?
So let me just get this straight. When I look at your live stream, you're going to show me how sea level is measured curved.
I'm showing you how we. I'm showing you how we determined that it was curved. Yes.
When you say we, who do you mean by we?
Oh, people who did more work than I did on this particular thing, but we as humanity,
So
we
it's
as
nothing.
people.
So it's nothing to do with you. So it's not you then.
What? Yes, I told you guys 100 times. I've never done any of this stuff.
When you say you guys, you're talking to me, not them guys. You're talking to
I've
me
told
now.
you 100 times I've never done any of this stuff personally.
Talk slowly. You're stuttering a little bit, muttering your words. So I'm looking at your live stream now. Where's curved sea level?
Well, I don't have that. I don't have that one up. I can bring it up. I
So
have
what
the
are you actually
conversation.
doing then, Steve? Yeah. So curved sea level. Explain curved sea level then again.
Here,
not for the third time.
let me bring it up. Let me bring it up. Hold on.
Yeah.
I got this
Let's
for
see
you.
the curved sea level, how it's
I
measured.
got this for you. Hold on.
Yeah. 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 We all like to see this curved sea level, Steve.
Funny how you guys think it's humorous in some way to call somebody the name. It's almost as if you guys never made it out of the 4th grade or something. But yeah, what do I know?
Was that an attempt at
Anyway.
a joke?
Yeah, back to the curved sea levels.
No,
Scott.
I'm just wondering why the guy's calling me Steve.
Sorry, mate, I got you mixed up. I just realised you Scott. So, I apologise, Scott.
down.
I thought you was called Steve. But let's not get off the subject, Scott.
Okay.
So explain to us how sea level is measured curved.
Here we go. Sharing it right now. Can you see?
I can see a ball, yeah.
Okay, all right, good. That's a good point, starting point. Okay, so what happens when we do celestial navigation? We have an observation
excuse me,
point, right?
Scott.
Yes,
Scott.
This is my explanation.
No. We're not talking about celestial. We're not talking about celestial navigation.
Oh, I am.
No, I'm not. If you read,
this is it.
No, you're losing track of the conversation, Steve.
No, you asked how I proved it's curved.
Yeah. So you mentioned about sea level being curved. So how do you measure sea level being curved?
This is it. This is how I did it.
No, that's just a picture, mate. How is sea level curved?
Well, if you guys don't want to understand how we did it, then yeah, I don't know if
who's we. What do you mean we?
The people who came up with celestial navigation that I copied, and now I'm demonstrating to you.
That's just a
but
picture
you're
of a
showing
ball.
us a cartoon. Yeah, you're showing us a cartoon. Like, show us something real. We want to see the curved level for real.
Yeah,
not a cartoon.
We want to see. We want to see a curved level curved line at the same time.
But you don't really want to, do you?
Yeah, well, that's what you're presuming, that the level is curved. So
that's what we
show us how
asked
that's
for.
done.
I will be glad to explain how celestial navigation works, and from that,
no, we're not talking. No, it's got nothing to do with celestial navigation. We're not bothered about celestial navigation.
I know you don't want to understand.
No, we all know. I
get
can teach you about celestial navigation. That's for another day.
Can't. Go for it. Go for it.
So what? No, we're staying. Steve, we're staying on topic. So
at
the moment. Sorry, Scott. I do keep getting mixed up with your name. So at the moment,
there's not even a Steve that comes here.
It's okay, Scott. Scott, it's okay. I'll take it easy with you. So is sea level or is sea level curved?
You can bring all you have.
No, it's a simple question. Is sea level or is sea level curved?
It's both. Level is curved.
Can somebody clip that? Just say it again, Steve, slowly. Say it slowly. Level is curved.
Is curved.
Okay, so can you demonstrate that?
I'll do it again. Hold on. Level is curved. It's
okay.
So not
having no point.
Level
it's okay. It's okay, Scott. So Steve, if level is curved, if level is curved, is curved level?
Curved is level.
Right. So which one is it? Which one is? So which one is it then?
You can have curves that aren't level, but you can't have.
So which one is it? So you've said level is curved and curved is level. Which one is it?
Level is curved.
It's curved level.
Horizontal is curved.
But you can have curves that aren't level, like a hill.
So is level
Right.
curved or is curved level? Or is curved and level the same thing?
How many times do I need to say the same thing before you stop asking the same stupid question?
We're trying to get the grip of
Come on,
where
man.
your
Work
mind is,
with
mate.
me here. Work with me.
So, okay, so
turn your
level.
brain on. Turn your brain
Okay.
on.
I tell you what
and
we'll
work
do
with
then,
me.
Steve. I tell you what we'll do then. Let's get a definition of level up, shall we?
Turn your brain on and work with me.
Let's go with level. I'll tell you what. I'll do it for you, Steve.
I can't do this for you. You have to put in some effort.
I'll do it for you.
Are you going to put in the effort? We have to work together. I'll put in the effort if you do.
I'll do it for you, mate. So yeah, let's have a look at this then. Let's have a look. So let's just find it. Let's switch through here. What we're looking for level. Right, it's a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point. That's what level is. Now, did you notice that?
in there?
What all I'm going to do, Scott, is point out a few words in that definition. One word is horizontal. The second word is plane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's two words explaining level. One is horizontal and one is plane. Do you want to go through what horizontal? Do you want to go look at horizontal?
I want to understand why you and I, who are the two people in this conversation, should go off a definition that somebody else wrote down in the book.
Because that's the definition of the word, mate.
What the fuck? What a straw man, dude.
Who gets to decide what the definition is?
The dictionary.
Okay. You know the dictionary is written by people, just like you and me, right?
That's so cool. You still have yet to provide the fact that levels always meant curved. I'm still waiting for that. Still waiting for a dictionary definition from 1990.
What do you think, One Deck? You get the problem, right? The dictionary is written by people, just like you and me.
No, the problem is that we use these terms to
You get
communicate
that, right?
because they are used in practical application. Yeah, you can have a term called unicorn and define that. But no, we're talking about words that we actually use in practical application. This is how we build roads, houses, we navigate, we fly level, direct. This is practical application. If we were to imagine something that's not real, it's very bad for people.
I'll give you the thing, Scott. So you're back.
So if I pull up the first definition in the Merriam-Webster's dictionary, we're going with it?
1 minute, Scott, 1 minute. You're back at school. You're in your classroom. You're doing your little exam. Yeah, you got your pen and paper. Everyone's quiet in the classroom. Time is up, and you've got a multiple choice question. Yeah.
Yes.
4 ticks in the boxes. Which one describes level? A circle, a square, or a straight line? Which one would you tick?
No, none of them. They're all insufficient.
So you'd fail then, wouldn't you?
No.
You would fail the exam.
No teacher would be that stupid to make that stupid of a question, but maybe you would.
Okay, so you give me an example of a multiple choice of what level is, and I'll answer the question. You reverse the burden on me now.
Level is A, perpendicular to the local vertical. Now, I make it easy. That's the only answer you need.
No. It's a multiple. Scott, it's the multiple choice. Do you know what? Excuse me, Scott. Do you know what multiple choice means? More than one fucking answer, dipshit.
Yeah, but I want you to get this right. I want you to.
No,
I want you to pass this
I already said multiple choice.
Okay. A. All right, we'll do this again.
Excuse me. Hang on a minute. Wait 1 second, Scott. Do we need to determine multiple for you?
Yeah. Well, okay. I'll give you 2 possibilities.
Is multiple more than one or not more than one? Do we need a definition for that now in your world?
It's more than one.
Okay. Right. So who defined that? So how can you define? So can you prove that then?
It's an agreement between people using the language.
So how can you prove multiples more than one? Go on, prove that.
I can't.
So who said it then? Are you saying that, or is it the definition of it?
Well, if you and I, who are the people having a conversation,
stuttering.
agree on the
So
definition,
is multiple more than one? Who's defining that?
we did. You and I.
No, I didn't.
We did just now.
No, I didn't.
That's how a language works. Do you not understand?
No, I didn't. Don't bring me into your definitions, mate.
Well, who agreed that that's the meaning of the word then?
Stop stuttering. Stop stuttering. What does multiple mean?
I've had this.
What's the definition of multiple? What's the definition of multiple?
I cannot just stop stuttering.
What's the definition of multiple, Steve? Hello, Steve.
We've agreed that it means many things.
Yeah. So what's the definition of multiple? Is it more than one or not?
Is that really the best you have? Is to make fun of someone's speech impediments?
Hang on a minute.
Is that really all you have? Are you that?
Oh, you're going away from definitions now, are you, Scott?
I've already told you the definition. How many times you want to ask me the same question?
Where did you get the definition from? Where did you get your definition? Where did you get your definition from?
I got it from living life and having heard it.
No, where did you get it from? Where did you get your definition of multiple from?
The same way I get most of my definitions. I hear them spoken.
Where's that from? Where's that from?
From the language, from people speaking them.
So where did you get multiple from? What does it mean?
Wait, do you think that words get their meanings by appearing in dictionaries?
So if you was going to look at what, oh my God, Scott! If you was going to look at what multiple meant, where would you look?
Uses in the English language.
In the dictionary.
That's one place we can look. Doesn't have to be.
Yeah. So if we can look in the dictionary for level, then what does it say?
All right. Let me go find a definition in a dictionary of level.
Oh my God, Steve.
Well, if I can find you a definition that says something about following the curvature of the Earth, what are we going to say?
We're talking about level. Level. Tell us what level. You said level means curved. You said level means curved. No, I've already got a
dictionary.
It's a horizontal plane. Yeah.
Here we are, Merriam-Webster dictionary. Here we are. Let's look up level. Yeah. Let's look up level in Merriam-Webster's dictionary.
Go ahead and cherry pick the one discrepant definition. Yeah, sure.
Okay, go on then.
Okay, first we have a device for establishing a horizontal line or plane by means of a bubble in a liquid that shows adjustment to the horizontal by movement to the center of a slightly bowed glass tube. That's
excellent.
One.
That's great. We've got horizontal. So what does horizontal mean then?
A measurement of the difference of altitude.
What's horizontal, Steve? Horizontal. You've given us a definition now. So what's horizontal?
There's many. There's.
Yeah, well, you've already stated we've got horizontal, we've got level. Yeah, horizontal. What does horizontal mean?
Ooh, look at this. The adjective level. That was the noun part. Adjective. Having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the surface of the Earth's surface. Oh my goodness! What does that one mean?
Oh my goodness! You're delusional.
Let me clip that.
Read the part. Read the example previously. Right above that line. Read the example. Water seeks its own level, having no parts higher. You forgot that.
Yes.
God.
Hey Scott. Scott. Try using an actual physical book. Because now you're starting to sound like Lawnmower Man.
And also, Scott, why don't you cross-reference that with 2 or 3 other sources and see if they all agree, right? Because usually you find it in the middle. The answer is usually in the middle, right?
Hey, Scott, why don't you use Merriam? Hey, Scott, why don't you Merriam-Webster for horizontal?
Why
don't you use Merriam-Webster for horizontal then? Go on.
Well, but you asked for level. I assume you asked for the adjective, right?
Yeah. So it explained level is horizontal. So use the same term, use the same reference that you're using, and explain to us what horizontal means in reference to level.
We have a definition right here. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid of parts of the Earth's surface.
No, horizontal. Horizontal now. Horizontal. Go for horizontal.
Do we want to just cherry pick the definitions, or do we want to use them all?
No, you cherry pick. Is this the only term that is used in practical application that means both the synonym and the antonym, the complete opposite? So one says horizontal, you would agree with the other definitions, but then you have another definition that you're claiming means equidistant from the center of a sphere. So you're saying that this term can be interchangeably used to mean both the synonym and the antonym. Is that what you're claiming? Can you show me another demonstration of a term used in practical application that is also ambiguous in such a way?
Very well said.
What?
I understood exactly what he was saying, Steve.
Okay, you tell me what he said.
No, you heard it like I did.
Just give me another imaginary term that can be used interchangeably, meaning both the synonym and antonym. You're spurging.
It's only antithetical if you don't understand what the people who wrote the dictionary are trying to communicate with the words they used.
Okay, so the other terms, when they say horizontal, it doesn't mean horizontal condition. It actually just means equidistant from the center of Earth. You're interpreting this. You're taking these terms outside of the actual defined dictionary definition. You're giving them meaning that it isn't there written.
No, because the part B on
it's
this.
just some shit you imagine.
No,
Okay.
no. Do you want to ask? Do you want answer to your question? Or you just want to ask the question and pretend you know the answer?
Well, the answer to the question would be you giving me another example of a term used in practical application that means both synonym and antonym. Go.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think this one means synonym and antonym. That's your interpretation of the answer.
Scott.
Go on, Steve.
So you don't think horizontal and a sphere are antithetical to each other? You think they're synonyms? Like I can say horizontal, and really, you know that I'm talking about a sphere, a ball, a basketball.
No.
You're in a deep denial.
No, that's not what horizontal means.
A
Everybody uses
horizontal
that
plane
term.
or line with respect to the distance below a given point. A position on a scale, amount, or quality having a flat horizontal surface. Yeah, that's level.
Yes, I know. No, it's not level.
So it's not. It doesn't mention curvature, does it? In any way.
Horizontal is a tangential plane to a sphere.
Excuse me. Horizontal is. Excuse me. Horizontal is Excuse me. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, at right angles to the vertical.
Yes, horizontal to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, horizontal plane to the horizon. No curvature mentioned, mate.
But the people who wrote those words had something in their minds when they wrote them that they expected you, the reader, to understand. And you guys
What
don't
was it they had in their minds? That they're just talking bullshit, that it doesn't actually mean what they say it means? That's what I just said. You think.
Exactly. Do you think the horizon's got anything to do with horizontal, Scott?
Do I think the horizon has anything to do with horizontal? Sort of.
Yeah, so the horizon is horizontal then, yes?
They have the same root.
Yeah. So is it anything to do with curvature at this point? No.
We can only have a horizon line if you have curvature.
Yeah, we have horizon, we have horizontal, we don't have any curvature, do we, Scott?
We have horizons and we have curvature.
No, we don't have curvature on the surface of Earth, mate. Except for humps and bumps above sea level.
Sure we do, and everybody understands that but you.
Oh, please explain how that is.
You plural, being you flat earthers. The rest of us understand it.
No, I understand sea level. I understand horizontal. I understand what the horizon is. I understand you've got no proof of Earth curvature, and I'm telling you all about this now.
I know you think you are, but you just.
No, I actually am doing. That's what I am doing right now. Is explaining simple words to you, a grown man. Horizontal, level, horizon. That you don't know what these words mean. Have you been to school ever, Scott?
Yes.
Have you ever done a multiple choice question examination?
Yes.
Yeah. So what would level mean in a multiple choice question? Would it be circular, rectangular, or a straight line with no point above or higher, lower than the other?
None of those.
Oh, so what would level mean then, Scott, in your multiple choice examination?
It would be having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
So you're just going to leave that question blank on the test, huh, Scott?
I just told you.
I just what? Did you read the
All right,
dictionary I posted
I'll
from
say it again.
1983 when people used books? Remember those days, Scott?
Having no
People were
part higher
literate?
than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. That would be the correct answer on a multiple choice test.
So the liquid. Excuse me, Scott. The liquid parts of the Earth's surface would be horizontal.
No, they wouldn't.
Well, yes, it would, because water does find level and horizontal. That's why we call it sea level.
You never find anywhere
That's why it's level.
horizontal.
It's not sea. We don't call it sea. No, it's not sea curved, is it, Scott? Yeah. There's no parts higher or lower in horizontal, is there, Scott?
Well, that's because everybody who uses the word sea level
You're correct,
knows that
mate.
level is
Yes,
curved.
you are correct. Yeah, it doesn't. It's no higher or lower than the water on Earth's surface because that is horizontal.
And that creates a curve.
No, horizontal does not create a curve at all.
It's right there in the dictionary, man. You want to use a dictionary? No. I use a dictionary. Why now?
So
why are we not using the dictionary now?
Repeat it again. I'll go in slow motion. Repeat it again. I'll go in slow motion for you, Steve.
Okay. Having no part higher than another. You want to interrupt me?
Carry on.
Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. The dictionary definition. Do we use it or not?
The liquid is horizontal.
Is he roboting for everybody or just me?
Me too. He's roboting, definitely.
Looks like the internet doesn't want you to speak right now, unfortunately. I would like you to speak, but the internet doesn't appear to want to.
By the way, are you like a scientist?
I just want to know if we go with the dictionary definition or not.
So Scott, did you see the dictionary I posted? The screenshot of a hard copy from 1983. So when did it start going to this conforming to the curve of a spheroid definition? What do you have the flip over point, or are you just Googling definitions like everyone else?
No, I went to Merriam-Webster. It's
.com.
www.merriam-webster.com.
Did you hear what I said? I posted one. Listen, I posted a definition from 1983. Prior to this flat Earth conundrum, you globe enthusiasts find yourselves in.
Yeah.
So at what point did that your definition get added to Merriam-Webster? When was that?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh,
do I need to?
Well, it would be interesting since you're the one using it. You're ignoring the fact that you're ignoring the fact that in 1983 it wasn't in the definition. That's weird. I just wondered when it got sprinkled in. That's all, Scott.
I have no idea.
I know you just click on NPR and have Terry Gross inform you, but I was just wondering if you knew what definition, where this came from.
I don't know. No, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Scott.
All right.
Hey, Scott. So, Merriam-Webster, she's saying like the water on the surface of Earth is curved. Is that correct?
That's what the people who wrote Merriam-Webster's dictionary seem to think.
So, do you agree that the water on the surface of Earth is curved? Do you agree with that?
I agree. And the people with the dictionary seem to agree with me.
How would you go about proving that then to be correct?
Apparently, according to you, I can look in a dictionary.
No. So Merriam-Webster's telling us that.
Remember, I didn't want to look in a dictionary. You did. You wanted to look.
No, let's go. Okay, we'll go. Okay, we'll go with Merriam-Webster. We'll go with her. Her. She's telling us the surface of water on the Earth's surface is curved. That's what she's telling us. Now then,
Merriam used to be a man's name.
Okay then. Whatever, Steve. So, how are we going to go out in real life situations and prove that's correct? How would we do that?
That's what I wanted to show you with the celestial navigation. That's a real life situation that people use the curvature for the Earth to find their location on it.
Okay. So we're going to now. You're going to demonstrate how we measure sea level as being curved. Is that what you're going to demonstrate?
I can give you a demonstration that only works if the sea level's curved.
So you're going to tell us and show us how sea level is curved. Is that correct?
It's funny. I don't even know why I should bother saying anything. You're just going to repeat back something else. It's weird.
I'm getting it right. I'm getting it right for the audience and the guys in the chat. So if we're going to watch your stream, so with Merriam-Webster has said the surface of the water on Earth is curving. Now you're going to demonstrate how that's. Now you're going to demonstrate how that's true. Yes, is that correct?
Yes, sure.
Okay. We'll go on your stream and we'll have a look at this then. Yeah.
Okay. But it does require that you at least pay attention and turn on your brain to understand what's being said. Can you do that for me?
Well, if the demonstration's true, there will be nothing falsifiable about truth, mate.
Okay.
I have a comment for Scott.
Sure.
That Merriam-Webster definition is incorrect even under the globe model.
How so?
Because following the curvature of the surface of water is only applicable to sea level, right?
Okay.
So a more accurate definition in the globe model would be, conforming to the three-dimensional curvature of supposed space-time.
Okay. I don't even understand what that would mean, but, yeah, well.
Now, Steve, show us how you measure curved water on the surface of Earth, please.
So, Scott, the curvature rate of a sphere is different at elevation sea level than 10 feet above the sea level.
Okay, where does the thing about curvature rate?
Well, we don't claim curvature rate, mate. You did.
No, I didn't.
You said water's curving.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so where's your curvature rate then?
I don't need to know the rate to know that it's curving.
Well, we're not claiming curvature, you are. So show it, demonstrate it.
I just said I don't need to know the rate to know that it's curving. I can calculate the rate.
Well, demonstrate how you do that then.
All right. So you want me to show you right now?
Yeah, show us how you measure the oceans to being curved. Using the Earth curve calculator if you want. Surface level and eye level parallel to each other, straight line of sight. Go for it.
I just want to make everybody aware that in the side chat there's two videos, one of two, where Scott bets his house and then of course loses the bet to me. There's two videos. You can hear the evidence for yourself. Yeah, Scott, I'll let you use my computer for now, but I'm going to seize that property here pretty soon. I just want you to know.
You obviously can't listen then. Should we go over that now? Because
there's two clips you can play.
I know. Let's play them back. Let's play them back. Shall we play them back right now?
Let's play them. Do it.
No, Scott. We're going to keep on topic. And
actually,
excuse
one
me,
deck. I'm sorry. You can hold him to the fire. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Scott's just about to show us how he's measuring sea level to be curved. How he's done it himself.
No, I can't show you how I would do it by your way. I show you how I would do it by my way.
No, I didn't say my way. It's got nothing to do with me, Scott. This is your claim.
Well, I'll show you how I would do it.
No, let's see how you have done it.
Well, I haven't. I've told you that before. Why do we keep going back to that?
So what's your demonstration going to be then? Nothing that you've done whatsoever in your life.
How celestial navigation works.
And what's that got to do with sea level?
Because it doesn't work if the Earth's not curved at a very specific rate.
So what's the horizon got to do with celestial navigation?
Well, if the Earth were not curved at 1 degree for 60 nautical miles, celestial navigation wouldn't work.
So why
And I
do
can
we
show you
use the
that.
horizon in celestial navigation? What's the point of it?
We don't need to. We can go off zenith angles.
So why is it used then?
Because it's the best they got on a rocky boat.
So why, if it's not needed, why are they using the horizon?
But I just told you the answer. Do you not listen to these answers?
So are they using the horizon or
There's
not?
really no point of me answering your questions if you're not going to listen to the
No,
answer.
it
Just going to
is.
ask the
We need
question
to.
again.
No, we need to. Me and you
Okay,
need
what
to
was
come
my
to an agreement.
answer? What was my answer to your
Scott,
question?
that the
What was
horizon's
my
not
answer to
being
your?
used. The
No, I
horizon's
didn't
not
say.
being
I didn't
used.
say that. I didn't say that. No, see, you
So
don't
what
even
did?
listen to the answers. Why do
Okay.
you
So
ask
what did you
questions
say?
if you're not going to listen to the answer?
Oh, is the horizon being used? Yes or no?
It is in a lot of celestial navigation when you use a sextant. Yes.
It is in a lot. Did you say in a lot of celestial navigation?
Yes.
Right. So why is the horizon being used?
Because the boats move around too much to use the zenith angle off vertical.
No, incorrect. Why is the
No, that is
horizon
correct.
being? No, it's not. It's not.
It is
It's nothing to
correct.
do with the boats moving around. Boats
It
do move
is.
around. No, Scott. Let me talk to the audience. Boats do move around on the sea. They will
Mm-hmm.
always be moving around the sea. And when you're at sea on the boat using the sea sextant, you will be utilizing the horizon all the time. Is that correct, Scott?
On the sea, yes, because the
Yeah.
boats move
So
too much.
what? So what's the purpose of the horizon then?
As a approximation of your zenith angle.
No. What's the purpose of
Yes.
the horizon?
I just told you the answer.
You incorrect again.
Citation, please. Just get a citation for that, Scott.
Citation, Scott.
Fine, hold on. I'll get the graphic.
Purpose of the horizon when using the sea
Yeah.
sextant. Citation.
Yeah, where is it? Flat Earth.
While Scott's looking,
Folder.
I'll tell you what the horizon's used for. It's used to establish horizontal.
Okay, how do they use it?
No, I'm waiting for your answer now.
Here's
looking,
the
Scott.
citation. Hold on. Getting the picture right now.
So that, no, not a picture, a citation that says the horizon is referenced to create a zenith angle.
No,
This is a
citation,
right
Steve.
here.
That's not a citation, mate.
No, it isn't. Scott.
It is.
No,
That's a
that's
citation.
not.
Define citation, Scott.
You don't know what a citation
it's this.
is. No, that's a picture.
It tells you how they use a sextant.
Where's the comma mark starting the citation and ending it?
This is it.
No, that's not a citation.
No, we need
again. You're incorrect
Scott,
again.
you said that they reference the horizon to create a zenith angle. So I need you to find me in a celestial navigation book and quote where what you just said is what they teach, is what they say. Get that.
The citation, Steve. Not a picture. We want citation with quote marks and the source of the citation.
Yeah, no. Which essentially you guys don't want to learn.
No, we do want to learn.
No, you don't.
We want to learn off you, but if you can't provide the education, then how can we learn if you've not got the education to offer?
Oh, I can show you right now how celestial navigation works. If you just want to watch my video.
That's not a citation, Scott.
It does. It's still how it
us
works.
asking
right?
for the citation
Scott.
in the celestial navigation book is us not wanting to learn? No, I don't think so. We're asking for you to back up your claim so that we can learn with you, Scott. So back up your claim with citation from celestial navigation saying that we're referring to the horizon so they can get their zenith angle. I want you to quote that and get the source and cite it.
Yeah, educate us, Scott.
I've
Proper
tried
citation
to,
this time.
You
Not a picture. Not a picture from a cartoon magazine. We want a citation. Do you know what a citation is? Have you got a definition of one, or do you believe in definitions, mate? Yeah, you might as well sigh, mate, because you will be sighing at the end of this conversation. You'll be digging your own grave, pal.
Seem very angry. I don't know why.
No, I'm not angry, mate. I'm very
You do seem
peaceful.
very angry.
I've just finished a meditation class.
Yeah.
I'm very, very peaceful. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sipping on a green tea with honey in.
Would you like to understand how celestial navigation works?
No, we want to see your citation of what you just
Scott, and give us the citation. Yeah, stop diverting. Stop making it about how he feels or if he's angry or not. Just get the citation, dude.
Get the citation, dude. How long do you want to get this citation? 3 minutes? We'll give you 3 minutes max. If you can't get the citation in 3 minutes, we're throwing you out of court.
Okay.
So
you don't have to learn.
What time is it now? 3 minutes you've got?
No, I don't really care if you guys don't want to learn. I'm just curious if you do. If you do, I can help you.
If you could present some evidence, Steve, if you could present some evidence, we would learn. But you're incapable of knowing what a citation is. You're incapable of providing a citation to what you've just claimed. So how can we learn from somebody who can't give us education?
Do I need a citation to show you that 2 + 2 = 4?
We're not talking about 2 + 2 = 4. We're talking about your claim.
We essentially are.
No. We're talking about your claim of what the horizon is used for in celestial navigation. You said you had a citation. You posted a cartoon picture. That's not a citation. We want the citation. We're giving you 3 minutes. If you can't provide it in 3 minutes, we're kicking you out of court.
Yeah, kick me out if you need to. I mean,
yeah, we will kick you out because you're wasting our time.
I'm just trying to help. If you guys don't want my help, I don't need to force it on you.
You're not trying to help. You're not trying to do anything because you've got no evidence.
I gain nothing by helping you guys. This is just an act of altruism.
You've got no evidence. You've got no evidence.
I'm just trying to help out my fellow man. If you guys don't want it, I don't need to give it.
No, we don't need any help. We're not your friends, Steve. We want a citation.
I'm just trying to help, man. All right.
I don't care what you're trying to do.
If you don't want my help, fine. Find someone else.
Let him give his interpretation.
Find somebody else to yell at.
Show him how incoherent it is. No, let him here. Yeah, let's go. Let's demonstrate how incoherent your term is, because horizontal is a practical applicable term, and it means parallel to the plane of the horizon, at right angles to the vertical. Perpendicular to horizontal is perpendicular to the horizon. So you don't need to see the horizon, but that doesn't make that a slope is horizontal. So let's see how incoherent what you think is an applicable application, an applicable definition for this term level. This was simply what we want. And so, okay, now go. Give us your incoherent definition.
I can't give an incoherent definition. All I can give you is the
okay.
one that the rest of the world
I put
uses.
that slide in. I spoiled the well. My bad. Just give us your definition then.
Of level?
Of horizontal. Of a horizontal.
He's looking for a citation of how the horizon's used in celestial navigation. And 2 minutes in now, Steve. We're going to be kicking out of court in a minute because you're absolutely sounding useless at the moment.
I gave you a graphic that shows you how the horizon uses.
It wasn't a citation, Steve. Steve, it wasn't a citation. It was a cartoon picture. That's not a citation. Do you need a definition for citation, or do you not believe in definitions now?
I believe in definitions, and I gave you one about level, and you don't like it.
Yeah. So what's the definition of a citation then?
Did we give you a definition of level that you don't like?
No, Scott, we asked you for a citation for the claim that you made that referring to the horizon is going to give you your zenith angle. So I need that citation right now. We want to learn.
We give you 3 minutes. Now you're 2.5 minutes. We're going to kick you out of court soon, son.
I know. Go ahead.
So you don't have it. I want you to say, I don't have what you're asking for because I made it up. That's what I want to hear next.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Okay. Well, then I guess maybe a 2-day break. Maybe that's more appropriate.
Whatever you need to do, man.
Okay.
Scott, wouldn't you agree, Scott, that all you do is come in here and you take over the server, impeding other people's
No, nobody was
ability?
talking. Nobody. If anybody else wants to talk, I will put myself on mute right now.
No, you won't.
There we go.
No,
Oh,
you
right.
won't.
Look, I'm on mute.
Come in here, dude. It's been months since I've come in here, and you're here all the time. Don't you find it kind of unreal that you would come in and waste your time by coming in here and acting the way that you do?
Well, I mean,
Why?
he's atheist. He's atheist. This is like his religion. He's like here preaching. He's trying to save people.
I have to make a correction. Scott, even though he is in here quite often, usually only takes his opportunities when it is dead air. He's actually good content. So, I'm going to speak for him well and say he really only pipes in if it's a dead zone in here.
Yeah, and it's good to hear from these zealots. You got to really understand where they're coming from. It's even if it's delusion.
Into the break. Are you doing, pal?
Yeah, good. Just been eating people alive on Instagram. I follow Flat Earth Bulgaria. It's hilarious. They're just like, this is a joke on you, like, and then I just drop my arguments and I just spam it. It's
I
great.
love Into the Break. Me and Into the Break are good friends, mate. You know what I mean? We've known each other for years now and fucking battering globers all over the place, mate.
And this simple one that you can just hold your hand out and you can know what horizontal is.
Yeah, man.
I love that. You are the precise measuring device.
Once you start denying what horizontalism level is, you've got a problem. Yeah, you're in a psychological dilemma at that point. Because, like, I always put it down to the multiple choice question of a 7-year-old. They've learnt in school what level is, what round is, what curved is. Multiple choice question: is level curved? Is it a circle? Is it a square? Or is it a fucking straight line with no points higher or the other? I mean, it's simple kid stuff. You got grown men like fucking Steve Scott, whatever he's fucking called, telling you level is curved. This is a grown man protecting his globe. Yeah, this is how obsessed he is with a globe. He needs to live on the globe for some reason. I don't know what the reason is. He's obsessed with it. He needs to live in Star Wars land.
Well, they think they see these globes everywhere. They think they see these claims that, like, they walk outside and they're like, yeah, like, shit's falling. And it's like, there's, like, nothing really falling around me. Like, if shit is falling in your environment, you should probably seek shelter, like, get to a safe place.
Hello. I believe in a globe.
Why do you believe in such a logic?
Because it's the simplest way to explain the world, and you don't
Okay, the
have to
simplest.
go on.
What is the most simplest way? What is so simple about it? That you have
I
to, the
mean,
part where you have to deny reality? The
no,
part
no, no,
where
no. Let me. Oh,
your experience has become subjective and meaningless. That the
okay.
easy part?
Can I say something? Okay. So the simplest thing about it is like why would a person lie to you that the world is not a globe?
Holy
Just think
shit.
about
Yeah,
it.
people
Why
say
do people
lies.
lie?
People do lie.
Yeah,
What?
why do people lie? Huh.
No, no, no. Now
Yeah,
let me
that's what
tell
you
you.
just said, bro. Why do people lie?
Why would the
Why people
sociopath
lie? There
lie?
is a motive. There is always a motive. But let me tell you, is in this
Yeah,
chat. Is there
so
anyone
you
who
can
has?
think of a motive, I'm sure, dude. Fucking, why do people lie, right?
Okay, but
Well, let's let him
Gosha,
speak
is
for. I'm
there?
sorry, I'm going to interrupt you one more time. Let's let him talk just a little bit, friend. But one more thing, before we just try to decide whether or not people are lying or why they're lying, we should probably see and figure out if they are. So we should see if the Earth is curving or not. So I want you to continue, but maybe we should focus on if they're lying first. So is the Earth curving? And if it is, can you show it to us so we can measure it?
Okay. So first, I would like to say that is there anyone in this chat who can tell me a motive to anyone
Yeah,
that
he
can
doesn't
make
want
a
to do
person
that.
lie?
I just
No,
said I just
who,
asked you a
who
question.
is
You need
lying
to
to you?
Why did
Who is
you lie
lying to you
last
about
time you lied,
geometry?
Gosho?
No. So he's inferring that somebody is lying to him about geometry or something, and I don't want to know: is he actually being lied to about this
He wants to know
geometric
why
frame?
a motive for lying. Money is a motive for lying. There. Now, what's your next
It's a
question?
motive, but who would
I don't
give you
think anybody's lying to
$1,000?
you. I don't think anybody's lying to you. I don't think you haven't presented the actual lie. Where's the lie? What's the lie?
Okay, okay. Hear me out. So you're saying
Before we
that the
talk about
world is
motive,
flat.
let's just see if somebody's lying to you.
Wait, can I like talk a bit for a second because there's some confusion around the statements that I
Okay,
made.
who? Tell me exactly who is lying to you and about what.
Okay,
Actually,
okay.
pinpoint the liars to me.
So a lot of you actually, the last time I was here, told me that the liars are meant to be NASA and scientists together with politics. I added the
Well, NASA
politics
says the
to
Earth is flat. NASA says the Earth is flat. So I don't know who told you that. Okay, so let's
NASA.
pinpoint
What?
exactly who is the liar. Who is exactly lying to you?
Okay. Show me a statement by NASA that says the Earth is flat, like outright
Yeah,
says
they
the
use
Earth.
it. They use it in practical application as flat and stationary. Yeah, it's in their documents. So okay,
Okay,
NASA says that.
okay. NASA says
You
that, but
NASA says that.
but have they made a
Are
public
they liars?
statement saying
Is
the
NASA
Earth is
lying to you?
flat? What about the photos? Let's say, what about the photos released by NASA
Oh, artist
of the Earth being
renditions. I
what?
don't care. They say
What?
in practical application, the Earth is practically used as flat and stationary.
Okay, but
I
I'm
don't
just
care about
saying.
artwork. Some it's like Disney. I don't take credit and credence in whatever propaganda they want to feed to me. I just look at what they do, and in practice, they embezzle a lot of money, right? And so now you're talking about here's an art studio, and then here's a an aeronautics division, right? So in practical application, they don't care about what marketing is going to do with their product.
All right, all
So
right.
you're saying that like people selling you on something are lying to you, like when you
No.
Skittles, like the Skittles commercial, they say you're going to be a big strong man when you have a Snickers or whatever. Yeah, those
Wait,
people are probably lying to you. So now we've
wait.
established, yeah, someone's probably selling you something. So whoever is lying to you could possibly be selling you something.
Okay. Hear me now. Let's assume
So
that the
I'm glad we
world is
could help
flat.
you with that. It's
Okay, let's.
psychological though, not really geometric.
Uh, okay, can you like can you let me talk? Okay, so let's assume that the world is flat. All right. Now,
Why would you assume that?
could you let me assume a thing without 1001
No.
questions? Okay. So if you want, we can play the same game. I can just question your ass so many times that you cannot answer anything.
I've been answering every question you had. You came here saying that you were like downtrodden because somebody was lying to you, and then we established like no, not really anybody's lying to you, except for wow, there's some people marketing ideas to you that may be bending the truth. That's all we've established. No one's really lying to you.
Because inside NASA, they use mathematical
Yeah,
curriculums that show that the Earth
the
is flat. That doesn't mean that they are saying out loud the Earth is flat. Instead, they are saying
no,
out
they do
loud
say
the Earth
that
is
out
globe.
loud. They do
What?
say it's in their documents, like in the app, in the methods. It's always, assume flat and stationary. That's what NASA says. They assume.
Okay, I can do whatever let's say that I am NASA. I can do whatever I want while no one is looking. I can make 1,000 documents about documenting what I've done, and then just put them in a jar, and then tell the public that the Earth is a globe while having 1,000
Why are you
documents for
talking
hidden
about
from.
putting random words in a jar? Come on, dude.
Okay, man.
Nobody's lying to you. Like NASA says that they assume the Earth is flat and stationary, and we say nobody's lying to you. Like you were taught geometry in school. Like, so I want you to point who is lying about what, because you haven't made a case for there even being a lie being told.
Why do so many people assume that the Earth is a globe? Tell me. Who tells them that the Earth is a
I don't
globe?
know. Like I told you, like people market, like, they sell you Skittles on some rainbow idea, right? Or they sell you the Snickers saying it's gonna make you a big strong man, like I don't know. Why do you think Edward Bernays like wanted to sell people? This is a psychological question. You haven't presented um a motive of why you think that they are lying to you about marketing such ideas as the earth is flat through the opposite pictures of that. I don't know.
Mate, mate.
It's like a marketing question. It's like we're here talking about how
No,
practical
I'm
application in
asking.
reality shows us, demonstrates a flat earth. You're saying that our objective, our experience here is subjective, and you're saying that this reality doesn't even exist because there's another reality.
What are you talking
And
about?
we're
We're
just
talking
wanting
about
you to present. We're just wanting you to present this cartoon reality in reality. Like, show us the methods, why you've determined that reality is not reality. It's a subjective.
Okay, stop this, please. Now, I'm asking you the question. Who is telling all the masses of people that the world is a globe? Tell me, for
Who
fuck's
told you?
sake.
Who told? That's what I'm saying. You pinpoint who is the liar. You point them out. Say this person lied to me. Point them out.
And then every fucking one. From school.
Everyone's lying to you. Wow. Wow. How do you exist? Just going around thinking everybody's lying to you. This is wild. Like, how do you actually exist? How do you wake up in the morning thinking everybody's lying to you? And that you don't even know what they're lying to you about and who's lying. You just think everybody's lying somehow. It's strange. It's really weird. I'm sorry that you feel that way.
Mate,
That
I'm
must
just
do a
going
lot
to
to
ask
your
you.
mental state.
I'm going to ask you, do you know what are you doing, or you just saying something? I just cannot with you. Do you know what are you doing?
No, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. Like, I feel sorry
You're
for you.
trying. You're claiming that you're trying to help me, but you're not hearing me out. You're
I am
putting
hearing you
words.
out. I'm trying to tell you to hear yourself out. Like, go point out the exact person who lied to you. Like, did somebody in school, they're like into UFOs and stuff, and they told you this stuff? Like, point it up, point out the liars, and then we'll be able to give you the motive for why that person lied to you.
Okay, then point me out the people who say the world is a globe. Those are the liars.
No, I don't. I don't put my life around liars. Like, I kind of keep liars out of my life. So you're gonna have to help me out. If somebody's lying to you, everybody's lying to you. Tell me exactly, like, what crowds are you hanging out with where everybody's lying to you?
Mate, I asked you the question of who says the world is a globe, and those people are the liars. But you are answering me with something that's not an answer. I'm questioning you. Who
Well,
are the
who
people
told
who
you
say
that?
the globe?
Point them out. Point out the liars.
Who told you that the people are lying to you?
You. You.
We said no. He said he doesn't think they're lying to you.
Okay, so you're saying that the world is a globe. If they're not lying to me, that means the world is a globe.
Who said that lie? because NASA says that the Earth is assumed flat and stationary. Now you're asking the question of like who sells marketing, and it's like I don't know. Why would they lie? Why would they lie about Skittles like tasting the rainbow when it's just chemicals? Why would they lie?
Well, someone right now just laughed very hard.
See how
Either
I
way,
pointed out, like the Skittles marketers are the liars, and their incentive is to sell Skittles. That's money, right? So I can, if
yeah.
you point out the person that's lying, I can give you their motive, but you have to point out exactly who's lying to you. Was it your mother?
Okay, so you were saying that. Okay. I'm just going to do something right now, very fast, because it seems that I'm not going to get anywhere with you unless I do something very radical.
Do you get that right? You can't really taste rainbows. You get that right?
Oh, wait
It's like why would they
wait
lie?
a,
Why would the
wait
Skittles
a
lie?
second.
It's just a cute little way to market their little bullshit candy.
Please wait. I'm just doing something right now.
Well, I am waiting. You weren't saying anything.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. And okay. Fact check. NASA says Earth is a globe, uses flat, and no.
I thought you said everybody is lying, and then now you're having to go search for them lying. It's interesting. So that now Google is going to be lying to you.
Has there been? Okay, I'm going to ask you then something, and I want you to answer. Okay. I want you to answer my question. Are you going to answer it? I'm going to question you.
Okay, I hope that was it because I just answered.
My question is, who says the world is a globe?
I don't know. We know that the Earth is flat, so I don't know who says that lie to you. I don't hang out with losers.
If someone lies to you, then they're not your friend.
Oh man.
And if I may chime in also, another thing worth keeping in mind is in order to lie, you actually have to be consciously misrepresenting something. So if somebody's telling you, if somebody is telling you the Earth is a globe and they actually believe it, well, they're not actually lying. They're just not accurate. You know. So you have to know that they know that they're talking shit, which you can't really do unless you're them. So good luck.
Okay. So if you can prove that the world is flat, then why would all this massive organization with tons of funding,
He still wants to know
and
why
now,
would they lie.
why would anyone lie?
Skittles, you can't actually taste the rainbow. Actually, taste the rainbow, but they sell you taste the rainbow. Buy Skittles, and everyone here has bought Skittles. Did we actually think that we were tasting the rainbow? Do you think that you taste the rainbow when you open a pack of Skittles?
Of course not. I do not.
But we do know that the Skittles is candy. It's chemicals
We know that
making
they
these
make
flavors.
money off. We know they make money off telling you to taste the
Oh,
rainbow, and people go and buy the Skittles so they can taste the rainbow.
But people know that if they taste Skittles, they aren't tasting rainbow.
yeah. See, we
Oh,
know that
hush.
the Earth is flat. You think that you're tasting a rainbow.
Okay, but the question is, why would the marketer lie to you. The answer is that they want your money. But who? But let's
Because you
say,
thought it was a cool story when you were little. That's why you still believe it. That's why you won't let go. Because it's a cool story.
okay,
Space is a
but
cool story, man.
why
Like Star Wars and stuff, dude.
Is there
why?
anybody else who wants to talk, man? Any other
Why
Globers
would
here got proof?
okay, fucking hear me out, please?
Yeah, it's really
Dude, we've
hard to
been
prove the
hearing you
globe,
out
huh?
for how long, man?
Dude, we're hearing you out, and 45 times in a row you ask, why do people lie?
I'm asking
Yeah, and he got
why would
answers every time, and he still can't even point out who's actually lying to him and about what.
all scientists in the world are saying that the
Uh
world is a
oh! Now
globe.
he knows every scientist. Wow, this guy, he's a gentleman and a scholar.
So
Well,
you
first
think the
off,
scientists are lying, dude?
he can't name one person at all. He just has to say everybody. He can't name
And
one person that told him he
and
lived on a ball.
and there's like I said before, there's a difference between those who say things that they think are true that just are inaccurate. They're not actually lying. So if most people actually believe this to be the case, and they're propagating that, they're not actually really lying to you, unless of course you can pinpoint how they're being malicious.
Yeah, that's why I was asking for him to actually point out the actual liar, because then I could give him the motive. If we go case by case, I can give you the motive, and most of the times it will just be that pure ignorance. Like, I heard this, they don't have an authority for it.
So to be a little bit helpful, sir, you may want to rephrase your question so we can move on.
Brilliant. The general population just believe it because it's easier. It's you can just accept it. If you were to question it and actually ask the question, like Mike said, you'd find that there's no actual evidence other than you just fully believing it. Just look for something.
Okay, so you're saying that the general population believes it because it's simple. It's simple to believe it, right?
No, simply that is that they think that it's simple. They don't even know. They don't know. They don't have a frame of reference to even question it.
We're saying they have belief in it.
Okay, so we have identified the people who say the world is a globe. Is that so?
You said everybody, so
But
it's
they
still
believe
not
that the world
identifying.
is a globe. You understand that, bud? They believe that the world is a globe. So how can they lie if they believe that truth?
So easy thing would be for you to say why it's a globe right now, rather than keep asking this question, and then you'll realise you have no answer.
Okay,
Maybe.
then who told
Well,
them that the world is a globe?
just like I'm not pointing at you and calling you a liar, because I know you just have a faith-based belief in this delusional, illogical
So he just asked
reference
a
frame that
question
doesn't
that
exist.
he just
And
asked a
I know
question
that's
that
your.
who's told. He just asked a
Wouldn't call you a
question.
liar
Who
because
told
you're
him
not
it
a
was a
liar.
globe?
I just asked the question of who told the masses that the world is a globe.
Bill Nye.
Who did it?
You tell me. You
I
said
mean, a lot of
everybody's
people do
lying
it.
to
Like
you.
Bill Nye might be one of the ones that doesn't know, because Bill Nye said that the Earth is flat too. Neil deGrasse
Well,
Tyson, they all said they're
Bill Nye is also
astronauts. Like
SAG card holder, and he's listed as a comedian.
That's true. That disqualifies him.
Yeah. Okay. Troops.
well,
Can you tell me who told the masses that the world is flat?
Yeah, we don't know, dude.
No,
You
sorry.
tell
Who told
us. You're the
the
one who
masses
believes
that
in
the
it.
world is a
You
globe?
believe in it. You tell us who told you that. Don't you get this line of questioning yet? You're the one
Just
who
Okay, do
stop
you
believes
want?
in
stop
it.
stop
Who
looking
told
for
you it's
an
a globe?
stop looking for that authority figure. Go and look and see what they say. See if they say anything. Give any evidence. That's what you need to see, rather than just relying on someone else's opinion. Just go and look for some evidence.
Okay, then.
See,
Yeah,
I would identify the liar as Scott. Like, Scott is lying to you about basic foundational geometry. He's a liar. Scott is a liar.
No,
See,
I'm
I
not.
can identify the person that is telling a lie. I can identify that
No,
person because equidistant is not level. Equidistant
no.
To
Scott
be fair, most
believes
people
in
are
it.
just mistaken. They're not
category
liars.
error, and he refuses to relinquish the logic. I would say it's past that. He just well, I guess there's no such thing as a liar if the other half of people don't even accept logic.
well, when you can redefine definitions and that, you can come up with anything. So I'm not necessarily sure that Scott is lying, but he might actually believe it. He just doesn't see the fault in his logic, and he's got a really strong belief, and he wants to make his point. So whether that's lying or just being fully delusional, I'm
Yes.
not sure.
Now, I have another question for you all. Who told the lie that the world is a globe?
For
Scott
what,
did.
like the
What?
Scott
Is
fiftieth
told
that a
time, man?
question for real?
What's
He
wrong
said
with
the
him?
horizontal is a curve.
Gosho,
It's a lie.
how about
Now I got a
Gosho? I'll
question
help
for
you
you.
out.
Hold on.
For,
Let's get the
for
suspense.
further questioning.
He's
Gosho,
been in the
here.
background really nutting that one out.
School and education, okay? How about that? The educational system told me that the earth is a globe. Okay, now what?
Okay, then who told the educational system that? Who organized the educational system in a way that it
The guy
makes?
who ordered the books for the school.
The government did that.
Okay, so we
Okay,
know the
then.
government made books for the school. So now you're getting somewhere, dude. Now go figure it out from there.
And if you link
Well,
the
the
government
government just
to
accepted certain texts. It also excluded texts. It was like sort of a Nicene 14 sort of situation where they deemed here they're going to put on a pedestal certain ideas over others.
Okay, then.
Gosho, now I have a question. Gosho, now I have a question for you. Now that we've established why most people on Earth believe the Earth is a globe is because of education, okay? My next question
Controlled
for
by the
you,
government.
Gosho, is do you believe in aliens from outer space?
Do you
Do you
think they
believe
belong?
they're Yeah, do you
Okay.
believe like gray aliens with the beady eyes, blue skin aliens, aliens on Mars? Do you believe that there's life on those lights that you see in the sky?
Well, somewhere there must be.
Okay, got it. So if
Yes.
I was
Then his answer is
to,
yes.
so if I was to know for me, okay, I'm the one who writes the school books. If I know that you cannot and no one cannot go up to those lights in the sky like Mars, you can't land on Mars, it's impossible. You can't land on the moon, and all we have here is Earth, and you can't go anywhere. If I write books that interpret that there are aliens up there, but I know there are not, would that be a motive to lie?
and we need to know. So we're going to need a lot of funding. You see how the government has their hand in a lot of cookie jars?
Okay, then who made the government do this? What's the motive for the government to do this?
Oh, for fuck's sake,
Do
Ken.
you, so do you know what the purpose of lying is? To change your perspective on someone and what they are telling you, right? They want you to the government wants you to have a perspective of the earth is in this vast expanse where there could possibly be other planets like ours that contain life like us. We just have to go there. Is that fair enough to say?
Yes.
Okay. So if everyone believes that if in the future, because I've been a flat earther for like 9 years, bro. I've been in the game for a long time, and I've even spoken to people out in public, face to face with this. I don't share memes on Facebook. I don't share things on Instagram. I go out to the public and I talk face to face with these people. Okay? So the vast majority of people believe that there are aliens up there, but what if there are ancient civilizations here on Earth that don't want to be divulged, and they purposefully teach the idea of outer space being where they're from, when if there are ancient civilizations, they're here on Earth, whether it be underwater, underground, or on another continent that you're not taught. Is that possible?
So you're saying aliens are controlling the government?
I'm
He's
just
speculating.
giving an example. I'm just giving an example. I'm not a prophet.
He's saying that Jesus is a half alien hybrid, and that there's an advanced
This guy's asking for speculation.
sort of race that panspermia and thetans, and why are they lying to you about Scientology?
So Gosho, is it possible that there are people here before you that want the masses to believe in what's up in the sky instead of looking what's on the ground?
What the? I didn't understand any of what the hell you say. Like,
How long have you been on Earth? How long have you been here for? How old are you?
I would
If you
like
don't
not
mind
the
me
answer.
asking.
What?
Okay, 25. Let's say you're 25. You've only been here for 25 years. Okay? Is it
Yes.
possible that people before you, 100 years ago, came up with an idea to change your perspective on Earth to look up at the sky instead of looking on the ground?
Okay, so you're giving the idea that, let's say, there was a civilization, 1,000 or 100, or I don't know when was it, that just got together and had some sort of mystical motive to make everyone in the future believe that the world is a globe. Is that so?
And that the people, and that when these ancients reveal themselves because of the education that's been taught through school and possibly through entertainment, that when they see spaceships in the sky, that people assume that they're from the lights in the sky and not from a distant continent that you're unaware of? Is that possible?
Am I the only one who thinks this guy has gone mental?
You're in a flat
No,
Earth
it's
chat,
you.
bro.
We're trying to snap
Everybody.
you out of your. We're trying to snap you out of your like trance that you're in, because you're in this delusional trance, and we're trying to get you to have like some neuron like stimulation, like for you to start
Okay
thinking for
then.
the first time in like your life.
Yeah, let's help this
Start
guy out.
using your eyeballs.
Let's help this guy out a little bit, because with all due respect, there may be a little bit of a language barrier. I don't know. It sounds like there might be, but
Yes, there
sir,
is a little bit of language.
sure. So we'll give you. I would assume a little bit of leniency might be in order here. But what's being asked here is this at all within the variables that you understand? Do you see this as maybe a possibility as to where we find ourselves? Not that it's absolutely true. Like, oh, we're not like. I don't hear any claims that, oh, this is so. It's just being asked. Do you fathom that this could be a possibility?
That there was an ancient civilization 1,000 years ago that just wanted us to believe that the world is a globe.
Right. That's the question. I'm not making a claim that I believe it. I don't know. I don't know shit. Right. But given all the pieces that play here, the question is whether you think this could be a possibility. That's all.
In all of my understanding, Such a possibility is an absolute zero because the manpower, the absolute funds, the need of collaboration throughout thousands of ages is so insane that such a thing is near the zero. The zero. It's in the
So you
negative.
can but you just cannot fathom in your mind that it is a possibility. Just say
Okay,
yes or no, because there's probably no
I'm
point talking to you.
okay. I'm going to tell you something. Have you ever been in a team with 5 people?
Just yes or no. I don't really care about this, eh?
Yeah, I understand, but right now I'm giving you
No,
evidence for
I don't give a shit
something
because
I know where
all
your
you've
line of
come here with
questioning is
so
going.
far is saying who's lying, and then your big fucking conclusion just then was because the maths. You're not thinking, and I just want to know if there's any point talking to you because it's just a waste of fucking time. That's all.
Yeah, here's
Okay,
the
what
thing.
was the question?
Yeah, we're
What
going to
was the
wrap this up
Let
soon.
question?
me, yeah, let's just clear this up there. The thing is, my friend, your assessment of your attempt to qualify or quantify the odds as to whether this or is not the case, if you can consider the possibility that your ability to do so is limited to the confines of what we've been taught, okay? If you consider that, you might reconsider actually doing so because we don't know everything. What we do know is, some things that are being pointed out, and to some people here, these things alone infer that we don't know enough to really know, and therefore, the door remains open.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can I
so
can
Gosho, I want to say something real quick. Why don't you
yeah,
spend some time hanging out in here listening to how we talk about the topic and maybe visit our home server, which is discord.gg/flat earth.
no,
That's the
I'm
home of
probably
our
going to have
24/7 flat earth Discord. You can research
no.
this topic to your heart's delight. Otherwise,
Okay,
there
can we
is no point in engaging further, as everybody else has mentioned, if you're not willing to engage honestly and openly with us.
okay, can I just talk about like what an ancient civilization that lived 1,000 years ago
Why don't you
needs
be
to basically
specific?
like
Like, I study ancient civilizations, and they're all flat
okay,
earthers. Like, all of them, dude.
Brilliant. And go show and get your fucking answer to this really important question. But what would be pretty vital to your understanding if you were being genuine is you would go to that server and have a look because the resources there are fucking brilliant and you'd actually understand something.
okay. By the way, uh Chububus, you had a question that you wanted me to answer, right? I can answer it if you want. Like it was a yes or no question, I guess, right? Just, just give me the question again because I forgot it. Sorry that I forgot it.
Have you forgotten it?
Yes.
Okay.
He was basically
Is there a
saying,
possibility that you can fathom that the topic that this server is about, the shape of the Earth, is flat, which is
If I can,
or a globe? Can you fathom that? Or is it just a zero, null, like it won't ever happen?
okay,
Programming's too deep.
okay. Yes, I can.
Okay, brilliant. Now, you had a question on civilization for Amish. Carry on.
Okay, so the problem with your flat Earth theory is that the insane logical funds and collaboration between thousands of people throughout the ages to basically give you a giant lie that the world is a globe is so insane that it's almost impossible. Just
how many
think of it.
countries have a space program?
It is fucking insane. But if you knew the way that like propaganda works and you actually studied the methodology of it, you'd see sort of patterns. And has there ever been anything that they've pushed onto you that hasn't turned out to be quite true? Do they just repeat something, just repeat it, deny, repeat? Like if people don't actually take the time to understand what they're just propagating, which is from a source, because it's a pretty powerful source, then why the fuck would they know? They're just going to believe the same thing. It'd be quite simple over time.
Well, he still is not identifying the liar. Like, is Jack Parson the liar? Well, Jack Parson was selling
He
an
wants a
idea to
specific
military
person.
technology, to the military industrial complex. Like, so there, per person, there's different motives for each time they submit to a lie and
Okay,
tell a lie.
I'm going to ask the
So he
Polish.
still hasn't identified anything. It's still just a nonsense. He's
Yeah.
saying nothing. This is pitiful. That it's like, oh, he still can't say who's lying to him. Just everybody's lying to him.
Well, we
You're
need
Like,
to
it's
too
a
The
much
fact
into
that
delusional
not a
state of
single
mind, and
government
it
that we
shouldn't
know of
be.
has an official stance on the shape of the Earth. Like, you can't go to
Is it
like the
an
U.S. government
official stand?
website and say, "Do you have
Yeah.
a stance on the shape of the Earth? Is it a globe or is it flat?" Nobody
It's just
actually has an official policy on this.
it's a question that's not relevant here because we'd just be giving you pure speculation. No one can know for certain. We have pretty well. We all might think different things, but to tell you an answer on who's lying, why they lie, we can't do that. So what we need to do is actually look at the shape of the Earth rather than just speculate on something that doesn't help. Do you understand that? So if you just keep repeating this question, it just goes nowhere.
I think we need to move on to somebody else. Do we have any other Globers in here that would like to talk about their ideas and concepts for the shape of the Earth?
Wait, I'm just going to tell you something, right? Like,
Okay,
the
say your
reason why
closing piece, and then we're going to put you on mute so we can move on to other folks. Okay.
Okay, so the reason why I'm actually talking about how insane the logical and funding and the collaboration is because first, I'm not a very scientific guy, and second, I mean, it's insane. It's insanity itself to actually try to get 1,001 people throughout thousands of ages to actually say one and the same line. And I think that if anyone
He
knows
hasn't been able
why
to name one person yet, though. He hasn't named anybody, and he keeps talking about all these thousands and hundreds and thousands of people. No, he hasn't said anybody yet. Name a name, dude.
I heard that
Scott
nervous
finds it
chuckle.
funny. Yeah, and Scott finds it funny that like no government has an official policy on the shape of the Earth. I don't know why that's funny.
I would say each country has an individual policy on their cosmology, and then there's NATO, and that would be a flat Earth cosmology as
It's
well.
interesting how people like him, or what I've heard the same. I've heard similar stuff before, Go Show. So what you're telling me isn't anything new. Is that they have this presupposition that because you have good morals and you have a good moral compass, reasonably, that you project your good moral compass on people you've never met before and assume that I wouldn't lie on such a grand scale to humanity. Thus, that means these people that I see on television or I've read about in history books also would not lie.
See, and I would think that he doesn't have a frame of reference for what a lie even is, because here I would say that using illogic is lying, right? I was just simply saying like using a fallacious argument, whether you believe it or not, like that's just lying. Other people
Most
want
people
to
aren't
argue some
equipped to
ambiguity, but
speak.
see, but under my definition, it's much more strict, and it is a simple thing. If you're using a logic, then that's unintentional or intentional lying. Like it's a simple, like black or white sort of thing. Other
Yeah,
people
but how
want to
many
put gray
people really
in
know
there.
how to speak logically on things? You know what I mean? I think they're earnestly trying to tell you the truth, but they are
Well,
not
yeah,
equipped to
that's why
speak
logic is
logically.
very important. Yeah, it has to. There
Yeah,
has
and
to
on
be a
a
basis
wider
of
note, like I don't think people are lying about the shape of
reference
the Earth. I think people are just
to begin with.
delusional.
Yeah, and I would think like a lot of these people don't even have a frame of reference for even describing what a lie actually is. It would just fold. It would be like because you'd be like the morality of it, and it would fold under any scrutiny whatsoever. Like hence this line of that we've been down when I asked him to just point out the liar, and he can't do it. See, I could point out the liar very easily. He can't. He claimed that he's being lied to. He says everybody's lying to him. He can't even point out a single liar. It's strange. It's like a
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're fed false information your whole life from other people that are deluded, and then you go repeat that same information to others, you're not knowingly, willingly lying to people, you know? You're trusting people to give you correct information, interpretations about the world, and they may think that they do have it. And then you think that they do have it too, so then you repeat it.
Yes. So I think his question has been thoroughly answered. Probably the most thoroughly question like that has ever been answered.
Yeah, we resurrected that horse ourselves just to beat it to death. So maybe we can move on to some other folks in here. Is anybody muted in chat that needs to come off of mute? Besides Go Show, of course. Yeah, so this we get people coming in here all the time that tell us, you need to trust NASA, trust the space agencies. A guy chimed in earlier, like, how many space agencies are there around the world? It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to what we're talking about here. We're asking for empirical proof. We're not asking to trust and have popularity contests on who's got the best stories.
Yeah, it's like a single flight trajectory, like once every 5 years, compared to like the daily flight data from whole like commercial aircraft. Like not even comparable. Like we're talking
What does
about
it mean by
applicable
space agency,
reality.
though?
Yeah, volume.
So, like NASA
aka
has
space.
launch sites all over the world in foreign countries, and so ESA, like in Sweden, they take all their balloons to a NASA launch site, the Esron Range, for example, in Sweden, and they just launch balloons off of that. It's a NASA facility in conjunction with ESA. So there's a partnership, of course, going on, and it's a balloon program. So it's a satellite program. I mean, this is the vast majority of what constitute quote unquote space programs are high altitude programs. Gliders, balloons, they have electrostatic gliders that do long duration flights in the furthest reaches of the atmosphere. Think like if you ever go to a rest stop and you use the fanless hand dryers, that's similar technology to what they use to fly around. So there's all kinds of crazy stuff going on up there. It's not outer space.
Yeah, so if it was outer space, then we wouldn't need any of these things. We wouldn't have had the Satelloon that was going across America, supposedly for the Chinese, right? We wouldn't have the Timu spy balloon. Like they would have satellites, right?
Right.
They're already up there.
And then, right. And how many people claim to have been to outer space, like actual outer space, right? It's just Apollo astronauts. The rest of them are just like in the ISS and stuff, flying around.
Yeah, the rest of them, it wouldn't even be that like you go up straight vertical and then you lose momentum downward, right? You wouldn't have that potentiality. It would be like you're hurtling, so you're just basically in a free fall. So most of these goobers are just really confused about even the claims, because that claim is then that you're just traveling forward flat on a
Yeah,
trajectory.
or imagine the pit in your stomach,
and then
we're
turning around, returning back, And so, yeah, I mean, considering magnetic declination and these large numbers, it's like, yeah, I can see, yeah, since you're doing a lot of turning, here you're just following the magnetic declination going in a direction. You land where you land in a straight trajectory. See, this is direct. Did you see the Gluber previously that spurred out because I was like, I gave you the pendulum, but you can't have direct flight. And then he was like, then you get posted he posted a link, like it was a response, and then we finally got him to say like, and then I was like, okay, well that was the premise of what I offered. I was like, I will concede one of two. Like if you choose you want the direct flight, well then you don't get the pendulum. So it's like you debunked your own premise. They never quite comprehend logic.
Or we don't agree with you.
Okay, what didn't you agree with?
Your conclusion
You get
from your
a
premises.
pendulum, or you get direct flight. Which do you choose?
Why do we only get one?
You choose both.
Yeah, no. Why not?
Okay, so make your argument for both.
For what? What do I need to make an argument for? I'll be glad to do it.
Okay, you don't even know what you're talking about then.
It says something about a pendulum and a flight.
Make
We have both.
your claim for deviating, and make your claim for direct flight. Have them coherently work together.
Yeah, flight is done in an atmosphere, and the only thing that the airplane cares about is the air in which
I
it's
said
flying.
coherently, Scott. Scott, coherently.
Well,
What
I'm
is that,
sorry
Miss?
if you don't understand it, but that is coherent.
No, okay. Well, be more descriptive. You use your language very precisely, Scott.
I just did. Which part didn't you understand?
We'll use it precisely. Atmosphere.
Atmosphere is the air that we are
Difference
breathing.
in like what? What does that mean? What's that make a
What is,
difference?
I didn't say it made a
Why would
difference.
you use that word? What was the meaning of it?
Because that's how airplanes stay in the air.
Because atmosphere is what? Just
Atmosphere is
gas in the
creating.
air, just like the
Yeah,
gaseous environment. Are you saying
yes,
atmosphere is just a gaseous environment? So there's no
yes.
claim to sphericity. You're just using it colloquially. It has no meaning. Just gaseous, the gaseous environment.
It can be. It can exist in
Okay, we
either
can move on
model.
if that is what you mean. Move on.
Yes, and the airplane is flying in
Flies in
the
it. Okay.
air,
Well, see, that's the
and so
problem because you say that gaseous environment is spinning, and there's
yeah,
land underneath the gaseous environment.
yes,
Yeah,
okay, we agree.
the claim, right?
What's part don't you understand?
Okay.
And the gaseous environment is
No,
moving with the
so
ground.
your claim is movement. So when we have direct, that is no movement of the ground underneath it.
What do you mean by direct?
Direct flight. You fly directly to your target.
Yeah,
You don't calculate for the target being moved somewhere in 8 hours. You just fly
correct,
directly to yes, direct flight, right?
correct.
Direct, straight to it.
Yes.
No deviation.
What do you mean by deviation?
There is no the land where you're landing. There's not having a deviation of where it's going to be. It's going to be exactly where it is.
In what frame of references are we deviating?
As if to say the globe is spinning. So from going from
Jeez.
A to B, that Paris, France, from New York, in that time frame of 10 hours or so, that because the Earth is spinning as claimed by the globe, that spot that was fixed is now moving.
Yes.
So the space moves. Then you're saying the location over a period of time flying in an airplane or a helicopter deviates from one position to another, so you have to account for that while flying. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, so the Earth is stationary.
We did have to account for that.
So the Earth is stationary and not spinning then?
No, because our frame of reference is the Earth, and all the air in which the airplane is flying is moving with that Earth.
That's what we're
and
saying.
so we don't need to account for it.
So the Earth is stationary then, not spinning.
Why do you guys always do this? I answered your question, and then you repeat back the opposite of what I say. Why would you do that?
Flight. Scott, it's directly. It's going to be where it is. It's not moving.
Yes, when the rest of us talk about direct flight, we talk about within a frame of reference, right? And the frame of reference is the Earth.
One frame of reference.
That's the only one we talk about. It's only one we care about.
So the gaseous environment is one frame of reference.
It's the same frame as the Earth.
With the ground below the gaseous environment. Okay.
Yes, they're all in the same frame of reference because they're all moving together.
Frame of reference. Yes, single frame of reference.
And within that frame of reference, we can have a direct flight.
Do this, Scott. We actually do it, Scott.
Yes. So what's the problem? Makes perfect sense.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, because it works perfectly well on a globe. I don't know how you guys can understand that.
Welcome to stationary Earth. We haven't got to
a rotating Earth. A rotating Earth.
Yet. The hump drop.
Works perfectly well on a rotating Earth too.
Yes. Okay. So the pendulum is just a trick, a gimmick, like a toilet spinning in different. It's just a fool's errand. You relinquish the deviating pendulum. You relinquish the deviating pendulum because a single frame of reference. Good job.
They're different phenomenon, right? One's a flight and one's a pendulum.
Yeah, I would definitely take the real one over a make-believe parlor trick, yes. Single frame of reference, yes.
You know, if you don't want to try it, you're never going to understand this. You don't want to try, right? You get that. You have to at least put some work in.
Comprehend.
Right? But you clearly don't.
You just agreed.
You clearly don't.
Single frame of reference.
No.
Single frame of reference. You clearly conceded single frame of reference, direct flight.
Uh-huh.
So you choose
the one that's different real. Physical phenomenon.
You say that the spinning in different directions of toilet is the only thing that deems reality not.
Toilets.
Not
I didn't
real.
mention any toilets. I didn't mention any toilets.
Oh well, it's one of your it's in your lineup. It's in the belt. Maybe you haven't dusted that one off in a while, but
no,
it's
I've never
adjacent
dusted that one off.
Any other clown world shit you have to say.
Yeah, this is what you always have to do, right? Once you can't make a point, you have to go on to a different one. You get that.
I know the point is made.
And now, which part about an airplane flying direct flight won't work?
You choose single reference frame.
For the airplane.
As do I.
For the airplane.
Yeah, and the ground. Yeah, the airplane and the ground work. You said direct flight, right? Direct flight.
Yes. When we're talking about a single
reference frame. Yes. The gaseous environment.
Yes.
And the ground below. Yes. Single reference.
But the thing is, an airplane is powered.
Oh, there's a thing now.
Oh, well, it's always a thing.
We were talking about throwing a paper airplane for it to fly for 8 hours. What are you talking about? What are you doing to yourself, Steve?
So the plane is in a single reference frame, and the pendulum is on a second reference frame?
Yes, the pendulum is oscillating, and it's not powered, so therefore it creates its own reference frame. It shouldn't be that hard to understand.
The pendulum is attached to the Earth.
Scott, I see what you mean. It's like if you yourself are on a swing set, it looks like the world is rocking back and forth around you.
Correct.
Yeah.
See, you said direct flight, but now all of a sudden you don't mean direct flight. Now there's a
No, I do mean direct flight.
Frame. Now the position is going to be changing. Now the ground is changing underneath of something.
Here's what I find interesting about you guys' argument, right? In our model, we also say the Earth is rocketing around or zooming around the sun at some god-awful speed and moving through the galaxy at some god-awful speed, right? We also say that. Yet, why don't you guys use that in your direct flight thing? Because if we count that, and once the airplane leaves the Earth, Why doesn't the Earth just disappear from underneath the
Yeah.
airplane and the airplane
Why
is
don't you
in
count that?
space,
I don't
right?
know. You
Yeah,
you
but
you can see
I
through
do
two
wonder
reference
that.
frames.
that would make a more compelling argument on your side, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, could you imagine? Hey, the Olympics are starting. We can set the hurdlers up and have them face one direction and just keep jumping.
Yeah.
No, see, Scott, the globulus direct flight question of do you want direct flight or you want the pendulums? This one is part two of level. So level flight, flying level. So level direct flight. So you deny both.
No, I don't.
You deny flight. You deny commercial airline flight.
But I don't.
You do. You just did.
See, this
You
is
said
why you
it's
guys
wrong.
have to tell
Into
me
the
what I
break,
believe.
I don't think
Why
he
you guys
denied
why you
commercial
guys always
airline
telling us
flights.
what we believe?
Okay, yeah, throw him a bone.
No, I mean, we're being honest here. He's not denying commercial airplane flights. He's thinking about them differently than we do.
Yes.
Well, no, if he wants to choose the pendulum, that's why then he has to choose the opposite for the flight. Now it's not a single reference frame. Now there's two reference frames. So he has
For
to be
some reason,
consistent in his
for,
worldview. He has to be
for some
consistent in his
reason,
worldview. And he is true. And I'll get if he just thinks he's a brain in the
you're
vat. Yeah,
repeating
you
yourself.
can choose whatever kind of conflicting married bachelors you want to. But if you accept logic, then you can't accept two confounding frames of reference that are being claimed here. That's what I find interesting about your religion, Scott, is that you have to deny all of reality, all of everything that we do. Like, oh, but actually, it's different. Like, because you're
No,
like, yeah, I'll build a house level. You use all these functions as they are, but then at the end of the day, you're like, I'm just a piece of shit.
no, I
Like,
just deny that
it's
you
a very
understand what we're
small
saying.
diminishing worldview. I don't know how you even go about your day. It's absurd to me. But
I
you do
get that
you.
it's absurd. I get that it's
More
absurd
empowering
to
to
you. I get that it's absurd to you. It's not absurd to us. That's a you
So,
problem,
break. I
not
want
an
to
us
ask you a
problem.
now
question.
you're like
What
being
made you a flat
schizophrenic. There's
earther?
other people in the room with you.
You're the one who said it's absurd. I can only talk to you. If the other people want to say it's absurd, I'll say the same thing to them.
You said us, like referring to yourself. Like
Yes, all the people who don't think it's absurd, and there's a ton of us.
everybody who you think that just agrees exactly with what Steve agrees with. Okay.
The
There's,
naive
Hopefully
masses.
not many of those
there are a lot of people
believers.
who agree with me. I run into them all the time. Actually, they're the only people I run into. I don't
I
run
bet.
into any
I
flat
mean, I've
earthers.
seen a lot worse. So Scott, you're
They-
definitely not a bad case.
You know, you can make rational decisions that may seem illogical. You know, like game theory, right?
Well, there's the classic collective versus
Yeah,
individual rationality, right? What's
that's
rational to
right.
do as an individual is not rational to do as a group.
Yeah, yeah.
But does that mean like horizontal? Like, yeah, you can be like, I had a good time at Disney World, or I had a bad time at Disney World. But
No,
like, does
it's
that
like
change the
this.
fact that like the roller coaster's height is measured off a horizontal surface, and that horizontal is not curvy?
Hold on, into the break.
Uh,
You're kind of exceeding your own point here. I I think it's important to point out that holding the globe as a truth is something that can be a rational decision. I can argue that as a flat earther. Do you understand?
well, there's also such thing as lying, and you would have to. And it's like
No, no,
if
not
you were
lying.
in
No,
this
no, no,
sort
no,
of
not at all. There's
time where they would like
deception.
look at
There's
your
being
papers and they
deceived.
would want you to like do you check all these boxes, and you have to, and you're like kind of threatened, you're coerced into agreeing with these boxes. Then it's like, okay, well now we're just looking at the boxes and like what that kind of control that has on a person. So I don't know. It's a
Okay.
different question.
So, what makes you a flat earther into the break?
A reality, I would say. What feels real? I would say that
Be more specific.
I would say you are the precise measuring device.
So when I see the sun at 0 degrees elevation on the horizon, or if I'm on a mountain or in an airplane and I see it below 0 degrees elevation, am I the
Yeah, you
precise
can do
measuring
that. Just
device
hold
still?
your hand out, and like you can see if the sun is down past like the third hand, third finger. You need to seek shelter immediately because it's about to be downfall. About to be sunset, no light. So
Okay,
yeah, you
so
yourself you can measure these things.
if I see the sun below 0 degrees elevation, I'm the precise measuring device, then the sun is below 0 degrees elevation?
I mean, you're saying a below when it's just you're accounting for something zero as something negative. You're giving it a positive value. You don't see something, but you do see it. I would see that's where the fallacy of what you're
What do you
sort
mean?
of
I
thinking
don't
of
see
in your.
some.
You don't see the sun. That doesn't make you have all of a sudden a sight of the sun.
Wait,
Somebody else can see the sun.
I didn't say I don't see the sun. I do see the sun. I do see the sun below 0 degrees
Okay,
angle of elevation.
you do see
I've
the
seen it.
sun
Yes.
below
0 degrees
surface
angle of
level.
elevation. No, not surface. Not surface. Below 0 degrees angle of elevation.
Okay, well, you see it go away. Like, okay, yeah, you
No,
see
no,
it
no, no, no,
diminish.
no. It's not.
Okay,
It's
so that
not
you're
going
just
away. It's not
minusing.
going away. Try to listen.
You're
I
not
see it,
seeing something that isn't there. If you can't see it, that doesn't mean that you're seeing.
but I
You can
can
get now
see
give
it.
it a positive value in the affirmative that you're
You're not
seeing
hearing me.
or
You're not
knowing where
hearing
it's
me.
at,
You're not hearing
knowing
me.
that
I
it's
see it.
this actually sinking into the sand, whatever
I
the
didn't say it's
Hindu
sinking
book
in the
says.
sand. I see it. The
That's what
light is
the Hindu
shining
book
into
says.
my eyes. The
Huh.
brightness of the sun is in my eyes. I can see it below 0 degrees elevation. I see it. Can you hear that? Do you even understand what I'm saying?
I know what you mean, Scott. Hey, as flat earthers, we consider ourselves empiricists. And that also applies to when we have discussions with people.
Yeah, maybe put a diagram of what you're talking about, Scott, because you're it's incoherent. We have to really nail down some terms. Okay, so you're saying horizon. What do
I did not.
He's
I
saying
never
like,
said
what are
see,
horizon.
you actually saying?
if you were to see
I
your
never said the
house,
word horizon. You need to listen.
yeah, if you see your
You're
house
hearing things that
into
I'm
the
not
break, right?
saying
Yeah,
because
it
you're
is
trying to
that.
put it into your frame of reference.
Yeah, so as if you're on the top of a mountain and your house is at the bottom of a hill and you stand on the top of the mountain, you see your house below 0 degrees elevation. You set up
Thank you.
a
No thanks.
level and then the house is lower than you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. You get that into the
Okay,
break.
you see different levels. Okay, I
No,
don't.
but you understand what he said about the house being below
I
0
do
degrees
now. Yeah, that
elevation.
makes perfect
Okay.
sense. See, you
Now,
didn't say that. You didn't say what he
I
said.
did. That's exactly what I said. The sun is
Okay, say it
below
again.
0 degrees
Say it again.
elevation. So I'm on top of a mountain. I can see the sun
But no, what is zero? Okay, well, let's start here. What is 0 degree
before it
elevation?
disappears behind the horizon. I can see it below 0
No,
degrees elevation.
go back to what is 0 degree elevation. See, you're talking.
90,
You're like on a mountain
90,
now. You're on a
90,
mountain.
yes,
That's zero.
I said that, but
Just
apparently you
your
couldn't hear me
personal
when I said
elevation
it.
is your zero. You're
Of
zeroing it
course,
out at your elevation. Okay,
that's what
well,
it
let's
means.
consider what is
That's what
what
the
is the
term
elevation of
means.
the mountain you're standing on. See how you
I,
try to sneak that zero in, and
I didn't
actually
sneak it
zero
in. I
actually
was right
had
up
a
front.
Yeah,
value to it.
Scott,
Actually,
I
Scott,
was
what
it
is
right up
the
wasn't
front.
zero?
zero, Scott.
I
This
was
Wow,
the
right
zero
up
is
front.
the
what
zero
an
is
evil
actually in reference to
liar!
something, Scott.
It's not my fault you don't understand the words that come
No,
out
it
of
is
my
your
mouth.
fault. You said zero, which would be what, zero,
0
like
degrees angle
from
elevation.
so
I assumed you
zero
know
of
what that
your eye
meant.
level on a mountain. Okay,
Yes, that's
not
what it
zero, buddy.
means. That's what it
No,
means. No,
like
that's what 0 means.
what zero means? What when zero means nothing. First of all,
0 degrees
but so
angle
a
of
zero
elevation
degree
has a
measurement.
meaning.
See how it's precisely not just something. Like it's not zero nothing. It's a 0-degree measurement.
You turn the oven off and let your chicken rest.
Yes.
Notice, yeah.
Because
Oh,
you
you just
said I was
conceded
the
that. Good
because you
job.
said
Good
I
job.
was
You just played yourself.
because you said I was the precise measuring device, right? We agreed to that. I'm the
Yeah,
precise
you just
measuring
played
device,
yourself.
right?
Good job. Yeah.
How did I play myself? Explain this to me.
Yeah, you held your hand out and you established a horizontal.
Yes.
That
Okay.
is a
And the sun
reference
was
to the surface of Earth.
yes.
Good job. And it is
No,
parallel to
it's
that
not a
plane.
reference to the surface of the Earth. It's not.
You might be
No, you can calibrate
working
by
up the
vertical,
ladder again.
perpendicular to the horizon.
Yeah.
First
I
Glover
think
mod
so.
for our room, maybe. Might have to talk to Heretic. I'll give you a
We
good
talked to him
reference.
about that. He said no.
Oh,
Wait, would it make you happier if Scott
It'll
said that
ruffle
it
too
was
many
the sun
feathers.
was more than 90 degrees of zenith distance? What if you said it that way? Would that make it?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, greater than 90 degrees
You're
from
just
zenith.
making shit up. No, a slope is not horizontal. Like this is you're all very confused.
He's talking
I
about
was
the
only one of us
observation to the sun.
confused.
Yes. He's talking about measuring it.
Right,
Well, I'm the
measuring the
precise
angle.
measuring device. You told me I
Yeah.
was.
See? There you go.
So I can tell when something is greater than 90 degrees from zenith, right? I can tell that.
Yes.
Okay. So I've seen the sun greater than 90 degrees from zenith.
Okay.
What do I do with that information?
Oh, good for you.
What do I do with
You
it, though?
do nothing. Yeah, that was a great flat Earth proof right there. It was great. I don't know.
How is that a flat Earth proof?
Give yourself a. Yeah, you're taking the angular measurement.
Okay.
Fine. Okay.
And is there any way that you
There's no
can
tangent.
explain the sun being
There's
that
no
far?
tangent. You haven't pointed out a tangent. You've pointed out a point where you're level, and then that level confirms with the farthest you can see at your horizon, and it being parallel. That's how you could confirm it. But you could have a wall in front of you, and it would still be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
hold on. What if the drop over distance is so statistically insignificant that it doesn't matter over these distances that we're working with? So that, I mean, we're talking maybe to 3 or even 4 decimal places over.
Well, you'd just correct. You'd correct to that 90 degree we were talking about. That's the whole idea of dip correction.
Yeah, that's true. And you might not even
And then
need to apply dip
that
correction
leaves you
depending
with
what
that.
you're working with.
Yeah, that leaves you with that, level baseline.
Yeah, and you don't even have to apply dip correction in many cases, right? Practically all of them, I would say.
Well, that would be the reason why you're
I find
getting
it interesting.
zenith to the sun more than 90. That's why you have to correct.
Yeah. So talking about dip
So let's
correction, I
say-
mean, if you're dip correcting to the GP of a star that's like 1,000 miles away, what is the angle subtended from you at your eye position to the GP to your feet? Assuming a flat Earth, right? I mean, that's got to be like 0.00000001 degrees, which is statistically insignificant for the globe purpose. I'm kind of steel manning the globe right now.
You're doing a pretty good job, if I must say myself.
Yeah, thanks. I'll try to pass a Turing test when we're done. I mean, it's all about, we're trying to educate each other, guys, and we need to think critically, okay? Yeah, that means I'm in a good mood today.
I'm recognizing
Lord, did I just mic drop the room with a globe Earth claim? Jeez.
I think I'm recognizing a pattern here. Every time there's this Friday show, and all the Globers get treated like shit. In comes Amish Earther, being very nice now. Suddenly, trying to give everybody like a nice little safe space. Seeing the pattern.
Yeah, we need to have one relentless day. Let everybody just hash it out.
Yeah, you could go to a FED server and talk to Quantum Eraser if you want.
I had another round
Oh
with
well, see, there you go.
Nathan Oakley this
Like you
morning.
want to hash it out with them. See, I don't think I'm not trying to hash it out with any flat earther. I'm hashing it out with globe delusionalists that are trying to preach their religion, especially to young people. It's very disgusting.
It's true. And yeah, Matthew, I heard you talking to Nathan earlier. I was around. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people just don't know anything about the world and the claims that are made about the world that they live in, and they accept like the popular science version of everything. I mean, and that's okay. You'll get by just fine in this world if you just go along that way. I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, I think Matthew should advocate for the 10 Commandments in his school, like, and then be like, I want to present flat Earth and globe Earth because I want to stand for like what's right, and I want to teach Einsteinian because why are we teaching Newtonian when the current rhetoric is Einsteinian? So we're doing a disservice to all these kids that are going out there, and they think they're gonna vote in politics
Can I
and stuff, and then
say
they don't
something?
even know the foundational geometries of their understanding of the world and where they are in this place, even in their rhetoric. And then he should give the other side too, and he should be adequate at presenting both sides of the argument.
Right,
And
you can
instead
see
he's
my video
not.
if
He
you want
just
to see.
tucks to what he's told to do.
No, I did a steel man of the Miggy's 3 points in a video a couple years ago.
That's right. You did. You did a good job, right?
You could look at it like that, or give them the grace that they're just actually trying to learn. But these guys come here all the time, so I think they're not able to. They're stuck. They've got their position. There's no point. Like they're not going to change that.
It's too.
Hey, do you guys want me to
Are you
steel man the globe for you?
deflecting?
Here, it's already
Do you
answered.
want to debate a flat earther who steel mans the globe like a glober? I'll do it.
Yeah, sure.
No,
Do
because
it.
you'll win.
Do you
I
want to
ask you.
debate?
Yeah,
I
I'll
ask
defend the
you.
You'll
globe
just
as a flat earther.
Okay,
filibuster
okay.
and say level is a curve. Like, I mean, there's no point.
No, you don't know what I'm going to do.
Okay, okay. Why?
All right.
Who has measured the Earth? The Earth's curvature.
I don't really know who's actually measured it.
Okay. So, what is the reason why you believe that the Earth is a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball then? If you're not sure who measured it.
Can I try?
Well,
No, let him.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it because I can read all about the globe going back through the centuries and how it's been used from everything involving navigation, primarily.
Get this level one
In fact,
Glober
I would
outta
say
here.
that the origin of the globe is in celestial navigation. The globe was created from mariners who were using the stars to navigate. And they realized that this relationship between the stars and the Earth having the 60 nautical miles per degree holds true in about every instance. There's some minor corrections that are needed for atmospheric conditions, but for the most part, it works pretty well. Right, Clay?
But well, I beg to differ. What is your heliocentric belief derived from in the first place? And then
I have no reason to doubt it because everything that I am exposed to.
Whoa. Wait.
I have no reason to doubt it, Clay.
What is it derived from?
How can it be a globe?
No, I'm not talking to you.
Well, I mean, the
I'm
origin
talking
of the
to you, Zed.
heliocentric system goes back to Copernicus. He took the observations of the stars and created a very simple model.
Exactly.
And I enjoy seeing simplicity in science. It's like Occam's razor, right? Do you agree with Occam's razor, Clay?
So you have a model that is fundamentally derived from the stars.
Hello.
Then what they did is they readjusted everything, added some so-called meridians and longitude lines.
What did they adjust, Clay?
Right.
What did they adjust?
What
meridians did they adjust?
The numbers, readjusted the whole model on paper to make it
Citation
look like
citation required. Citation required.
Right.
Post it in chat.
Ego, I have a question. What observations does globe Earth explain better than flat Earth?
Nothing.
I mean, globe Earth explains why Gosh, that's a good one. Hold on, give me just a second.
stories.
I have to like rewire my brain, Matt.
No,
It's just stories. That's what the globe is. The globe is a joke. The globe, the heliocentric model itself, is just a diversion of the sky, and then readjusted on paper by adding lines that are also diverted from the sky in the first place, and then on paper make it look like as if the sky is the same as the ground, even though we have figured all out that the ground is not the sky. There is no bending
Clay,
surface.
yes, Clay, we
Okay, you know what heliocentrism solves? It solves a lot of the problems with like Ptolemaic epicycles and all these complications. And what I find in my research time and time again is the more I look at things in a scientific world, the simpler explanations and the more elegant explanations tend to hold true. So is this an absolute proof? No, but it is a really good interpretation. I think it's solid and it holds up to observations. Would you agree?
No, that is just vain babbling almost, because it has
babbling?
no substance.
What do you mean? I
Yeah.
can show you 500 years of heliocentrism that is not vain babbling.
Yeah,
Well,
what about
I
seasons and moon
differ.
phases? Does the heliocentric model explain
Yeah,
those?
exactly, Matt.
Wait, what about the civilization that has already figured all these phases out?
Well, they were wrong because they put the point of
precisely-
origin on the Earth instead of the sun.
have precisely understood the celestial bodies and how they behave. And
Sorry to
how
cut you
make
off. I'm still
predictions
waiting
on
for that citation on the corrections to longitude meridians. What corrections they made and when and why they did it.
Well,
that was your claim.
Give me just a second.
Yeah, and once you post it, I'd like you to present it too.
Ego, you're doing really well. I'm impressed. You're doing well at steel mining.
I haven't done this in a long time. I feel rusty, but I think I might slide back into it again. Not permanently, I promise.
That's okay to change your mind if you find something more reasonable.
Yeah, no, in reality, I can't do it. I can't go back to the globe. It betrays my observations, but I'm not going to talk about this.
They're
We're going to talk about the flat Earth delusion.
Reasonableness.
So his name is Gerardus Makeda, and the other guy is Claudius Ptolemy.
Okay, I want to know like what they thought the original longitudinal meridians were and what they corrected them to and what gave them the empirical reason for doing that.
Well, first of all, I want to clarify that also Claudius Ptolemy supported a geocentric model too. And his work...
it doesn't matter, it's still a globe.
No. He has written a book called Geographia, where he introduced this concept, which is about the latitude and longitude lines.
Yeah, you know, as a Christian creationist, I can get behind geocentrism just fine, Clay, so it's still a globe. I'm still waiting for longitudinal corrections.
One second, I gotta find that specific thing.
Maybe we can talk about something else in the meantime?
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, any flat earthers want to ask a flat earther who's role-playing a glober a question about globe Earth? Come on, guys.
About gravity?
No.
What about I love gravity, man. You know, I'm using it right now as I walk around my kitchen. What do you think of them apples?
Why is the moon always facing the same direction towards the sun?
Whoa, so we're moving off of gravity now? Did I just win the gravity debate? Did I?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. I won the gravity debate. What's the next question again?
During moons always facing the same damn direction. How does that even happen?
The moon facing the same direction? Well, it's because it's rotating. It's rotating as such that it is rotating at the same rate that it needs to face the same direction at us as it moves around the Earth. I mean, duh. I mean, if this is obvious, right? You just have to look at it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, Mars got planet gravity, and that moon apparently doesn't face the same direction the whole time.
Well, yeah, I mean, because when Mars is spun out from the Big Bang or whatever happened to create it, we don't really know. It's spinning at a different rate than the moon. Duh. I mean, you can check the numbers on NASA, and you can actually observe this in telescopes. You can see the terrain features on Mars spin in circles throughout a Martian day, and it spins. The moon doesn't spin, so.
Okay, and so when are we getting back into space? When's that going to happen?
I don't know. We just need a bigger budget for that. Maybe we should stop all these foreign wars.
No. Stop the homeless. We need to get to Mars.
USA makes money off the foreign wars, I think.
Come on, I'm looking for some friendly fire from my teammates on Flat Earth. Come on, shoot me down. I'm pretending to be a glober.
You guys are better than this. So we need the war so we can go to space. Come on, bro.
Okay, horizontal is flat. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, so if the horizon, like when I look at my phone, I see visibility maybe 6 miles. That's where the horizon is. I guarantee it's pretty freaking flat, even though we're on a globe. Statistically, it doesn't matter. The curvature is insignificant over 6 miles. You can check it for yourself. Divide 6 by about 25,000, 24,000 and change. See what that decimal number is and read it out.
Yeah, once you put those numbers together, that's going to bend the world into a ball.
Guys, you know what? Maybe we should do this like Steelman Globe Earth Fridays, where flat earthers pretend to be globers just for fun.
Yeah, just put the numbers on a piece of paper, and that once you do that, that's going to make the world into a globe. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, Gemsy, we can put the numbers in the paper, and then we can look at it in reality, and it confirms itself, right?
Yeah, I'm going to start believing you now.
Correct.
Hey, Globers, how am I doing on defending the globe? Am I doing a good job?
Yeah, now you're speaking my language.
Can we get somebody to mod this ego slave? He's just controlling the conversation, talking. Yeah. Somebody mute him, please.
It's infuriating.
Hey, I was a glober for over 40 years. I've got a lot of experience defending the globe.
I thought the real globers would chime in and be like, exactly, mute him. That's all the flat earthers have to say, but it didn't happen.
Hey, if I do this, maybe I can be better than McToon. Get some followers.
Yeah, you should do that, but it'd be like you'd have
I could use a voice changer, start a YouTube channel, and start like getting followers and stuff, and defending the globe as a flat earther. And after like 2 years, be like, psych.
Ugh. Yeah, dealing with his followers would it would be too filthy.
They're winning. How are they winning?
Hey, Clay, you got that citation yet for longitudinal corrections? I'm waiting on a citation from Clay under seal.
Well, yes, I have citations, but they're all books, and I want to give you one that is accessible to everybody. So
okay, if you do give that to us, you need to present it, Clay. Otherwise, I'm going to say you don't know what your claim is about.
Well,
and it's going to look very bad.
In short, it's I can tell you in very short terms what it's about.
Yeah, so, I want to know what they thought the longitude was, the original meridians, and why they corrected it.
In summary, ground measurements and maps were adjusted to align with the standardized longitudes established by the prime meridian. The adjustment process ensured consistency and accuracy in the global navigation and mapping. That's
okay, what was the empirical evidence that they gathered, which prompted them to correct their longitudinal meridians, Clay?
Well, now you're moving to the next point, which
no, I'm not. I'm getting deeper into the same point. If this is based on empirical reality, I want to know more about it. What was the empirical observation they made that required them to correct the longitudinal the meridians to curve them in different ways. I'm going to hazard a guess it has to do with the variability of the sun throughout the year, where if you apply the equation of time to daily observations of the sun and measure its deviation, you're probably going to find that variation. That's just a bone I'm throwing to the flat earthers, though. Yeah, see where this goes? Iron sharpens iron, guys. You need to be better. Okay, maybe I'll go back to flat Earth mode now.
No, 1 second. It's not like I can't answer. It's just it's a lot of information I gotta compromise, and there's a lot to it. There's a lot of people who worked on this. But my initial point was that I said that they adjusted it in order to normalize it equally to every standpoint in reference to these lines. But in itself, these lines are nothing more than a diversion of sky observations. They don't prove that the surface is equal to the lines.
Okay, how do you obtain longitude, Clay? What is longitude?
Longitude is nothing more than something that is a reference point to the prime meridian, I think.
Yeah, how do I get that?
Well, you have something called the east and western
Greenwich hour angle, GHA. Look that up. You'll learn more about that. Type longitude and Greenwich, GREENWICH, hour, HOUR, angle. And then longitude. You're gonna get educated.
But they're imaginary lines.
Well, I mean, they're based off of actual observations, Clay.
Imaginary lines.
Then are you telling me, Clay,
lines that run from North Pole to South Pole? They're imaginary lines.
That it's what time it is right now is imaginary. So later it's going to be imaginary. Like it's just imaginary. When it's nighttime, is that imaginary?
How do you get the poles from solar observations?
Meridians are imaginary lines.
Well, they are conceptual. You can draw them in the sky as you look at the sun. You know? Basically, it's a coordinate reference system for where the sun is at any given time on Earth as it moves from east to west.
But they're still imaginary lines.
Yeah, they are imaginary. It's a conceptual way to describe and to delineate time. And from time, deduce location from the prime meridian, as you did allude to before.
What time is it on the one side of the Bering Strait? No, on one side of the Bering Strait. What time is it there, Clay?
You have to look like time and date for that.
What is
Germany.
What is it, like 8 hours difference or something? Or 12 hours?
Yeah, right now it's 11 a.m. PM, sorry.
No, I meant at the Bering Strait where it separates Russia and America. I think it's like a 12-hour difference over. I could see that as an imaginary.
Yeah, hey, Clay, if I said How Ma Hun, do you know what that means?
What?
How Ma Hun.
No, I don't know what that means. What does
Hauen
that mean?
Sie einmal hinein. That's Berliner Deutsch. How machen?
I don't know what you're saying, bro.
Hauen Sie einmal hinein.
Hauen Sie einmal einen, was?
Yeah, it means basically it's slang, dude. I don't know if they have that slang in West Germany, but over in East Germany, it basically means like get it done.
So hau rein.
Yeah. Hau mal rein.
Ah. Hau mal rein.
Hau mal rein.
Hau mal rein. Okay.
Yeah. I used to speak that a long time ago, man.
Das ist wie die Berliner Spreche.
Ja, richtig.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
Yeah, you say it even more German than the guy who got shot in the head.
Are you a jelly donut?
Yeah, in Berliner Deutsch.
Anyways, I had a 10-hour shift. Maybe someone else is gonna, because if you would be a Glober, then you would be better than any other Glober in here, you know, or you would be better than all of them included.
I mean, same goes for most of us, I think. I mean, as flat earthers, we had to interrogate our own understanding of the earth and the world around us, and we had to reject it. So we had to go through the process of eliminating all these variables and so-called possibilities. And in the process of doing that, we took inventory and removed them. That's a very good educational process.
Well, I
can
do
learn a
the
lot.
level 1. I can do the level 1 Glober the best, especially after 10-hour shift. Well, the Earth is a globe because look at the moon. Yeah, and look at the Apollo mission.
I gotta go too, guys. Take care.
Take care. Well, it must be a boy because don't you see all the SpaceX rockets? And satellites. There you go.
Oh, but if satellites exist, it has to be a globe, right?
Yeah,
but if they exist, it has to be a globe, right? They can't exist on a flat Earth, right?
Yeah, totally. They can't exist. I imagine you would erect like every 50 miles or every 40 miles or whatever, you would erect like big towers, or you would put like antennas on top of big buildings, like, and then you would create something like a grid system out of them. That would be insane. Imagine erecting like a huge antenna.
You did it again, though, Scott. You took the sky and brought it back down to the Earth like it's two-dimensional. And you said, well, they'd have to be on the Earth, like the satellite. They're in the sky.
We can only have a working navigation
and
system.
the Earth is a globe.
No, the Earth is a globe. I've seen it on TV.
All right, come on, idiot.
Why are you a nigger? Real
TV
question.
said so. TV, I saw it on TV.
No, I've been in a spaceship and I saw the Earth and it was round. It was a globe. I saw it. You heard yours?
Except that you don't know you don't know what round means. You're saying it's
You
round, but
have
you don't know what
never, ever left your mother's basement, so you don't know what the Earth is.
I went around in the space shuttle. Yay!
Sounds
Yeah.
Yay! I saw it in the TV. Now I'm gonna tell it to people on the internet. Yay!
I'm floating in space. I mean nothing.
So first of all, get your microphone a bit.
I don't have to do anything that you say. You can mute me.
It sounds like your
I
microphone.
don't care, and I'm never going to listen to you.
All right, did I just mute him myself?
Right, do you hear me?
Is he still on?
He's still on.
Oh shit.
Wait, I'm
he
just
hasn't
trying
dropped.
to give
He's
you
got
a
on.
tip. You know, if you put your Xbox microphone.
I'm doing it on purpose. I'm doing it on purpose, you fucking retard. Is it not obvious?
Yeah, get it out of your mouth. We know you like it in your mouth. We just get it out of your mouth.
Oh, it tastes
No,
so
stop. No, they're just here to be a troll. What are
An
you
idiot.
doing with your
An
life?
idiot.
What are you doing with your life?
What is?
Like,
Yeah,
everyone
you know,
look in
I
the mirror
really
and
should
just,
be
like,
sitting
really,
in a
like,
Discord channel all day talking about the
This is
shape
what the
of the
globe
Earth. That would be a
believes.
what are you
great
doing with your
source.
life?
This is what the globe belief does to people. It damages them from the inside out, right? Makes them an idiot.
Well,
Yeah,
instead of
because the Earth is
The
round.
globe part.
Sat by a candle and
Well,
said hi.
what is going on?
Ethernet, you're hot
Yeah,
micing.
detox. Get a bath bomb. Like,
Sorry?
treat yourself.
Just
Oh, you're hot micing.
Is
yeah,
the Xbox
deworm. Deworm yourself. Get the parasites out. Do something. 'Cause
Yeah,
the
get
globe
out
belief.
of the basement, bro. You don't gotta be in the basement all day and playing Xbox.
That's why the mic
You're a
sounds like that.
foreigner, so I don't have.
That
You're brown.
that's why your mic sounds like that, right? Because you're in the basement. You don't want
Oh,
your mommy to hear you. You don't want your mommy to hear you talking to flat earthers. That's why you talk like that. Right, idiot?
see, you keep on muting me because you want to have fun and you want to have someone to talk to, but you also can't handle
No,
it.
it's
Is that
because you
it?
have
You're the
diarrhea of
community of
the
flat
mouth, and
earthers?
so since you cannot govern yourself, we have to govern you. So can you
Hey,
govern yourself?
idiot! Why would you even
Hey, Clay, I was trying to ask him a question. I was just
Oh,
trying.
fight, 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 fight.
So can you
Fight over
govern
my
yourself,
attention.
or do you need
Fight
to be
over
governed?
my attention. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Look at how it lauds over you.
So what are you guys talking about?
This is
What's
so
the
I
funny.
topic?
About
Horizontal.
idiot said that he saw the globe on the TV. Therefore, he lives on a globe.
No, I said that I've been to space, is what I said.
Well,
Also,
Ethernet. Typically, what people are
I've
talking
been there
about
too.
here
Good job.
is, I mean, a lot of people come in and say they know for a fact that the Earth is a globe, and other people tell them that they may not know that, and then how do they know it? So typically, that's what they talk about.
So does everyone here believe that the Earth is flat?
No, we don't
yes.
believe that the Earth is
I
flat.
believe that the Earth is
Are
whatever the
you everyone?
scientists tell me it is.
The
That's a
Earth
I
is
don't.
not
that's a
belief.
category error.
I have more faith in modern
Scientists.
science than I do anything else.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay,
No,
idiot.
no, you don't. I have
His
faith in
They
faith.
have given me internet.
modern
They have
science.
given
You
me
have
medicine.
He has
They have given me
faith.
no.
You heard it.
transportation. They have improved my quality of life. Why should
Oh
I not
no.
believe them? What has Flat Earth
They
ever done
gave you
for me?
COVID vaccine.
Nothing.
Well, you didn't listen
No
to
Flat
natural
Earther has ever
scientists.
done anything for me or society.
And now you're
Not
talking
one
about geometry.
contribution. Not a single one.
I know you want a grandstand. You're very confused on these terms. You're using words you don't know what they mean.
Yeah.
That's not an
He was
argument.
talking
That's no, no.
foreigners. He was talking about foreigners, but he doesn't comprehend the language he's speaking. The words that he's saying, he said round, like he knows what it means.
Round?
You don't know
Round?
what round.
Yeah, you're
You don't know
using
Round
what
and
is round. You
around
know
and
round and flat are
around
not
and
mutually
around
exclusive.
we go. Tell me
you're
now,
being
tell
very
me now,
ambiguous with
tell
Anyways,
Everybody shut up.
your
Everybody shut
language.
up. The Earth is a trapezoid. Just shut the fuck up and
It's
get the fuck out of
actually
the internet. All of you. The
did
Earth
that.
is clearly
You
a
proved that the
trapezoid.
Earth is flat. You actually did that.
You know what? Shut your fucking dirty mouth.
And you debunked that previously. Now you're just jumping to conclusions that you're just
The
pulling
Earth,
out of
it's a fucking, it's a
where it shouldn't be
trapezoid.
pulled from.
Man,
No,
who invited the Xbox community?
you're missing the point. People that claim
Fucking,
the
you think
shape
the
of the
flat
earth
earthers are
are
bad, motherfucker? Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
there's no shape.
Shut up. Shut up. Prove
There's
me
no
wrong.
shape. Claiming a shape.
Hey,
If you're
Yeah,
claiming
you're
a shape,
proven
you're lying.
wrong.
you know
You don't
what?
even have a premise. You
Acknowledge
didn't
the
make a
question.
conclusion.
If you have something to prove me
Yeah, I
wrong,
have something right here. Yes, I have something. I have something. I do have something right here. I do have something. What else do you need? I
And
have something right
there's
here.
the unmute because you just can't keep yourself away from me, can you? Nope, not one bit.
No, there's no space between you and I. That's why we cannot stay apart. There's no space.
Why not just leave me muted, though? I don't understand. If I'm that annoying
Because
and
we
breaking
want to
rules,
hear
why
your
do you
mic
keep
inside
unmuting
of
me?
your
I'm
mouth.
confused.
I
We want
wonder
to hear
Because
what
you
your mic
happened.
need
inside of your
attention.
mouth.
You need it.
What
You
are you
need this. This is
doing?
what you need every day.
Yes.
This is what you need.
You're just looking in the mirror and you're adjusting your clown nose. You're like honking it, honk honk.
Actually, I'm trying to pick out a wig right now.
Oh, you are
This guy
trans? It's
sounds.
okay.
You
People
prove
do
my
that.
No,
point.
I
You're
got to
looking
do
in the
the clown
mirror,
nose next.
saying this stuff about yourself, and you should stop that. Like you're better than that. You're not just an you are a precise measuring device, and you know what you're doing is wrong.
I am the lone sigma.
He's just. Did he just say he's the wrong ma? Are you like a
I am
mom?
the lone sigma.
You
The
are a
lone.
guy that would do gaming reviews on YouTube. That's what you sound like.
Okay.
He says
Cool.
that he's a mom. That he's alone.
So
That
I'm just some regular guy. All right,
lonely
cool.
mom.
That mute only lasted like half a second. That was impressive.
Yeah, he's a lonely mom. Hey, well, I appreciate what you did. That's what you need.
Thank
You need
you.
a little love. You need a hug. That's
No,
what
You
you
know
need.
what? Fuck you all.
Thank you, Mom.
Fuck you. Prove the Earth is not a trapezoid. Seriously,
Thank you,
debate it
Mom.
with me.
Thank you, Mom.
If you're
Okay,
not gonna,
I
if you're
will
not
debate it.
gonna,
Thank you.
if
You
you're
made.
not gonna
Thank you,
contribute
Mom.
to
You
this
made me so much smart.
conversation, this
All right, let's
scientific
move on some more.
analysis of the shape of the Earth,
Can we
then
have
why are you
equal?
here?
There is no. Hey, listen, Jack. We like the frame of
Getting sick
reference.
of your shit, bro.
Hey, Jack. Oh, you're Jake.
What?
There's no shape of the Earth. We like the outside perspective to be able to attribute it a shape.
Okay,
Though.
can we all agree on one thing? Can we all agree on one thing? The Earth is made of dirt, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of dirt out there.
Okay. So we all agree that there's dirt on the Earth.
There's a lot of, and there's water too. And
and there's water. So we can all agree that there's water on the Earth.
oh yeah, there is water. Yes. Lots of water.
Now prove to me that the Earth is not a trapezoid.
Nobody can give you the shape of the Earth. Whoever is trying to tell you a shape,
You know what?
is lying to you.
Okay. Yes, we can't go into like whatever is out there and see the shape.
Trapezoid. Please
We can't get through the firmament. I understand that.
No more.
I don't have the burden of proof.
Of the
I
Earth
don't
being
have.
trapezoid, whatever.
I don't
A
have the
T-Rex
burden of
or
proof because I'm not the one
whatever
making a
kind of
claim. You're
delusion you
making a
want
claim
to
that the
bring.
Earth
You're
is
being
not a
No, there's
delusional.
no claim. There's no claim about
Yes,
the shape
you
of the
are.
Earth here.
You
There
made
is
a
no
claim of a.
You're,
And you presented
there is no
evidence
claim.
of that.
Do you know what? Don't
You're
interrupt
debunked.
me. You need
No,
evidence
you're
that
interrupted because you're
disproves my claim. Because unless you have evidence that disproves my claim, then
debunked.
my claim is correct. I have
level
no
is
reason.
horizontal to the
So the Earth.
level is
Can
horizontal.
anybody address this like in a logical fallacy?
We can determine that the Earth is obviously not flat,
horizontal.
and we can determine that it's obviously not round. So what shape is it? It doesn't just exist
There is
in
no
like
shape,
an ethereal
Jake. You're missing
realm
the point,
where it has
Jake.
no shape.
There is no shape.
Of course, it has a shape.
It is an unknown. An unknown. It's not
When you
known.
look outside, and you look out
You
over the
don't see a shape.
horizon, how can it not have a shape? Maybe it has a shape that we don't have a word for
You
yet.
just want to
You could
imagine that
argue
you're
that.
one side of like a dice. You're one side of a dice or something.
Okay.
Or one of the,
Look.
you're
Do
one
you
side
have
of a
an
dice.
argument other than calling me one side of a dice? Do you have an argument?
Prove that. Prove there's other
Engage
sides.
in the conversation.
There's the engage. The engaging is your premise that you brought up that is delusional.
So we know it's not flat because I can go outside and I can see mountains and hills. At the very least, it's not perfectly flat.
First, it is flat, and you're saying that no, it's actually a dice.
But what
like
explains
one of these,
mountains? At
Lord
the
of the Rings,
very
like
least,
Magic
we would
the
have to
Gathering
determine that it's like a squiggly line or something. Okay, I'm saying.
Line? What? Who is saying horizontal is a squiggly line?
Okay, when you go outside, can you see the mountains?
You're the one that said that. You're lying to yourself.
The
We
ground
identified the liar.
the ground that you are standing on, are the mountains higher than the
You're not
ground?
doing this. You're interrupting. You're talking over each other. I'm gonna have to mute you both then.
Okay, fine. I'll let him go.
I can't comprehend what you guys are saying.
I'll be quiet. I'll let him go.
So what is the point now?
Yeah, he was just the terms he's using are so ambiguous that it's like that's not the definition of the term. Your claim is equidistant from the center of a sphere, not what level is. So then there's like all this ambiguity in their language, and it's like no, like just kind of putting them to define the terms. Like I did with Scott, he said atmosphere, and I was like, okay, we'll just concede what you're saying means the gaseous environment, right? So that's what he means. So that's all I'm trying to bring out. Like, what is it? Is that his actual claim? Like, point to the claim, point to who's lying. Because people actually do things like they fly place to place, like directly, and they fly heads up display horizontal. You better hope they're flying level.
Let's get back. This flat Earth thing, right, is kind of an inaccurate name, right? Because we can look outside, look at mountains and hills, and see the elevation changes. And so obviously when we say the Earth is flat,
your argument is with
we're using
Your argument is with the format because you don't know what the term
Right. So what is the shape? Is it a
flat
shape that hasn't been defined yet?
means.
Flat is not a
You're
shape,
confused.
sir. Flat is not a shape.
So let me ask you this question.
It's a description
If
of a
we
surface.
take the
Listen,
term literally, because that's what people do when they come in here. If we take the term flat
I'm gonna
Earth
try to get
literally,
this for
what
you.
does it mean?
Literally.
Right.
Within a
So we have to
tolerance
come
of,
up with a
within,
new
you know
name.
when you build a table, right? You build a table
Right.
and it looks round. You build a round flat table, right? The round flat table. But then you
Right.
grab a microscope and then you go on it and you're gonna see these crevices in it, little holes. Like there's a tolerance of that flatness, right? There's an up and
Right.
down. There is a little holes or
Right.
whatever,
And
right?
that's it.
There is a tolerance within
The
that
sweet
flatness,
zone, the
right?
Goldilocks.
Right. And those tolerances are negligible. They have a negligible effect on the table's ability to be a table. Right? You can put things on it. The mountains, the
Yeah,
hills, the rivers,
they're
they do not
negligible.
have a
They also the
negligible
same thing.
effect.
Oh yeah, they are.
Therefore, they
Overall
are a part of the
negligible, flat,
construct as a whole.
level.
What? Horizontal.
Okay, you know what? I don't think I'm
True.
being very, very clear. Who here has anybody here been to the end of the earth? I don't think a human has ever been to the end of the earth.
Is that the end of your
Send me a
life?
postcard.
The end of
There's
the earth.
guys
I
that
don't
went
think
to shoot that
it's
Marcus
personally
Language
possible.
movie.
I think that you would get stuck in a
Have you
gravity
heard
well
anybody
or
claiming that in here?
no, but I'm asking.
Gravity wells?
So
What's
if
that?
there's a top of the earth, there's obviously a bottom, right? Yeah,
Sorry, yes.
why are you making fun of me? We don't know. We don't know what is on the bottom of the earth, right? We know that we are on a surface of some kind. Can we all say that's true?
Yeah,
Well, it's not.
you're standing on the ground and the ground is below your feet. Yes.
Right. And we
Yeah.
don't know what goes down. We don't
The kind is
know the shape of the earth. We don't know that it's flat.
That's what
We
I
don't
told you
know.
since the beginning.
But why
I told you that nobody's making only the globe is making a shape claim, right? The globe is making a shape claim.
Right. We could
But
be standing.
when we go to this place that you're talking about, the ones that you are actually pointing out, the one out there that we can go to and travel across, that place doesn't show the characteristic of a globe, and that's what we're trying to tell you.
Right. But for all we know, we are literally on a triangle. For all we know, the earth is shaped like a triangle and we are on one of the sides of that triangle, right?
No, we don't know that.
We don't know that, but it could be. It's a possibility.
Sorry. It's possible, but why has it got to be a geometric shape? For
It doesn't
example, a
have to be a
lake.
geometric shape. It doesn't at all. It could be a shape that we
So I
we
haven't
haven't even
finished.
came
Yeah,
up with a
Jedi's
definition
gonna
for.
say something. Just wait for him to finish. Go ahead, Jedi.
I hadn't even finished, mate, and he started talking through me. Just pointing out that it can be Earth-shaped, right? Like a lake is lake-shaped, or a tree is tree-shaped. The Earth could, and most probably is, Earth-shaped.
Exactly.
What's your point, though?
That's my point. Is that the Earth is not flat. We don't know what shape it is, and it could be a trapezoid, and it could be a globe. It could be a trapezoid on top of a globe. It could be a trapezoid on top of two globes in a triangle. We don't know.
Of God.
I do apologise. I'm pretty sure somebody would have told you by now, but maybe they haven't, so I'll tell you. Flat isn't a claim to a shape, it's a surface description. You know that, right?
Right.
Good. So we're not making a claim to the shape of the Earth, we can just describe the surface we're on. And that is
But if we don't make a claim to the shape of the Earth, then how are the globers wrong? How do they know that we aren't on a ball, and that on top of that ball there's a flat part that is what we are standing on?
Okay, so we're on a flat part of a ball. You understand we're talking about the whole heliocentric model. So that comes with area attached, radius, diameter, circumference, all of that type of stuff. The entirety of the continents and the waters of the Earth that we know, they lay horizontally, they do not curve.
It's an example. I'm just throwing it out there. The reality is we don't know, and that's my point. Does that
Well,
make sense?
We do know certain stuff. We do know that it's not curving. We know that.
Yeah, we know the water lies horizontally.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that everybody here actually agrees with me, and we're all getting along now. All right.
It's
Yeah,
not
we
like
know
we're
that the
clueless
surface
about
of
things. It's not like we don't know anything. We do know certain things, and we know that it's not curving.
Just making sure that we are all on the same page.
What page are you on?
Yes, the Earth is measured flat.
According to this, 82. I am on page 82.
Okay, so
We'll be on
according to that
83.
page, the Cyclone just pointed out, the Earth is measured flat. Then.
Well, yeah, no shit. I mean, no, it's not measured flat. Actually, it's if we were to maybe zoom out and be high up and look down on the Earth, maybe parts of it would look flat. But I can visually see from ground level that it's not flat. Like it goes up.
He means topography.
Sorry, are you talking about mountains, hills, and valleys now?
Mountains, hills, but yeah, all of the above.
Okay.
All the geometric features that geography.
Okay, so all of those elevation profiles are taken from mean sea level, a horizontal reference frame.
Right,
So
but I wouldn't say the Earth is flat.
I haven't finished, dude. Yes, they're measured to be elevation and depth profiles. They go up and down, but they do that from a horizontal.
Correct.
They don't do it from a curve.
Okay.
So mean sea level, that all elevation profiles are measured from, 35,000 feet aircraft flying above. All of those elevation profiles are taken from mean sea level.
And the sea level is variable, so I don't understand why people. I mean, I guess we say average sea level.
To apologise again, I said mean sea level, so that's a specific term. It means the average sea level.
Right.
So yes, it goes up and down a bit, but from this average sea level, we still measure elevation profiles.
Right. Which means the Earth is obviously not flat.
No, it's horizontal. Yes, it's flat, but it has tolerance. Those tolerances that I've just pointed out
So you can say
are elevation and depth profiles, but it lays horizontally.
Then why isn't it called horizontal Earth? I don't get it.
Because flat
Because that's my claim.
Because flat is a very good descriptor of the surface of water. When at rest, it lies level,
just a
flat.
non-literal. Is it just a non-literal? What do you call it? When a term is used for like marketing, a catchphrase.
You don't understand what flat means.
No, I understand.
We talked about
I understand what it is
in the table.
I understand what it is, but
and
it's
then
a
you talk
bad
about
name.
raising up and seeing.
Why are you guys
aspect.
talking over
That's
each
what we're
other?
talking
Can
about,
you
the
just
overall
not do
aspect.
that?
Let's talk about like a square foot area here within a 24,000 mile circumference, right? Now we're talking about a very big overall aspect, measured flat, calibrated flat. Very many measurements, all measuring flat. Like that's your confusion. Everybody knows what flat Earth means. It's a statement of its measurement within it. Like you're confused with what the term means, and it's okay. It's not a shame.
Okay. So you understand what I'm saying?
Wait, but listen, we can understand what you're saying, but you were claiming that flat was a shape. Are you finally
Flat
on the
is
same
a
page
shape.
on this?
Flat is a descriptor, a shape descriptor
Like
of
a
a
Lego
surface,
plate. A Lego plate
and
is
it is
flat.
inaccurate.
It has topography to it. A Lego plate, it's a flat plate, and you can lay it flat. You can put it horizontal if you want, but it's a flat plate. And everybody knows what that is, except for you, because you think you're on a disco ball or
He's
whatever.
getting it little by little. He's definitely progressing. Jedi was kind of like almost there with him, almost getting on the same page with him. He's getting it.
Again, I say that flat Earth is a bad name. It's a bad descriptor. It misrepresents what you and me and everybody is about. It's not good. It's no
That's your
good. It's
opinion,
bad.
and your opinion is noted. You don't even know what flat means.
Yeah,
So
I do know what flat means.
Okay, we note it down.
We're not
Okay,
getting into the
what is flat? What is
microscopic
flat?
levels.
What is flat?
Flat is flat. It's horizontal.
Flat.
It doesn't have elevation or depth to it. This obviously has elevation and depth to it. Therefore,
Flat is horizontal.
not
Okay.
flat. And keep in mind, when I say elevation, it needs to be perceivable elevation.
In
We're
an
not talking
overall
about
aspect?
microscopic. We're not going to get into all that shit.
A flat is an aspect, right? And so when you're overall, how does it measure?
Listen,
How
when
does it
you
measure
go
overall?
outside, can you
Like
see a
when you go
hill?
up in the you go up in the helicopter, like you're saying, how does it measure flat?
Dude, when I go up into a helicopter, no, I can clearly see elevation, and you clearly
Overall,
take the
the aspect is
helicopter and
flat.
run it into a hill. Look at
The
the
Earth curves
president of
up and down from
Iran.
horizontal.
He didn't. He'll tell you about how the Earth is not flat, or he would
The
if
Earth
he
curves
wasn't
up and
dead.
down from horizontal.
What?
The Earth curves up and down from horizontal.
Does the Earth curve up and down from horizontal?
You don't believe in topography all of a sudden.
Does the Earth curve?
The hill you
The Earth is not curved. The Earth is.
boy.
We are standing.
Fine, yeah.
We are on the ground. If I were to technically go up really super duper ridiculously high, it might look flat. But once you get onto the ground, you can visibly see that the Earth is not flat. So it's something else.
It's not a boulder.
And because
so
we
we're just going to
can't,
actually measure,
because
and we're going to
we don't even know
know
it's
that
not rounded.
our perpendicular to the horizon is going to be exactly vertical. From our position, we're going to go up. We're going to be able to measure this horizontal, this differential in level.
I mean,
Very
sure,
simple. We actually measure.
you gotta
That's why we know
compensate for the
topography exists.
lens of your eyes distorting things.
See, the problem is you actually are claiming that the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional. That's actually your claim.
How am I claiming that the
this is
surface of the
vastly
sphere is?
past your pay grade.
No. I'm not claiming. You can make whatever shape you want. I'm just saying you don't know the shape. You don't know what's below the ground, like all the way below. Like
Nobody knows.
It could
Only God
literally
possibly.
it could literally be infinite. I mean, we can't perceive infinite.
Have you ever seen Mel's Hole? It's like the old Coast to Coast. You know, talking about he got like some alien from Mel's Hole. It's
The
like this whole
Russians
thing. Like maybe you should be interested in that. Maybe you go to
managed to
that forum or
dig
something. You're in the wrong place.
to 7 miles deep, and after that, it started getting really, really hot.
It's lovely.
So hot that it melted their drills.
Yep.
So, how do we know that we aren't just floating on a big furnace?
What are you talking about?
Because we're not cooking.
How do you know we're not?
How do you know we're not? Yeah, I mean, that's evidence. That's
And
physical
anyways,
evidence.
bring it back. Jedi,
That's
go ahead.
evidence. That's evidence. How do you know we
Fine,
don't?
I'm leaving. If you guys aren't going to humor me, then I don't see the point in having this conversation. I love you guys,
You're spurring,
but you're delusional.
No one said anything negative. Why are you acting like that? Don't throw the towel.
If you think the Earth is flat, prove it, because I can physically go outside and see the Earth is flat. Is not flat.
What? Because mountains exist.
At all, by any stretch of the imagination.
If you're not going to listen to people, then it's not a conversation.
Matter of fact, we can manipulate the surface of the Earth and make it less flat. We just take tractors and.
You're not going to listen to anybody, are you? You're just going to carry on talking and talking. See if you've realised you've been muted. And someone's trying to take order in a conversation. So, Jake. Yeah, is this a strange troll, mate? You understand what I'm describing, right? Elevation profiles from a horizontal, flat reference frame. Whatever.
He's just a liar.
What's happened to this guy?
It's just a bit weird, that's all.
They have to be lying filibusters, just filling the room with nonsense because they have to make believe what isn't real somehow has meaning. So all of these indulgent thoughts that he has aren't just all of a waste. And it's like, unfortunately for you, Jake, everything that you believe in is a waste, and you're a wasteoid, and you're a loser. You lost.
It doesn't really sound like he's arguing for the globe. It just kind of sounds like he's arguing for topography, which no one's arguing against.
It's not flat.
Yeah, he just has he has his toroidal. It's just his subjective feelings. Like they have meaning and merit. It's a fallacy of identity.
Well, is there anyone in here who can have a conversation? Globe believers.
There's lots of people in the channel. Quite a lot of names that I do recognise, though. So lots of flat earthers in the room. Tactical Droid has just joined us. Transparency for all.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, there's quite a few people in here.
Sweet. What's up, Transparency?
How are you?
Very well, thank
Am
you.
I
How are
unmuted
you?
yet? Fuck, I'm not unmuted yet.
You were unmuted ages ago. I tried talking to you.
Hello?
My goodness me.
Hey, maybe calm down.
Can you not hear Jedi? Can you not hear Jedi? He probably can't hear you, Jedi.
Yeah, we've
Probably
moved that.
self-muted you.
We've moved that on. We've moved that on. He's just going to go on mute. Transparency, please save us.
This is some of it's nonsense.
Is this your first time listening to the
Yes.
Flat Earth conversation? Okay.
Yes.
Have you looked into the Flat Earth before?
No.
Or no? Okay. So you probably don't really know what we're talking about. Exactly.
Not really.
Okay. Well, I'll give you a high-level idea.
Okay.
So you've probably been shown these images of a disk Earth in space, right? When you type in flat
Right.
Earth, it shows you a flat disk in space. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. That's
Okay.
just a troll, basically, to make people who want to actually figure out what we're saying just be put off immediately because they think, well, a disk in space, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous, and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the physical, observable Earth outside, right, that we all experience every day.
Mm-hmm.
And we all experience it as a level, motionless plane, right? You go to the beach, you look out across the horizon, you see a horizontal horizon and a motionless surface beneath your feet, right? So that's what we experience every day. But we're told it's actually a big spinning ball. So we're looking for the evidence of that isn't just images and videos that we can't verify from various governmental space agencies.
Right. I understand.
Right.
You want hard
So,
data. Yeah.
we want empirical evidence, right? So something that we can, as members of the public, go out and observe, go out and measure, go out and test, confirm for ourselves. Right? Claims like that the Earth is curved or the Earth is in motion. Right? We need proof for these things. Can you think of any?
The wind blows.
Yes, it does. But does that tell us that the Earth is curved and moving, or does it just tell us that the wind blows?
I'm going to be honest with you. I can't give you any data to suggest or support that we have a curved or flat Earth. I can only tell you with what I've seen, from what I've seen, And from what I've seen, Earth is round. And that's because I choose to believe it's round.
Right. So that's kind of what we're talking about, because
right.
The problem we see is that we're all taught that we're on a big spinning ball in a vacuum flying around at millions of miles per hour.
At 19,000 miles an hour, right?
Well, it's actually millions of miles per hour if you combine all the claimed motions and vectors that it's claimed to be moving in. But we detect absolutely no motion whatsoever. But we're all taught as children. You know, we're showing videos and images in the textbook. But when we really think about it, and we're asked the question, what evidence do we really have? All it really is stories, images, and videos, none of which we can verify, right? I don't know, is that something that you're realizing? If I asked you for the
Have you ever
evidence,
been in an airplane really, really, really high and seen the Earth curve?
No.
No, you can't see Earth curve from an airplane.
You wouldn't expect to see Earth curve from 35,000 feet with a radius value of what we've got from an aeroplane. You would just have a circle of vision around you. Panoramically, 360 degrees, when you turn around, the horizon will be a circle around you. It's not curvature of the Earth that you see through an aeroplane window.
Yeah, so actually the globe story isn't that we can go high enough and see that it's a ball. The globe story is we can, as members of the public, never go high enough to see any curvature of the Earth, and we'll never see motion of the Earth. Because the heights that we have access to through things like commercial airliners and high altitude balloons, weather balloons that we can send up, they're not high enough to see the curve or to see any motion of Earth. So their story is just that we'll never experience it, but they can go to a place that none of us can go to and they can see it. And we just have to accept that.
So you're telling me that's what flat Earth really means?
It means
I thought
that we're not
there was an end. You know, like there was.
No, we're not making a hard claim as to exactly what this place is, right? In terms of dimensions and totality, how far it extends. All we know is the places that we have access to, right? Which are the continents and the countries that you can visit. There's a bunch of places that we can't even visit, even if we wanted to. But then there's also unknown. Like we don't know if there's anything more than that. If there is, we ain't going there. So we're not making claims as to its size and its dimensions, but we are saying that it's not the spinning ball that they've told us. And the only evidence we have is that it's a level, motionless plane of some unknown size.
A level, motionless plane.
Yeah, like the water is level, right? So have you got a glass of water in front of you or anything? A liquid?
Yeah.
You look at the surface of that liquid, right? When it's at rest, the physical nature of it is that it finds a level surface, right? It's like the perfect flat.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They use it in construction, right? You scale that glass up to a bathtub, what's the surface going to be? Flat again, right?
Right.
Okay. Scale that up to a swimming pool, what's the surface going to be?
Flat.
Okay. Scale it up to a lake, what's the surface going to be?
Flat with ripples.
Right. Scale up to an ocean, what's it going to be?
Flat with ripples and waves.
There you go. Right. So they tell us that about 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. So we know that water is level, flat, generally, which means it's 70% level with land sticking out at bits. Yeah?
Right. Okay.
You understand, right? The physical nature of water tells us that we are on a level plane.
Okay. Huh.
Okay. So once you got that, you kind of have to think about what that means. And the implications of it. Anyway, I need to jump off for a second. Jedi, do you want to pick this up?
Yeah, man. Sounds like you've got questions, young lady. What are your questions?
I was thinking if it's let me think. This is a strange perception.
What isn't strange? It's just that you're not used to it. You haven't heard it before. So if you think about the reality of the situation, then it's apparently true. You can't negate the fact that what he said was logically consistent with reality. Because you yourself you were identifying that, weren't you? He didn't make you say those things. You just understood it to be true. Can't help yourself, huh, Scott?
Well,
I told you you couldn't. I told you couldn't help yourself. You just unmuted. Were you gonna say something, Scott?
is that what he does?
You want to run interference like I always say that you do? Go ahead and prove me right. No, you know that I'm watching you. Anyway, that's important for you to understand. Transparency is that the fact that he didn't make you say any of those things, that you understood that's the nature of reality all by itself, and what we witness is just that. There's nothing that negates that except for a belief that it's the opposite, that water does curve when you get to large bodies. And that's not the case. It's never the case. So these guys that want to make you think that the earth is a globe just because it's a belief and there's no evidence to back it up, that's how they get you to do it. You have to start when you're young to believe that your senses are negated by something outside of your perspective. Once bodies of water get to an extent where you can't visually see them curving, then they are curving. Or the same for motion. When something is so big that you can't detect its motion, it's still moving. So that's the important part about it, is that it negates your senses. It has to go outside of your perception. And then at that point, you start to believe because you can't see anything outside of that. So whatever information's coming to you in that way, you have to trust it because you can't, there's nothing in your senses that can tell you that's the case.
Any questions come to mind, Transparency?
I feel like I smoked something, but it's interesting. I might have to come in here more often to hear you guys out.
Sure. And listen, nobody in here will want to convince you. We want to challenge you. And if you have any more questions, please return and ask them.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely, I will.
everybody here wants you to be as inquisitive as you can, because we all had similar reactions as you. Like, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. This is crazy. I can't believe what I'm thinking about. Like, all of these things, because it almost seems like the thing that you thought was real, because you can logically say that, well, water just sits there, it's flat on its surface. I don't see it bending and curving and doing the thing that they tell you that when the Earth is a globe. And yet, that's what they say.
Why do you think the government in NASA is lying to us?
Well, there's a multitude of reasons. That's a multi-pronged answer. So you got to think about the scope of this. So basically, from a long time ago, it being propagated as a belief, right? It's handed down to you like a tradition. You don't think that people around you are out to get you, right? With the information, it's basically just like a misinformation, and everybody thinks that it's true because it's been handed down to them. But nobody really if you think about it, transparency, nobody really checks on this because they think it's a foregone conclusion. Somebody smarter than them figured it out, so they don't need to look into it. This is the part where they get you. because nobody checks it out. Nobody's like actually inquisitive about it. But once you do, you actually start to say, okay, let's see if this all checks. I just want to know for myself. And when you do that, you start to realize none of it makes any sense. And then you're just kind of like sitting back going like, oh, wait a minute. You're like, why was I believing this for such a long time? Well, that's because you never thought you had to look into it, because you thought somebody else capable enough like could explain it to you. But the explanations that they give you, they negate certain factors like entropy, like gas laws, and all kinds of things that we understand in physics and science and math and all these things. So all of the things that you would see out in the physical and natural world are just as they are, and you can discover them just like the way everybody else has. But in no way can they, like the laws of nature, can be negated by just ideas outside of your perception. So we adhere to like empirical evidence, right? If somebody says something's true of a claim that they make, they have to provide the evidence of how it's true or justify it in some way.
Absolutely.
And that's how we all are. All of us in here, like, it's not about stories, or we're not trying to fool anybody. We want somebody that says, okay, the earth is this way. Okay, go ahead and produce the evidence and show us how. Give a citation of some expert talking about it in a way that we can understand, that we can do a method to test this, right? Because like, if some expert told you that the earth is a globe, but they never give you a method of how to know how it's a globe, they say, no, trust me, we got all the equipment and all the things, and we'll know how the earth is a globe, but we'll just tell you. And so they hand it down to you like a belief. You're like, well, okay, so I must trust you then. That's the thing between you and me. We're on a trust basis, of like an agreement. You tell me what my reality is outside of the perception I can't see, and I'll believe you. And that's kind of like how it's been going on, right? So when they get to those levels of like in academia where they're teaching about these things, they're not doing anything worth value of empirical evidence. They're just doing it based on guesswork. And these things are said by the scientific communicators of today. They're flying by the seat of their pants. This information it's all guesswork. And these statements are true from what they say, and it's amazing because none of us, like the lay people, the ones that are just doing everyday mundane jobs, we don't ask questions about it because we think somebody else figured it out. But you got there's two sides of this, right? There's people who are like just everyday people that just, don't really look into it, and then there's those who love the idea that they live on a globe Earth, and those guys, they identify with the idea that they're in a ball flying around in the vacuum of space. So when they hear about this, it kind of like it's offensive to them. And they lash out. They come to this chat. They sit here and they want to find a way how they can make it real again, so to speak. Right? They want to undo what we're doing here, and all we're doing is showing people the physical and natural world is demonstrating reality for what it is. So yeah, you got those people who can critically think about things if they were told, but they just believe that the Earth is a globe for now. Like maybe such as yourself, transparency. Maybe you can just say, okay, let me just think about it for a little bit. Then you got those who are like, no, the Earth is a globe. There's no way that it cannot be. And so they identify with that whole space paradigm and stuff. And so all we're asking is, if you come into this chat, just have a think. We're not here to convince you that the Earth is flat. Just think about it. How can it be
Fair
a
enough.
globe? So
Yeah, that's fair enough. Very well spoken. Fair enough.
thank you.
I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate your time. You don't have to give your time, but you do, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. I never thought of it like that.
Hey, transparency, just quickly, I'm going to send you a link to a server that has more resources so that you can research in your own time.
Okay. Thank you.
So I just send that to your DM.
All right. Gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah, and if you've got questions, just fire them out.
All right.
All right, we got a load of people in the chat. Welcome, one and all, to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel here on the Politics server. Lots of names that I do recognise, some that I don't. If you're new to the server and you've got any questions, then please feel free to unmute your microphone and ask a question. If you want to make a claim that the Earth is a ball, then please again feel free to die on that hill. Very well spoken, Cyclone. Alpha, good to see you this evening, and everybody else. Hope everyone's doing well.
Likewise, Jedi, and everybody.
Hey, Chenzi. Sorry, man. Hope you're doing well, mate. I heard you speaking earlier as well. It's good to see you, bro.
Likewise to you and everybody else. Alpha Veritas too.
Gemzy?
Well said.
Yep,
what you told the lady, because the lady was definitely interested in having the conversation.
Yeah.
And yeah, well said. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we definitely care about people that are inquisitive. Absolutely. Like, I don't think they have, like, you know, out in the world, people don't have the time to think about it. But like, if they come in here, it's like, it's kind of like a haven for them to actually, okay, well, let me just have a look, right? Let me just see if I can try to make sense of this thing. Because outside of here, like, when do they have conversations like that? There's not conversations happening outside of this place. So this place is like an arena for us to have these discussions and challenge each other, you know. So that's important, I think, for a mind that's wanting to know. Just like ask questions. That's how we all got here, you know. That we were all asking the same questions, but we didn't get to do that unless we had a place to do that in.
Yeah, I guess we all got here because we were asking questions, but this was the question that we didn't think we should even bother asking. It probably came across most of us on some YouTube feed somewhere, and yeah, it's the question that nobody thought of asking. Really, is the Earth flat? Is it actually even a globe? Yeah, it's interesting, man. You don't think of asking it like you were pointing out. You take this type of stuff for granted. It's a ball. Everyone tells you it. It gets passed down. It's a tradition. You get taught this at schools. You turn on your TV. The Earth's a ball. There's no point questioning it. It's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah. We get challenged a lot with people that come in here and be like, guys, why are you still doing this? Like, over years, you're still here? Like, what's the point? And I think when we hear people like transparency, like, that's the point. We're here for somebody who, you know, maybe along the way we're gonna get to have a conversation with, and they're just like, you know what, let me think about it. If we've ever just had that moment, that's all that it was worth, you know? That one single moment. Just to have somebody think about it. Not to convince them, not to make them like believe anything. You just think about it. I mean, isn't that what it's all worth? Just having somebody critically think. And you know, after that, if they come to the realization, that'd be up to them. Not because we did anything. We just
Well, the
like opened the
interesting
door.
part is that, like, the guy previous, they're like, everyone's just lying. It's just this ambiguous term, but it's what it needs to happen is, like, you know, specifically there's a lie about something certain. That's this geometric claim of a two-dimensional surface being flat, and you know, there's something bigger. So them to ask who's lying, it's like, well, what is being lied to you? Because nobody's lying to you about geometry. It's the terms that's being used. Like, if somebody says triangle, I'm not talking about a spherical triangle. If I'm actually using a triangle, I'm not talking about spherical triangles, right? And there's this sort of conflation of what level is it being equidistant from the center of a sphere, and that's a different term than level, which is all parallel to the plane of the horizon. So the difference is just a category error. It's just a perpetual category error, and they're very mad that they're wrong in the wrong, you know, genre, because they all want to be in psychological studies.
We got anybody else in here who thinks that the Earth is a globe? Perhaps you want to bring forth your evidence?
Scanning up and down through the chat, man. We've got a lot of flat earthers and trying to isolate, apart from Scott, somebody thinks the Earth's a ball.
Isn't null hypothesis baller too?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely a baller.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, I've got a question for you. 2 questions actually, if you don't mind. Just a little thought experiment. So if you had 4 people in different parts of the planet, let's say like South America, Africa, Canada, and Europe, right? And you gave them all a compass, and for this experiment, let's assume that travel isn't an issue. They can walk on water, whatever. They can walk in a straight line. And if they all followed that compass in the northerly direction, would they eventually meet?
The fish. If you had 4 people standing around a point and that instrument pointed towards that point, we'll call that magnetic north, that point that the compass is using, they'd follow field lines. So as they moved closer to this point that they will all eventually get to, because it's a point, they'll follow the field lines and wiggle kind of all over the place. We know this because of magnetic declination angles. You have to correct for where the true grid north is, as opposed to a magnetic north or polar north, right?
Yeah, that's fine. So they
But
just
if
keep
you're
following.
talking about a point, they will converge upon that point.
So they just keep following the compass. Like every 10 feet, they pull the compass out, they adjust so that they are always walking north according to the compass.
They will all eventually get to that point that's been the attractor. Yes.
Okay, great. So that exact same experiment, except now they go south. Would they all meet?
If you walk away from a point and south being 180 degrees away from that point, are you asking on the flat Earth, would they all meet?
Well, so on a globe, they would all meet at the South Pole.
Yes.
On a flat Earth, they would all get further and further away from each other, right?
Where's the South Pole?
Well, that's kind of what I'm asking you.
Well, I'm asking you. You have an idea on the globe where it is. Where is it geographically located?
Somewhere in Antarctica.
Somewhere in Antarctica is very ambiguous. If on the globe you don't know where it is, how do you know they're converging to that point?
Well, I'm sorry. Like, do you want?
Well, you don't have to be sorry. I just need the answer. You said they're converging on the globe to a specific geographic location. Where is that South Pole location at? Geographically.
Yeah, it's in Antarctica.
Yeah, where?
How could I be more specific with that?
Well, you would be able to be specific if you would tell me that everyone's converging to that specific geographic location, wouldn't you?
Well, on a globe, it would be the location where you could not continue walking that way without your compass spinning
around. That's not
around.
a geographic location.
Right, so I'm asking you, how can I answer that?
Why are you asking me? You have the idea that you live on a globe. Wouldn't you be able to tell me where that geographic location is?
Yeah, so can you
give me
an example of an answer to your question?
Absolutely. So everybody's converging to one point, yes?
Yes.
Okay, where is that point on the Earth?
It's in Antarctica.
Where?
In the middle of it.
In the middle? That's ambiguous. Where's that at?
So again, what kind of a geographic answer are you looking for? Do you want like the name of a
specific point where all the people that you say are going to converge are going to be standing? The specific location that everyone's going to set foot on, and they say, we're all here. Okay, what's this location at? Where is it at? Located.
So do you want like a longitude and latitude? What are you looking for?
Why not? Where is the South Pole? And then we're going to find out if the South Pole is exactly where you said it is. Where is that South Pole at?
It's in Antarctica.
Where?
Again, Antarctica isn't broken up into...
Antarctica is pretty big according to the globe. Where in Antarctica?
What type of pole are you talking about?
Yeah, where is it at? No, I'm going to ask you until you give me the answer. Where is it?
So please don't cut me off.
Am I cutting you off? I'm asking you to give me the answer. You're not giving it. Where is it?
Yes. So Antarctica is not broken up into like states and cities where I can
don't
give you
care. Where is everybody going to meet at? What is the specific geographic location where everyone's going to say, we're all here? Where is it at?
The South Pole.
Where is it?
That is a location. I don't know what else you want me to say.
Where is it? Go and show me where on the map that South Pole is. Go and demonstrate that to me, so I know exactly where everybody's going to converge and meet at. And then we can say, well, are they going to meet here? We don't know. Where are you talking about?
Can we get back to my question to the room?
Nope, absolutely not, because he can't answer a question you don't know either. How do you expect him to answer if you don't even know where they're going to converge and all meet together at? Isn't that weird?
So he said that if they all
I don't care right now that you're trying to say that he said, I want to know what your demonstration of the place that you are saying, well, on the globe, this works. It doesn't work because you haven't demonstrated that you know what geographic location everyone's going to converge to.
So do you just want to kill this conversation?
No, I want to kill the side of the argument that you're bringing because it's really dumb.
I'm not making an argument.
Well, obviously you're putting it to him like, let me ask you a question. But you didn't give him anything that you understand that on a globe, everyone's going to converge to a specific geographic location where it should be. And you haven't done that yet. Where's the demonstration of you knowing that specific location and say, okay, Jedi, everyone should converge to this specific geographic location. Are they going to do that on a flat Earth? You didn't do that because you don't know. So how would he know?
And his claim is a specific glob geometry.
Yeah,
So
I know that. I know that. So he should be able to demonstrate. He should be able to demonstrate, and that's what I'm waiting for.
So we agreed.
No, we're not agreeing right now. We're not agreeing. We want you to demonstrate the fact that your convergence point is a place geographically that can be understood where it's at.
So you clearly want to kill the conversation.
No,
so
I clearly want you to demonstrate that you are understanding the claim that you're bringing forward, or at least the question that you're asking, Jedi. How could he respond if he doesn't understand where you understand there to be a convergence point where everyone's going to meet on the globe? Where is that place?
So my question was,
nope.
Will they?
No, we're not going to do that. You need to answer my question specifically because it negates your bullshit, question that you asked him. How can he respond if you don't even know where it is on the globe?
My question was...
No, we're not going to go to your question. I need you to answer what I'm asking you. How would he be able to understand how to answer you if you don't even know on a globe where it is they're converging to?
It was a yes or no question.
No, it's not a yes or no. Did you answer what I'm saying to you? Because it doesn't make any sense for you to ask any questions if you don't even know on the Earth being a globe where they would converge. Isn't that true?
So will they meet is not a...
Where are they going to meet at? If they're meeting somewhere, where is that geographic location, sir?
I don't know. We'll just say I don't know.
There you go. That's the correct answer. Thank you for that long-winded way of you coming around and saying, I don't know. Because that's the true nature of your question and answer. I don't know. Therefore, we can go back to things the way as they were, where you don't know. That's pretty simple. Could have just left it at that. When he asked you the question, does anybody know if the Earth is a globe? I don't know. That would have been the best answer you could have given instead of giving this whole rigmarole of questions that you're trying to ask him that you couldn't even substantiate of the Earth being a globe. Pretty simple, huh? No. Could have just left it at that.
You're really afraid of the question, aren't you?
No, we're not afraid of the question. It's a malformed question. If you don't even know where they're going to converge to, how could he respond to you and tell you they're going to converge to a location you don't even know where they're going to be at? Doesn't make any sense. Why would he even respond to that?
Said that they would converge going north.
Yeah, converge going north. Yeah, there's no... Hold on a second. No, you're not going to converge anywhere if geographically you don't know where they're going to converge at. Specifically. This is the problem with your question. People don't just meet somewhere. Well, let's go north and meet. You think that's how people talk? No. Let's meet at this specific location right here. This is where we're going to meet. That's how they say it. Not how you say, well, let's just go south. We'll all meet south at the South Pole. Where is it at? I don't know. Somewhere in the south. That doesn't work.
I'm sorry you're so afraid.
We're not afraid. Your voice is cracking. Just relax, dude. Have a seat. No.
Alpha, it's a confusing question. I think it's a little bit more malformed because, number one, if everybody has a compass, then they're traveling along azimuths, which are horizontal directions. So you can't go on a horizontal direction if you're going to be on a planet, as he worded it. Number two, who here made claims about geographical points north?
Yeah, no one. But this is the thing with Null, is that his question was left so ambiguously to Jedi that Jedi had to kind of navigate the question. So that's why Jedi was asking follow-up questions. What do you mean? Like specifically, you didn't hear him? He was telling him that. And Null wasn't helping him out. So Jedi was just kind of like, well, I'm going to give it the best shot I can. But I understood that Null didn't know what he was talking about. That's why I jumped in. I could see right through these Globers every time they speak. They don't know what they're talking about. They never do. And I pointed out every single time. And always the answer is, I don't know. So I got the answer. That's exactly where he should have been at. I don't know. Wasn't too hard, huh? No. We got there in the end.
It's looking at a map of field lines across the Earth, obviously on a square Mercator projection. But depending on what field line you follow, you could end up in South Australia, like to south of Tasmania.
Yeah.
1,000 miles south of like the continent. It depends which one you follow.
Yeah. And these guys, that's all they got, Jedi. It's just, well, you just go south. Where south? I was telling the guy the other day. He's like, well, just get in a plane and go south. I was like, people don't do that in reality. They don't jump in a plane and say, hey, guys, anybody want to go on a plane ride with me? I'm just going to go south. Really? How much fuel do you have? Where are you going? Where's the destination at? There's no questions asked. We're just going to go south. That's so stupid. Nobody in reality ever does this. That they want you to believe that's how it's done.
Always starts with a thought experiment, doesn't it? Right.
Yeah.
So for this, we're going to need to imagine shit. Okay, cool. Let's start with if.
Well,
so what happens in my if? I don't know, mate. You fucking pulled it out.
Most of the time, I'm just like, tell me specifically what you mean. Where are we going? If this is going to be a hypothetical, let it relate to something in reality, right? I'm starting from this geographic location. I want to end up over here. I have this much fuel. I'm taking this many passengers. We're going to go, like give some specifics, man. But with the Globe Earth proponents, you have nothing but ambiguous like questions. Well, let's just get in a car and drive south. Really? What do you mean? Where are you going? Nobody like there's nothing there, dude. This is one guy, he's like, well, let's just go until you reach the end of the map. The end of the map? What map? Like, you know what I mean? You didn't give anything. There's nothing useful what you just said.
You could get a map at a gas station and drive to the end of it, but you wouldn't reach the end of the world.
I used to watch a YouTube channel where a couple of guys in England used to try and travel in the straightest line possible using GPS systems. And obviously these straight lines would cut through farms and fields and shopping centres and car parks and all of these types of things. Whenever anybody says we're just going to go south, you're never truly south if you follow the fucking road. Do you know what I mean? You can be all over the place.
Hey,
people's gardens, disturbing their fucking dinner. What are you doing?
Hey, can you imagine though getting in a plane and the captain comes on the intercom? Ladies and gentlemen, we are headed for south. We don't have a destination, but we hope you have a nice plane ride. We don't know how much fuel we have to actually get to our destination, but we hope that we do reach wherever we're going. We don't know yet. And you can imagine the passengers, like their eyes must look like a deer in headlights. Like, oh shit, dude.
It's fucking terrible. Gonna go as far south as we can until the fuel runs out, and then we're gonna crash land, and then we haven't got any fuel to get back. Brilliant.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they're basically saying. It's like that never happens. Like you have to actually think about it. Think about the question, Globers. Just think, dude. If you're gonna ask a question to us, make sure that it's not malformed. How can we answer such things? I don't get it.
This idea of travelling south as well, like you're pointing out. What do you mean by south? How are you going to navigate to it, whatever you've decided that this is it south? Using a compass in the lower regions of the Earth, however you want to term it, below the equator, towards the 60th, 70th, and 80th parallel, the magnetic field lines are all over the place. Rumours or anecdotal evidence will tell us that using a fucking compass in Antarctica is fucking useless. If you're going to be navigating, you're going to want either some electrical device, because you're not going to be using the stars, because the only time the stars are out is when it's nighttime and it's fucking cold in the nighttime in the winter. So
yeah, didn't what's his name that went down there say he used a sun compass? Admiral Byrd. Yeah, Admiral Byrd he had to use a sun compass because the normal compasses wouldn't work down there.
Yeah, that's probably the only way you can navigate. Yeah, with the sun.
So he had to bust out his sun compass. He went there. It's interesting. You can look it up to see what it looks like. But yeah, it was. They weren't able to use normal compass down there, so navigating there would be a bit more difficult. But according to them, this is what they're saying. So
yeah, with them, you could just travel in a straight line and return to where you came from.
Yeah, just go in a straight line. Just get in a plane. What happens if you get in a plane and you just go in a straight line? Like none of the shit in reality actually what they're demonstrating with their question actually is real. Nobody ever does that. Go in a straight line. Yes, sir. Hey, congratulations to Eli. You got modded today.
Shout out to Eli. Welcome to the family. At long last.
Congrats. Awesome.
What do you have to do? What does he have to do? Does he have to drink, drink until he gets really drunk, or he doesn't have to lay in a coffin and do anything, does he?
No.
Yeah.
Everybody gets their own Stetson. We take different types of alcohol. We pour it in the Stetson. Some people like to put in sand for shits and giggles, and then you try and drink as much of it as you can. And then your sponsor is supposed to pour the shit on your head before you can finish.
All right, so you see the you see the black hoodie that Jedi's wearing? We all have one of those. We're wearing one right now. Each and every one of us. So
oh my gosh, that's so funny.
So yeah.
Oh my lord.
Once we have our monthly Skype meeting.
Oh my gosh.
We have to have the
That's so
robes.
funny.
We have to have the robes present. His robe has to cover his face, so we can't see him. Just barely.
If I ever get one,
that's it.
If I ever get one, do I get one that covers my wheelchair?
Yeah.
Oh my god,
so
that's hilarious.
The robe actually covers the front of your face, so all you can see is your mouth when you're speaking. On Skype. So yeah, that's the monthly convention meeting. Look at Scott. Yeah. You know what? As a matter of fact, you would never fly again because every pilot assumes that the Earth is flat and stationary, Scott. Even if they believe that it's a globe, they still, for practical purpose, they have to treat it like it's flat and stationary. So you wouldn't get on any plane rides. So I'm telling you right now, don't even take any planes anywhere. So the guy that flew you to Japan, yeah, he knew that the Earth is practically used as a flat and stationary plane. Yeah, even that guy. And you were just happily going to Japan, looking out the window and everything. And meanwhile, he was treating the Earth like a flat stationary plane. Duh. You knew
Have you heard FED Flat Earth dude talk about the Trans-Pacific boat, the sailing race, and why he thinks this is just a speculation, why he thinks they only do it from Japan to Hawaii and not from Japan to California. It's pretty interesting. Like, because they'd be like, why is it taking so freaking long to get here? It doesn't match the globe. That's his theory. It's kind of funny though. I think he's right. Why wouldn't you do the whole Pacific? Why would you stop and just end it in Hawaii? It's interesting.
Why is everyone so quiet?
We're waiting.
Because they're not talking. That's why they're quiet.
Okay. That does make sense.
Do you have any questions? You got any questions?
No, but I do have some answers.
Do you know how many licks it takes to get to the 50 roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
Well, that's going to depend on the question.
What are your answers? For wise one.
As I said, that's going to depend on the question.
Okay. What's the shape of the Earth?
Like a sphere?
Like a sphere.
Yeah.
And what was the scientific experiment that will demonstrate the shape of the Earth? What will be the scientific experiment? Go ahead.
The scientific experiment that would evince that. Well, it depends. Do you have a particular investment in empirical evidence, or do you just outright disregard that?
Yes.
Sorry?
Are you asking Chat GPT?
Absolutely. Don't you trust empirical evidence? Do you even know what empirical means?
Well, I'm
Do you know
asking.
what an evidence is?
I'm asking you.
Why don't you describe what you're talking about?
How about you answer the question rather than try purity test me?
He asked for scientific evidence.
I did answer.
Okay.
So scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, and then I'm asking him whether he believes in empirical evidence as a whole or he doesn't.
I believe in empirical evidence. I don't think you know what that term means.
Okay. Do you disregard circumstantial evidence even if it's based on empirics?
He's asking for scientific evidence. You're saying not circumstantial evidence. No, scientific evidence.
So scientific evidence as a burden of evidence is generic, and I'm trying to specify it so I can give him what he's asking for.
It's quite hard to
Yeah,
answer.
so you're specifying a science cause and effect relationship of a
Do you know what
shape.
science is?
Yes.
Okay.
Do
Could you like define that real quick
science
for me?
is a
Could you
logical
define that
method
for me?
used to Science is a logical method used to establish cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world.
Okay. Is there different methods that science is based on? Is there only one scientific method? Is that your problem?
Yes, there is one scientific method. Formulation of a hypothesis based on an observation of a phenomena, and that prediction being tested in an experiment, where you, the researcher, very manipulate what you think caused that to happen.
Yeah, that's why it's called the scientific method, not a scientific method.
From the Latin, sci, enti, fic, to know it is false. Method, a process of doing something.
Yeah, well, as I'm sure all of you in here, with the condescending tone, you know already, the scientific method is a
Do
200-year-old
you think that knitting
I'm in the
is
middle
a
of a
science?
sentence.
Like,
If you
if
would just
somebody
let me
wrote a
finish.
knitting book and
Hold
they
on,
said
let
the
him finish.
sciences of
Let him
knitting,
finish. Let him finish.
that would just be a category.
If
It
you
would
would
just
just like
be
stop
a
swearing
way of
now
organizing
for a
thought.
second.
You're.
Can I just finish?
Yes, please.
Okay, so as all of you guys know, the scientific method is a 200-year-old epistemological, claim. If you are actually engaged in any science, you would know that from 200 years ago, we've developed and we've kept on. Let's say there is different ways to go on about what you call the scientific method. So you actually have to specify what you mean by that. There's not
Do
just
you understand? You understand what pseudoscience is?
Sure. What you guys are pulling out here, pretty much.
No. Can you define pseudoscience?
Yeah. What's
Can I define
pseudoscience?
it?
Yes.
Sure.
Pseudo meaning not real, bogus, fake, as in not the true article.
So Google
there
tells
must be
me it's a
something that
collection
is
of beliefs or
science
practice mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method.
based on
Interesting.
the scientific method.
Yeah.
So any claims that doesn't follow the scientific method would be classed as pseudoscience, fake, bogus science.
Right. So when you said we have moved on from the scientific method because it was 100-year-old,
Can you
whatever, yada yada. Hold on. You said because it was done 100 years ago, epistemological, what, la, and then you said we moved on from that. Then anything that you say that is not using the scientific method and based on it, and we've added to it or changed or whatever, that means it's called pseudoscience. You understand?
Who was the? Could you tell me who the creator of the scientific method is?
Yeah, it was.
Well, we're not going to jump into the weeds here. You were the one that said you had the answers, and you're only asking questions. You said you had the answers. You didn't have any questions. Now what we're getting from you is constant questions. So you're going to answer the things that we're asking you now,
The
right?
energy, man. They're purity
You're going
testing me,
to
so I'm purity testing
answer.
back.
You said you had the answers, so we are asking questions.
Never said that.
I was engaging with him at the moment. I asked him if he had any question, but he said he had answers.
I said I had.
He said, when he said that
Excuse
the
me,
Earth
sir.
is
You're lying. Excuse me, sir. You're lying. I didn't say I have answers. I said I had some answers.
Okay, some answers. Okay, so you have some answers, and then you said
Yeah.
that. Yet I asked you what is the shape of the Earth, and you said the shape of the Earth is round, right?
I said a sphere. You need to stop lying.
Sphere. Okay, sphere. So it's a sphere, and
He's
then I
paraphrasing,
asked
he's
you.
not lying. Sorry, Fenty.
Go ahead, Jedi.
He's paraphrasing. He's not lying.
Also,
He's paraphrasing.
so a circle is the same thing as a sphere?
No, but he doesn't have to be that specific. We understood what you meant, and we understood. No, you would have to be specific. You're correct, but we understood what you meant, and we understood what Gemsy meant. So there's no need to be that specific.
So you don't think it's reasonable that when you're paraphrasing someone and saying this is what you said, you should probably say what they said?
He's not lying.
He's
paraphrasing.
Actually.
He's not lying.
This guy has found a way to get off the topic. Now he doesn't have to answer any questions. He's going to drag us through all the minutia of what just happened.
Well, I asked him about the scientific method that proved the Earth's shape, and he never had the answer. So he said he had answers, but not that one.
That's funny.
Did you guys tell him how the scientific method doesn't deal?
No, we're not going to spoil that yet. Come on, man, don't blow it.
Something.
Not quite there yet.
Yeah, we haven't really specified what version of the scientific method you were like inferring to.
How many versions are there?
I told you.
Actually, a lot of them.
I told you which version. The version. Hypothesis based on a phenomena and that prediction being tested in an experiment.
Okay. So is that the burden of proof that you're looking for? Would you be satisfied with that?
The question was, is there scientific evidence for a shape?
Yeah, but I never said scientific evidence. I said empirical.
No, that's what was asked of you.
Oh, okay. So it is the burden of evidence that you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay.
If you can, with scientific evidence for a shape.
Well, I like testimonial evidence, even if circumstantial. Still empirical.
So not scientific evidence. You're going to go to testimonial evidence.
Depends who you ask, but yeah, sure.
Depends who I ask.
Yeah.
It's not going to be scientific evidence unless the person that we're asking
the point.
about.
He didn't concede the point, Jedi. I think he needs to concede whether there is scientific evidence for the Earth's shape or not. Is there or not, sir? Yes or no?
Well, there probably is out there. Yeah, sure, there is.
No. There's no probabilistic yes or no. Is there scientific evidence of the shape of the Earth? Yes or no?
Alpha, he said it. He said, yeah, sure there is. Yes, sure there is.
No, but no, I don't like him to be, because not being sure-footed is also giving him a route out. We don't do
I
that.
said I'm confident in saying yes, there is affirmative.
Right, this is where we get upset. You're confident in saying that there is scientific evidence, and we've agreed which one that we're going to be using, the scientific method, which is a hypothesis prediction based on an observation that is going to be tested in an experiment.
Yeah, you keep saying that.
You think that we're going to be using that method to figure out the shape of an object.
Yeah, but I feel like a lot of people in this VC are under a misconception, which is that science makes truth claims. And I have an issue with that.
Okay, we're just getting to what the scientific method is and whether that method can be applied to figuring out the shape of an object.
The shape of an object?
Yeah, the Earth, it being a sphere. Can we use the scientific method to figure out a concrete noun?
Sorry?
Can we use the scientific method?
Oh, can we use it? Probably not, no.
No. Okay. So now we've got to the understanding that the question is in itself malformed. That's why it's so difficult to answer. And I appreciate how
if you want me, if you want me, I can elaborate on what I mean.
If you want.
Yeah, so science is an approximation of reality. An approximation is not a truth claim. An approximation is an explanation for something that approximates reality and that creates predictions based on this reality, in this perception of reality. It doesn't really tell you what something is. It approximates what something is in order to make predictions of the future of what that something is going to be.
Right. So natural science, the science that I've pointed out with the method of what it is based on the observation of an observation of a phenomena, something happening, and your prediction as to what caused that phenomena to happen. Now, you understand that in the physical and natural world, some things cause other things to happen, right? Cause and effect relation.
Are you asking me if I know that?
In the physical and natural world, do some things cause other things to happen?
Yeah,
Does
it seems
heat,
that way.
For example, yeah. So, for example, heat makes water boil, right? Change its state from water to gas.
Well, we don't actually know that.
We do, because we boil water and watch it
No,
turn
we
into.
don't.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do. That's how we develop kettles and technology.
That's like you're under a huge misconception. Scientific theories are just theories; they're not claims.
No, scientific theories are based on a hypothesis test. That's which you've demonstrated to be true with your experiment. You can then build your theory upon because you've figured something out to be true. In this instance, with the scientific method, what caused something else to happen?
Do you think there's a difference between correlation and causation?
Yes.
Okay. Me too.
Obviously, they're two different words. The scientific method figures out the cause.
That's not true.
That is true. That's true.
No.
Because your first step within the scientific method is to observe something happening, a phenomena. We'll call this the dependent variable. You're then going to make a prediction. What caused independent variable that to happen?
This is
You will
just not
then
true.
test.
No,
This is the scientific method.
You're incorrect, sir.
Would you like me to cite it 20 times?
Sure, but that's not going to make it correct.
It is going to make me correct because I'm citing what it is. Do you remember earlier we were talking about the claim of pseudoscience and what that would entail?
Do you
not following
just to get your position on this? Just to clarify your position, is it your position that science proposes truth claims?
I'm saying that natural science
demonstrates.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm saying very clearly that natural science, the method, demonstrates what caused things to happen.
That's incorrect.
No, it's built into the hypothesis.
It's incorrect.
You'll have, excuse me, I haven't even finished. It's built into the hypothesis, your alternate and your null. Your alternate is yes, this did cause that to happen when I varied and manipulated the independent variable against the dependent variable whilst keeping all control variables the same. Your null hypothesis is no, zero result. Nothing happened when I've varied and manipulated the independent variable to see if it caused the dependent variable while keeping all control variables the same.
I don't even know what you're saying.
You will demonstrate one way or another something to be true. It either did or didn't cause it to happen.
Listen, if I'm trying to make very concise points, and your over verbosity is gonna make us be so inefficient. I'm just asking you some very detailed questions. So if you could just give me equally detailed answers. I'm asking you whether you believe science proposes truth claims.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm telling you are mistaken. What a scientific theory is a plausible explanation that derives value on its possibility to predict based on an explanation. It doesn't tell you something is this way.
All right.
Okay.
So use his example.
After he goes for 2 minutes, I'm cut off in my second sentence. Gotcha.
Not really. So use the example that he brought to you, that heat causes things to burn, like water to boil, like dry wood to burn up. I want you to use that example.
Be more specific. What do you mean?
The example that he brought, that water can boil with heat when you apply heat to it. So you said that's not true. I heard you say it. It's not true.
I didn't say it's not true. I'm saying
yes, you did say it's not true. Now I need you to respond to him and debunk how that's not true. It's your turn.
If you mute me when I'm explaining myself, I'm just
you're just an entitled brat. That's what you are. Fuck off, dude. We don't fucking kowtow to fucking cowards like you. If he's not able to stand to the rigor of what he said, then he can fuck up. The problem with these guys, man. He said that that's incorrect, and he didn't show how it's incorrect.
So I got a question. If science doesn't make any truth claims, then how can a meteorologist say, hey, it's probably going to rain tomorrow, and then it rains, and you're like, wow, he was telling the truth? Just saying, it's a fucking claim because nobody exists within tomorrow. You got to actually go there by living. And then all of a sudden, here it is. Now it's tomorrow, and what the dude said is true. And it was a claim.
Right. Ether, but the main point that was being said is that Jedi showed him an example, right? Heat causes water to boil. He wasn't able to say that that's incorrect. Let me show you how. He just said that's incorrect. You can't just say it's incorrect. You have to show him how it's incorrect in the specific example that Jedi used.
Oh, dude, I think Jedi could have given him 1,000 examples, and not one of them would have been good enough.
I know, but he has to demonstrate how that is not possible and how Jedi is incorrect, that he didn't do that. That's what I wanted him to do.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Oh, that guy was just going to do until the cows come home. You know, Jedi explained it perfectly. The guy goes, nuh-uh. Jedi says, do you want me to get citations? The guy goes, doesn't matter. And then he just proceeded to define for himself what he thought science was. So it's just what he thinks, and I guess that's sufficient. Just make stuff up as usual.
Yeah, these weak entitled fucking babies that come in here. I'm gonna go if you mute me. Oh, fuck off then. If you want to stay in here and realize that you're wrong, then stand up to the scrutiny. Fuck is this shit that you have to come in here and act like you're a little princess or a snowflake? You're about to melt. Fucking, we're talking about real shit here. You should be able to stand to scrutiny or at least rebut anything that's being said to you efficiently. Dude, that fucking triggers me, dude. It's like, why the fuck wouldn't they stay here? If they're correct, then debunk Jedi and what he just said thoroughly. If you can do so, don't just say no, that's not right. Show us how it's not.
Well, if he melts, he'll become water, and then it'll be level.
I see what you did there. By the way, Jedi, well done, man. It was good articulation on that point.
Do you know, I was thinking whilst you were talking, how many times and how boring it must be for some people to hear me say that over and over and over again. I must have said that over 1,000 times, probably well more now in like the last 6, 7, 8 years. Hundreds.
Oh, well, I think hundreds of, I don't know, man. I want to say like at least more than 10,000 times. I feel like I want to say that, but I don't know if it's that long. But you have said it over and over and over again.
Yeah. Yep. I don't understand why he just hand waves it away. No, science is not this, even though we've agreed that it's a method, and I've pointed out what the method is. Been very specific when pointing out what the method is as well. Nuh-uh. You've got some background.
I think that's Eli. Eli, you got some background, bud.
Moderate yourself, dude. What the hell?
Or even if you mute Eli, he could probably just unmute whenever he's done doing what he's doing.
Sorry, he's done it. Cheers, Eli. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. But yeah, it always confuses me when they just go, nuh-uh. No, you're wrong. I get quite frustrated with it sometimes as well. So no, I'm 100% correct.
It sucks because we want to keep these entitled babies for as long as we can because we want them to show them how you're wrong, but they never get to the point. They never show how you're wrong. They just like waffle on. They give out, you're just incorrect. It's just not possible. It's not true. Great. We've already covered that. Now show us how he's incorrect. Go through the method and detail how he's wrong. I just want somebody worth their salt able to stand up to the scrutiny, man. That's all. It's a little fucking frustrating when they're just all like, well, if you mute me, I'm gone. Fuck off then, dude. You're not in it for actually, making a point or standing up to rigor or anything. You just want to say what you want and just everybody acknowledge me. I'm correct. Yeah, we didn't have an awesome, pleasant time doing this, man. We had a rough go. We were like, we had to make our stand, and these points that we have, were all been sharpened over years of doing this. This isn't some just like we just came up with it all of a sudden and now we think we're correct. It's because it stood up to the rigor against all the other globalists that came in here, and they can't defeat it because it's true, as what he was saying. It's not. If it wasn't, then you wouldn't be able to, like, the scrutiny that you would go under fire for saying that natural science is what you said it was, wouldn't be able to stand.
Oh well, on to the next contender.
Don't worry, you'll get rid of me here in a little bit. I got to get into work.
It's a shame you got to go, man.
Yeah, the Globers will poke their head out of their shell once. I don't know. And then him like just degrading the way that you articulate. I was like, dude, you fucking like nails on a chalkboard right now to me. Like saying that everybody could understand what you said very clearly, and if you had any debunk, he would be able to go through what you said and say, look, this point is incorrect. Let me show you how. I have a citation that proves that that's not right, and it's been proven otherwise. And something, we don't have that. We just got, no, you're just incorrect. Okay, how? Well, that's just not how it works. Really? How? Well, as far as I know, it doesn't work that way. It's just like, it's just that rigmarole they do. Oh, frustrating.
He agreed that it being not the scientific method. He agreed that it existed because they'd moved on from it. So he knew that the scientific method did exist. Even if he came up with claims I was incorrect, I was talking about the one that they moved on from.
You know what's funny? The Globers kind of they avoid MIGI almost as much as they do QE. Almost.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, they still at some point feel like they can have a go when they're in here and they see me. But I just, it's irritating, man, because I know you guys have all the points to bring them like to that realization. It's just they waffle, dude, too much. It's like, stop doing that. Just refute him. For God's sakes, just refute him if you're gonna do it. Stop playing footsies under the table like you have the answers to refute him and you don't do it. You're never getting to that point.
Yeah, I feel you, Bear. Let's look at Scott Mackey. He's still here.
Yeah, he's writhing in chat because he knows that he can't speak against what I say because they're all true things. So he just has to sit there and take it. Watch us destroy the globe in front of him.
You want me to speak? I'll speak.
Shouldn't you be at work?
Yeah, I just took a break. I am still at work, though. But if you want me to speak, I'll speak. But otherwise, I can just mute back up. It's no problem.
I don't give a shit. I'm leaving anyway.
All right. I'll mute back up then. Get back to work.
I said, I don't care if you speak. I'm not going to be here.
But you were the only one asking me to speak.
They want to hear you. Me?
They didn't ask me. If you're leaving, the only person asked me is not here anymore, so I might as well mute back up and listen to you guys.
Oh, all right. Who was on Nathan's show today? Wasn't it what's his face? Nick got caught in the in the grinder.
Yeah, Nick came on and got caught in the grinder for about an hour. Matthew Learns came on and then got caught in the grinder for about an hour. There's a couple of random people that popped in from time to time, but they got dealt with very, very swiftly and didn't stick around. But yeah, mainly Nick and Matthew Learns. It was really cool. It was a good show.
Nathan puts the screws to these guys. It's just,
I had to mute these guys a few times. It got a little bit, I don't know, just the way that they react. Non-responsive, non-answers, red herrings, besides the fucking point, ad hominems, the usual type of tricks, but never actually addressing what's being said specifically. It's really cool. Matthew got taken apart on celestial navigation.
Again?
Yeah. I mean, Nathan caught him out on, because there's the standard way to do it that you can pull up from any celestial navigation handbook, as Nathan and the guys had. Matthew was coming up with a non-standard way you could do it. Yeah, you can do it this way because it doesn't need a 90, even though it does need a 90, but we're going to pretend it don't in this particular idea that's non-standard. So it was kind of interesting how they caught him out on doing that.
Did he? I know he concedes. Did he concede this time?
Kind of in a roundabout way. They cut out a clip of him kind of conceding, but in a double speaking type of way.
I've heard him do that. He does the yeah, you just do the measurement. You know, you don't need the 90. You just do it. Basically, you know, it's basically what it comes down to. You just do the measurement, but you don't need the 90.
The thing that got me as well is he's trying to compare this to celestial navigation by dropping a plumb bob, essentially. Something that you wouldn't be doing when you're actually doing celestial navigation the standard way, because you use a sextant, because if you use a plumb bob at sea, that's fucking stupid. So
I can't get a plumb bob to sit still in the house half the time.
He's using a plumb bob on the ocean. What the fuck is wrong with him,
dude? Oh my, that's so freaking funny. That's like Comedy Central, dude. Could you see a guy with a plumb bob? I don't care. Like, well, maybe on a calm lake, but dude, in the ocean, it'd be freaking great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, not even a calm lake, bro. There's always undulation. Like, there's no fucking way.
Dude, there's not. Right? Like, can you? that just shows he's probably never even used one, dude. Ever. He's probably never built anything.
That was just really funny. So when it was pointed out to him, he did kind of say that would be difficult. Yeah, of course it would be fucking difficult, you idiot. That's why we're talking about actual navigation that uses a sextant, not your fucking yo-yo.
Dude, your yo-yo. Did you say your yo-yo? That's funny. All I can see is Matthew in a boat, like looking like an idiot with a plumb bob, like falling back and forth. What an idiot!
Next time we see him, we gotta actually give him a name like Plumb Bob Matthew or something like fucking. That's gotta be ridiculous enough to like make a little meme
Dude,
out of.
yo-yo is a great name, you know, for like, you know, because it does hang. It's kind of funny. Yo-yo, not you and your yo-yo.
That goes to show you the depth that they go to just make their assertion like proven in reality. Like they'll have to use plumb bobs on a boat. Like that is batshit insane, dude. That is so crazy.
Quick question for you guys. Do you think we can? Sorry, go ahead.
How the other covers like Scott Mackey would just be nodding their heads like, dude, that sound as can be. Like of course you use plumb bobs on a boat. What else?
Nobody says that.
Well, Matthew did.
Not really. I wasn't even there, and I bet you didn't say that. Like
he said, you could use this. He said you could use this method in celestial navigation. So that would be navigating with the stars across the Earth. Now, when you're on a boat, you're going to be using a sextant to do this. You're not going to be using a plumb bob.
Correct.
Cool.
But that brings up the next question: can we do celestial navigation on land?
Of course we can.
Okay, how do we do it on land?
Same way as we do it at sea.
Let's say we're in a valley, and I want to locate myself, get my Latin lot in a valley. What do I do?
Your Latin lot.
Do you have the ability to see the horizon?
Don't need it.
Don't need it.
Nope.
But with a sextant.
No, you wouldn't use a sextant on land. That'd be silly.
So you just asked if we could use celestial navigation on land.
Celestial navigation does not require a sextant. It's one of the tools that you could use. You don't have to use it.
When we use it at sea.
I know at sea. I'm asking about land. Come on, guys.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So on land, you can use another way to establish 90 degrees.
Oh, okay, what do we do on land?
We can hang the plumb bob, which will be perpendicular to the horizontal.
Okay, cool. So there are instances in which you use a plumb bob to do celestial navigation, right?
Yeah.
And it works just fine, doesn't it?
Yeah, but what do you do when you do that then? What do you do next?
We get the zenith angle from that plumb bob. So we sight to the star, and we find the angle between the plumb bob and the star. And then we take that angle, we multiply it by 69 miles or 60 nautical miles, and we find our distance from
Yeah,
the
wait a minute. Wait a
GP.
minute. I think, yeah, that's a
What we
weaselly
do?
way that there's a weaselly way that Scott's actually bringing this argument forward. Because yeah, let me tell you why. Because Nathan was asking Matthew the question for celestial navigation over water, the standard way. Yeah. Hello. Wasn't that the case?
I wasn't there. I don't know. You have to ask someone
Oh
else.
my God. I thought
No,
you
I
were
said
listening.
I wasn't there. I said I wasn't there just like when I came in this conversation. I said I wasn't there,
Anyway,
but I bet Matthew didn't say that.
wasn't he told that that's what the case was, Jedi? I didn't hear the conversation.
Yeah.
So over water, right?
Yep.
So and he was shown a standard, and he said this is the non-standard way. So basically, the context was over water.
Yeah, the standard way is over water. The boat's all rocky back and forth. It's really tough to get a
And
plumb bob.
that's what was being said, Scott. That's what was being said for the plumb bob to be used in that manner over water. Scott, we're not talking about over land. So the context wasn't over land. So the standard way that you'd use it over water. Yeah.
Cool. And then we have to use the second best way.
Cool. So your little chuckle there about you thinking that you got some kind of gotcha wasn't going to help you over
No
land
gotchas.
because
No gotchas.
that wasn't. Well,
Trying to
then that
communicate.
wasn't the context of the discussion, and that's why we were chuckling because he used that idea. You could use a plumb bob over water, and that's ridiculous.
It's hard. It would be hard.
No, hard. You go. Now you saying it's hard. So can you
It would
do
be
it over
very
water?
hard. We had a calm motion at the time. Maybe they'd come close.
One of the crescendos to the point with this about the zenith angle measurement is when you're doing celestial navigation at sea with a sextant, you're interested in a dip correction angle. So it's not necessarily an angle that's taken from the vertical. It's an angle that depresses below the horizontal, as your eye level is at a higher elevation than the surface you're looking at. So this is where Matthew also got caught up. Talking about where you can use this method, you can get a zenith angle, which is an angle away from the vertical. Okay. Again, not the standard way to do it because you need to correct for your altitude.
But the zenith angle is all we want in celestial navigation. We use the angle of elevation and the dip angle in order to calculate the zenith angle, right?
Not all that we want.
No, it is. We just take that multiplied by 69, and that's our distance.
To what?
To the GP.
So that's something else that we're interested in, right? The ground position of a star.
Well, we get that from the almanac, right?
Of course, at any time of year, depending on season, the star's going to be in a different place. Time of day, yeah. We're going to use an almanac to figure that out. But that's what we're interested in.
No, we're not trying to find the GP. We're trying to find our location.
I'm trying to take a measurement from that ground position.
Yes.
That ground position being at 90 degrees. That's it off.
Yeah, correct. We're trying to find our current distance from that GP.
Yeah.
And we do that by getting the zenith angle to the star, and then multiplying that by 69 miles or 60 nautical miles. And then we set some kind of spacing device, either a compass or some kind of, it can be maybe a string or one of those lateral compasses that don't make a triangle. And we set it to the right distance that we just calculated by 69 times the zenith angle. And we draw a circle around that GP. And we're somewhere on that circle.
Using the almanac, though, you're already using information that was gathered off of elevation angles, which would reference the Earth as a flat plane. And that's the relationship to the stars.
No, the people who put together the almanac did not think the Earth was a flat plane.
Well, no, that's not what I said, though. I hate strawman. What I said was the methodology that you're going to use in order to put the information into the almanac would be elevation angle measurements.
That's incorrect.
It's not incorrect.
Okay, well, you got some documentation on that. Can you cite that? As you guys are always telling us, you just made a claim, right? That was a positive claim. Can you cite it?
Are you questioning? Are you questioning? I mean, that
I'm questioning you.
yeah, at a given latitude, when you find your latitude, you know the angle to, let's say, Polaris. You're telling me that originally someone didn't have to know that Polaris was 90 degrees somewhere, and then further away from it, it dropped, say, 60 miles 1 degree. Is that what happens when you move?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, it's very
There was
simple
we
because
talked
in that
about.
situation, you have Polaris 90 degrees somewhere on the Earth, and then the equator is 0 degrees with respect to a plane.
No.
Yes.
You got some who told you that? I guess I should ask. Who told you that? We can look at it together. Who told us this?
Can you find your latitude by measuring the angle to Polaris?
Yes.
Cool. You understand that that's a flat Earth measurement. If you're measuring an angle, if you're measuring an angle, that's the intersection of two straight lines. This measurement is of Polaris, so the further that you go south, away from Polaris, it decreases in angle in the sky. At any time you can measure this angle.
You didn't watch my demonstration. You were in the call. You didn't even watch my demonstration, did you? So disappointed.
So, sorry. The question was, can you find your latitude by measuring an elevation angle to Polaris? You said yes. This is an elevation angle from a horizontal plane.
Yes, this is correct, but the horizontal plane does not line up with the horizon.
The horizontal plane does not line up with the horizon. We're talking about the elevation angle to Polaris.
Yes.
Yes. So that's a flat Earth measurement.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. As we walk south away from Polaris, it decreases an angle in the sky.
See right here.
The question is why. The question is why does it decrease an angle?
Right here, what I posted about Polaris, right? So celestial navigation, the elevation angle of Polaris, also known as the North Star, is the angle between Polaris and the horizon. The elevation angle of Polaris can be used to determine latitude of the northern hemisphere. Okay. In particular, the altitude of Polaris, NCP, equals latitude of observer. Remember that the altitude of Polaris is 0 degrees if you're observing from the equator, and 90 degrees if you're observing from the North Pole. I mean, right there, 0 and 90 degrees, it's referencing the Earth, the planet.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's referencing that the Earth is curving.
90 degrees of what? Where's 90 degrees at?
Where's 90 degrees at? Depends what you're referencing.
No, where's 90 degrees at?
Polaris.
I just read it. Thank you, because you know how to read and comprehend, Jedi. So I appreciate that.
I comprehended what you said.
90 degrees
You didn't.
means 90 degrees, especially in this case, is literally 90 degrees from the ground that the observer is standing on and directly up above. So that's 90 degrees with respect to the Earth being a flat plane. And obviously moving away from it, at the equator, it's 0 degrees. In the same way, it was 90 degrees. All referencing a plane.
Incorrect.
Yeah, well, where I got it from.
I can show you a demonstration.
Right.
Yeah, I know, but you don't understand what you're reading. I can show you why. You want me to show you why?
Also, I'm not incorrect. You're saying I just don't understand what I'm reading. So I'm reading what I'm reading, and what I'm saying is lining up with what I'm reading, because that's what a citation is. So a citation is supporting what I'm saying. And you're saying I don't understand what I'm reading.
Yeah, you're not understanding what the people who wrote that citation were trying to communicate to you.
Can we measure?
It's communication breakdown. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's English. I can understand exactly what they're talking about. and its angle. And when they're talking about 90 degrees, they're talking about 90 degrees above you with respect to your horizontal that you're standing on. Like, so when it comes to 0 degrees, they got to be talking about the same thing, 0 degrees with respect to the horizontal plane that you're standing on.
Mm-hmm. And what is causing the angle?
What do you mean? What is causing the angle? Your
What's
relationship on the
what's
plane.
causing the
Your
angle?
relationship on the plane to the celestial object.
Okay, so if you're asserting that all verticals are parallel to each other, are you asserting that?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, if you're standing under one on under the GP, right? And if so, your vertical is the same at that moment as the GP's vertical because you're standing on it, right?
So it's
And so
90
if you look
degrees,
straight up,
basically.
so your vertical is the
So it's
GP's vertical.
it's 90 degrees.
Okay, so if you walk 690 miles from that position, now your vertical is it still parallel to where it was before?
Why would it be? Because it's not 90 degrees anymore. Not the same point above your head.
No, your vertical. Is your vertical?
What do you mean, my
parallel?
vertical? The vertical is with respect to the ground. You
Okay.
are just an observer.
So there's still a vertical from the GP to the celestial object. We'll call it Polaris.
Exactly. So if you move from there, why would it still be vertical to you?
No, not Polaris is vertical to you, but you have a vertical from where you are now. You always have a vertical at your point, right?
What is vertical?
Straight
Not
up.
what is vertical. I mean, is there some star above you that is
No.
90 degrees
No.
for you to reference? So then, what do you mean?
No. You
So then,
drop
what
a
do you
plumb
mean?
line. You drop a
I don't
plumb
know.
line.
Listen, this seems completely non sequitur to the point because again,
That's what
I gave you the citations that pretty much
I
tell
know.
the
I read your
story.
citations,
So
and I
you
know
have
you don't
zero.
understand what
So
they're
you
saying.
have
I'm trying to
0
explain it to
degrees.
you.
You have 0 degrees, and you have 90 degrees with respect to a flat plane. That is the truth.
Okay, so you walk 690 miles from where you were at Polaris, right? And you walk, so you're at the 80 latitude, right? Because you walk 690 miles. And so what is causing your angle of elevation now? Where it was 90, it's now 80. Why is it 80?
Because you moved away from it.
Well, I'm not.
I know, but
That
what
is true,
made
but
it?
also
What
that
are
is
you
true,
pointing
but
at?
also I've disengaged because he's chosen to disengage with what I'm saying to go on from this tangent. We shouldn't reward that with more conversation with him.
Yeah,
So
if you don't
yeah,
want to
so what
explain
is
what
that,
you
Scott?
mean.
So you yeah, you change your relationship to it.
Okay, but
Yeah,
how much?
and then the other verticals
I,
are, you know,
I
all
already
verticals are
told him that
parallel.
he. I already
Okay,
told him
okay.
Not
that
changing.
if you have something, if you have
Disengage.
something that's
My bad, Scott. I
directly
thought he was
90
out.
to, if you've measured something directly 90 degrees above you, which would be with respect to horizontal plane of reference, in order to have that 90 degrees, obviously, if you move the thing that you had 90 degrees to, you'd no longer have 90 degrees to. Like,
Yeah.
so you say, so what happens if you move? Well, you've changed, you've moved, dog. Like,
Okay, so what are you pointing at now?
I'm not engaging with you, like I said.
You're fine.
I'm talking to you, but the point is you move beyond the point already being one. You're just saying no, what I'm saying is not the case and moving on. And I refuse to engage with your tangent.
I know.
All right, yeah, Scott. So yeah, you move. He's out. He's refused. Totally out. So yeah, I mean,
I haven't
you're moving.
refused to do anything. He's refusing to engage with me, please.
He's gone. He shouldn't interrupt you. If you had a question you wanted to ask somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, when you move 690 miles from where you were, when you're looking straight up to see Polaris, and now you're looking at an angle to see Polaris, what are you pointing at?
Okay. When you're looking up, sorry,
Yeah,
say that.
I was just gonna chill, but I was just chilling. You were sleeping, and then I just came out here. But sorry about that.
That's weird. Scott, say that again.
When you were under Polaris and you point straight up, you're pointing at something, right? You're pointing at a star, a point in the sky, correct?
Yes.
Just happens to be directly above you. So you walk 690 miles away, and you're still pointing at a point in the sky, right?
You point at the horizon now.
No, when you're pointing at Polaris, not the horizon.
You're talking about moving away from Polaris to a point where you probably can't see Polaris anymore. It's still going to be
just 690. No, just 690 miles. You're still.
Angle to it? What's the angle to it?
The elevation angle to it is 80 because you just moved 690 miles from it.
Okay, sorry, I do apologise. For some reason,
So you'll be at the 80th parallel, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay,
so you're pointing at a point in the sky, right?
Yeah, you're pointing at Polaris at an angle of 80 degrees.
Yeah, what causes it to be an angle?
The observer and their position above a horizontal plane.
But it's pointing at a point in the sky, right?
Yeah.
And so if you left one of your pals behind, one of your mates, whatever, you know, and he was still sitting on Polaris looking straight up and say, hey, Polaris is still straight above me, and you get him on the radio and you say, like, but now it's at 80 degrees from me. And you're pointing at a point, he's pointing at a point. Would you guys' lines intersect at that point?
Orthographically, yeah.
Would that form a triangle?
Yeah. That's what it is.
If we know the distance between you and your pal, because you just moved 690 miles, and so we know the bottom leg of that triangle is 690 miles, right?
Yeah.
And then if we know the angle from you to the one point of the triangle, the one where you guys intersect, is 80 degrees, and it's 1690 miles between you two, can we figure out the height to Polaris then?
No, because I hope we're doing celestial navigation. You've tried to smuggle trigonometry in there for some reason.
How else do we get an angle?
Do you mean how else do we get an angle?
How do you get angles if you're not pointing at things, or if you're not having a line to something?
Yeah, intersection of straight lines.
Okay, but where is there's an intersection of straight lines between your buddies who's still on Polaris looking straight up in your line, right? That's an intersection of straight lines, is it not?
Yes. Intersection with the horizontal plane this observer is standing on when he's pointing at Polaris that is directly above him at his zenith. Yeah.
Yes. And so the intersection between your line and your buddy's line is going to be 10 degrees, right?
Yeah.
So that triangle then, if it's a 80, 10, 90 triangle, and we know that one leg is 690 miles, we can figure out the other legs.
Okay.
So we know the height to Polaris then.
Okay. When you move south away from Polaris will change its angle in the sky. It will decrease. Is that going to change its height above the surface?
If you were on a flat Earth, it would decrease at a very specified rate, and it doesn't decrease at that very specific rate. It's not even close to that specific rate.
The height to a star.
Well, if we're assuming we're pointing at a point of light in the sky, and that point of light is a single point in the sky, we should be able to determine exactly how much that should drop on the horizon on a flat surface as we moved away from it. The math is really easy on that. Really easy. And what we observed does not match that math. It's not even close.
So we can't figure out our latitude when we measure an elevation angle to Polaris when we travel south from Polaris.
We can on a curved Earth. We can on a curved Earth. It's really easy on a curved Earth. It's impossible on a flat Earth.
Why is it impossible?
Like I just told you, that math doesn't add up. You know, the predictions we would make.
What math? Are you talking about statute miles or nautical miles when you say miles?
Either one, 69 miles or 60 nautical miles. Either one the math doesn't work.
Okay, what math?
The only math you could possibly use to calculate, to change or convert degrees into distance. You have to have some way to convert the degrees into distance, right? Do you agree with that?
I keep asking you what math.
Well, the
need a
math we
radius for that,
use
though,
is
right,
different than
Scott?
the math you use. And I want to ask, what math do you use to convert degrees into distance?
I'm still asking you. What math? You say the math doesn't work. Okay, tell me how it doesn't work.
Any math I can do on a flat surface doesn't work. Do you have better math?
Let's still keep feeling you're avoiding my question with asking me a question.
Hey, Scott, it should be so easy. You have that GeoGebra set up, don't you? It's probably already pre-configured with what we went over last time when I presented to Jedi.
Pre-configured with what you told me to do? I don't know how to do that, though.
No, unless you didn't save it. Okay. Well, I mean, you have all your formulas set up, right?
Yeah.
So the math is pretty much ready to play with some sliders and shit. So
Well,
why not?
Yeah, I can do that again. You talk about pull up that flat Earth celestial navigation thing.
Yeah, I don't know if Jedi was there for that. Maybe he was.
He was, but he didn't listen. He didn't watch my stream though.
Because I think that's the math that he's trying to get you to say you have.
No. I can share it. I got a couple minutes more. Should
Just
I?
give us the equation there, buddy.
Oh, it's the sine equation. Sine of the angle is, well, it's that tangent actually, sorry. Damn it. Sine is opposite of hypotenuse, but if we have the angle and we have the opposite over adjacent, I had to recall the language. If we have the adjacent length and we have the angle, we can figure out the opposite length very easily. Just use the sine. Shit, did it wrong again. Use the tangent. The sine would use the hypotenuse over opposite. Sorry, having Biden moments.
Your whole life is a Biden moment.
It's possible, yeah. If only I had accomplished as much as he has, I'd be proud of myself. But anyways, let's not go into that.
You know, Scott, I knew you were like a lefty. I didn't know you actually thought Biden was like an accomplished. But whatever. You know what? Whatever.
I'm left of Biden. Shit. Should I show the?
Are you sharing something? I was going to ask.
No, I'm not. I haven't got any responses from anybody. I don't want to force myself on the room.
Oh no, for sure. That's what I was sort of inviting you to do.
Okay, let me pull it up.
I mean, I won't speak for everybody else there, but I'm interested in seeing that. Especially if we've got Jedi, why not?
Should I do both of them?
Get ready for him to start gushing over it, Nick.
That's what I was thinking. I was like,
Oh, I'm not going to be embarrassed about appreciating the beauty of mathematics and understanding
Scott,
the world in which we live.
look, again, at least from my point, there was nothing about shitting on you because you can appreciate the math. Okay, it was just the reaction you were getting to it, because I can appreciate elegant math too. Okay, I work with it a lot. Fine, but the way that you guys were expressing it was a little bit. It was like borderline pornographic. Okay.
Okay. But anyway, so I'll bring up the globe one first, and we'll just do one just to show what I'm talking about, so we got some comparison. The hell is that? Okay, so real quick, we have an OP. Let's see if you can see the little dot. If anybody's watching my screen, you see that little OP moving around latitude, longitude as we move. And we can change its longitude.
Is this the thing where you've got a ball again? Oh my god, have I got to watch this? Hold on.
Did you watch this?
Did you miss this last time, Joe?
To be honest with you guys, I fucking zoned out. I found it really boring. So we'll do it again.
Scott, Scott, if you want to go through the whole thing, like hopefully no one passes
not the whole thing. We'll just do one.
Yeah, like what I was referring to was the other one. But if you want to start here and give like a sort of preliminary lead into it, by all means.
Yeah, but I think it's useful to have a comparison of two possible models to explain this thing.
Sure.
And so, did I turn these off? Hold on one sec. I need to turn off
Brace
auxiliary
yourself for the
objects.
straw man, guys.
Yeah, didn't we figure this out? Sorry, Scott, carry on.
Okay, so, we got this GP here, right? It's got a point, but it's easily see if we add wrong one, this one. If we add its vertical, right, then we can see as I move it around. I'm moving around the wrong damn thing.
I was going to say, I can't see anything moving.
Yeah, but see how the vertical changes as you go, but it just keeps sticking perpendicular to it. And so if we just leave that at a place, and okay, so that's our position. We're sitting in the ocean somewhere in the northern hemisphere, at least the hemisphere in my model. And then if we add a GP, which right now is at 90 degrees, I can put it anywhere, but just for simplicity, I'm going to leave it at the North Pole and throw its vertical up there. And so as I move my position closer to the North Pole, I can see that my vertical starts to get more in alignment with the GP. And so therefore it stays there. But I can also sight to the GP of that one. And if I sight there, why is that doing that? Should be yellow. There it is. And so you can see that little, why is my computer reacting so damn slowly? Okay. You can see that little light that's flashing on and off. That's the sighting from my position to the Polaris. And in my model, those lines are parallel. Those two lines. And as I get closer, the zenith angle, as I move closer to this, gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's the same as I move 10 degrees away. The angle between the black line and the yellow line is 10 degrees. As I move 20 degrees away, it's 20 degrees, and I can show those by putting them up here. Boom. So zenith angle, you see the two things just appeared, and why is that doing that? And so the angle, the zenith angle, as I move closer to the North Pole, if I move out the North Pole, it's 0. Move 1 degree away, the zenith angle is 1. My great circle is now, I can also turn that on. Let's see, my great circle is right here. And this is calculated by the math program to figure the distance between these 2 points. And as I move 10 degrees away, which is right there, my great circle is now 690 miles. And my zenith angle, which is the angle between that black line and that yellow line, is now 10 degrees. If I move 20 degrees away from Polaris, the angle is now 20. As we can see, zenith angle equals 20. Great circle is 1380. If I move to 60 degrees latitude, I am now zenith angle of 30, and the great circle is 2070. And then if I just simply show the calculated of simply multiplying 30 times 69, which is this number I just popped up here, and you can see that that number is always the same as the great circle length as calculated by the mathematical program. And it's very simple. As we walk closer and further away, that angle increases, but that angle is always, or the distance between my position and the GP is always the angle times 69 miles. No matter where I go, 69 miles. That's how it works on a globe Earth. Now, and that's what I'm talking about. And in this, we have no triangles. We don't need to care how far Polaris is. All we care about is that yellow line next to that black line is parallel to the GP. And if I move the GP off that, my parallel line would change. I can move it anywhere, and all that matters is the parallel lines, and my distance is always the zenith angle times 69. That's how easy it is to calculate distance from the GP on a globe. So that's as far as I'll go on that one, just to show you that. But now, if I bring up flat Earth, let me find flat Earth, sorry. Flat cell nav. Discard. Okay. So now, kind of cluttered here. Let me turn off some of this clutter real quick, because I just want to do two. I don't want the red and the green. Where am I? Turn off, turn off, turn off. Turn off all the reds and greens. Red, green, red, green, red, green, green. I'll get there, one sec. Yeah, that's good enough for now. I can leave the two dots there. But anyways, if I want to find on this the zenith angle, let me turn back those. So I have my GP1 still at, so I can move that all around too. But right now I'm going to put it at I'm going to put it at 90 degrees. So I'm at Polaris. And once I do that, depending on where I put my position, I can move my position all over the place. And the only way I can get an angle when this black line, let's see if so I got the black line that I was moving around a second ago, this one, right? And I got the yellow line, which I can move around this way. The only way I can get an angle now between that yellow line going to that point above the other yellow line is if when these verticals are parallel, is to create a triangle. I can't think of any other way to get an angle. So I can find a zenith angle, which is up in the upper left-hand corner. It says zenith angle 45.05. How do I get a zenith angle if I'm not creating triangles? If the verticals are parallel, so if that yellow line going from the GP1 to that point is parallel to the OP vertical, how do I get an angle between the two? Unless it's creating a triangle.
So you are actually thinking.
Okay, what am I missing? Help me out here, guys. Help me help you.
Well, for example,
No, you help
why?
yourself. You describe these terms. Clearly you don't comprehend the terms, or you don't understand where we separate. Because I agree with what
clearly
you said.
don't. Help me out.
There's no imaginary surface under what you see. You don't see what you don't see. We already went over that.
How do I get an
Your
angle?
elevation isn't zero. We would take your elevation. You're like, oh, we're zeroing it out. No, like it's something, and a zero measurement of horizontal isn't nothing. It's precisely what it is. It's a calibration of flatness, right? An
Okay, how do
aspect.
I get an
An
angle of
aspect.
elevation? So I got a flat thing here where all
We're
of
going
these
to use
lines are.
triangles, aren't we? We're going to use triangles, not spherical triangles, not equidistant from the center of Earth that
Okay,
isn't
I have triangles. What
level
should I do with them?
precisely. We're not
What should I
doing
do
that.
with these triangles?
What we are doing is actually using triangles.
But we agree that there is a relation between the zenith angle and your distance from the GP, right?
Kinda.
And we agree that that relationship should be the zenith angle times 69 miles, correct?
Well, I have to disagree with that, because
Okay.
if you have a skyscraper, for example, at least 50 or 100 miles in front of you, and let's say you laser pointer
We're not talking about skyscrapers. We're talking about celestial navigation.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
stick to
just simply
let's stick to
pointing
celestial
out that,
navigation for now.
yeah, that objects don't tilt away. You know, that's what I wanted to point out.
But let's stick to celestial navigation for now. How does it work?
Well, just like just like you can be on a dinghy, and then I'll be on a hot air balloon 35,000 feet, just like tethered to your dinghy. I'm floating, and you're using a naval sextant with no dip, using the horizon, and then I'm using a bubble sextant, and these horizontals will be parallel, and the angle to
Yes, your
celestial
horizontals will be,
will be the
yes.
same.
Yes. Your horizontals will be parallel, and your zenith angles will be the same.
Yes.
How does that work? How does that work on a flat Earth? What do you got? What are you guys pointing at?
This is kind of what I was.
The flat Earth.
This is what I was kind of trying to ask you to do last time. Yeah, you see when you slide the black dot up and down, the line between the black dot and the yellow dot changes, right?
Correct.
If there's a way in the program for you to actually maintain that angle, so instead of fixing a point and getting an angle to it, it's like you set the angle, and then regardless of the height of the black dot, you would maintain that angle, right?
Yeah, but when we do celestial
Like that.
navigation, we're not setting an angle. We're sighting something, right? We're looking at
This is
something.
the whole. This is what's kind of weird about this scenario, right? Like I think it was it Ripcord or somebody just pointed out, if you're on the ground versus in a hot air balloon, right on top of each other, and you're sighting the same star, you're going to get more or less the same angle, as far as I know, according to what's being said here.
That's exactly what happens in the real world. Yes, we get the same angle.
Exactly. So that's sure. Right, but so if this is not what we're doing, where we're actually citing a point in free space, that's also why last time I suggested, if you don't modify the heights of the dots and just assume, let's say they're all on a certain quote unquote plane that somehow doesn't change angle when you go higher or lower. Like I don't do this. I'm just spitballing here, but that what I'm suggesting here would correlate more with how I've understood things are used now. That would adhere to the supposed plane that we stand on. How, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Okay, but yeah,
It's crazy how they would say like that the surface of the Earth is two-dimensional, and this is where their ambiguity comes in. It's like, no, surface would be describing an object, so the surface of a ball cannot be two-dimensional because it's a three-dimensional shape. But the surface of a flat screen TV, right? Smooth.
But can you guys help me with this? Like, so I can raise the eye way high, and I can raise the star way high and maintain the same angle I had before, but I have to raise them together.
There's a problem. As I tried to point out, like right at the beginning, we don't do this with celestial navigation. This is a hard problem to solve in an orthographic view. The height of the star and projecting that, like you've tried to do with your triangles, to get an elevation angle to it. To do this orthographically, you have to put that point in space. The star.
Yeah, I would take you one further. It's impossible to solve on a flat Earth, and that's why it can't be flat. It's not hard. It's impossible.
But we're measuring angles.
Yeah, I know. And I showed you how we do it on the globe, and it's really, really simple, isn't it?
Yeah, you just measure an elevation angle that you've referenced from the horizon. You're horizontal. That horizontal being projected out between the OP, the observer's position, and the ground position of the star, where it intersects the Earth at 90 degrees. You also have to take a dip correction, which has to be taken from that horizontal.
Yeah, I know.
Good.
I can show you how we do that on the globe.
Okay.
I already got that set up too.
We agreed how we did this earlier. You measured the elevation angle to Polaris. So that's an elevation angle above a horizontal.
Yeah, but the elevation angle changes depending on how high your eye is, right?
That was just pointed out that no, not really. Doesn't really mind on your altitude. The elevation angle is still pretty much the same, if not exactly.
So in the real world, what are you pointing at when you sight something?
In the real world,
point,
when we're
right?
doing celestial navigation, you know that we're pointing at stars.
Okay, and those stars are a point, right? Just like the little yellow dot right there is a point, right?
This is what I'm trying to address when you say a point. This is a hard thing to solve when doing it in orthographic projection, like trigonometry. A triangle drawn on a page, it denotes that this point is in an actual point in space.
And that doesn't bother you. That should bother you, man.
Well, no, because we've already agreed that you just, to measure our latitude or figure out where we are latitudinally wise, we just measure an elevation angle to Polaris.
Yeah, no, but how do you get that elevation angle?
Using a sextant. Well,
Okay,
you know what I'm going to say. You know what I'm going to say. Unless you want me to talk. Sorry, Scott. I do apologise for over talking to you. You know what I'm going to say, unless you want me to be very specific about how sextant's used.
Yeah, but how do you calculate your dip angle? Sorry, I thought you were done. I hate doing that.
Yeah, no, you're fine, Scott. I don't want to interrupt you. I'm trying to answer what I think is the best thing you said, but you've now moved on to something else. You're all measuring angles, right? Whether it's an elevation angle or a dip correction angle, you're still measuring angles. They require a horizontal for you to reference that angle from. That horizontal being perpendicular to the vertical at 90 degrees. You're going to need a geometric horizon to do this, though.
Also, I wouldn't have thought that the dip angle is actually going to the GP of the thing that you're trying to look at. Like if you saw the black dot that you were raising up and down, the angle at the bottom was going to the ground, right? But isn't like a dip angle measured not to the point that you're trying to ground, but rather to your horizon from your look, right? So like that line that was going down to the intersection between the yellow line and the blue plane, shouldn't it have been more or less like a parallel line, regardless of how elevated the dot was?
Well, but that's the thing, right? What is the dip angle on that? Because here, I just brought up my other one now.
It's not an angle.
What do you need the horizon to be for you to measure a dip correct to it? What do you need it to be? Being as we're doing geometry here.
Well, I think you need a tangent point. Like I'm showing right now.
But what do you need the horizon to be? I'll be a little bit more specific. Do you need it to be the geometric horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
No, it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah, I can show you why. I can show you why right now.
But this is what your tangent line's being drawn to. The observer's eye line to where it intersects the sphere. at the horizon, the physical curvature of the Earth.
But I can show you right now why that small difference is not going to matter.
Well, small difference.
Yeah.
It's a
Can I show you?
difference. It's a difference.
I know. But in my model, it doesn't matter that much, whether there's a little bit of refraction or not.
I mean, I concede to that. I'll concede to that point to just move on away from this slight red herring that I brought up.
Okay.
But nonetheless, we're still going to be measuring angles off a horizontal plane we're going to reference and correct to after we've done our dip correction.
Yeah. But there's no way to calculate a dip correction on a flat Earth.
Yes, there
dip
is.
correction can only... okay, how's it done?
The same way that you do it, using the horizon.
No, but this is how I would do
it. The angle is between your horizontal, where your eye line is at altitude above that surface, and correcting for that angle that you measure using the horizon down to a horizontal plane of the Earth. That you reference with the horizon.
So it's not how I calculate it. It's not how they calculate it. It's not how the people who did celestial navigation calculated it. And I can show you how they calculate it right now if you want to see.
Yeah, you need a geometric horizon to calculate it.